Ash traverses the Silver Conference, poised to confront the heart-wrenching disappointment of being eliminated in the quarterfinals. Observe how a seasoned Pokémon trainer like myself can compellingly rewrite this narrative. The strongest newcomer at the pinnacle of Silver. The formidable generation of the colorful conference. The king without a crown at the Bellflower Conference. Ash, I do not require the benevolence of a scripted master. Each of us Pokémon enthusiasts is a master in our own right. As my representative, allow me to showcase the formidable prowess of a dedicated Pokémon educator over the past decade. Chapter 1. The opening at the Silver Conference, Silver Mountain. Pokémon Chengdu Alliance, the venue of the Silver Conference. The second round of the decisive tournament is about to commence, as the quarterfinals lead into the semifinals. Presenting the competing trainers. From the Hoenn region, we have contestant EU, and from the Kanto region, Ash. Contestant EU has previously secured the runner-up position at the Colorful Conference, and he stands as a formidable contender for the crown at this Silver Conference. He is a trainer of considerable strength. Conversely, Ash, who has only been a trainer for 2 years, achieved an impressive result as a top 16 finalist at the Kanto Quartz Conference and has demonstrated exceptional performance in this Silver Conference as well. Thus, in this quarterfinal match leading to the semifinals of the Silver Tournament, what sparks will ignite between these two talented trainers? Let's await the spectacle. With the commentator's fervent introduction, the audience's spirits soared. A cacophony of excitement and anticipation resonated throughout the summit of Silver. A multitude of eager gazes converged upon the battleground. Oh, you think Ash will be all right? Misty, cradling her Togepi, expressed her slight concern. Yu is indeed a formidable opponent, particularly with his well-trained Blaziken. Brock, arms crossed, remarked from the sidelines. However, I trust that Ash has devised a strategy to counter his adversary. As his companions, our role is to witness his growth. Indeed, Misty nodded, feeling reassured as she gazed toward the entrance. You can do it, Ash. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yu is the first to emerge from the tunnel, greeting the audience with a humble smile and a wave. He then focused his gaze ahead. From the opposite tunnel, a boy with short black hair adjusted his cap, his expression gradually resolute as he approached the arena. His name is Idaji, but he is Ash, due to certain physiological reactions. Oh no, in the dormitory before the tournament, he had awoken in the middle of the night, having traversed here. With the memories now intertwined in his mind, he realized he was at the climax of the Silver Conference. Unless fate intervened, today he would suffer a regrettable defeat to Yu, thus halting his journey at the quarterfinals. From this day forth, I shall be Ash, not merely the conclusion of the Silver Conference, but also the outcomes of the colorful conference, the Bellflower Conference. I shall leave no regrets across all regions. Ash tightened his fists. This was the only way to justify his journey across worlds. Pika Pika. Pikachu expressed its concern with a soft cry, seemingly sensing Ash's emotional turmoil. We're ready to go, Pikachu. Feeling his partner's anxiety, Ash turned and offered it a reassuring smile. Pika. To be frank, Ash's performance in the recent Silver Conference was rather disappointing. Not only did he fail to evolve the starter Pokémon from the Chengdu region to their final forms, but he also left many of his Pokémon from the Kanto region half-drained. In the battle against EU, there was a complete lack of strategy. It is perfectly acceptable to utilize Pokémon caught in new regions for competitions, but one must ensure they are adequately trained. Alternatively, one should strive for the best possible results within their capabilities, as this is the only way to honor oneself and all the Pokémon. However, it was not until the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference that Ash managed to achieve this. Yet, he encountered a bug trainer, which was truly frustrating. This time, he would make amends. He aimed to transform the titles of Master of Release and Master of Regional Reset into the true accolades of Pokémon Master and Regional Conference Champion. The first match is set to take place in the grass arena. The first attacker is Ash from Pallet Town, while the second is Yu from One By Town. It's you. Go, Pikachu. Pika Pika. At Ash's command, Pikachu leaped from his shoulder into the arena. Yu released a Dratini. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash shouted, fist clenched. Despite extensive preparation, this was his first experience in a live battle. It would be impossible to claim he wasn't nervous. Dratini, use agility. Just as Pikachu charged forward, Yu issued his command. In an instant, Dratini vanished from its previous location. The tall grass of the arena was high enough to conceal both Pikachu and Dratini. For the elusive Dratini, it was like a fish in water. The only drawback was the red markings on its abdomen, which were a telltale sign. Pikachu, don't hesitate. Accelerate and unleash Thunderbolt ahead. Pikachu, poised to halt, briefly displayed confusion at Ash's exclamation. With renewed vigor, it surged forward, unleashing a bolt of electricity from its cheeks. Chew! With a resounding crash. Though it did not score a direct hit, the residual force sent Dratini flying, revealing its position. Now's your chance, Pikachu. Pika! Avoided Dratini. Yi was taken aback by Ash and Pikachu's swift reactions. They did not falter in their attack route despite Dratini's invisibility, executing a clean and effective strategy. Sadly, it was too late for Dratini to evade, and it was struck by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. That was incredible. Facing the invisible Dratini, Ash did not abandon his original attack route. He effectively restrained Dratini while ensuring Pikachu's attack hit its mark. The commentator exclaimed with enthusiasm. The referee then announced the result. Bayern Yinlong has lost its fighting capability. Pikachu emerges victorious. You have performed admirably, Bayern Yinlong. This time it was my oversight. Please take a good rest. Leaning against the entrance area, Shmoo, along with Professor Okido in the audience, couldn't help but exclaim, the synergy between Ash and Pikachu is truly remarkable. Both the trainer's quick reflexes and the Pokemon's trust in its trainer have been perfectly showcased. In the waiting area, Takashi and Kasumi also wore expressions of astonishment. Ash is incredible. Indeed, Ash's command during this match was exceptionally impressive. Ash, I am increasingly looking forward to battling you, Yu said with a smile, producing his next Pokeball. However, it is now my turn to strike first. Go, Nola. I feel the same, Mr. Yu. Ash hinted, but this time I shall not be defeated. Pikachu, are you still able? Pika Pika! Under Ash's command, Pikachu engaged in battle with Bayern Yinlong, incurring only a slight depletion of stamina without sustaining any injuries. The excitement was palpable. All right, I shall rely on you once more. Suppressing his exhilaration, Ash refocused his energy. Nola Metal Claw. With utmost seriousness, Yu promptly issued his command. Yu's Nola was exceptionally swift. With afterimages trailing behind, it swiftly approached Pikachu. The glimmering claws struck, sending Pikachu soaring through the air. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Stabilizing itself midair, Pikachu unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Nola on the ground. Nola deftly retreated, evading the strike. The residual damage was negligible. Ash, our battle has only just begun, Yu declared resolutely, gazing intently at Ash. This Nola was captured by him at the Phoenix Academy. Although their time together was brief, its exceptional talent and high level of synergy with Yu had significantly aided his progress during the tournament. Pikachu appeared puzzled. In the past, Ash might have pushed Pikachu to continue battling until the end. However, for the current Ash, Pikachu lacked effective close-range techniques to counter Nola's agility. Continuing in this manner would lead to excessive fatigue and damage, even if victory were to be achieved. This was not Ash's desire. I'll leave the next match to you, Croconaw. Wani. Croconaw, Water Gun. Nola, evade and use Metal Claw. Yu skillfully capitalized on Nola's advantages, executing several swift maneuvers before launching Metal Claw at Croconaw. This time it won't be so easy. A smirk formed on Ash's lips. Croconaw bite. Wani. Croconaw instinctively opened its mouth wide and lunged forward. IT accurately clamped down on Nola's arm, successfully restraining it. What? Yu exclaimed in surprise. Splendidly done, my little Croconaw, exclaimed Ash with delight. Since its capture, Croconaw had primarily honed its biting skills. Each time it was released, Ash became the target of several practice sessions. Consequently, Croconaw's biting speed and accuracy had reached remarkable heights, almost instinctive in its reflexes. Wanawa. Upon hearing Ash's praise, Croconaw joyfully began to dance, bouncing up and down, playfully tugging at Nola and causing chaos all around in the audience. Professor Oak looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's dancing. Wonderful, Croconaw. Look over here." Hanako cheered, raising her camera and calling out to the arena, "Now's your chance, Croconaw." Ash seized the moment, commanding, "Use Tail Whip." Wanawa. With Nola firmly in its grip, Croconaw spun around, and in that instant of release, delivered a powerful tail whip that struck Nola squarely in the face, sending it crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Nola is unable to continue the battle. Croconaw is victorious. A resounding cheer erupted throughout the arena, applauding the performance of both trainers. With this victory, Ash had triumphed over Yu in 2 consecutive matches, establishing a significant advantage. Chapter 2. Tactical Adjustments. The Volt attack in adversity. Ash, you certainly possess remarkable skills. Yu gazed earnestly at Ash. If the initial match was a result of his own carelessness, the defeat in the second match compelled him to re-evaluate the young boy before him. The next round is entrusted to you, Sulipai. In light of the unfavorable situation of having lost 2 Pokémon in succession, Yu chose Sulipai. Could he turn the tide in this battle? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. It has been decided. You shall be the one, Snorlax. Ash's third Pokémon was Snorlax, but why did it fall asleep right from the start? Sulipai, use Dream Eater. Yu would not squander such a splendid opportunity. Sulipai shimmered with a crimson glow, enveloping Snorlax and steadily siphoning its vitality. Dream Eater is a technique that absorbs the opponent's energy for one's own benefit. And if this continues, it would be exceedingly detrimental for Ash and Snorlax. Oh no, quickly wake Snorlax up, Ash. Voices of concern echoed from the sidelines. Belonging to Brock and Misty. The Dream Eater was persistently depleting Snorlax's strength, and Ash's Snorlax found itself in dire straits. How would he respond next? The commentator exclaimed. Just then, Sulipai completed the Dream Eater. As it prepared for its next move, an enormous silhouette suddenly loomed over it. Looking up, it was Snorlax, its demeanor ominous and emanating a palpable aura of fury. Sulipai was taken aback, a chill enveloping it. Oomph! Ash wore a triumphant smile. Disturbing someone's sweet dreams is indeed a perilous endeavor. Snorlax, unleash Hyper Beam. Yu gasped, urging Sulipai to evade. At Ash's command, Snorlax, fueled by its rising anger, reacted. The commentator could hardly contain his astonishment. Snorlax is terrifying. Under its overwhelming presence, Sulipai was rendered immobile. With a single blow, Yu's Sulipai lost its fighting capability. Subsequently, as Yu's side had already lost 3 Pokémon, the match entered a halftime break. Ash, Pikachu, you were simply magnificent. Misty handed Ash a bottle of water, exclaiming, when we saw Snorlax asleep, we thought it was all over. Ash's performance this time was remarkably composed. Brock also praised, your timing was impeccable. Now Yu is left with only 3 Pokémon. If this continues, Ash stands a significant chance of victory. Thank you, Misty. Brock. Ash replied with a smile. In the first half, the Pokémon he utilized mirrored those from his previous life. He adopted a steady and cautious strategy, minimizing Pokémon damage to the greatest extent while successfully securing 3 victories. Yet, regardless of the outcome of this round with Snorlax, it could not alter the element of chance. However, he had the confidence to proceed. Snorlax. Gender, male. Level, 49. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Base stats, 540. Aptitude, deep blue. Aptitude ranges from low to high. Green, red, blue, purple, gold, with varying degrees of intensity. Skills, impact, sleep, heavy slam, destruction beam, endure. With a level of 49 and a base stat total of 540, this is the confidence Ash holds against Snorlax. Undoubtedly, this is his greatest asset aside from Pikachu and Charizard. Coupled with the thick fat ability, Ash confidently allows Snorlax to employ its former strategies to effectively deal with this troublesome opponent, Lisoa. As for the ability to scout, it is a benefit that comes with traversing dimensions. Simultaneously, there exists a spatial marketplace where points earned through battles can be exchanged for trainer abilities, such as aura power and psychic abilities, and Pokémon items. However, it is imperfect as Pokémon cannot be exchanged. Yet, for Ash, this is already immensely satisfying. After a brief respite, Ash and you continue their match into the second half. Go, Blaziken. Faced with the loss of 3 Pokémon, you sends forth his 4th Pokémon, Blaziken. Blaziken. Ash murmurs. Although he anticipated a tactical shift from you in the second half, he did not expect him to directly unleash Blaziken for the battle. Blaziken. Gender, male. Level, 54. Type, firefighting. Ability, Blaze. Base stat total, 530. This Blaziken has accompanied you on his journey thus far and is his strongest Pokémon. After consecutive defeats, Yu is ready to make a bold move. Ash tilts his cap backward, declaring, it's you, Snorlax. Use Destruction Beam. What? Starting with Destruction Beam? Shigeru in the corridor is taken aback. It is known that a Pokémon using Destruction Beam cannot move for a short period afterward. Especially against a nimble opponent like Blaziken, this seems unwise. As expected, Blaziken leaps up and effortlessly dodges the attack. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. The scorching pillar of fire strikes Snorlax. eliciting a painful expression from it. Continue the assault, Blaziken. Use Blaze Kick. Snorlax Endure. Almost simultaneously, as Snorlax executes Endure, Blaziken's fiery kick strikes it fiercely. Snorlax, release. Without allowing Blaziken a moment to react, a beam of white light rebounds from Snorlax, striking Blaziken. However, agile as it is, Blaziken performs a flip midair and lands smoothly, avoiding further damage. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Boom. With the prior Dream Eater from Lisua and consecutive damage, Snorlax, drained of stamina, ultimately falls. Snorlax is unable to continue the battle. Blaziken claims victory. Thank you, Snorlax, you did admirably. I see. You remarks earnestly. Destruction Beam was merely a ruse, intended to draw my Blaziken in. Endure was your ultimate aim, wasn't it, Ash? Ash nods without concealment, replying, however, Mr. U's Blaziken is indeed formidable. In light of Snorlax expending considerable stamina, this approach is one of mutual destruction. Before him stood the formidable Blaziken. In his grasp, apart from Pikachu and Charizard, there was no viable option for confrontation. Dispatching another Pokémon would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to weaken the opponent to the greatest extent possible. I'll leave it to you, Pikachu, Ash declared, turning his head resolutely. Pika Pika. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Pikachu exhibited not a trace of fear, but rather a fervent determination as it leaped into the fray. It was indeed Pikachu. Ash had chosen Pikachu for this critical battle. Was this to be a contest of speed? Blaziken's strength was well acknowledged, yet Ash's choice of Pikachu was unexpected. While the two Pokémon might be evenly matched in speed, the disparity in size and power remained insurmountable. Ash's decision was one that only his traveling companions Brock and Misty could fully appreciate. This was quintessentially Ash. Although Pikachu lacked the physical advantages of size and strength, its diminutive form allowed it to navigate the grassy arena with greater agility. As the spectators engaged in lively discussion, Yu initiated the attack. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. As Blaziken surged forward, Pikachu darted into the underbrush. Blaziken, jump and unleash Fire Spin. With that command, a torrent of flames erupted from Blaziken's mouth, engulfing the entire field and singeing the grass, leaving only charred remnants. Yet, Pikachu was nowhere to be seen. Realizing something was amiss, Yu exclaimed, "Quick, evade, Blaziken." But it was too late. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. A brilliant arc of lightning shot forth from behind Blaziken, striking it with tremendous force. What a spectacle! Pikachu had cleverly maneuvered behind Blaziken during its leap, delivering an unexpected thunderbolt that hit its mark. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. How had Ash accomplished this? He had not issued any commands to Pikachu. Misty marveled, while Brock stroked his chin in contemplation, suggesting, perhaps Ash and Pikachu had conspired before the match. Ash was indeed quite adept. Misty gazed at Ash with a smile, whispering, "You've truly grown, Ash." The audience erupted in excitement as cameras clicked wildly. Oh, Pikachu is simply incredible. While Ash had indeed studied the arena and shared his thoughts with Pikachu beforehand, it was ultimately the blue light in his eyes that grasped the moment. The aura power. This was what Ash had redeemed with the 300 points he earned from the first half of the match during the break. The aura power required only a mere fraction of points for its initial exchange in the spatial market. Remembering the first time he had used aura, Pikachu's expression had been utterly adorable. Blaziken regained its composure and unleashed its most powerful flamethrower at Pikachu. Yu would not allow Pikachu's landing to go unchallenged. Despite concerns for Blaziken's condition, they had to resolve this swiftly. As Blaziken focused on the descending Pikachu, it erupted with fiery intensity. The searing blaze shot forth, scorching the ground beneath and turning it to a glowing white heat. Pikachu. As lightning surged at a staggering 100,000 volts, Ash furrowed his brow, realizing that such overwhelming power could not be evaded. Even if he attempted to dodge it, the residual force would render Pikachu incapable of continuing the battle. Resolute in his determination, Ash decided to fight with all his might. Sensing Ash's unwavering resolve, Pikachu felt no fear whatsoever. The speed of their charge intensified, and the flickering bolts of lightning danced wildly, ultimately enveloping Pikachu in a fierce electric embrace, plunging him into the fiery inferno. What a moment! Ash, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed in delight, "Volt Tackle." To his astonishment, at the critical juncture, Pikachu had mastered Volt Tackle. The electric attack sliced through the blazing flames of Blaziken, propelling Pikachu forward with indomitable spirit. The commentator's excitement grew as he proclaimed, "This match is full of surprises. It is simply spectacular." Cornered, Yiyu's emotions soared. He shouted with fervor, "We've come this far. Let's give it our all. Blaziken, increase your power. Don't let it lose." Ash, equally exhilarated, encouraged, "Go, Pikachu." Boom. The energies of lightning and flame collided violently, and as the smoke cleared, Blaziken knelt, while Pikachu lay defeated upon the ground. Pikachu had lost its fighting capability, granting victory to Blaziken. In Chapter 3, the showdown of champions commenced. Ash leaped into the arena, swiftly scooping up Pikachu and offering words of encouragement. "You were amazing, Pikachu. And you learned Volt Tackle. So cool. Pika Pika." Pikachu responded, filled with pride. "Ash, you were incredible. It's been ages since I've experienced such a fulfilling battle." Yiyu expressed sincerely, the match rekindling the fiery passion he felt at the start of his journey. "However, I have no intention of conceding easily in this match," he declared with determination. "Bring it on, Mr. Yiyu." Ash observed that despite 2 consecutive victories, Yiyu showed no sign of relaxation. "Thank you for your hard work, Blaziken. Now, I entrust you with this, Bayleaf." "Bay." Bayleaf affectionately called out to Ash. "Hydreigon, unleash Flamethrower." Yiyu initiated the attack. As Bayleaf entered battle mode, its gaze sharpened, dodging the attack with a graceful side leap. "Bayleaf, use Vine Whip," Ash commanded, a glint of strategy in his eyes, aiming to restrain Hydreigon's jaws. 2 vines shot forth from Bayleaf's neck, spiraling around Hydreigon's mouth in a tight grip. "Hydreigon!" Yiyu gasped in surprise. Yet Ash had no intention of allowing him a moment's respite. "Bayleaf, pull it in." Mountain Crush. With a forceful tug, the ensnared Hydreigon, now gripped in terror, was yanked forward and struck solidly by Bayleaf's Mountain Crush. Bang! A direct hit. Despite possessing a type advantage, Hydreigon fell before the might of Ash's Bayleaf without even showcasing its potential. It was indeed a frustrating turn of events, though the commentator refrained from voicing this sentiment. Though the Water-type Sharpedo holds a distinct advantage against the Dark Houndoom, Ash still yearns for each of his Pokémon to partake in the battle. Moreover, the use of Bayleaf's Vine Whip to restrain Houndoom proves to be a more effective strategy than having Sharpedo engage in a direct confrontation. Ash is truly remarkable. Misty, cradling Pikachu, beams with joy as she watches the unfolding scene, while Brock tends to their injuries. Brock nods in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of employing Bayleaf to confine Houndoom. "My apologies, Houndoom. It seems I underestimated you. Please, take a well-deserved rest." The match has reached a critical point. Currently, apart from the nearly exhausted Blaziken, Yiyu has but 1 Pokémon remaining. In contrast, Ash still has 4 Pokémon in reserve. As the commentator's words resonate, Yiyu sends forth his final Pokémon. "Go, Steelix." "Well done, Bayleaf. Take a breather." Yiyu initiates the attack, commanding Steelix to unleash Sandstorm. Instantly, a tempest of dust rises, altering the battlefield. Noctowl's movements become sluggish, suffering ongoing damage. Noctowl ascend. Ash urgently directs Noctowl with a wave of energy. Noctowl hesitates momentarily but swiftly adjusts its position, soaring high into the sky. In that fleeting moment, Steelix, under Yiyu's command, burrows from beneath Noctowl, launching a surprise assault. "Now," Ash shouts. Prepared, Noctowl breaks free from the Sandstorm's grasp and unleashes a powerful hurricane, combining with the winds to halt Steelix's advance. "What?" Yiyu exclaims in astonishment, but quickly regains composure. "Steelix, use Hyper Beam." Despite the lingering effects of the sandstorm, Noctowl's evasion is hindered. Yiyu's counterattack proves effective. As Hyper Beam strikes true, Noctowl is rendered unable to battle, and Steelix emerges victorious. Yiyu's swift reaction enlightens Ash, prompting him to reflect on the necessity of a more earnest understanding of this reality. This is not merely a game. One cannot simply negate changes by releasing a skill. The final confrontation approaches. Ash steadies his resolve and declares, "It's your turn, Charizard." At last, Charizard makes its grand entrance. Brock and Misty, holding Pikachu and Togepi, share hopeful smiles. Charizard is the first Pokémon Ash ever captured during his journey and boasts the highest level. Through unwavering effort, Ash has regained recognition. His training has taken place in the Charizard Valley of the Chengdu region. Both Ash and his companions have immense confidence in its prowess. Steelix, Sandstorm. Disperse it with your wings and charge forward. Flamethrower. In response to Yi Yu's cautious assault, Charizard unfurls its wings, dispersing the oncoming sandstorm, and dives towards Steelix, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. What? Yi Yu is taken aback by Charizard's strength, hastily altering his strategy. Steelix, dig. However, Charizard, having reached its destination, does not cease the fiery torrent it has conjured, directing it forcefully into the burrow. Boom. Bang. With two resounding explosions, Steelix, engulfed in flames, erupts from the earth. With a resounding crash, it fell to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Such formidable power. The Charizard is utterly overwhelming. Confronted by the flames spewing forth from Charizard, the Steelix within the cave found itself with no means of evasion, succumbing to a single blow. Thus far, only Blaze Chicken remains for contestant Yi Yu. Does he still have a chance at victory? The commentator's voice brimmed with excitement, resonating with the heightened emotions of the audience. Today's match was indeed breathtaking, filled with continuous surprises. Charizard. Gender. NA. Level. 53. Type. Fire Flying. Ability. Blaze. Base stats. 534. Potential. Intermediate Purple. Moves. Flamethrower. Dragon Rage. Wing Attack. Tackle. Earthquake. The level 42 Steelix stood at a disadvantage against Charizard, both in type and level. Therefore, Ash must resort to a swift offensive strategy to conserve Charizard's stamina. You truly are formidable, Ash. This is the final battle. I'm counting on you, Blaze Chicken. With a mighty roar, as they entered the arena, both Pokémon sensed the formidable aura emanating from one another, their gazes locked in fierce determination. However, after the arduous battles preceding this moment, Blaze Chicken's feathers bore the charred remnants of previous confrontations, and the fur along its neck was tousled and disheveled. Blaze Chicken unleashed Flamethrower. As the flames surged forward, Ash adopted the same strategy. He knew he must engage directly with the wounded Blaze Chicken, otherwise, even if they emerged victorious, neither he nor Charizard would find joy in the triumph. The two streams of fire collided fiercely, unleashing a wave of scorching heat, culminating in a deafening explosion. Flame Kick. Blaze Chicken sprang forth from the billowing smoke, landing a direct hit upon Charizard's head. Ash swiftly commanded, Tail Whip. Flame Punch. Blaze Chicken, having just executed a maneuver, reacted with remarkable speed, countering with a Flame Punch as Charizard closed in with its tail. Realizing that close combat would yield no advantage, Ash shouted, Grab it and use Earthquake. Charizard pivoted to ensnare Blaze Chicken, but before its hands could secure a grip, Blaze Chicken leapt back, evading deftly. What? Ash's pupils dilated slightly. How could it still react so swiftly at this juncture? Blaze Chicken unleashed Flamethrower. Steadying itself, Blaze Chicken unleashed a torrent of fire from its mouth. Yi Yu was determined not to squander any opportunity for retaliation. Dragon Rage. The flames at the tip of Charizard's tail flared dramatically, as a surge of fiery energy collided with Blaze Chicken's attack. In close quarters, both Pokémon were engulfed in the ensuing explosion. As the smoke cleared, the two Pokémon stood facing each other, their gazes locked once more. Ash's eyes sparkled with recognition. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Yet this time, he felt no trepidation. Indeed, with a thunderous crash, Blaze Chicken collapsed to the ground. Blaze Chicken has fallen. The commentator's exhilaration echoed throughout the arena, met with the thunderous applause and cheers of the audience. In the end, we've all given our best, haven't we, Blaze Chicken? Ash is truly a remarkable opponent. From the stands, Hanako rose, her camera clicking incessantly. Amazing, simply amazing. Ash and Pikachu. Professor Oak was also filled with excitement, as Ash and his Pokémon had truly performed exceptionally well today, providing us with countless surprises throughout the match. Splendid, Ash. You have indeed grown tremendously, Misty. As companions who have traveled together thus far, Misty and Brock beheld Ash with glistening eyes, filled with emotion and pride. Ash gazed ahead, lost in thought, until Pikachu, who had unknowingly approached him, tugged at his pant leg. Overjoyed, Ash lifted Pikachu into his arms, exclaiming, We won, Pikachu. Pika Pika, cried Pikachu, twirling in Ash's embrace, sharing in his exhilaration. Thus, in the Silver Conference quarterfinals, Ash triumphed over his opponent, Yue. Chapter 4. The Eve of the Finals and Individual Aspirations. Congratulations, Ash. You've made it to the top 4. Brock exclaimed, while Misty encouraged him, but do not let pride consume you. Tomorrow's match is the ultimate test. Of course, I will strive alongside everyone to seize the championship of the Silver Conference. Ash declared confidently, if all goes as expected. Your opponent tomorrow will be Durin from Cherry Blossom Town, Gary remarked as he approached with Professor Oak and Ash's mother, evidently having kept a watchful eye on Ash's progress. I've observed him. His strength is formidable. Without a sound strategy, victory will not come easily, Gary warned. Thank you, Gary. Ash nodded, as his ambitions extended far beyond merely defeating Yeyue. Aside from Snorlax, who had endured considerable strain today, Ash had managed to preserve the stamina of most of his Pokémon. All right, you should take your Pokémon to the Pokémon Center now, Ash. Professor Oak cheerfully reminded, genuinely pleased with their growth. We'll head to the restaurant to reserve a table and celebrate your achievements. Sure, you all go ahead, Ash replied, cradling Pikachu in his arms as he bid his friends farewell for the moment. Soon, he arrived at the Pokémon Center, handing over his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. After a brief inquiry, she advised that Snorlax should be treated and monitored, as it had sustained the most damage from the continuous assaults of Surly and Blaziken. Ash had no intention of overexerting it in tomorrow's match. After receiving Pikachu and his other Pokémon, Ash expressed his gratitude to Nurse Joy and prepared to reunite with his friends. As he stepped outside, he spotted Misty, Brock, and Yeyue engaged in conversation. Everyone, you've come out, Ash. Yes, Nurse Joy said that Pikachu's injuries are minimal. After a good night's rest, he should be fine for tomorrow's match. Ash informed them, as Pikachu stood up on his shoulder, patting its chest in affirmation. Pika Pika. With that, tomorrow's competition should pose no issues, Brock remarked. Just then, Yeyue approached Ash and extended his hand, stating, today's match was truly spectacular, Ash. Your Blaziken is quite formidable. Ash shook his hand, hoping for future opportunities to battle together. There will certainly be more. Yeyue smiled and then asked, Xiaoji, do you have any plans to travel to the Hoenn region? Xiaoji nodded. Actually, after the Silver Conference, I intend to visit Hoenn. That sounds wonderful. You must make sure to travel and explore, Yeyue replied, his gaze drifting into the distance. Dr. Otamaki often says that when you wish to uncover something, you must personally visit the place and observe it for yourself. Thus, I left the Hoenn region to embark on my journey, and I found Dr. Otamaki's words to be profoundly true. The landscapes and scenery along the way, as well as the myriad of Pokémon I encountered, were all remarkable experiences, akin to my meeting with you, Xiaoji. If you make it to Hoenn, be sure to meet with Dr. Otamaki. It will undoubtedly be beneficial for you. I will. Xiaoji nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Yeyue. Subsequently, Xiaoji and his companions bid farewell to Yeyue and headed towards the restaurant. Along the way, they learned that Brock and Misty had come to fetch him. Fearing he might get lost, suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. Xiaoji and his companions hurried towards the source of the sound. They found two young ladies embracing each other, their faces filled with panic. Xiaoji rushed forward to inquire, what happened? There's a monster. One of the young ladies pointed upwards. Xiaoji and the others looked up, and Misty gasped, clutching her Togepi and hiding behind Xiaoji. They saw three indistinct shadows swirling in the air, not far away. What is that? Brock observed calmly, while Xiaoji interjected, it's all right. They must be ghost-type Pokémon. Go, Noctowl, use your reveal technique. The Noctowl emerged, its eyes emitting a beam of light that gradually unveiled the forms of the shadows above. It turned out to be three Shuppet, their little faces anxious and seemingly unwilling to leave. Xiaoji, what is going on? At that moment, Green ran over. It's nothing. The Shuppet just came out, Xiaoji pointed out, but they seem to be looking for something. Just as he finished speaking, the three Shuppet appeared to sense something and flew towards the woods. It's a Shuppet. Following closely behind, Xiaoji and his companions discovered one Shuppet pinned to the ground by a tree. They hurriedly worked together to free it. After inspecting it, they found that the Shuppet was unharmed. The three little ones were likely searching for their companion. Seeing their friend safe and sound, the reunited Shuppet expressed their gratitude to Xiaoji and his companions before vanishing into the forest. Now we can rest easy. Misty exhaled a sigh of relief as she watched the Shuppet disappear. Green ventured a guess about the situation. Xiaoji seemed to recall something and stepped forward. You've had a profound understanding of Pokémon since childhood, Green. That is something quite different from me. Green teased, and Xiaoji playfully punched him lightly on the chest. You're certainly not modest. The two of them had seemingly been in a friendly rivalry since childhood. Yet, In truth, everyone deeply cares for one another. Much like this instance where Ash battled against Leaf, Gary remained steadfastly by the entrance, accompanying him from the very beginning until the conclusion of the match. Throughout my journey, I have witnessed the myriad evolutions of Pokémon. Gary expressed his thoughts, remarking on the docile Magikarp, which transforms into the formidable Gyarados upon evolution. My curiosity yearns for more knowledge pertaining to these extraordinary creatures. I wish to delve into the marvels of Pokémon and uncover their secrets. A different spark illuminated Gary's face as he earnestly declared, "I aspire to become a Pokémon researcher." Memories of Gary flooded my mind as if I had experienced them firsthand. Ash gazed at him intently, then suddenly smiled. "Congratulations, Gary. You've discovered your true calling. A Pokémon researcher suits you perfectly, Professor Gary." Gary paused in surprise, then chuckled. "You've changed a bit as well. Best of luck in tomorrow's match, Pokémon Master." With that, Gary took his leave. It is not just the scenic vistas and poetry along the journey. The bonds between people and between humans and Pokémon may truly encapsulate the essence of travel. On the day of the Silver Conference Finals, all eyes were fixated on the event. Even before it commenced, the venue was already teeming with spectators. Ever since Ash triumphed over the champion contender Leaf the day prior, all attention had converged upon him. After all, in the previous match, both Ash and his Pokémon exhibited the prowess befitting a champion. The discerning observer could even perceive the remarkable endurance displayed by Ash's Pokémon. "Thank you for your hard work, Venusaur." Under the relentless barrage of Ash's Charizard's swift attacks, Venusaur succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, the only Pokémon left in Dusher's arsenal was but one, while Ash still possessed three. Could Dusher still turn the tide and vie for the coveted champion's trophy? The commentary remained fervent and exhilarating. Ash recognized that this job was not an easy one. He wondered how many vocal cords would be strained throughout this day. Observing Charizard, who was rapidly depleting its stamina, Ash understood that despite his significant advantage, he could not afford to be complacent until the match concluded. Yet, he also knew why Leaf, in his previous life, had faltered in the semifinals without deploying Blaziken. Before him stood Dusher, hailing from Cherry Town in the Kanto region. His initial Pokémon was also his trump card, a level 58 Venusaur. The frenzied plant attack, just before its fall, nearly took Charizard down with it. "I'll leave the final showdown to you, Pikachu." Ash locked eyes with Pikachu, knowing that this decisive moment belonged solely to him. "Go, Pidgeot." Dusher's final Pokémon was Pidgeot. Facing a flying-type Pokémon, Pikachu's speed advantage would be curtailed. Yet electric-type moves were particularly effective against flying types. What sort of battle would unfold now? The initial strike was launched by contestant Dush, commanding his Pidgeot to unleash a fierce hurricane. Despite its imposing size, Pidgeot moved with astonishing swiftness. Now, the Sacred Bird's special attack. Dush exhibited impeccable timing, leaving no opportunity for Pikachu to adjust. A brilliant light enveloped Pidgeot as it dove toward Pikachu like an arrow. The double sonic speed of Pidgeot was fully displayed at this moment. If this blow were to connect, Pikachu would find it exceedingly difficult to continue the battle. Even if Pikachu managed to stand firm, there would scarcely be time to execute a counterattack. Chapter 5. The Divine Strike of Pikachu, the first champion of the tournament. Pikachu, utilizing its tail, leaped onto Pidgeot's back. Ash issued the command, confident in the synergy between him and Pikachu. If escape was impossible, then they would confront it head-on. Pikachu curled its tail beneath itself, harnessing Pidgeot's instantaneous momentum to propel its entire form upward with remarkable speed. Boom! The impact from the Sacred Bird created a massive crater upon the ground. In that fleeting moment, as Pidgeot spread its wings to gain altitude, Pikachu landed flawlessly on its back. Unbelievable. Dush was taken aback. Goodness. In such circumstances, at such close range, during the very instant Pidgeot adjusted its momentum, Pikachu had actually accomplished it. It successfully leaped onto Pidgeot's back. The commentator was clearly astonished, taking a moment to regain composure before exclaiming with excitement. A typical Pikachu might not have achieved this, but my Pikachu certainly can. Ash smiled with confidence, urging, "Maintain this position, Pikachu. Now unleash Thunderbolt." Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electricity. "Do not give it a chance, Pidgeot, use Quick Attack." Dush hastily commanded. If Pidgeot were to withstand Pikachu's South Thunderbolt at such close proximity, it would undoubtedly lose its combat capability. Pika, Pika. Pidgeot began to accelerate steeply upward, battling against the fierce winds. while Pikachu clung tightly to its back. Impressive. Ash clenched his fist, instructing Pikachu, wait for Pidgeot to stabilize before using Volt Tackle. Suddenly, Dush had a flash of inspiration. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, dive straight down toward the ground. Feeling Pikachu on its back, Pidgeot's previously agitated demeanor turned resolute. It indeed began to plunge downwards. This is bad. Brock in the waiting area seemed to sense the opponent's intent. Pidgeot's maneuvering in the air was swift. Dush was aiming to crash into the ground, propelling Pikachu upward with the impact. How could this be allowed? Misty sprang to her feet, shouting into the arena, quick, Ash, get Pikachu out of there. Colliding with the floor at such speed would not be a trifling matter for either Pokémon. Dush was, of course, well aware of this. Yet at the very least, he aimed to defeat that Pikachu. Meanwhile, Ash in the arena remained fixated, issuing no commands. Bang! With a tremendous roar, dust billowed into the air. As the majestic Beedrill hovered just 2 to 3 meters above the ground, it suddenly curled its head and, with a powerful thrust of its tail, slammed its back forcefully against the earth. Now, Ash abruptly raised his head and shouted, Pikachu! Thunderbolt! What? Amidst the swirling dust, a small silhouette, accompanied by flickering bolts of electricity, revealed itself in midair. Pikachu! The descending lightning struck ferociously upon Beedrill. As the electric light dissipated, Beedrill, shrouded in smoke, collapsed with a resounding thud. It was evident that Beedrill was attempting a maneuver just a few meters from the ground when Pikachu released its grip. Utilizing the pressure created by Beedrill's impact with the ground, Pikachu propelled itself upward in the opposite direction. How spectacular! From the moment Ash commanded Pikachu to leap onto Beedrill's back, to instructing it to seize the opportunity. This match showcased not merely a battle between Pokémon, but also the profound synergy and mutual trust between Pokémon and trainer, brilliantly exemplified by Ash and his Pikachu. I was utterly convinced, without a hint of disagreement. Ash triumphed. Huzzah for Togepi. Now, the championship trophy is but a step away. Amidst the cheers and applause, Ash descended from the arena. Calling out to Misty and Brock, he hurried to the Pokémon Center to entrust his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Very well. I have indeed received Ash's Pokémon, and I will now take them for treatment. Nurse Joy smiled, adding, Snorlax is recovering exceptionally well and can be picked up at any time. Thank you, Nurse Joy, Ash said with a slight bow of gratitude. At that moment, Brock approached. You plan to use Snorlax again tomorrow, right, Ash? Yes, Ash nodded. And I will also be relying on Pikachu and Charizard. As for Bulbasaur, Totodile, and Hoothoot, I intend to substitute them with Bayleaf, Squirtle, and Heracross. Today, Charizard sustained considerable damage against Dusher's Venusaur. It won't fully recover overnight. However, if Charizard is not allowed to participate in the final match, I fear it may be displeased. Moreover, if my memory serves me right, this final opponent does not appear to be particularly formidable, having relied heavily on luck throughout the tournament. As the Silver Conference approached its climax, the vibrant atmosphere showed no signs of waning. Although many had come to support their local trainers, a significant number of trainers from beyond Silver Town chose to remain until the very end of the tournament before departing together. The Silver Conference was finally nearing its conclusion. Faced with the formidable Ash and his Pokémon, the remaining challenger was left with only one Tyranitar. Meanwhile, Ash still had 3 Pokémon in reserve. Thank you for your hard work, Squirtle. Surprisingly, the Pokémon that Ash chose not to field was Bayleaf. In light of the type disadvantage, could the Challenger-S Tyranitar possibly defeat Squirtle as well? Just as the commentary concluded, Ash initiated the attack. Bayleaf, Leaf Blade, Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, Rock Seal. Boom. A massive boulder erupted from the ground, imprisoning Bayleaf in its midst and immobilizing its movements. Use Tackle. The same old trick, which is ineffective against Bayleaf. Ash chuckled with a hint of arrogance. Bayleaf, use Vine Whip to ensnare its feet. Bang. The ground trembled as 2 powerful vines emerged from the crevices of the rock, entangling the running ironclad Tyrannosaurus. With Bayleaf exerting its strength, the unbalanced ironclad Tyrannosaurus slipped and crashed into the boulder before it. Now is the moment. What is this? Ash gazed at the shimmering light gathering atop Bayleaf's head, grinning widely. Go for it, Bayleaf. Unleash Solar Beam. Whoosh. Boom. A dazzling beam of white light struck directly. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus succumbed to defeat, and Bayleaf emerged victorious. As the referee's words echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers. The victor was revealed. The champion of this silver conference is Ash from Pallet Town. The arena resounded with applause and cascading confetti. Amidst the crowd's adulation, Ash received the champion's trophy presented by President Damalanche. This marked Ash's first trophy of victory. Simultaneously, the silver conference drew to a close. Chapter 6. Farewell. The bonds of Ash, Misty, and Brock. Their journey through the Chengdu region had come to an end. Ash and his companions set their sights on Pallet Town, taking a detour to arrive at the city of Tokiwa. What marvelous Pokémon might hatch from the egg? Brock walked beside Ash, eagerly gazing at the Pokémon egg in Ash's arms, softly commenting, "Indeed, it's quite exciting." Ash's expression softened. Inside, a new life is being nurtured. His emotions were profoundly unique at this moment. This was the reward for winning the Silver Conference, handed to him by President Damalanche on the day of the event's conclusion, a Pokémon egg, a prize of 100,000 League credits, and the opportunity to select one of the starter Pokémon from Chengdu as an award. The egg Ash cradled was a vibrant green, adorned with red and white patterns. Initially, Ash speculated it belonged to Jira, but he recalled that Jira and its evolution, Banjira, did not exhibit red and white markings. "What's the matter, Misty? You seem rather downcast." Brock's voice broke through Ash's contemplation. Turning to look, he saw Misty forcing a smile. "I'm fine, really. All right, we're at the Pokémon Center now. Let's head inside. Nurse Joy?" With that, Brock sprang into action, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he rushed in first. "My name is Brock, an optimistic boy aiming to become the world's foremost Pokémon breeder." Brock struck a pose, speaking earnestly. "Though my eyes are small, I hope you can accept not only my Pokémon, but also my fervent heart." "I'm afraid that's not possible." Nurse Joy raised her hands in a gesture of playful refusal, smiling. Thud. Brock, taken aback, slowly fell to the ground, his passionate heart now feeling quite cold. "Oh, Brock." Ash approached with a smile. "Miss Joy, I am Ash from Pallet Town. Do you remember me?" Pikachu chimed in. He recalled the kindness he received when he first embarked on his journey. However, Miss Joy responded with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but I have just arrived at this Pokémon Center. The previous Miss Joy did tell me about you. You must be Misty, right?" Misty, suddenly being called out, was momentarily taken aback. "Your sister in Cerulean City left a message for you. She urged you to get in touch with them." "Sister?" Misty was puzzled. Accompanied by Ash and Brock, she dialed the number. To her surprise, the Cerulean sisters were busy packing their bags. It turned out that they had won a family trip around the world and were preparing to set off. "We leave the Cerulean Gym to you, Misty," the sisters said as they finished packing and hung up the phone, leaving Misty in disbelief. Brock, filled with envy, lamented, "A trip around the world. How lucky they are." Ash, standing nearby, held a different opinion. Despite the sisters' frequent teasing of Misty, they deeply cared for their younger sibling. Their commitment to the Cerulean Gym was solely to allow Misty the freedom to travel worry-free. It seemed they believed it was now time to entrust the gym entirely to her, using this as a convenient excuse. After all, among the four sisters, only Misty aspired to become a master of water-type Pokémon, and they believed she could be a competent gym leader. "That is not fair. Why must I stay behind to look after the gym?" Misty retorted. Just then, Miss Joy approached with a bicycle. "Is this yours?" Misty stood up, unable to contain her curiosity. "My bicycle? I heard it was broken, but the previous Miss Joy fixed it." Miss Joy explained. Both Misty and Ash were momentarily lost in thought, memories flooding back from their journey together. Misty recalled how she had managed to catch up to Ash with that very bicycle. Ash chuckled, stepping forward to touch the bike. "The previous Miss Joy is truly remarkable." "Why are you so happy, Ash?" Misty exclaimed, feeling upset. "You don't understand how I feel." "Huh." Ash was taken aback. "Wait, I'm being misunderstood," Brock thoughtfully remarked. "Misty probably wants to continue traveling with us." "I certainly know that," Ash replied with a wry smile. Although he had little romantic experience in his past life, he wasn't completely oblivious. Misty had clearly misunderstood him. While she often displayed a headstrong demeanor, she was anything but spoiled. He recalled their journey in the Orange Islands, when he and Tracy accidentally fell into a flower stamen and were rendered helpless by paralysis powder. Anxiously, Xiaoxia ventured alone to the riverside in search of aquatic plants that could aid in recovery. Along the way, she encountered the tantalizing traps of delectable treats, cosmetics, and beautiful dresses presented by Meow and Kojiro. Yet, Xiaoxia remained steadfast in her thoughts for her ailing companions. Silently, she left a portion of the aquatic plants to treat Musashi, who was suffering from a similar plight. Ultimately, she prepared a broth from the plants for Ash and the others, cautioning Ash to sip it slowly as it was quite hot. Her gentle demeanor prompted Ash to remark, "Xiaoxia, I've noticed you seem more tender-hearted than usual." Faced with this straightforward, yet intricately thoughtful girl, Ash felt a profound bond with her. "Pikachu, let us find Xiaoxia. Pika Pika." With this thought, Ash dashed forward, followed closely by Brock, who smiled in agreement. Meanwhile, the despondent Xiaoxia wandered the streets, only to encounter a trio who claimed to be the strongest trainers in judo. In her melancholic state, she quickly accepted their challenge, spurred on by their provocations. However, what had been promised as a one-on-one duel swiftly devolved when Xiaoxia's Frogadier fell short against the trio's onslaught, leading them to unleash their Pokémon in unison. Aberrang, Charurang, and Copperang swiftly surrounded her Frogadier. How despicable! They had just agreed to a one-on-one battle. Angered, Xiaoxia clutched her Togepi. Just as she was about to fall into despair, a commanding voice interrupted. "What are you doing to my important companion?" Xiaoxia turned to see Ash, his expression serious. Alongside Brock, who wore a reassuring smile. "You're being too distant. If it's a battle, you should have notified us. In a 3-on-3 match, we are fully committed." Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Furitos, use Rapid Spin. In an instant, Copperang and Charurang were sent flying. As they looked at the steadfast Pikachu and Furitos before them, a hat was suddenly placed atop Xiaoxia's head. Lifting her gaze, she found Ash, beaming with joy, standing protectively in front of her. "What are you talking about? How can we ignore the bullying of our important companions?" "Indeed, we are good companions, having traveled together for so long," Brock added with a smile. Ash approached Xiaoxia, saying, "If this is meddling, then I'm certainly that meddler. I will take charge of this matter." "Ash," Xiaoxia murmured, feeling an unprecedented sense of security emanating from him. It was warm and reassuring. "I'll leave the final blow to you," Ash said, patting her back. "Master of Water-type Pokémon." "I understand," Xiaoxia replied, her expression growing serious as she turned to her Frogadier. "Go, Frogadier. Use Bubble Attack." As the trio's Pokémon fell to the ground, 2 soccer nets burst forth from either side, merging towards them. What? 2 beams of blue light flashed, suddenly halting the net's convergence. Xiaoxia and Brock turned to see a boy glowing with blue light standing between them. "Ash, Team Rocket, I sense your presence." "What is this, Meow?" "Indeed, that little rascal is quite outrageous." The Rocket team, in a state of utter desperation, leapt from the bushes. Upon seeing the saviors, the trio from Pewter hurriedly called out, "Oh, esteemed members of Team Rocket, please save us. These rascals are too formidable." "Perhaps it is you who are too feeble," came the retort. "In that case, let us simply seize Pikachu." Realizing they were all in cahoots, Misty and Brock reacted swiftly. "Let us wait until you all become stars before bickering." Ash stepped forward. "Misty, Brock, it's time to act." "All right." Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Politoed, Bubble Beam. Fortress, Rapid Spin. The intertwining energies erupted explosively, launching the adversaries skyward. What a bothersome sensation. Ding. Transform into stars. Chapter 7. Hats and Pokeballs, Unchanging Bonds. The disruptions caused by Team Rocket once again testified to the bond shared by Ash and his companions. Ash assisted Misty in pushing the bicycle as the trio strolled towards Viridian Forest. "Ash, remember to wash your face and brush your teeth well after waking up." "Don't worry." Pikachu, be cautious and don't overindulge in food. Pika and Brock, don't let beautiful older sisters cloud your judgment. Understood. Moreover, Ash, you mustn't always seek to prove yourself in every situation. It easily leads to worry among us. Not at all. Besides, I've awakened my aura abilities. Ash exclaimed, referring to the powers he had just explained. So there's no need for concern. That may be so, but what if you get injured? I got it. I'll be careful. If I don't remind you, who will? Misty, cradling Togepi, gazed down at the bicycle. It all began with this bicycle, Togepi. Our meeting was merely a coincidence, wasn't it? Not a coincidence. Ash interjected. We met and have traveled together up to this point. We've quarreled and experienced so much. What are you talking about? What Ash means is that our journey has been about becoming true friends. Brock clarified. Ash smiled at both of them, reflecting, the world is vast, yet I found you. This must be the finest arrangement, certainly not a mere coincidence. The finest arrangement. Misty gazed at Ash, her expression turning radiant. Yes, as the sun began to set, they arrived at a fork in the road. signaling their impending separation. By the way, Misty, Ash produced a Pokeball and handed it over. Take this. Isn't this the reward you received at the Silver Conference? Misty was about to decline when Ash placed it in the Bicycle S basket. I chose a Totodile for you, hoping it will assist you on your journey to become a Water-type Pokémon Master. Totodile? So this is a special selection from Ash for me. Brock couldn't help but smile with appreciation, further moved by Ash's nod. It seems Ash has not only matured but also gained insight. Especially for me. Misty's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she instinctively turned her head away. In an effort to conceal her nearly unraveling emotions from Ash and Brock, Misty found herself in a state of turmoil yet gentleness. Both Ash and Brock shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent together. After a moment, Misty finally spoke. Ash, could you possibly gift me that cap of yours? Ash nodded, affirming, of course. Once you become an exceptional gym leader and wish to travel again, feel free to reach out to us, Misty. Thank you, Ash, she replied. At the moment of parting, with countless unspoken words lingering in the air, the inevitable farewell had arrived. In a tender gesture, Misty wrapped Ash's bento, which Brock had prepared, in her handkerchief and handed it to him. Thank you both, Misty and Brock. Ash, wait for me. I want to travel with you again. Everyone, let's keep striving. We shall meet again, exclaimed Ash. Pikachu, we're off. Pika Pika. Upon returning to Pallet Town, Ash stood at his doorstep, smiling at Pikachu. Bonnie, Hanako, who had prepared a feast, along with the beloved Sudowoodo, greeted them joyfully. Once home, Ash felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. After dinner, he shared tales of his adventures with his mother and Sudowoodo, albeit hastily glossing over some perilous incidents. After all, having spent so much time away, he didn't want to burden his mother with worry. They chatted late into the night until Hanako gently reminded him to wash up and retire for the evening. The next day, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep, Ash awoke to the sounds of commotion outside. Utilizing his aura perception, he discovered that the residents of Pallet Town had gathered outside. You're up, Ash, Hanako exclaimed, opening the door and smiling at Ash, who was preparing to investigate the noise. Everyone has been waiting for you. Huh, I slept in this late. Don't let the victory at the Silver Conference make you complacent, Ash. Gary leaned against the doorframe. Just then, another familiar face approached, Brock, who explained, today, we're celebrating your triumph at the Silver Conference. Professor Oak got up early to inform everyone, still in a state of disbelief. Ash was ushered to a makeshift stage outside, surrounded by well-wishers. Professor Oak had already taken to the microphone, declaring, our champion from Pallet Town has arrived. Let us raise a toast to Ash for his victory at the Pokémon League Silver Conference. Cheers. As the guests' stomachs rumbled, Hanako added, let us commence the feast. With a chuckle, she addressed the gathering. Ash, you are truly remarkable. Champion of the league, bringing pride to Pallet Town. The residents offered their heartfelt congratulations, and the atmosphere of the banquet was filled with warmth and joy. After expressing his gratitude to everyone, Ash and Pikachu joined the festivities. Had I known this would happen, I should have invited Brock and Misty along, Ash remarked, taking a sip of juice. Pikachu comforted him with a reassuring pat. Pika Pika. It's nothing. I'm merely reminiscing. We shall reunite before long. During the midst of the banquet, Xiao Mao departed early, bearing his luggage. From Dr. Odom, it was revealed that he possessed a ticket for the evening ferry. He lingered a bit longer to extend his congratulations to Xiaoji. Sometimes, profound friendship requires no excessive words. We cannot afford to lose either, Xiaoji exclaimed, bidding farewell to everyone before heading towards Dr. Odom with Pikachu. Eager to visit his Pokémon, it seemed that Xiaoji's journey was about to commence anew, sighed Dr. Odom. The once naive boy, who had been late on the first day of his travels and caused a myriad of amusing incidents, had indeed matured. Hanako nodded reluctantly, suddenly breaking into a chuckle. It appeared she needed to prepare new attire for him in advance. After greeting the Pokémon entrusted to Dr. Odom, Xiaoji released his companions captured during the Chengdu Alliance journey to meet everyone. Notably, in the subsequent competitions, the Night Owl, the Croconaw, and the Snorlax had all leveled up by 2 to 3 tiers. Charizard had also ascended to level 54 in the final match. Pikachu, who had always accompanied Xiaoji, now stood at level 55, just a hair's breadth away from reaching 56. Furthermore, as the tournament concluded, the Bayleaf successfully evolved into its final form, the Meganium, marking a bountiful harvest. However, the Croconaw had reached level 32 but, for reasons unknown, had yet to evolve. The training tasks ahead remained daunting. Xiaoji sighed softly, patting his cheek. This was not the time for nostalgia. He must prepare thoroughly for the forthcoming Hoenn region. Let us proceed, Pikachu. Xiaoji donned a serious expression. We are off to meet an old friend. Pika? Chapter 8. The Return of Pidgeot. A New Journey. In the depths of the Tokiwa forest, Xiaoji rode with Pikachu perched upon his shoulder, galloping on a Tauros deeper into the woods. The scent of fresh grass accompanied the wind brushing against his face, filling his heart with anticipation and exuberance. Among his Pokémon, only Charizard was capable of flight with a rider, yet regrettably, it was not by his side at this moment. Thus, in his quest to fetch an old friend, Xiaoji resorted to traversing the land on Tauros. Naturally, such conspicuousness would inevitably rouse the wild Pokémon along the route. However, under the protective shield of Pikachu's Thunderbolt and his aura, their journey remained unhindered. Regrettably, the experience yielded from defeating wild Pokémon was scant. Xiaoji even discovered that those exceeding level 30 offered no experience whatsoever. This revelation dashed his hopes of quick wealth before he had even begun. Pika. Suddenly, Pikachu stumbled, for Tauros had come to a halt. As they ventured deeper, wild Pokémon became increasingly scarce. It was evident that they had entered the territory of a particular Pokémon or a clan. Tauros, sensing danger, had thus ceased its advance. Thank you for your hard work, Tauros. Xiaoji turned his gaze to survey the surroundings. Thickets abound, dense forests tightly woven. This is indeed an ideal sanctuary for flying-type and bug-type Pokémon. Pikachu, it seems you are aware of the old friend we are about to meet, aren't you? Ash chuckled, a blue light emanating from him. Infused with the aura of his spirit, he called out to the sky, Pidgeot, are you there? The sound traveled far, and numerous rustling noises echoed through the woods. After a brief pause in time, a large flock of Spearow and Pidgey gathered upon the branches surrounding Ash and his companions. For Pidgeots circled above. Yet, Ash discerned that these were not his own Pidgeots. Then came a resounding call. A Pidgeot, even larger and more majestic, soared forth. The Spearow, Pidgey, and even the other 4 Pidgeots abruptly fell silent. Clearly, this was the leader of the entire flock. However, upon spotting Ash, the Pidgeot suddenly dove downwards. Pikachu. Ash smiled and stepped forward. Indeed, Pikachu. It seems we need to help our old friend cool down. Before coming to retrieve the Pidgeot, Ash had suspected such a scenario could arise. He wondered if perhaps the production team had overlooked this detail. The Pidgeot spread its wings once more, radiating a blinding white light that enveloped its diving form. What is this? Sacred Bird Strike. Ash was momentarily taken aback, then filled with excitement. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu, leaping from branch to branch, was enveloped in high-voltage electricity, colliding fiercely with the Pidgeot. The smoke from the explosion spread, and the 2 figures, one large and one small, were propelled backward. Pidgeot. Gender, male. Level, 52. Type, flying normal. Ability, keen eye. Base stats, 479. Aptitude, deep blue. Skills, sunny day, protect, rain dance, double team, aerial ace, steel wing, hurricane, sacred bird strike. After becoming the leader, Pidgeot not only diligently trained and organized its flock, but also endured numerous battles. Now it truly reigns as the king of the skies in the Viridian forest. You are remarkable, Pidgeot. Ash exclaimed in admiration, laughing. Now, let me show you our growth. No sooner had he spoken than Pidgeot transformed into numerous silhouettes, its wings shimmering with white light, sweeping down upon them. This was the combination technique of Double Team and Steel Wing. Ash furrowed his brow, and as Pidgeot approached, he called out, Pikachu, use Thunder. Pikachu. The electric current surged upward, summoning a massive bolt of lightning that instantly dispelled all the illusions. Absorbing the lightning, Pikachu's cheeks sparkled with electricity, radiating fierce determination. Rich in battle experience, Pidgeot halted mid-flight, gathering a radiant orange light within its beak. Destructive Beam. Ash was overjoyed. Pidgeot had provided countless surprises. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Boom. After the clash of their powerful moves, both Pokémon were left utterly exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu. Ash approached slowly, extending his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting, Pidgeot. I'm here to take you. Pidgeot gazed for a moment, its expression gradually softening. After raising its head and letting out a cry, it gently tapped the Pokeball in Ash's hand with its beak, transforming into a red light and entering the ball. It had once again acknowledged Ash. becoming yet another formidable ally alongside Pikachu and Charizard. The gust of wind from Pidgeot's descent startled the Sudowoodo that was busy weeding at the entrance. Pikachu leaped down first, offering a comforting pat. "It's us, Sudowoodo." As Ash stepped inside, he spotted his mother, Hanako, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of food. He walked into the living room, smiling. "Professor Oak, Brock, good evening," perhaps aware that Ash was about to embark on a new adventure. Professor Oak and Brock had come at Hanako's invitation to see him off. After dinner, Professor Oak presented Ash with an updated Pokédex as a farewell gift. Brock assisted in placing the Pokémon egg into the incubator. After offering some final words of advice, Professor Oak and Brock took their leave. And so, the next day arrived. "Ash, I've prepared your new travel clothes and backpack," Hanako said, handing them to him. "Take care of yourself out there. Pikachu, I'll be counting on you again. Pika Pika." "Thank you, Mom." Ash gently embraced Hanako before shouldering his luggage. "All right, I believe in you. Do your best. Sudowoodo. I'll rely on you to keep an eye on things at home." Sudowoodo. With a wave, Sudowoodo bid farewell to Hanako. On the hillside of Pallet Town, Ash spotted a radiant, multicolored bird soaring towards the Hoenn region. Ash and Pikachu officially embarked on their new journey. Chapter 9, Hoenn Region. Slateport City. Aboard the ship to Hoenn, Pikachu was equipped with a mechanical device, leaping and striking the incoming bouncy balls with its tail. "Great, your accuracy is improving, Pikachu," Ash exclaimed, producing an energy cube he had exchanged from his inventory and offering it to Pikachu. "Take a break for a while." After a quick ferry ride from Kanto, they would reach the Hoenn region by morning. Pikachu. Gender, male. Level, 55. Type, electric. Ability, static. Base stats, 320. Potential, light gold. Skills, quick attack, agility, thunderbolt, thunder. Volt tackle. Pikachu possessed the highest tier of golden potential, granting it exceptional aptitude in both growth and skill mastery. However, in the past, Ash had not adequately trained or synergized Pikachu's skills. Aside from movement and range techniques, Pikachu's close combat skills had not been sufficiently honed, hindering its ability to fully unleash its potential and versatility in battles. Therefore, Ash resolved to teach Pikachu Iron Tail first, then use agility to help Pikachu learn Double Team, further enhancing its skill set. Instead of recklessly confronting challenges head-on as before, Ash realized that his title as the Master of Zeroing in the previous region was largely influenced by his battle strategies. "Come forth, Pidgeot." He summoned Pidgeot to further refine their training. "Pidgeot, you'll be the sparring partner for Pikachu from now on. Use your wings to continuously strike the rebound ball for Pikachu," Ash instructed. "Pikachu, while honing your reflexes and activating your tail muscles, gradually concentrate your energy into your tail." "Ah, I just exchanged for a weighted device," Ash added. He retrieved a mechanical eye from his backpack and placed it behind Pidgeot. For tentacles extended based on its physique, wrapping around Pidgeot's wings and claws. "I've adjusted the gravity to a level you can adapt to, where this during training, it will be beneficial for you." "Pika." Pidgeot responded enthusiastically. With everything arranged, Ash settled to the side and took out a notebook to draft training plans for his Pokémon. "It seems Ash has changed from before," Pidgeot remarked during training. "Indeed, everyone has been making progress, and Ash has grown significantly. As Pikachu adapted to the strikes, its power increased steadily. With this training, I feel I've improved immensely. Should I exert more strength? All right, bring it on." While Ash trained Pikachu and the others, the ship had unknowingly arrived at the Hoenn region. Weavee arrived at Hoenn. Pikachu. Pika Pika. Ash, holding a Pokémon egg, and Pikachu, disembarked at the port of Slateport City. Dr. Otamaki's research facility was quite renowned in Slateport. So Ash inquired with someone at the dock, obtained a hand-drawn map, and headed toward the forest. After Ash departed, Team Rocket emerged from the back of the ship. It was evident they had clandestinely followed Ash and Pikachu. Although Ash had already noticed them, he chose not to confront them, despite being labeled as villains. Team Rocket had a fundamentally good nature, and Ash actually enjoyed their company. Their absence during the journey would diminish the fun significantly. "This is Hoenn. I sense there will be many Pokémon we've never encountered before. This time, we must capture Hoenn's Pokémon and Pikachu to present to our boss." What a delightful feeling of promotion and prosperity. On the other side, Ash, following the map and signposts, quickly found the location. He stood before Dr. Otamaki's research facility and rang the doorbell. "Hello, this is Dr. Otamaki's research facility. May I ask who you are?" "Ash, the champion of the Silver Conference." The person on the other side exhibited a slight change in tone. Hello? Dr. Otamaki has already informed me about your visit, sent by Professor Oak, right? I'll open the door for you. Please wait a moment. While waiting, Ash observed the surroundings. Dr. Otamaki seemed to have quite a vision. The entire facility was nestled on the edge of the forest, harmonizing with nature, far removed from the clamor of the town. Residing here must be a source of daily serenity. Greetings, Ash. The youth, with an apologetic expression, opened the gate, saying, I apologize for keeping you waiting. However, Professor Oak is currently out in the field researching wild Pokémon. The politeness of the other party made Ash feel somewhat embarrassed. During their conversation, Ash learned that this individual was Professor Oak's assistant, named Joshua. The professor often ventures into the forest to observe Pokémon in their most authentic state, which Ash greatly admired. He recalled his memories of Professor Oak and the Hoenn region with fondness. As for the reason behind the assistant's courteous demeanor, it became clear to Ash once Joshua handed him a newspaper titled The Strongest Newcomer, Ash from Pallet Town. And shocking, can Pikachu be this powerful? And Champion's acknowledgement, winner of the Silver Conference. Regardless of the world, public opinion invariably sways with the tides of popularity. The Hoenn region's colorful tournament had concluded in the first half of the year, leading all eyes to turn to the Silver Conference. From the quarterfinals to the final victory, Ash performed exceptionally well, consistently making astute decisions under pressure, showcasing a commanding presence. This garnered him high praise. Consequently, many trainers, whether they had set out recently or were yet to embark on their journeys, began to idolize Ash and view him as a target to aspire to. So that is the case. Ash began to piece together the sequence of events. After reflecting, he chose not to dwell on it excessively, having long outgrown the age of overwhelming vanity. Observing Ash's demeanor, Joshua nodded in appreciation. Just as he was about to change the subject, the phone in the research facility rang. I apologize, Ash. I must take this call. No problem, Mr. Joshua. Ash picked up a cup of water, ready to drink. When suddenly, startled exclamations erupted. Joshua rushed out, his face filled with alarm. It's bad news. Professor Oak's vehicle has broken down, and he is in danger. Is there anything I can do to help, Mr. Joshua? If possible, Ash, please go assist Professor Oak while I drive to find him. Do we not have a specific location? The professor couldn't provide details before the call ended. The situation was dire. Ash frowned and dashed outside the research facility. Releasing his Pokeball. It's you, Beedrill. Beedrill. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika Pika. With the Pokémon egg in his arms, Ash leapt onto Beedrill's back, soaring into the sky alongside Pikachu. Searching this way, he pondered how long it might take. As he gazed upon the boundless expanse of greenery, a blue glow enveloped him, and he closed his eyes. Chapter 10. The newcomer Mayumi, the innocent dancer. With a delightful sound, a red bicycle soared from a steep slope, landing on the flat road. A girl clad in red, her face adorned with a radiant smile, darted through the unblemished forest. My name is Mayumi, and I am 10 years old. I am currently on my way to find my father's friend, Professor Oak, to receive a beginner Pokémon. Embark on a journey as a Pokémon trainer. While this may be the case, my true intention is merely to traverse the world and experience its wonders. Soon I shall arrive at Verdant Town. In a moment of sheer panic, May hastily wobbled her bicycle, veering towards the adjacent mountain path. Haunted by childhood fears, May had always harbored a considerable apprehension towards Pokémon. Hence, she rode her bicycle, hoping to swiftly navigate through the forest, yet was unexpectedly startled. At that moment, a cry for help reached her ears, capturing her attention. Someone please help me. With her kind heart, she altered her course. Yet she forgot that she was still a novice without even a single Pokémon to her name. Professor Oak clung to a tree trunk, his expression fraught with urgency. He had inadvertently slipped down the slope, startling the nearby Houndour. His backpack, containing Pokeballs, had also tumbled down the hill. Initially intending to call for help from the research lab, he was startled by the leaping Houndour, causing his phone to fall as well. In this dire situation, he could only continue to cry for assistance, though this might attract even more Houndour. Professor Oak. May reached the slope, her voice filled with hope. Professor Oak's eyes brightened at the sound. Is that you, May? You've come just in time. Open that backpack over there. It contains Pokeballs. Throw them out to drive away the Houndour below. May, observing the precarious situation, understood the urgency. However, as a newly minted Pokémon trainer, she felt a wave of panic wash over her. Which one should I throw? Any will do, Professor Oak urged, nearly at his limit. May randomly picked one and tossed it. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a blue Pokémon adorned with fins on its head. Mudkip. Professor Oak's face lit up. This was a gentle beginner Pokémon, perfectly suited for a novice like May to command. What now? What should I do? May looked at Professor Oak in confusion, who quickly instructed, use your special move. What special move? Just shout, water gun. Oh, okay. May, still bewildered, pointed at the adorable Mudkip, water gun. Receiving the command, Mudkip stared at May, then instinctively unleashed a water gun, drenching her in the process. What on earth was that? A soaked May looked at the bemused Professor Oak, her expression one of dismay. At that moment, a branch snapped under the weight, and Professor Oak swiftly maneuvered around the tree to evade the pursuing Houndour, shouting, Mudkip, come down quickly. Mudkip, responding to the command, leaped before the Houndour. Professor Oak halted, spun around, and gestured, Mudkip, use water gun against the Houndour. Instantly, a powerful jet of water surged forth, striking the Houndour and forcing them back. Although the water leap fish is an initial Pokémon, it can handle battles against wild Pokémon of the same level with ease, thanks to the meticulous training from the Alliance. Well done, Waterleap Fish, exclaimed Dr. Otamaki. Glancing at the now somewhat frightened hyena dogs, he issued another command. Once more, use water gun. He believed that if this attack landed, the hyena dogs would flee in fear. However, just as the water gun was about to strike, a violent wave of black energy erupted from behind the hyena dogs. It shattered the water gun and collided forcefully with the Waterleap Fish, sending it flying. Waterleap Fish. Dr. Otamaki gasped in horror. His gaze shifted to the figure that had leapt out to shield the hyena dogs, revealing a creature cloaked in black fur that extended from its forehead to its tail. Its crimson eyes glared with fury, baring its sharp fangs. It was none other than the evolved form of the hyena dog, the mighty wolf dog. Like a child who had been bullied, the wet hyena dogs nuzzled against the wolf dog, letting out pitiful whines as if to complain. What is this? Xiaoyao thought. Observing the increasingly menacing Pokémon before them, her throat tightening with anxiety. This sudden turn of events left her, and even Dr. Otamaki, momentarily stunned. Sweating at the sight of the incapacitated Waterleap Fish, he realized that facing the enraged wild wolf dog had escalated an already precarious situation. Xiaoyao, throw out all the Pokeballs from your backpack. There are my Pokémon inside. She dared not take her eyes off the wolf dog, fixated on it. Okay. Xiaoyao understood that fear was not an option now. She quickly bent down to retrieve the Pokeballs from her backpack. However, the wolf dog, seemingly understanding their conversation, shifted its gaze towards Xiaoyao on the hillside. Dr. Otamaki's expression turned to one of dread as he sensed its intent. This is bad. Get out of there, Xiaoyao. He shouted urgently. Xiaoyao, who was just about to grab a Pokeball, heard Dr. Otamaki's frantic warning and hurriedly stood up, but it was already too late. The wolf dog crouched low and leapt, using the trunk of a tree to propel itself straight towards the dazed Xiaoyao. As she beheld its fierce, glinting visage, Xiaoyao's legs weakened, and she fell onto the grass. Fear etched across her face. She could only watch as the wolf dog's shadow loomed over her, engulfing her in its presence. Pikachu! Thunderbolt! With a commanding shout, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the wolf dog directly. As the electric energy dissipated, a small yellow figure collided with the wolf dog, sending it flying. A youth followed closely, landing protectively in front of Xiaoyao. Dressed in a blue vest over a black short-sleeved shirt and simple hiking jeans, topped with a red cap, the boy's silhouette was not particularly robust, yet it instilled a sense of reassurance in Xiaoyao's heart. The scene was indelibly etched into the mind of the naive young girl. Is it all right? Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, finally rousing from her stupor. She waved her hands repeatedly, insisting, no, it's fine. Suddenly, a majestic bird of prey descended rapidly from the sky, startling Xiaoyao once more, who had just escaped from danger. However, it merely hovered beside the boy, letting out a fierce cry directed at the enraged great wolfhound that was trying to rise. Sensing an overwhelming threat, the great wolfhound instinctively displayed fear and took a few steps back. It then turned and leaped down the slope, barking for the coyotes to retreat together. Oh dear, you have truly frightened them. The boy chuckled, stroking the bird's head. The call ability has a certain probability of intimidating foes and reducing their stats. Not to mention, as the sovereign of the evergreen forest, the bird naturally exuded an aura of authority. As a wild Pokémon, The great wolfhound was particularly sensitive to such perilous signals. "Is that you, Dr. Otamaki? I am Ash from Pallet Town," Ash shouted down to the middle-aged man below as he made his way down the slope. However, upon seeing the familiar figure, he was already nearly certain of his identity. "Oh, so it is Ash." Dr. Otamaki, still shaken, let out a sigh of relief. "What a relief. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, Xiao Yao and I would have been in grave danger today." He would have felt guilty for a lifetime if his friend's daughter had been harmed due to his own injuries. Thus, alongside relief, his heart brimmed with gratitude for Ash's arrival. "I just got here as well. Mr. Koshu informed me that you were in danger, so we set out separately to find you." Ash smiled, having played through the Emerald version several times. The events that had just transpired provided him with a unique experience. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed. An off-road vehicle came to a stop not far from the slope, and Koyushu, peering out of the window, waved his arms joyfully. "Hey, Doctor, Ash." Moments later, everyone boarded the vehicle, heading towards the research facility. Inside the car, Ash and Xiao Yao introduced themselves to each other. "Xiao Yao, thank you for your help today. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've become just as beautiful as your mother." Dr. Otamaki shifted the subject, concerned that the previous incident might have frightened the young girl. He felt it was necessary to express gratitude for Xiao Yao's efforts. "Oh no, I didn't contribute much. It was all Pikachu's doing," Xiao Yao replied, forcing a smile and waving her hand dismissively. "There's no need for false modesty." Ash turned and smiled. "Didn't you just say that you rushed over upon hearing someone else cry for help? Kindness and capability are not mutually exclusive. Your actions, Xiao Yao, were truly commendable." "Thank you, Ash." Xiao Yao looked at him gratefully. In truth, she was not particularly interested in becoming a Pokémon trainer, nor was she adept at dealing with them. Her motivation for becoming a trainer was merely to enhance her travel experiences. However, today's experiences have led her to realize that traveling may not be as straightforward as she had imagined. The young girl felt a twinge of confusion. "Ha." It seemed she resonated with Ash's words. Dr. Otamaki laughed heartily and said, "Ash is absolutely right, May. As the daughter of a renowned trainer, you certainly have the potential to become a formidable trainer yourself." Yet again, such comments made May sigh softly. Chapter 11. The Initial Pokémon Companionship. She was an optimistic girl, adept at adjusting her emotions swiftly. "By the way, Ash, what is it that you are holding?" May's gaze was swiftly drawn to the object cradled in Ash's arms, which he had not set down since their meeting. "This is a Pokémon egg. It should hatch into a new Pokémon soon. Would you like to hold it?" Ash explained with a smile. May quickly waved her hands, but couldn't help stealing another glance. "So this is how Pokémon come into being. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The Lotad sustained some injuries during the recent battle. It appears that little one is all right now," Dr. Otamaki said. "Now, May, have you decided which Pokémon you wish to choose as your partner?" Upon hearing Dr. Otamaki's question, May displayed a look of hesitation. In truth, she was unaware of the available Pokémon. Noticing her confusion, Ash stepped forward to assist her. "Could we release the Pokémon one by one, Dr. Otamaki?" "That would indeed be possible, as sometimes the selection between trainers and Pokémon is mutual," Dr. Otamaki replied. He then retrieved a Pokeball and released the first Pokémon. A flash of white light revealed its form, a creature with smooth green skin, a red, bulging abdomen, and a fluffy tail that nearly covered 2/3 of its body, along with yellow eyes featuring vertical pupils. It was none other than Trico, one of the Hoenn starters. Seemingly aware of the situation, Trico regarded the new trainer before it. "Wait, is it glaring at me?" May exclaimed, taking a step back in fright. "How intimidating." Ash, somewhat exasperated, facepalmed. "Is there really any need for such a reaction? Trico naturally has that cool demeanor. It is not glaring at you, May." Seeing that Trico appeared a bit irked, he quickly clarified. "This is a grass-type Pokémon, equipped with small claws on its feet, enabling it to scale vertical walls and ceilings with agility and speed." "Wow, Ash, you truly are knowledgeable," Dr. Otamaki marveled, surprised by Ash's profound understanding of Hoenn Pokémon. "Not at all. I was merely passing the time on the ferry, brushing up on my studies." Dr. Otamaki nodded, releasing the next Pokémon. "Now here it comes." The next to emerge was Lotad. It was quite petite, with adorably wide eyes staring blankly. The large mouth connected to the yellow fin-like structures on both cheeks was indeed quite adorable. "If given the chance, I should help Misty catch one. It would certainly bring her joy," Ash mused. "This is a water type, the water leap fish. Professor Okito elaborated, although it aligned with her aesthetic preferences. May recalled the earlier incident and quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "But the water leap fish didn't obey me just now, and I got soaked by its water gun." "That's because you didn't issue the correct commands," Ash replied, somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, the water leap fish has a relatively gentle temperament. It is exceptionally suited for novice trainers. Precisely. Ash has indeed done his homework well. May, you ought to learn from him, Professor Okito remarked, increasingly fond of Ash, while feeling a sense of endless concern for May. "But I remember," Ash merely shouted Thunderbolt and Pikachu immediately understood what to do. May crossed her arms and turned her head away, puffing her cheeks. Despite recognizing Ash's prowess, she could not help but feel displeased at Professor Okito treating her like a child. This pertains to battle experience and the synergy with Pokémon. Professor Okito seemed somewhat at a loss. Thus, the rapport and habits can only be cultivated through continuous interaction with Pokémon. Novice trainers must provide clear instructions to their Pokémon during initial encounters. Professor Okito gazed at Ash in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young boy would possess such profound insights into the relationship between Pokémon and trainers. A hint of envy towards Professor Okito surfaced within him. Ash's words, though simple, held significant depth. "So that is how it is. Ash, you are truly remarkable," May exclaimed with sparkling eyes, beginning to admire this boy who appeared to be of similar age yet seemed to understand everything. "Listening to you is more enlightening than reading for 10 years. May fully experienced this sentiment through Ash. "I learned all of this from Pikachu and the others. So it is they who are truly impressive." She gently patted Pikachu's small head. Finally, Professor Okito opened the last remaining Pokeball. A chick-like Pokémon with orange fur and large, shiny eyes bounced out. Upon seeing May, it hopped over to her side and rubbed against her leg. May's heart melted at the sight, and she immediately scooped it up, exclaiming, "This one is so cute. I love it. Professor Okito, I choose this Pokémon. This is a fire chick, a fire-type Pokémon. It certainly seems to be quite fond of you." Professor Okito nodded in satisfaction. He then handed May 6 Pokeballs and a Pokédex, saying, "With these Pokeballs, you can capture wild Pokémon, and the Pokédex contains information about them. Do your best, May. You can definitely become a Pokémon trainer who surpasses your father." Xiaoyao forced a smile, then turned away, pouting slightly as she whispered, "Though that's what I say, I don't really want to become a trainer. Do you have any other questions?" Dr. Tiankai inquired, puzzled. Startled, Xiaoyao quickly squinted her eyes into a smile and waved her hand. No, I don't have any questions." Thus, Xiaoyao successfully received her initial Pokémon, a Torchic, officially becoming a novice trainer. Meanwhile, Ash, realizing that there were no Pokémon in Konoha Town, prepared to head to Kirin Town for the registration of the Colorful Ghost Conference after visiting Dr. Tiankai. Just as he was about to leave, Dr. Tiankai called out to him, "By the way, Ash, if you're going to Kirin Town, could you take Xiaoyao with you? Her bicycle was knocked down the slope by a Houndoom and is no longer usable. I think it would be mutually beneficial for both of you to travel together." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao clasped her hands nervously and gazed at Ash. Traversing the forest alone was beyond her capabilities. Although Ash appeared to be around her age, aside from his adorable Pikachu, she distinctly remembered the majestic Pidgeot. He should be quite reliable. Ash pondered for a moment, recalling how Pikachu had sent the Houndoom flying, only to have it crash into something. At that time, he thought it was a tree or a rock. Now he realized that the sound was actually from a bicycle. Now it was Ash's turn to feel a bit awkward. He hadn't expected that after wandering around, the bicycle would still end up in his possession. However, it was clear that Xiaoyao understood that it was only thanks to him and Pikachu that she was saved, which is why she had not mentioned it. "Well then, let us look out for each other, Xiaoyao." Ash extended his hand, saying, in truth, even if Dr. Tiankai hadn't mentioned it, he would have inquired if Xiaoyao wanted to join him once they were outside. "I look forward to working with you, Ash." Upon receiving Ash's invitation, Xiaoyao beamed with delight, mimicking his gesture as she grasped his hand. Dr. Tiankai smiled and nodded. "Now I needn't worry about my friend's daughter's safety. Ash is a remarkable Pokémon trainer, and you should learn well from him along the way." Is Ash really such an impressive trainer? Xiaoyao couldn't help but curiously observe him. Aside from her father, Qianli, she had little concept of what made a trainer formidable, only feeling as if she had seen Ash somewhere before. "Let us set off, Xiaoyao." Pika Pika. "Hey, wait for me, Ash." Chapter 12. The First Capture, Camping in the Wild. "Oh, Ash, you're from the Kanto region? On the way to Kirin Town." Ash deliberately slowed his pace to chat with Xiaoyao, ensuring her comfort. Upon learning that Ash had traveled by boat from Kanto to the Hoenn region, she expressed her surprise immediately. Traveling alone, Ash, you are so mature. It's not just me. During my travels in Kanto, I had 2 companions with me. Ash chuckled, noting that maturity had little to do with his former self. Moreover, with Pikachu and its companions always by my side, I never feel lonely. Pikachu's eyes squinted with joy, resembling 2 crescent moons. Observing this, Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and curiously inquired, by the way, Ash, why doesn't your Pikachu stay in its Pokeball? Some Pokémon prefer the comfort of their Pokeballs, while others, like Pikachu, prefer to remain outside. Ash patiently explained to this innocent girl, emphasizing the importance of respecting a Pokémon's choice. You seem to understand everything, Ash, Xiaoyao exclaimed. However, she still picked up the Pokeball that had not left her hand and remarked, but my Torchic stays obediently inside. Furthermore, I still do not know much about Torchic. Ash smiled silently. Xiaoyao was still too naive. Some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. No amount of explanation could aid her growth. Just as he thought this, a Lililai leaped onto their path. Ash gently tapped Xiaoyao on the shoulder and gestured with his eyes. Look, a splendid opportunity for practice. This will be your first battle with Torchic. Try to catch it. Wow, how adorable. I want it. Xiaoyao, instantly captivated by the Lililai, completely forgot Ash's previous words. She hastily retrieved a Pokeball from her waist and, much to Ash's surprise, threw it at Lililai's head, causing the bewildered creature to be enveloped in a red light and drawn inside. Hooray! I caught my first Pokémon. Xiaoyao joyfully raised her hands. But her elation was short-lived. With a loud pop, the shaking Pokeball burst open. Emerging was a furious Lililai, glaring angrily at both Xiaoyao and Ash. Why? Xiaoyao voiced her disappointment. Ash and Pikachu simultaneously facepalmed and shook their heads in exasperation. When attempting to catch wild Pokémon, it is essential to deplete their energy through battle unless they willingly submit. Ash could only laugh helplessly. Xiaoyao's naivety reminded him of his own past. Yet, there was something endearing about her innocence. All right, I forgot about Pokémon battles, Xiaoyao said, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Not wanting to embarrass herself in front of Ash, she quickly threw the Pokeball containing Torchic. Torchic, it's your time to shine. Chica Chica. The released Torchic bounced with enthusiasm. However, Xiaoyao found herself at a loss again, realizing Torchic's signature moves. Being a starter Pokémon, it should typically possess moves like Peck or Ember. Ash patiently introduced these concepts to her, just as Xiaoyao hesitated over which attack to choose. Torchic had already been lured in by Lililai. In a playful dance, the little chick collided headfirst into a tree trunk. The mocking gaze from Lililai ignited Torchic's fury, prompting it to chase after the teasing creature. Torchic, Xiaoyao anxiously called out. Ash interrupted her, saying, Calm down, May. A trainer's anxiety and state can affect their Pokémon. Quickly give Torchic the command for its signature move. Right. May nodded hastily. She then shouted loudly at the distressed Torchic, Torchic, use Ember. Upon receiving the command, Torchic immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a burst of orange flames towards the direction where Lombra had jumped into the bushes. However, when May caught up, she was taken aback. The Ember had directly struck Lombra and its 2 companions, which were Lombra's evolved forms, Ludicolo and Luricolo, leaving all 3 Pokémon charred. The look in their eyes suggested they were about to retaliate. Lombra. Sure enough, in the next moment, 3 water gun attacks were launched simultaneously towards Torchic. This made May gasp in concern. Torchic. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu's electric light successfully countered the water guns. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu leaped into the fray, positioning itself in front of Torchic, its cheeks crackling with arcs of electricity, which startled Lombra and its companions into a hasty retreat. Are you okay, Torchic? May immediately inquired about Torchic's condition. Seeing that it seemed unharmed, she turned to Ash and Pikachu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Ash, Pikachu. Otherwise, my Torchic would have. It's no problem. Torchic's injuries are minor, Ash reassured her, cradling the little chick and spraying it with healing ointment obtained from the system. He then added, When I first caught a Pokémon, I was a complete mess too, chased by a flock of Spearow through an entire forest, so don't take it to heart. Just accumulate battle experience gradually, and over time, your bond with Torchic will strengthen. Really? You too, Ash? May found it hard to imagine that someone as reliable as Ash could also experience moments of panic like herself. Of course, in the beginning, weren't we all novice trainers? This realization made her nod with newfound determination. May's initial capture attempt had ended in failure, causing them to lose some time. Ash suggested they find a campsite before sunset to spend the night. Navigating the forest at night is difficult, and getting lost could lead to troublesome situations. With the sky darkening, they followed the guidance of Pidgeot and arrived at a riverside where they set up camp. "Wow, Ash, your tent is so spacious," May exclaimed in delight as she saw Ash finish erecting a tent that resembled a small flat. Camping in such a tent made her feel more secure about sleeping at night. "Then could you please start the fire? Is that all right?" Ash asked with a smile. After receiving a confident nod from May, he instructed Pikachu to release a weak electric current onto the dry wood to ignite the flames. The task of stoking the fire was left to May. Under Ash's direction, Pidgeot continued to flit through the nearby thicket, bringing back firewood to the campsite. Pikachu wore a beaming smile as it gently grasped a small cloth with its tiny paws, diligently polishing Ash's Pokémon egg from the side. "All right, let us commence the preparations for dinner." With everything set, Ash retrieved pots and pans from the spatial compartment of his backpack, embarking on the task of selecting and chopping the ingredients. The spatial technology in this world was remarkably advanced. This petite backpack possessed a storage capacity akin to that of a standard car trunk. However, such technology could only be purchased at stores authorized by the League. Marked by a symbol resembling a Pokeball on Ash's backpack, although it immensely enhanced the convenience of travel. Its exorbitant price of 100,000 League coins rendered it unaffordable for many ordinary families. Ash's mother, Hanako, earned a modest income each month, primarily from the carefully tended herbs in their garden. Thus, Ash understood that the funds for this backpack must have been saved by his mother over the course of 2 to 3 years. This realization filled him with warmth and made him cherish the backpack even more. In this second chance at life, he not only aimed to rectify his past regrets, but also aspired to elevate his family's standard of living through his own abilities. Despite knowing that his mother did not place much importance on such things, suddenly, a surprise squeal from Pikachu broke his thoughts. Chapter 13, Praise for a Day. Here is your reward. Upon hearing the commotion, Ash rushed over, his heart lifting when he discovered the reason for Pikachu's astonishment. Following closely behind, May gasped in awe. "Oh my, the Pokémon egg is glowing." "Do not worry, Pikachu, it simply means the little one inside is about to emerge." Yet, despite his reassuring words, Ash's heart raced with anticipation. Together with May and Pikachu, he witnessed this poignant moment with rapt attention. As the blinding white light expanded and shattered the confines of the incubator, the form that emerged was a Pokémon adorned with 2 red, flat horns and a pristine white body. Its green, pot-like hairstyle obscured half of its round little face, but as it tilted its head up, its 2 large, round red eyes sparkled with innocence. It was indeed a Ralts. Like a proud parent witnessing the birth of a daughter, Ash gently cradled her in his arms. Overwhelmed with excitement, the little creature gazed up for a moment before nuzzling into Ash's embrace with a joyful smile, melting the hearts of all who beheld her. "This is Ralts. How utterly adorable," May exclaimed, her eyes transforming into pink hearts as she whipped out her Pokédex. Ralts, a psychic-type Pokémon. It can sense the emotions of those nearby through the horns atop its head, and when it detects hostility, it will hide away. It is quite a rare specimen. May marveled, a hint of disappointment creeping into her heart. If Ralts were this rare, she wondered if she would ever have the opportunity to capture such a delightful creature. Curious, Pikachu climbed onto Ash's shoulder and peered down inquisitively. With eyes narrowed into crescent moons, he expressed goodwill towards the newly arrived baby. Ralts, with a gleeful giggle, reached out its tiny hand to playfully pat Pikachu. In response, Pikachu, ever friendly, willingly placed its tail within the little one's grasp, inviting it to frolic. Ralts. Gender, NA, Level 1, Type, Psychic Fairy, Ability, Synchronize, Base Stats, 198, Aptitude, Light Blue, Skills, Ice Beam, Telekinesis, Teleport, and Charm. The skills Ice Beam and Teleport were likely inherited from its parents, easing the little one's journey ahead. The initial Light Blue aptitude is also commendable, with proper experience accumulation. There exists a chance for enhancement upon evolution. As for gender and ability, Ash was quite satisfied. He placed the little creature nearby, allowing Pikachu to play with it first. Ash's spirits soared, and as he began to prepare dinner, his movements became notably brisk. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup graced the table, wafting delightful aromas and warmth. He also prepared Pokémon food for Pikachu and the others. For the newly born Ralts, he exchanged a tin of fresh milk from the system, gently placing the little one on his lap to feed it. "Take your time, Xiaoyao. I need to care for Ralts," he said. "All right, then I'll dig in." Xiaoyao, unable to contain her excitement, savored a spoonful of the meat soup and exclaimed, "Delicious. Ash, you truly excel in cooking." Pikachu expressed its confusion, realizing it was also its first encounter with such culinary delights. "Haha, that's because I used to have Brock with me." Ash scratched his head, explaining. "He is a top-notch cook, far superior to my skills. I feel like you're just trying to be lazy, right, Pikachu?" Xiaoyao questioned skeptically, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. Pika. Ash chose not to argue, letting the misunderstanding linger. After all, he couldn't reveal that he had traversed worlds. After dinner, Xiaoyao washed the dishes under Ash's insistence and then, with his graciousness, headed to the shower in the tent. Ash took out a pen and drew a circle upon a rock, turning to Pikachu. "The muscles in your tail should be sufficiently activated now. Next, let us concentrate your energy into your tail and give it a try." Pikachu nodded in determination. It leaped, tightening its tail, striking the rock with all its might. Unfortunately, the white glow on its tail flickered momentarily before fading, leaving only a slight scratch behind. "Don't worry, let us try a few more times," Ash reassured Pikachu, affirming, "We've already mastered Volt Tackle. Iron Tail will surely be no challenge for you. By striking, we can solidify the energy, release it just before impact." Pikachu nodded resolutely and dashed towards the rock once more. Yet, despite the encouragement, Ash remained unhurried. Due to Pikachu's insufficient physical training in its previous incarnation, it possesses immense energy but lacks the corresponding physique to support it. Once Pikachu masters its abilities, Ash intends to utilize the practice experience from Iron Tail to teach Pikachu additional skills such as Focus Punch and Thunder Phong, which rely on physical prowess as their medium. He envisions transforming Pikachu into a versatile warrior, excelling in both ranged and melee combat, as well as in speed and defense. New region, reset. I wonder how you plan to achieve that. Ash, I'm ready. May emerged from the tent, already donned in a light pink nightgown, and was drying her damp hair with a towel, radiating youthful exuberance. "What is Pikachu doing?" "Training its skills." "Really? Training at this hour?" May inquired, sitting beside Ash in surprise. Ash chuckled as May watched Pikachu relentlessly striking the rocks with its tail, remarking, "You and Pikachu are truly dedicated. No wonder you're so formidable." "Ha, May, it seems you've been praising us all day. Is that so?" Hee. May's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled shyly. She realized her admiration was perhaps a bit excessive, yet she genuinely believed Ash and Pikachu were remarkable. "I remember you mentioned that you travel as a Pokémon trainer, right?" Listening with envy, May confessed, "I still haven't found what I truly want to do." "What about you, May? Do you have any dreams?" Ash turned his head to see May furrowed in thought. With a grin, he proposed, "Once I challenge the Orange League gym, let us travel together." "The Orange League gym?" May exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you really going to challenge it, Ash?" Noticing May's hesitation, Ash smiled. "What is on your mind, May?" "Actually," May lowered her gaze and revealed her inner thoughts. "I am the daughter of the Orange League gym leader." Ash maintained his smile, listening attentively. "Aren't you surprised?" "Well, a little." "You're lying." Ha. Ash chuckled nonchalantly, then looked at May with encouraging eyes, saying, "A gym leader's daughter is still a gym leader's daughter. To me, you are the charming May who throws Pokeballs at wild Pokémon, not just the gym leader's daughter. What you said afterward is unnecessary." Ha. May's expression gradually relaxed. With a gentle glance at Ash, she remarked, "I've never met someone quite like you before. It's so special. I'm referring to what you said." Suddenly, Ash placed a 50-yen coin in her hand. May raised her brows in confusion. "Why are you giving me this? You've been praising us all day. Consider it your reward." Ash. Ha. Chapter 14. Camping and Heartfelt Conversations in Guqing Town. After their playful banter, Ash ceased to tease May. It seemed that May, having opened her heart, shared her innermost thoughts. From the moment she was born, her father had already been the gym leader in Orange City. Not only she and her younger brother, but the citizens of Orange City regard him as a local symbol and a source of pride. In recent years, Mr. Qianli has frequently distinguished himself in the dojo ranking battles in the Fengyuan region, earning the titles of the strongest dojo trainer and the successor to the next Elite Four. His status in Orange City has surged, making him a figure akin to a national idol. Under such esteemed fame, the citizens have transferred their admiration for Mr. Qianli to expectations for his children. Mr. Qianli's beloved daughter, the heir of the Orange City Dojo and the future daughter of the Elite Four, faces the citizens' well-meaning yet overwhelming praise and anticipation. As Xiaoyao grows older, the mounting pressure has become suffocating for the young girl. Her yearning to travel may stem not only from her nature, but also from a desire to escape these expectations. Thus, when Ash expressed his intention to head to Orange City, Xiaoyao revealed a troubled expression. After all, she had kept her aspirations to become a novice trainer a secret from her family. Suddenly, Ash understood this seemingly confused and self-doubting girl. However, Xiaoyao, have you ever witnessed the evolution of a caterpie? Caterpie? Xiaoyao pondered and shook her head. During its caterpie phase, it is remarkably weak and unattractive, with daily survival presenting a significant challenge amidst the perils of the forest. When they seek to escape their predicament, they diligently accumulate energy to evolve into metapod or kakuna. Ash met the girl's gaze. During this transformation, they become less mobile, requiring even more energy storage. For both metapod and kakuna, this is undoubtedly a grueling process. Yet, enduring this phase signifies their successful challenge of breaking free from their chrysalis. At this time, they will emerge with beautiful forms and formidable strength, reappearing in the forest as Butterfree or Beedrill. Xiaoyao listened quietly. As Ash's words flowed, a surge of strength began to rise within her. Butterfree, trainer, breeder, coordinator, lacking direction is inconsequential. Trust that as you journey forth, you will ultimately find your path. Ash paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled, proclaiming, your metamorphosis awaits. Xiaoyao's eyes gradually sparkled with determination. All right, I must capture a Butterfree. With a thud, Ash stumbled to the ground, tugging at the corners of his mouth. That's not the crux of my expression. Xiaoyao burst into laughter, her previous confusion dissipating. Thank you, Ash. Well, you've said that quite a few times today, Ash remarked, just as he was about to rise when a tremendous sound drew his attention. Goodness, what is that? Before them, Pikachu panted heavily, its tail shimmering with a dazzling metallic sheen. The massive rock had vanished, leaving only a scatter of rubble and stones. Iron Tail mastered. Well done, Pikachu. Ash approached Pikachu and promptly retrieved some medicine to tend to the abrasions on its tail. The conversation concluded, and Pikachu successfully mastered the Iron Tail move. After exchanging greetings with May, Ash went off to take a shower. Following a restful night, Ash rose early to prepare breakfast and commenced training with his Pidgeot. Its repertoire of moves was already sufficiently extensive, so Ash chose to focus not on honing its skills, but rather on familiarizing himself with Pidgeot's battle style while developing their own tactics. Once May awoke, they all enjoyed breakfast together. After tidying up the campsite, they set off towards the nearby town. Passing through Old Town, Ash learned from Nurse Joy that the Pokémon Center had been attacked the previous day by a mysterious organization. Although everyone was safe afterward, she cautioned them to remain vigilant on their journey. Ash pondered that it must have been either Team Magma or Team Aqua, two notorious evil organizations in the Hoenn region. However, the specific details of the story eluded him. This is delicious. It seems like there's everything here, May exclaimed joyfully while savoring her curry, remarking on how splendid the Pokémon Center was. But this is merely a place for us to rest occasionally amidst our training. Ash, cradling Ralts, fed it some milk while Pikachu sat beside him, happily licking a can of milk, evidently relishing the flavor. By the way, Ash, what did you mean yesterday when you mentioned a breeder and a coordinator? May asked curiously. Ash chuckled softly. It's not coordinator, it's coordinator, May. Oh right, that one. She replied, nodding. A breeder specializes in the nurturing and health management of Pokémon, helping to maintain their appearance and ensuring they look radiant. They also prepare healthy food tailored to the preferences of different Pokémon. One of my companions from my travels was named Brock. He was an exceptional breeder. Pika Pika. Pikachu chimed in, having received much care from Brock as well. Ah, so that is what a breeder is. May nodded, somewhat understanding. She then inquired further. And what about coordinators? Ash glanced at her, organizing his thoughts. Well, a coordinator, strictly speaking, is a type of trainer. However, their stage is the Pokémon contest, where they emphasize the elegance and execution of Pokémon moves to showcase their charm. You seem to know a lot about this. Have you ever participated in a Pokémon contest? May asked, her curiosity piqued. Ash shook his head. No, I haven't. I learned about it from others. However, Pokémon contests have become quite popular in the Hoenn region, and you should be able to find one in the cities along the way. A Pokémon contest? That sounds intriguing. Noticing May's growing interest, Ash couldn't help but smile. He thought it would be best for her to discover and experience it for herself. Chapter 15, Orange Blossom Gym, a family of 1,000 miles. After spending a night in Old Town, on the following day at noon, Ash and May arrived in Orange City, standing before the Orange League gym. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed, admiring the modern architecture of the dojo. I'll go fetch my dad. You wait inside for a moment. Without allowing Ash a chance to respond, May dashed away. Why is she in such a hurry? Ash wondered, exchanging glances with Pikachu perched on his shoulder before entering the gym, cradling his Ralts. The design of the Orange League gym was both grand and minimalist. And Ash quickly made his way to the battle arena. Gently soothing Ralts, he noted her apprehension. It was her first time in a town. You're spoiling her. Pikachu remarked, arms crossed with an air of wisdom. Ash chuckled. A daughter should be well cared for. You wouldn't understand, Pikachu. Just then, a youthful voice called out from behind. Who are you? I was just watching the Silver Conference recordings. Turning around, Ash saw a bespectacled boy with short black hair, rubbing his eyes in annoyance. He recognized him as May's younger brother, though the name eluded him. Ah, it's you, the boy exclaimed, pointing in surprise. The strongest rookie trainer, Ash. The champion of the Chengdu Silver Conference. Ash smiled silently, recalling the newspaper article that Professor Oak had shown him. The people of the Hoenn region were indeed warm-hearted. Wow, is that a Ralts you're holding? I've read about them. They're so adorable. And this Pikachu, is it the one from the Chengdu League? I've watched the recordings countless times. It's incredibly strong, defeating so many Pokémon. The boy, whose name was revealed to be Max, excitedly lifted Pikachu and began to rub against it. Had this been 2 years prior, Pikachu would have retaliated with a thunderbolt. Ash thought to himself, noting Pikachu's evident displeasure at Max's actions. Ralts is even cuter than I imagined. Max exclaimed, shifting his focus to Ralts. Ash cast a sidelong glance at him before gently placing Ralts on his shoulder. Thank you for the compliment, Ash replied, regretting not using Aura to allow Pikachu to give Max a jolt instead. Max's exuberant behavior since their introduction was not to Ash's taste. By the way, what brings the champion of the Silver Conference to our gym? Max inquired. His mood shifted quickly, much like May's. I'm here to challenge the gym leader of the Orange League, Ash stated. Max adjusted his glasses and smirked. Well, I am the gym leader. Suddenly, a thud echoed as Ash playfully knocked Max's forehead, causing him to wince in pain. Raising her tear-streaked eyes, she exclaimed in indignation, What are you doing? According to the Pokémon League laws, impersonating a gym trainer carries a prison sentence of 3 months to 5 years. Ash, with a serious expression, remarked with a hint of a smile, You could very well end up in jail, little brother K-Sook. I am not. K-Sook stammered, rendered speechless. After 2 lifetimes. Can I not deal with you? Ash chuckled inwardly, fully aware that he was merely bluffing about the league regulations, as he had no memory regarding such matters. However, impersonating a gym trainer would indeed attract the attention of Miss Junsha. Hey, K-Sook, what are you two arguing about? May inquired, poking her head through the dojo window with a puzzled expression. Mr. Ken and their mother, Mizuko, appeared a moment later, greeting them with cheerful smiles. Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. The group settled into the dojo's relaxation area. May introduced, This is my father and mother, and my brother K-Sook. Hello, Ash, my name is Ken. Welcome to our home, Ken said with a smile. Judging by their demeanor, it was apparent that May had shared the events of the day with her parents. You're too kind. I just happened to be passing by with May, Ash replied with a smile, which only elevated Ken's opinion of him. Mizuko beamed with satisfaction at Ash's calmness. Why do their gazes feel so peculiar? Ash wondered, sensing a slight unease. At that moment, K-Sook, regaining his composure, proudly announced, I am K-Sook. Our father is a gym trainer. Regardless, we must express our gratitude for your care of May, Mizuko reiterated. Ken nodded in agreement, stating, With an exceptional trainer like you accompanying her, May is bound to learn so much. Wow, even Dad thinks so? May turned, bewildered. She did not doubt Ash's prowess. After all, Professor Okito had previously spoken highly of him. Now, with her father affirming it, she was taken aback. Sister, didn't you know? Ash is the champion of the Chengdu Silver Conference, heralded as the strongest rookie trainer in recent years. K-Suk exclaimed, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Mei pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled, "Oh, our entire family watched the live broadcast of the Silver Conference together. No wonder I felt like I had seen you before when we first met. You are the champion of the Silver Conference. Why didn't you tell me on the way?" "You never asked," Ash retorted, and Mei's cheeks puffed in irritation. Ken then turned to inquire, "So Mei, what Pokémon did you receive from Professor Okito?" "Yes, sister, what did you get? Come forth, Torchic." Mei smiled as she released the Pokémon from its Pokeball. The spark of anticipation in K-Suk's eyes visibly dimmed as he remarked, "Ah, you got Torchic? I think Trico is much better." "What?" The little chick could hardly endure such indignation, immediately erupting in a flurry of pecks towards SH. After toppling him, it continued its assault by jumping on SH's body. The chick attacked with fervor, while SH, in a pitiful state, cried out in distress. Observing the scene, Ash chuckled at the lamenting SH. It was only natural to feel disgruntled. Who wouldn't be upset in such circumstances? The first Pokémon was indeed Torchic, a testament to your discerning eye, Mei. Yes, it appears to be brimming with vitality. Satoshi and Mizuko smiled at one another, initially concerned for her younger brother, but soon filled with pride. Right? I knew it. How splendid. I too wish to have my own Pokémon. SH, lying on the ground, gazed enviously at the still fuming Torchic, hoping for a Trico instead. The little chick sprang up once more, pecking at SH, who rolled about in a cacophony of exclamations. "Ah, that hurts. Stop it, don't peck me anymore." Acknowledging that it was indeed their son's fault, Satoshi and Mizuko chose to ignore him, instead inviting Ash to join them for lunch. Ash graciously accepted and accompanied them to the residence behind the gym, belonging to the Chiba family. Chapter 16, Battling Chiba? The Dominant Leaf King. How do you find the dishes, Ash? Are they to your liking? During the meal, Mizuko inquired with a smile. Ash took a bite of his sandwich and returned her smile, exclaiming, "It's incredibly delicious. Aunt Mizuko, your culinary skills are remarkable." "Oh my, then do eat more." "Please don't hold back," Mizuko replied, her face lighting up with joy at the compliment. Her gaze towards Ash grew increasingly satisfied. Ash spoke truthfully. Meals infused with a familial atmosphere always appealed to him greatly. At that moment, Chiba turned his attention to Ash and spoke. "You must have traveled to many places. Haven to you?" "Yes, I've visited the Kanto region, Chengdu, and the Orange Archipelago." "How wonderful. Traveling to so many places must be delightful." SH chimed in with a face full of envy. Mei, pulling him away from Ash, settled him down and said to Chiba, "Dad, Ash is here for the gym challenge." "Of course, that's perfectly fine. The Orange League gym battle is a 3-on-3 format. After we finish our meal and have a short rest, we can commence." Chiba cheerfully explained the rules of the Orange League gym to Ash. Though today was supposed to be a day off, he was more than willing to accommodate Ash's challenge. Having heard of his reputation as the Silver Conference champion and the strongest rookie trainer, such a formidable challenger stirred his competitive spirit. 3-on-3. However, upon hearing the rules, Ash furrowed his brow in contemplation. Apart from his Pidgeotto and Pikachu, he only had Ralts. Although the number of Pokémon matched the battle requirements, Ash was reluctant to let the newly hatched Pokémon participate in combat so soon, especially against an opponent like Mr. Chiba. "Is there a problem?" Chiba asked. Noticing Ash's hesitation, Ash expressed his concerns, to which Mizuko suggested, "Why not go to the Pokémon Center in town and have someone transport them here? On this journey, I aspire to embrace a fresh perspective, hence I wish to nurture the Pokémon of the Fengyuan region for battle." Ash politely declined. "That determination is commendable, and I am quite looking forward to it, Ash," acknowledged Mr. Qianli. "However, such a rare opportunity presents itself, and I would like to engage in a friendly match with a promising talent like you. How about a training battle?" "I would be honored, Mr. Qianli." Ash beamed, slightly bowing in appreciation. Mr. Qianli's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. "This is splendid. I get to witness a duel between my father and Ash," exclaimed Xiaosheng, brimming with excitement. "Yet, while Ash is indeed formidable, the victor will undoubtedly be my father." After a considerable effort, Ash managed to entrust his clingy Ralts to Xiao Yao's care. He then positioned himself opposite Mr. Qianli. "So Ash, shall we keep the training match simple with a one-on-one format?" Mr. Qianli inquired, gazing at Ash. After a moment of contemplation, Ash nodded in agreement. "That sounds perfect, Mr. Qianli." From the audience, Xiaosheng excitedly spoke to Xiao Yao, It's finally about to begin, sister. I wonder what kind of Pokémon Dad and Ash will choose to battle. Xiao Yao, cradling the now calm Ralts, mused. I believe Ash will likely select Pikachu or Pidgeot, right? Oh, Ash has a Pidgeot too. Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with wonder. Indeed. Xiao Yao chuckled. The first time I met Ash, it was Pikachu and Pidgeot who saved me. Oh, how sweet, teased Mizuko, playfully covering her mouth. This caused Xiao Yao's cheeks to flush, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. And no. Anyway, the match is about to start, Xiaoxing. Mizuko merely smiled knowingly. At this moment, Mr. Qianli was already holding a Pokeball, directing his gaze toward Ash. In the face of the tournament champion, we must go all out. Come forth, Slaking. With a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the arena, a robust and imposing Slaking made its grand entrance. This was none other than Mr. Qianli's ace. Slaking, a normal-type Pokémon, exuded a breathtaking presence, marking the commencement of a formidable challenge for Ash. Ash gazed intently at this astonishing creature, solemnly remarking, Mr. Qianli's Slaking is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent I have faced since arriving in this world. Slaking. Gender. Unknown. Level. 59. Type. Normal. Ability. Truant. Base stats. 670. Potential. Deep Blue. Moves. Yawn. Hammer Arm. Retaliate. Earthquake. Heavy Slam. Body Slam. Slaking, a Pokémon of unparalleled prowess, stands as the highest in base stats. Unmatched by any other. Its truant ability compels it to rest after each move, causing many trainers to shy away from it or even abandon their training. However, as Mr. Qianli's ace, this Slaking may defy conventional logic. Particularly after scanning its move set, Ash felt a flicker of insight and could not help but entertain some conjectures. Indeed, Ash is deserving of the title, having triumphed at the tournament. Qianli nodded in appreciation, as many trainers displayed signs of trepidation when the King of Vacation took the stage. When a trainer's confidence falters, it becomes exceedingly difficult to devise a strategy for victory. Ash glanced at Xiao Yao, who was watching from the sidelines. It seemed that Mr. Qianli was speaking for her benefit. What a thoughtful father. Ash pondered for a moment before retrieving a Pokeball from his waist. This match shall be entrusted to you. Pidgeot. Pikachu, who was eager to leap into action, stumbled and turned away in disappointment. Ash hesitated for a moment but then smiled at Pikachu, saying, I see your eagerness. Then, I shall rely on you, Pikachu. Pikachu nodded, bounding forward with determination. Against my King of Vacation, have you chosen to trust Pikachu? Qianli inquired, observing Ash. It is evident that it has been well trained. This must be your very first Pokémon, correct? Ash, hearing Mr. Qianli's words, nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed. If the King of Vacation is your trump card, then I have unshakable confidence in Pikachu. What an admirable attitude. Qianli laughed heartily. Then let us commence the attack, Ash. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu, unable to contain itself any longer, surged forward at Ash's command, trailing a brilliant white light. In an instant, it covered the distance of several meters and faced the King of Vacation. Seizing the moment, Ash raised his hand and commanded, Iron Tail. Pika. Pikachu roared. Spinning into the air, a dazzling white light emanating from its tail. It came crashing down with tremendous force upon the King of Vacation's face. A pained cry escaped the King of Vacation. Qianli's previously composed demeanor faltered in surprise. The power of Pikachu's Iron Tail evidently exceeded his expectations. However, the shock did not hinder Qianli's judgment. He swiftly raised his hand and commanded, King of Vacation, Hammer Arm. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena as the King of Vacation, with fierce intensity in its eyes, raised its muscular arm, enveloped in white light. Despite the injury, its speed remained remarkable as it swung toward the airborne Pikachu with tremendous force. The immense power triggered a reflexive response in Pikachu. Almost instinctively, it used Iron Tail to block the attack. In an instant, the King of Vacation, along with the Iron Tail, sent Pikachu hurtling through the air. What a terrifying strength. Ash licked his lips nervously, his eyes sparkling with determination as he commanded, Pikachu. Thunder. Pika, Pikachu. After regaining composure in midair, Pikachu adapted its stance. Sparks crackled from its cheeks as it unleashed a torrent of violent electricity down upon the King of Vacation. Qianli keenly observed the King of Vacation, and at the very moment the continuous electricity dissipated, he raised his hand and shouted, Destructive Beam. With a thunderous roar, The formidable King of Lily unleashed a surge of orange energy that had been meticulously gathered, directing it towards Pikachu in an instantaneous eruption. The speed was so astonishing that Pikachu, still reeling from its recent thunder attack, was unable to react before being engulfed by the ferocious energy. An explosive sound resonated, and a shroud of black mist enveloped the area. Pikachu's form plummeted to the ground. Pikachu! Ash's eyes narrowed in concern as he called out. Upon hearing Ash's voice, Pikachu slowly rose to its feet, its small face marred by the scars of the explosion, yet its eyes still radiated determination and fighting spirit. Witnessing this, Ash felt a slight relief wash over him, but he quickly turned his attention back to the King of Lily with a grave expression. The creature's defense, speed, and the swiftness of its attacks had reached an unfathomable level. It was evident that both Mr. Qianli and the King of Lily were truly giving their all in this battle. As such, a blue glow began to emanate from Ash. Chapter 17, Full Commitment. An all-out battle. What is happening? Beside him, Shin observed Ash's glowing form with astonishment. What is wrong with Ash? Dad. Xiaoyao, witnessing Ash's unusual state for the first time, stood up in concern, calling out to Mr. Qianli. Ash, you've truly surprised me. If I'm not mistaken, this is a form of psychic ability, right? As the strongest gym leader in the Hoenn League, he had some knowledge of such matters. Recalling the powerful gym leaders from the Kanto region and the psychic-type champion from the Unova region. Indeed, my ability is known as Aura, allowing me to connect with Pokémon on a profound level, understanding their thoughts without the need for words. Is that really possible? Xiaoyao gasped in surprise. The mere ability to converse with Pokémon was already remarkable, but Ash could communicate without uttering a single word. For someone new to being a trainer, this was utterly incredible. This ability seems rather unfair, Shin remarked, excitement bubbling within him. However, Mr. Qianli, with a serious demeanor, interjected, according to the league's rules. This is permissible, Shin. It's not just about Pokémon. Trainers enhance themselves through hard work, fighting alongside their Pokémon. Isn't that something to be admired? Remember, regardless of size or species differences, this battle is already skewed against Ash and Pikachu. Yet, Ash still chooses to trust Pikachu and let it battle. With that, Mr. Qianli left Shin in contemplation and turned to Ash with a smile. It truly brings me joy to battle with you today, Ash. Likewise, Mr. Qianli. Ash replied with a grin. Pikachu, let us go? Pika. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket, hidden behind the arena's window, had been stealthily observing, having pursued Pikachu. It turns out that the energy used by the little ghost last time is known as the power of wave guidance. The Lazy King appears to be quite formidable. I shall wait for their battle to conclude, and when they are exhausted, I will capture both Pikachu and Lazy King as gifts for our leader. How perfectly it aligns with our villainous style. Truly impressive, Meow. Sunace. While they conspired, the battle within the arena had reached a fever pitch. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Ash. Through vocal commands and the transmission of wave guidance, adjusted Pikachu's positioning to disrupt Mr. Qianli's judgment. This maximized Pikachu's remarkable speed. As Pikachu charged forth once more, electricity crackling in its wake, Mr. Qianli raised his hand and bellowed, Lazy King, counterpunch. With a resounding clang, Lazy King emitted a mighty roar. At the moment of contact with Pikachu's onslaught, a crimson glow enveloped its form. However, Pikachu had already adjusted its stance before the lightning struck. With a sudden halt, it coiled its tail like a spring and leapt high to evade the attack. Seeing Pikachu once again propelled into the air, Qianli seized the opportunity to pursue. Now is the time, focus punch. With a clang, Lazy King swung its iron fist, radiating a white-blue light, charging towards Pikachu with tremendous force. Ash chose to confront this head-on, shouting, Pikachu, maximum power, go. Preemptively receiving the command, Pikachu utilized its falling momentum to charge at Lazy King. In that instant, a violent current enveloped Pikachu entirely. The flash of electricity and the volt attack combined in a spectacular display of might. Pika. Pikachu roared. As the dazzling electric current collided fiercely with the overwhelming white light, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Both Pikachu and Lazy King were thrust outwards by the force of the blast. At that moment, Lazy King flickered with electricity, activating Pikachu's static ability. Now Pikachu! Ash shouted with fervor. Pika! With renewed vigor, Pikachu unleashed another thunderbolt. Mr. Qianli commanded, Lazy King, block it. Responding to the order, Lazy King let out a low growl, raising its two fan-like hands to staunchly shield against Pikachu's thunderbolt. Electricity splattered in all directions. It had truly honed its hands into iron fists. Ash couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Due to its lazy nature and static ability, Lazy King was unable to move or utilize skills. Yet, he never anticipated that it could block all of Pikachu's thunderbolt solely with its hands. The defensive prowess of this Lazy King had reached a terrifying level. Mitsuko observed the satisfaction on her husband's face and remarked with a smile, "To think you could contend with your father's Lazy King to such an extent. Ash is truly remarkable." Mayumi clasped her hands to her chest, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle that left her breathless. "Ash and Pikachu are truly remarkable," Shota exclaimed in astonishment, speaking to himself. He had always believed that Ash's strongest Pokémon was Charizard. However, it was evident now that Pikachu was equally formidable. "No matter how tough your palms are, I refuse to believe that your defenses extend elsewhere," Ash suddenly shouted, raising his fist triumphantly and declaring, "Iron Tail, Pika." Unbeknownst to anyone, Pikachu had already appeared beneath the King of Vacation. It spun upward, its tail enveloped in a metallic sheen, striking fiercely against the King of Vacation's chin. The impact elicited a pained cry from the Pokémon, causing it to stagger back, kneeling on one knee. "How did Pikachu appear?" Shota gasped in disbelief. "Is the King of Vacation about to lose?" Xiaoyao exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Not yet. Despite his surprise at the King of Vacation's defenses, Ash would not let such an opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment, he called out, "Pikachu, one final volt tackle." At that moment, the recovering King of Vacation lifted its gaze, eyes blazing with ferocity. "King of Vacation, arm hammer," Mr. Qianli urgently shouted. "Pika," just as Pikachu closed in. The King of Vacation's arm hammer struck it with tremendous force. The colossal impact caused Pikachu's electrical energy to dissipate. With a pained cry, Pikachu was sent flying. "Dad is incredible, and the King of Vacation is so strong. There's no way Dad can lose now." Shota cheered, waving his arms joyfully. Xiaoyao, however, wore a worried expression, glancing anxiously at the fallen Pikachu and Ash. "King of Vacation, deliver the final blow, Mountain Crush." Mr. Qianli seized the opportunity, shouting in rapid succession. Pikachu, still reeling from the previous strike, was momentarily unable to recover. Boom! The King of Vacation roared, charging forward like a powerful locomotive. Just before it leaped, a surge of electricity coursed through its body. Suddenly, the King of Vacation's movement halted. Mr. Qianli's expression shifted to one of horror as he shouted, "King of Vacation?" Its residual static electricity. Ash, filled with joy, called out, "Pikachu, thunder, Pika." Slowly, Pikachu rose, sparks of lightning crackling around it. A tremendous bolt of lightning struck the ground, sending dust and debris flying as it engulfed the King of Vacation. Bang! As the lightning subsided, the King of Vacation crashed heavily to the ground. This final thunder attack was akin to the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. It was utterly spent. Bang! Yet before Ash could breathe a sigh of relief, the exhausted Pikachu also collapsed. It had summoned the last thunder attack with sheer will. "Is this a tie?" Xiaoyao spoke, still shaken. "That was spectacular. Both Dad and Ash are amazing," Shota murmured, unable to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Mr. Qianli shook his head, looking at Ash and saying, "No, I lost. The King of Vacation went down first." Ash chuckled nonchalantly. If this were a 3-on-3 match according to gym rules, it would indeed be a tie. After the recent battle, Pikachu successfully leveled up to level 56. He was quite satisfied. Ding! Pikachu gained 32,000 experience points. Ding! Pikachu has reached level 56. Ding! Earned 600 points. Defeating Mr. Qianli's formidable King of Leave yielded substantial rewards. The point total has now reached an impressive 2,000. Since the Silver Conference, Ash had not made many purchases aside from some Pokémon food and training devices. He wisely decided to save these points for future use. Chapter 18. Is your master named Konohamaru? Just after Ash and Mr. Qianli concluded their battle, a loud explosion erupted from the wall. The smoke from the blast obscured their vision. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their heads. Xiaoyao anxiously exclaimed, "What just happened? Since you have sincerely sought our guidance, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, we carry forth the essence of love and truth, embodying the charmingly villainous characters Team Rocket, Jesse and James. A Meowth stood at the forefront, holding a sign emblazoned with words, proclaiming, "That's right." Suddenly, the unexpected presence of a figure emerged. "You are Team Rocket," Xiaoyao gasped, pointing at the trio in astonishment. Ash clapped his hands, amused, and remarked, "To be honest, it's been quite a while since I last saw you, and it resonates with me. However, your motto is rather lengthy. I can't help but wonder how much time it must take to recite after 6 or 7 seasons." "What are you talking about?" Meowth retorted, sensing the boy's expression was not one of praise. "How infuriating. Let's show them a thing or two." Mizuko, who had been observing with a smile, seemed to think they were merely friends of her daughter and future son-in-law, completely disregarding the gaping hole in the wall. "Ah, so you are friends of Xiaoyao and Ash. Thank you for taking care of our Xiaoyao." "No, they are the bad guys," Xiaoyao shouted in a frenzy, but her protest went unheard. Jesse and James had already summoned their Pokeballs, declaring, "Humph, now that Pikachu and that powerful king of Leaf can't battle, we will seize all the Pokémon here. Go Arbok." Double-headed gas, use smoke screen. A cloud of smoke enveloped the entire dojo, obscuring everyone's sight. "Everyone, be careful," Mr. Chinley quickly warned. As the situation grew dire, a sudden voice rang out. "Pidgeot, Whirlwind." In an instant, a fierce wind arose, dispersing the smoke. Ash had released Pidgeot without anyone noticing, gesturing towards Team Rocket as he commanded, "Pidgeot, use Hyper Beam." Upon receiving the order, Pidgeot gathered a beam of orange light in its beak and unleashed it upon Team Rocket. Boom. Why does that kid still have Pidgeot? That seems to be the old Pidgey from before. Ah, that Pidgey. Such fond memories. What an irksome feeling. Ding. Team Rocket has transformed into stars. Ding. Pidgeot gained 2,500 experience points. Ding. Pidgeot gained 2,200 experience points. Ding. Pidgeot gained 450 experience points. Ding. Pidgeot has leveled up to level 53. Ding. Earned 110 points. Having successfully dealt with Team Rocket, Ash first ventured to the Pokémon Center with Mr. Cheery. After Pikachu and the Slacking received treatment, Ash, at the invitation of the Cheery family, enjoyed dinner with them. "Tomorrow we shall set off. Xiaoyao, have you prepared everything?" During the meal, Mizuko, like all mothers, began her pre-departure reminders to her child. "And, although Ash will be looking after you on the journey, do not cause him too much trouble." Xiaoyao pouted and replied, "I know, Mom. With Ash around, everything will be just fine." Mizuko, rubbing her forehead in exasperation, said, "I am not worried about Ash. The problem lies with you." Suddenly, Shokin appeared beside Xiaoyao and Ash, wearing a smug expression. "Sister knows nothing about Pokémon, so I must go along to prevent you from causing trouble for Big Brother Ash." "Big Brother?" Ash smirked slightly. "You've changed your tune quite swiftly. Hasn't he your master's name been Konohamaru?" Bam! Xiaoyao, already feeling embarrassed from her mother's words, delivered a punch to the inappropriate Shokin. Shokin covered his head with both hands, tears welling in his eyes, and pouted, rolling on the ground while shouting, "Wah? Sister hit me. Stop pretending to cry." Xiaoyao crossed her arms, choosing to ignore him along with Cheery and the others. Shokin quickly stood up, adjusted his reflective glasses, and muttered to himself, "This move of mine becomes less effective year by year." And so it was. "Ash, if possible, I hope you can take Xiaoyao and Shokin along on your journey." Cheery paid no mind to the antics of his children and turned to Ash, saying, "In truth, Shokin greatly admires you. Ever since he watched your matches at the Silver Conference, he often expresses his desire to become a trainer like you." Cheery continued, "If they could travel with you, they would undoubtedly learn a great deal." After pondering, Ash concluded that taking 1 or 2 companions made little difference to him. The journey would feel livelier with company. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Hooray! Upon receiving Ash's consent, Shokin joyfully raised his hands and jumped with glee. After dinner, Ash took Ralts and Pikachu to rest. The next day, after bidding farewell to Mr. Cheery and his family, the trio embarked on their journey. Along the way, Xiaoyao, observing their route that seemed to lead out of the city, inquired of Ash, "Ash, aren't we heading to Orange Forest?" Ash responded with a mysterious smile, "Before that, we need to stop by the Pokémon Center to meet someone." Xiaoyao rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head in confusion. "Meet? Who is it? Is this not your first visit to the Hoenn region, Ash?" A familiar voice inquired. "It was one of my former travel companions from the Kanto region. Yesterday, when I visited the Pokémon Center, I asked Nurse Joy to keep an eye out for you. If she happens to see you in the next couple of days, please relay my message." Ash smiled, knowing that, true to Brock's character, upon arriving in a new city, he would undoubtedly make a stop at the Pokémon Center. If memory serves correctly, it should be just a matter of days. Hey, a traveling companion of my brother? Is he a formidable individual? May chimed in, peeking between the two. Ash nodded, responding, I would say he has been a great source of support throughout my journey. He is indeed an exceptional and reliable person, and his culinary skills are remarkable. Upon hearing this, May's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer, exclaiming, Is he a better cook than you, Ash? Even my brother speaks highly of him. Ash chuckled sheepishly at their enthusiasm, realizing that, in some respects, they truly were siblings. He paid little mind to whether they absorbed his words. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Ash, Pikachu, a familiar voice called out, accompanied by a wave from a dark-skinned youth with a backpack. Brock, it seems Nurse Joy conveyed my message to you after all, Ash said, cradling Ralts in his arms as he approached. Just as Brock was about to speak, his gaze was drawn to the little creature in Ash's embrace. Crouching down with a smile, he asked, Is this Ralts the Pokémon egg you received from the Silver Conference? Yes, it just hatched 2 days ago. I may need to rely on your expertise in caring for it. Ash thought to himself that after Brock's departure from the team in his previous life, he had always felt something was missing. If possible in this life, he wished to invite Brock to travel with him indefinitely, an endless journey with a steadfast caretaker. However, Ash, how did you surmise that I would come to the Hoenn region? I had intended to surprise you. Brock finally managed to voice his curiosity after familiarizing himself with Ralts. To this, Ash grinned and replied, It was a hunch. Huh. Brock tilted his head, puzzled. At that moment, May, feeling a bit overlooked, jumped in, scratching her head with an embarrassed smile. Hello, I heard you're an excellent cook. Is that true? My stomach is already starting to grumble. The Pokémon Center in Orange City was conveniently located near the entrance, and, as Ash and his friends had taken their time, it was now approaching noon. I'd like to introduce you to these two. May, who has just become a Pokémon trainer, and her brother, Max, Ash explained. This is Brock, who aspires to be a top Pokémon breeder in the world. Hello, I'm May. Hi, I'm Max. So you're a Pokémon breeder? Brock waved his hands with a smile. Not yet. I'm still learning. Ash approached Brock, resting a hand on his shoulder, and added, moreover, Brock is the gym leader of the Nibby Gym in the Kanto region. A gym leader. Both May and Max exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, that's just like our dad. He truly is an impressive person. Chapter 19, The Orange Forest. A crisis. After reuniting with Brock, Ash and his companions departed from Orange City and ventured into the Orange Forest. However, not long into their journey, May, feeling fatigued and with sore legs, approached Ash with a weary expression. I'm so hungry. Can we take a break for lunch? Ash glanced at May with a hint of exasperation. As a newly minted trainer, she lacked the stamina for such adventures. At our current pace, we might have to camp out tonight. But I'm really hungry. May pouted, her face resembling a dumpling. With a soft sigh, Ash considered their situation. Brock stepped forward, reassuringly stating, It's all right. We've just arrived in the Hoenn region. There's no need to rush. Slowing down allows us to truly appreciate the scenery and the Pokémon along the way. That made sense. Traveling together often meant looking out for one another. Ash instructed Pidgeotto to find a clearing near the stream, while he and Brock began setting up a cooking area. Wow, the water here is so clear, Max exclaimed, squatting beside the flowing stream, marveling at the sight. This was his first journey, and everything felt remarkably new to him. But why haven't we seen any Pokémon yet? Brock paused in his chopping, smiling as he explained. That's because the outskirts of the forest are not typically suitable for Pokémon habitats. Since we're walking along the main path, we'll need to venture deeper into the woods to encounter them. Meanwhile, Ash was warming milk for Ralts. Brock is right, he affirmed with a nod. At that moment, eager to assist, May inquired, Ash, Brock, is there anything Max and I can help with? With a gentle smile, Ash pointed to the cooking area and said, How about this, May? Could you let Torchic out to start a fire? The cooking fire will be your responsibility. May nodded enthusiastically, excited about traveling together. She was eager to contribute rather than merely relying on Ash and the others. Come out, Torchic, she called, releasing the Pokémon. Torchic, use Ember on the firewood. But keep it gentle. Understanding her command, Torchic approached the stove and unleashed a small burst of flames, igniting the wood. Delighted by her success, May picked up Torchic, filled with a sense of accomplishment. You did wonderfully, Torchic. Chic. It chirped happily. That's amazing. I want my own Pokémon too. Max said enviously. He then ran over to Ash, asking, "Big brother, is there anything I can do?" Ash regarded him thoughtfully and sighed lightly. "Could you please gather some firewood with Pidgeotto? But don't wander too far. If you accidentally enter another Pokemon's territory, you might get attacked." "Understood, my friend." Xiaojang turned his head towards Ash and inquired, "Why does Xiaosheng call you big brother, Ash?" Ash responded with a resigned smile and chose not to elaborate. Xiaosheng's aspiration is to become a trainer like Ash and embark on his own journey, claiming he aims to be the strongest rookie of the next generation. Although Ash has imparted much knowledge to him, he has no desire to assume the role of a mentor. Xiaojang nodded in understanding, realizing the situation. Ash smiled and addressed his Ralts in his arms, saying, "Once we finish our meal, we shall commence training today, Ralts. Are you ready?" Ralts cheerfully waved its hand, replying, "No problem, Daddy." Ash, being highly attuned to his Ralts, could easily comprehend her emotions. He was confident that as she matured, she would become his ace in the psychic type category. However, at that moment, Ash suddenly stood up, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "What's wrong, Ash?" Xiaojing, who had sensed the disturbance first, asked. Xiaoyao also set aside her task, looking over with curiosity. Ash closed his eyes, a blue aura enveloping him, and suddenly opened his eyes, declaring, "Something is approaching." Pikachu. From the direction of the jungle, the sounds of chaos grew increasingly closer. A Pidgeot emerged, carrying a frightened Xiaosheng, who was tightly gripping its neck with his eyes shut. In Pidgeot's claws was a battered Blaziken. "Xiaosheng!" Xiaoyao exclaimed in alarm. Xiaojang furrowed his brow, still focused on the jungle, stating, "It seems there is something else." With a rustle, a multitude of swallows swiftly emerged, encircling them in an instant. "Xiaosheng!" Xiaoyao hurriedly helped him down, anxiously gazing at the overwhelming swarm of swallow and asking, "What happened?" "I was just collecting firewood with Pidgeot in the jungle when the sounds of fighting drew my attention. I discovered this Blaziken being attacked by the swallow, so I had Pidgeot assist in its rescue." Xiaosheng stammered, becoming somewhat incoherent as he spoke. However, Ash and the others grasped the situation. The Blaziken had likely wandered into the territory of the swallow. The swallow began their assault, and Ash, enveloped in a blue glow, erected a barrier. One after another, the swallow were repelled. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng exclaimed in delight, "Ash, big brother." Observing the increasingly agitated swallow, Xiaojang said gravely, "It seems they have no intention of retreating. Once Ash's aura falters, they will surely launch another attack." "Indeed," Ash asserted, "if you 1T back down, we shall fight until you do." Pikachu Thunderbolt. With Pikachu leaping forward, lightning engulfed the entire swarm of swallow. Moments later, they fell from the sky like rain. However, they quickly regained their composure and took to the air again, their fighting spirit undiminished. This indomitable nature resonated well with Ash. He scanned the surroundings, taking note of the hues: crimson, pale red, and deep green. At last, Ash's gaze fixed upon a distinctive swallow soaring at the forefront of the flock. Swallow, gender, unknown. Level, 14, type, flying, normal, ability, guts, base stats, 270, potential, deep crimson, moves, tackle, quick attack, wing attack, double team. Possessing a deep crimson potential. It also had a hidden ability, guts. With a determined call, Ash advanced and shouted, "Swallow, battle for capture." With a piercing cry, Swallow paused for a moment before darting out from the flock, ready to engage. Chapter 20. The Stalwart Swallow. The Battle-Hardened Combuskin. Observing the temporarily stationary flock, Brock let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Once Ash defeats this swallow, we should be able to overcome this crisis." "Why is that?" May asked, intrigued. Brock patiently explained to the novice trainer, "The essence of a capture battle lies in gaining the Pokemon's acknowledgement from the behavior of the other swallow. It is evident that they have tacitly accepted this confrontation." May nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, while Max, with clenched fists, exclaimed excitedly, "How touching. This is my first time witnessing a genuine Pokemon capture." Just as they were engaged in discussion, Swallow, facing Ash's Pidgeot, unleashed a brilliant white light from behind and dove down first. Ash felt increasingly pleased, waving his arm and calling out, "Let us use quick attack." To subdue such a resilient opponent, a direct confrontation was essential. Bang! With no surprises, even though Pidgeot had tempered its strength, Swallow was still launched backward by a tremendous force, crashing against a tree trunk before sliding down. However, Ash did not hastily throw a Pokeball. Instead, he observed for a moment. Indeed, Swallow rose slowly once more. Yet, the grimace on its face and the beads of sweat clearly indicated it was straining itself. May gasped, covering her mouth. Is it still unwilling to give up? A smile crept across Ash's lips, further endearing him to the resilient Swallow. Stalwart Swallow, true to its name. I admire you. Pidgeot, deliver the final wing attack. Upon receiving the command, Pidgeot spread its wings and struck downwards at the approaching Swallow, pinning it to the ground, immobilized. Now is our chance. Ash hurled the Pokeball, which shimmered and shook a few times before sparkling with success. Capture achieved. Wow, we did it. May and Max cheered, thrilled by the sight of a wild Pokemon being captured for the first time. Although they were not the ones to capture it, they felt an inexplicable excitement. With the outcome decided, the remaining Swallows circled in the air for a moment before retreating into the forest. Subsequently, Brock produced some healing ointment to tend to the wounds of both Swallow and Combusken. Swallow recovered swiftly after treatment, but Combusken remained unconscious until after the group had finished their lunch, when it finally stirred awake. The issue, however, was that both Brock and Max's attempts to feed it were met with intense resistance. If they came too close, Combusken would defiantly unleash Flamethrower. After a series of struggles, the group found themselves at an impasse. What should we do? The Blaziken refuses to eat. Xiao Sheng expressed his concern. Xiao Yao then produced the Pokédex, stating, Blaziken, the evolved form of Torchic. It runs around in the wild to strengthen its legs and waist, capable of delivering 10 kicks in a single second with its powerful legs. Xiao Yao exclaimed in astonishment. So this is the evolution of Torchic. It appears quite impressive. Indeed, however, it seems likely that this is a wild Blaziken, Xiao Gang pondered, stroking his chin. If it were a Pokemon trained by a trainer, it wouldn't be so wary of humans. Xiao Ji nodded thoughtfully beside them. He then suggested to Xiao Yao, why not let it rest for a moment? You could have Torchic bring it some food to see if it helps. Though wary of humans, Xiao Ji believed that Blaziken might not be as resistant to a fellow Pokemon like Torchic. Xiao Yao nodded, yet glanced at Blaziken's sharp gaze with concern. But don't worry, I'll have Pikachu accompany Torchic, said Xiao Ji. Pika Pika. All right then, Pikachu and Torchic. I'm counting on you, he added. The two set off, with Pikachu carrying Pokemon food while Torchic held a blue-orange fruit that could restore energy. Making their way toward Blaziken. Despite Blaziken's intense gaze upon them, it refrained from any aggressive actions. Pikachu and Torchic successfully placed the food in front of Blaziken, and Pikachu began to communicate with it. Well done, Pikachu. You've done great, and you've delivered the food. The rest is up to Blaziken. It should eat when it's hungry. Xiao Ji remarked, smiling as he gently patted Pikachu's head. He turned to Xiao Yao and added, Torchic did well too. Xiao Yao, taken aback, recognized Xiao Ji's subtle encouragement and smiled back at him. She then lifted Torchic and praised, You did wonderfully, Torchic. The little chick nuzzled against Xiao Yao with a joyful expression. Providing appropriate praise and encouragement to Pokemon is a vital responsibility of a trainer. Without sufficient bonds, it becomes challenging to command them effectively as their levels increase. Though Xiao Yao had not faced such issues in the past, Xiao Ji felt it important for her to understand this. After helping Xiao Gang clean the dishes, Xiao Ji led Xiao Yao and the Pokemon to a nearby open area, preparing for a new round of training. Xiao Sheng, already eager at the mention of training, approached without needing to be called. Xiao Yao felt a mix of emotions. Sensing her thoughts, Xiao Ji smiled gently. Xiao Yao sighed with relief, standing happily beside Xiao Ji. I leave the training of Swallow to you, Beedrill. Xiao Ji began to organize the session, suggesting they start with the long-range move Hurricane and the highly accurate close-range attack Aerial Ace. Pidgeot nodded. Previously, in an effort to enhance the overall strength of its species, it had garnered considerable experience and insights in guiding its peers. This was precisely why Ash entrusted the proud Swallow to it, feeling quite at ease. Pikachu had already mastered Iron Tail, yet this solitary move proved too simplistic, rendering it vulnerable against agile close-range opponents. Ash crouched down to outline his strategy for Pikachu. Recall from his past travels in the Sinnoh region, his formidable rival Shinji had a well-trained Electivire, which Pikachu had struggled against in close combat on multiple occasions. Therefore, Ash's subsequent plan was to have Pikachu focus energy through its paws, beginning with the digging technique. Once its little claws were adept, it could leverage that experience to master skills like Focus Punch. In the final lessons, Ash intended to impart the principles of mechanics to his Pokémon, applying them in battles. The world of Pokémon is steeped in mystery, prompting researchers throughout history to center their studies around these creatures. While technological advancements are commendable, the fields of mechanics and kinesiology have become rather obscure. What transformations might occur if the physical prowess of Monferno or Blaziken were applied through the principles of Muay Thai or Wing Chun? Ash found these possibilities immensely exciting. Chapter 21. Training the Little Milk Bun. Brother, what are those mechanical devices on Pidgeot and Pikachu? Shota inquired curiously, glancing at the gadgets adorning Pikachu. May also looked on with a puzzled expression. Clearly, the last time she had observed Pikachu's training, such devices were absent. These are mechanical apparatuses designed to impose limitations and weight according to the Pokémon's physique, effectively unleashing their physical potential. Ash elucidated. Although the anime features numerous similar devices, their efficacy pales in comparison to those he acquired from the exchange space. May exclaimed in astonishment, I had no idea such things existed. Can Torchic also use one of these for training, Ash? Not just yet. Let us start with the fundamental skills. However, you've seen how sturdy Torchic is. Once it evolves, its body will undergo changes, so focus on enhancing its strength and endurance for now. You can begin with Ember and Peck, Ash advised. More importantly, it was essential for her to familiarize herself with Torchic's temperament, enabling it to adapt to her guidance. Training Torchic herself would serve little purpose. Hence, the best approach was to provide May with the methods, allowing her to bond with Torchic. As for Ash, he planned to dedicate his time to Ralts. He would start with throwing a bouncy ball for Ralts to control with telekinesis and practice dodging with teleport, enhancing the proficiency of its skills. The training was straightforward. Yet the continuous use of energy could impose a significant burden on its mental faculties over time. Fortunately, Ralts was diligent and eager to grow stronger, yearning for her father's praise. However, noticing the beads of sweat forming on her little face, Ash decisively concluded the training. Hasty actions could prove detrimental. Excellent work, Lalulass. Ash gently placed Lalulass on his lap to rest, while he took out an energy cube to feed it. Lalu. Ash chuckled as he affectionately patted its head. Through today's training, Lalulass had ascended from level 1 to level 2, a commendable achievement. Simultaneously, Ash confirmed his suspicions. It appeared that enhancing a Pokémon's special move level and application could also elevate the Pokémon's level. Although it may not be as substantial as the growth derived from battle experience, it nonetheless proved beneficial. This realization deepened Ash's commitment to his training plans as he cradled Lalulass and made his way towards May. However, the scene was quite disheartening. He observed May, her body smudged with soot and her expression one of despondency, alongside the fire chick lying beside her, its eyes swirling in confusion. It was evident that their first training session had not gone well. Ash offered a wry smile, understanding that patience was essential. His thoughts were interrupted when his gaze fell upon the vigilant Feraligatr, which had been observing the situation intently. He chuckled softly. It seemed that Feraligatr had witnessed the entirety of his and May's training. It was impossible for Ash to dismiss any thoughts regarding Feraligatr. From its initial wariness, or rather, its resistance, it became apparent that this was not merely a wild Feraligatr, but likely one that had once belonged to a trainer before being released. Hence, Ash refrained from intruding excessively. Yet, considering its current demeanor, it appeared less tense, as evidenced by the food it had consumed, a promising sign. How does the food taste? Are you feeling all right? Ash inquired. Feraligatr perked up, its eyes meeting the kind-hearted boy approaching it. Observing its calm reaction, Ash continued, There's no need to be anxious, Feraligatr. Brock is quite attentive in caring for Pokémon. Your wounds have been treated, and you've replenished your energy. I believe you'll be fine soon. However, once you're rested, have you thought about where you might go next? Turning his head, Ash noticed Feraligatr's forlorn expression as it lowered its head. It was clear that it too was uncertain of its future and what goals it should pursue. Ash chose not to rush his words. After a moment of silence, he proposed, How about traveling with us, Feraligatr? Without glancing back at Feraligatr's expression, Ash continued, fixating on the small Pokémon diligently training nearby. My companions and I travel with the aspiration of becoming the world's greatest trainers and Pokémon. One day, we shall stand together atop the global stage. If you still wish to choose a trainer, I hope that person can be me, for I assure you, I will not let you down. With that, Ash leaned back against a tree trunk, falling into silence. If Feraligatr had completely lost trust in humans, then he would have no choice but to relinquish his hopes. All right, The voice was resolute, and Ash turned to find Feraligatr standing before him, its expression seemingly resolved in its decision. Is this to be a reclamation battle with me? Ash was momentarily taken aback, but soon revealed a dazzling smile, proclaiming, "You shall take pride in today's choice. Pikachu, Pika Pika." Oh, Ash is determined to capture the mighty Torchic. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng were drawn in by the commotion, while Brock paused his soup-making to watch intently. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt," Ash called out, the speed of his command startling Torchic. In a swift response, Torchic opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the closely approaching Pikachu. "Impressive reaction," Ash exclaimed, quickly adapting by leaping into the air, Iron Tail. Pikachu, while dashing, slowed momentarily, using its momentum to soar high while twisting its body. A brilliant white light gathered at its tail, crashing down towards Torchic with tremendous force. At this range, evasion was nearly impossible. However, Torchic seemed undeterred, blue and white energy coalescing on its claws as it leaped directly at Pikachu. Sky Uppercut. With a resounding clash, Pikachu sent Torchic flying, which landed heavily on the ground. Although Torchic attempted to rise, it faltered and collapsed. Now's the moment. Ash seized the opportunity, throwing the prepared Pokeball. The red light blinked twice before vanishing. He picked up the Pokeball, exhilarated. "I captured Torchic." Pikachu chimed in. Torchic. Gender, NA, level, 25. Type, firefighting. Ability, Blaze. Base stats, 405. Potential, medium blue. Chapter 22. Pokémon Hunter. Ash's Furious Punch. Swellow, let's try again, Aerial Ace. With a swift descent, Swellow elongated into a streak of white light. Riding the wind, it launched itself, sending Beedrill soaring. Beedrill. The young trainer gasped, rushing forward to cradle the incapacitated Beedrill. Fantastic. Now Ash has achieved 18 consecutive victories. Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully. Clasping her hands together, Xiaosheng gazed at the combatants with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you're truly amazing. Swellow is incredible, mastering a new skill in battle." The essence of Pokémon battles lies in forging bonds of friendship and camaraderie between trainers and their Pokémon as they grow together, Brock remarked, and just then, Ash approached after bidding farewell to his opponent. Indeed, thanks to the battles over the past few days, my synergy with Swellow and Torchic has greatly improved. Furthermore, under the guidance of Pidgeot, Swellow successfully executed Aerial Ace for the first time today, filling him with joy. The trainers journeying through the Hoenn region form a vast community. Almost every forest is populated with numerous trainers. Thus, wherever there are towns or areas rich in Pokémon, trainer camps are bound to emerge. When Ash first learned of this, he was utterly thrilled. After all, this not only indicates that he and his Pokémon can receive ample exercise, but also swiftly accumulate points that can only be garnered through battles with trainers. Although the trainers he faced were generally of modest skill, the principle of the more you toil, the more you gain was sufficient to keep Ash invigorated. Indeed, within just 2 days, his fervent chick reached level 27, while his proud Swallow advanced to level 18. Even Ralts, during its learning process, triumphed over a level 7 Caterpie in its inaugural battle, successfully leveling up to level 5. Such rapid progress was remarkable. Ash's smile had not faltered for even a moment during these 2 days. Ash seemed to be in high spirits. Brock, washing the dishes, observed Ash as he resumed his training and remarked, "It seems Ash is particularly cheerful." While Ash had always displayed great enthusiasm towards his Pokémon in training, since arriving in the Hoenn region, he appeared even more proactive and notably more mature in various aspects. Brock's mother took note of this, feeling a sense of comfort in her heart. "Indeed, Ash has become quite impressive," remarked May, who was assisting nearby. However, her sentiment was abruptly interrupted by Max, who assumed a lecturing demeanor. "Of course, after all, Big Brother is capable of winning the championship," he asserted, emphasizing the contrast with his sister. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, May's iron fist met his forehead, yielding immediate results. "Ouch! What was that for, sis?" Max exclaimed, clutching his head, as he continued. "Such violence. Be careful, or you might not get married in the future." Brock, observing the playful bickering between them, sighed with a wry smile. "Ralts, gradually compress your psychic power. Envision the sensation of an object being grasped by a claw," Ash instructed. A faint blue glow emanated from Ash, gently levitating him. After maintaining this for 2 to 3 minutes, Ralts emitted a soft cry, causing the blue light to dissipate. Upon landing, Ash picked her up and encouraged. You've made significant progress. Your time has increased, Ralts. Ralts, upon receiving praise, showcased a joyful smile on her tired little face. Ash, why has Ralts been practicing psychic power exclusively these past 2 days? She can also use techniques like Ice Beam and Teleport. May, having tidied up after Max, voiced her curiosity. It seems you've been observing closely, May. Ash chuckled, not noticing the fleeting blush on her cheeks. Ralts is a psychic-type Pokémon, and the psychic-type techniques she can learn later are relatively easier and more numerous. Practicing psychic power will enable Ralts to control her energy with greater precision and magnitude. Thus, when the time comes to learn more powerful psychic-type techniques, she will grasp them more swiftly. May gasped in realization. So that's why Big Brother suggested that sister practice the Ember and Peck skills with Torchic. Max exclaimed, holding a notebook in admiration. In the Pokémon books I've read, none of this was ever explained. Ash, feeling somewhat parched, accepted the cup of water Brock had just handed him, taking a few sips. When he raised his eyes, he met the intrigued gazes of May, Max, and even Brock. With a resigned tone, he remarked, excessive words bear no fruit. One cannot overindulge. Regardless, it is advisable for Xiaoyao to often guide the fiery young chick. Once Pokémon gain experience, they can make correct judgments autonomously, without your reminders. This swiftness in battle surpasses the delay caused by your prompts. Ash, observing the girl momentarily overwhelmed, gently patted her shoulder. It's all right, take your time. Just ask me whenever you are unsure. MHM. The girl replied, her face alight with joy. Brock, standing nearby, inexplicably recalled Misty. It seemed Ash was becoming quite enlightened. What shall I do, my former companion? Subsequently, after resolving their lunch, Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokémon Center on the outskirts of the forest. While Brock fell into his old habits with Nurse Joy, Miss Junsha made her entrance. Upon inquiry, they learned of the recent surge of Pokémon hunters in the vicinity. It appeared he had been deeply moved by the situation. With this in mind, Ash proactively offered to assist Miss Junsha in the capture efforts. Transitioning from a novice trainer to a champion of the Elite Four over 2 decades, Team Rocket had steadfastly provided experience throughout those years. One could even say that half of his achievements were attributable to them. With Pikachu at his side, they had no need for others to steal their glory. Soon, under the vigilant search of Fiero and Pidgeot, they intercepted a green-haired man armed with a firearm. You are the Pokémon hunter, Aaron, correct? Miss Junsha stated sternly to the man, you are in violation of the Pokémon protection law. I am here to arrest you. Humph. The man scoffed. Brandishing a Pokeball, I shall not be apprehended so easily. Go, Spearow, Bankira, Golem, Tyranitar, Houndoom. With Pidgeot and others surrounding him, the man released his Pokémon all at once. Oh no, I should have prevented him from unleashing his Pokémon immediately. Miss Junsha's expression turned grave. However, Ash was delighted to see the unfolding events. Pidgeot, use Air Slash. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pika Pika. Following the command, Pidgeot unleashed a torrent of air blades like a crashing tide. The unsuspecting Golem and Tyranitar were struck first. In that moment, Spearow soared high into the sky. Spearow, use Hyper Beam. Seeking a one-hit knockout, how Navi? Ash discerned the man's intentions. However, at this distance, evasion was a mere formality for Pidgeot. Sky Attack. With a resounding cry, Pidgeot's form was enveloped in azure flames, ascending and elongating while swiftly evading the attack, then turning sharply downward. It struck Spearow with tremendous force, sending it hurtling away. What? The green-haired man gasped in disbelief at the swiftness of his opponent. One strike had rendered his Spearow incapacitated. Yet, Ash had no time to let him bask in his astonishment, waving his hand and shouting, now, Pikachu, Pika Pika. Simultaneously, Pikachu arrived at the battlefield, its tail radiating a metallic white glow. Leaping between the rumbling rock and the armored Tyrannosaurus, with a swift turn, the Iron Tail sent them both flying. Damn little brat, shouted the green-haired man, his face twisted in anger. Take down that Pikachu first. Bangira, Houndoom, unleashed Dark Pulse simultaneously. Having anticipated the attack, Ash was enveloped in a radiant blue aura. Dig. Pikachu. Boom. The ground shook. Steel Wing. Amidst the swirling dust, Ash sensed that Pikachu had successfully evaded the assault and promptly instructed the descending Pidgeot. Pidgeot, caught off guard, Houndoom was struck by the Steel Wing, letting out a mournful howl. It's over, Pikachu. Pikachu. The little creature soared high above Banjira, and the previously furious green-haired man's eyes were gradually clouded with despair. Thunder. Pikachu. A rumble echoed as a whisper seemingly emerged from thin air. The blue light enveloping Ash appeared before the green-haired man, one arm cradling Ralts, while the other delivered a powerful punch to his contorted face. Bang. Chapter 23. The Forest of Trico. The Master of Hoenn Grass. Incredible, May exclaimed, staring in awe at the scattered Pokémon strewn across the ground, alongside the ashen-faced green-haired man, now handcuffed by Miss Junsha. The battle, a 2-on-5 encounter, concluded overwhelmingly in their favor, leaving onlookers astonished by the spectacle. Indeed, I never expected Ash to have progressed to such a level, Brock remarked, clearly impressed. Throughout the battle, Ash had led his opponent by the nose from start to finish, executing each move with seamless precision. As expected, my brother is truly exceptional. And Pikachu and Pidgeot are remarkable too. A 2-on-5, I've never witnessed anything like it, Max exclaimed, his face glowing with admiration as he waved his hands excitedly. What is wrong with you all? Why are you looking at me like that? Ash approached, puzzled by the trio's expressions. Thank goodness, it's still the same Ash. Brock sighed in relief. Thank you. I feel somewhat offended. Yet, one could hardly blame Ash. After the battle, his points had soared past the remarkable threshold of 5,000, his mind racing with thoughts of the items he longed to exchange. However, it was perplexing that most of the green-haired man's Pokémon were clearly at levels 30 or 40, each yielding him between 100 to 200 points. And even the level 50 Banjira contributed a staggering 300 points. One must remember that during the Silver Conference, after defeating 3 of Yiyu's Pokémon in the first half, Ash had only garnered 300 points to exchange for the Aura Power. Thus, Ash was deep in thought. Considering the current points accrued in battles against trainers, Pokémon levels provided the following point system. Levels 1 to 20 would yield 10 points, 21 to 30 would grant 20 points, 31 to 40 would offer 50 points, 41 to 50 would bestow 100 points, and 51 to 60 would result in 150 points. This reflected the general range and fluctuations. Ash had yet to encounter higher-level opponents, leaving him in the realm of uncertainty. As they engaged in battle against the forces of evil, it appeared that both points and experience were doubled. Reflecting on the fierce confrontation with Mr. Chinley's Vacation King, the rewards for the gym challenges might even reach quadruple. In the midst of this fervor, Ash could not help but exclaim. By comparison, the Pokémon League truly seemed to lack any prestige. One could only wonder what the rewards for challenging the Elite Four and the champion would be. After resolving the incident, the remaining tasks were concluded following Miss Junsha and Ash's expressions of gratitude. The next day, the group resumed their journey. It's all your sister's fault. Look, we're lost. On a narrow path through the dense forest, the team S directionally challenged Koharu. Couldn't he help but complain? I said we should go right. But my sister insisted on going left. But going left was clearly more interesting at that time, and there were so many lovely flowers blooming along the way. Koharu retorted, extending a finger. Besides, you're the one holding the Pokémon Navigator. It's your responsibility to guide us properly. That's because we're now outside the signal range. Koharu shot back, pointing to the blank screen of the Navigator. This is all your fault. With her arms on her hips, Koharu glared defiantly. What did you say? Seeing the escalating tension, Brock quickly intervened. All right. Getting lost is a minor issue. It happens often during travel. But the way you're acting, sister, is just, ouch. Koharu exclaimed, suddenly rubbing her forehead after a light smack, glancing at Ash. You're so biased. What are you talking about? Look over there. Ash interrupted, pointing toward the rustling trees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What's that? Koharu's eyes widened as she spotted Pokémon darting between the branches, exclaiming, It's Trico. Wow, so many Trico. Koharu remarked, her eyes shining. Although she had seen them before when selecting her starter Pokémon, the sight of so many Trico together was still quite a spectacle. However, it seemed they were merely drawn by the noise. After a brief observation, they hurriedly departed, as if in migration. Pikachu, let us go? Pika, Ash called out, dashing in the direction the Trico had vanished. The Hoenn starters were among his favorites, and he was determined not to miss this opportunity. Moreover, it was highly likely that this was the very group of grass types he had been seeking. Wait up, big brother. You're too slow, Koharu. Brock trailed behind, content to follow Ash's lead, knowing that with Ash, Lucario, and Pidgeot, he only needed to stay close to Koharu and Koharu. Meanwhile, after a spirited chase, they arrived at a small slope. Upon looking up, a massive tree came into view. Pika! Pikachu exclaimed in surprise. Ash marveled. This tree is truly gigantic. But it seems to be nearly withered. As Ash approached the tree, a sharp thorn suddenly shot towards him, embedding itself into the root beside his foot. Looking up, he saw a Trico perched on a thick branch, its expression stern as it picked up a new twig, casting a piercing gaze upon them. "It's you." A glimmer of realization shone in Ash's eyes as he beheld the rebellious creature clutching a branch before him. This was the Trico he sought to tame. "Let the battle for capture commence, Trico," Ash declared, releasing his Torchic into the fray. The two Pokémon, whose compatibility was far from harmonious, locked gazes, igniting sparks of tension. With a swift movement, Trico darted through the branches, finding its mark as it propelled itself toward Torchic. Torchic, ever vigilant, raised its bluish claws to effortlessly block Trico's powerful tail swipe. Releasing the tension in its arm, Torchic then retaliated with a sudden surge of strength, sending Trico crashing against the tree trunk with a pained cry. Trico, regaining its composure, fixed a fierce gaze upon Torchic, undeterred. Just then, a group of Trico emerged from the nearby thicket, and among them, an elder Trico stepped forward to converse with the young one. The aged Trico appeared to be offering counsel, attempting to reason with the spirited creature, but Trico, in a fit of defiance, grew agitated, leading to a heated exchange that ended in discord. Casting a glance at Ash, Trico turned and ventured into the forest, moving away from the departing group. "Let us wait here," Ash suggested, gently stroking Torchic's head before sending out his Pidgeotto and Swellow, entrusting them with the task of fetching Brock and the others. "Are you all right, Ash?" Brock inquired as he and the others approached, guided by Pidgeotto. Ash nodded, assuring them, "All is well." "What of Trico? Have you managed to capture it?" May asked, surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Max eagerly stepped closer, filled with anticipation. As dusk settled, Brock took a moment to admire the towering tree before them. "What a magnificent sight," he remarked. "Is this truly a tree?" May and Max gazed in awe, though they noted its apparent decline. "This must be the original habitat of those Trico," Ash deduced. "They were relocating," Max exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. With a smile, Ash confirmed, "Indeed." Just then, Trico approached, carrying a large leaf filled with spring water. The group paused in astonishment as Trico diligently poured the water at the base of the tree, thoughtfully covering it with dry leaves to prevent evaporation. "Come, Pikachu, Torchic, let us lend a hand," Ash declared, rising to join Brock. He handed over his Ralts, instructing, "Brock, please take care of Ralts. Be good and listen to him, Ralts." "Ralts," it responded with an affirmative chirp. Brock nodded in understanding, then turned to May and Max, saying, "Let Ash handle that side. It's getting late. We should set up camp nearby." Chapter 24. Trico's Reluctance. Max the workhorse emerges. In a moment of impatience, Trico cast a curious glance toward Ash, who had been working tirelessly alongside it. Ash wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow. "Nature is truly magnificent. This colossal tree has not only nurtured you, but in the process of its growth, blossoming, and bearing fruit, it has transformed into a vast forest." In truth, both Ash and Trico are aware that this giant tree has long since withered. Yet, witnessing its diminutive form tirelessly traversing between the brook and the forest, continuously nourishing the great tree, stirs Ash's heart. As he speaks, the giant tree suddenly cracks apart. The rising sun shines through the fissures, casting its light upon them. "Chamo!" Trico exclaims in surprise. The thunderous sound of the tree's collapse draws the attention of its kin and awakens Brock and the others from their slumber. Ash, speaking softly, picks up the lone fallen seed and hands it to Trico. "Chamo." Trico gazes at the seed in his hand, lost in thought for a considerable time. Finally, with an air of acceptance, he extends his other hand toward Ash. "Are you indicating you wish to come with me, Trico?" Ash joyfully responds, and Trico nods. "Chamo." Ash smiles as he clasps Trico's hand, and after Trico plants the miraculous seed, he captures him in a Pokeball. Trico. Gender, male. Level, 12. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow. Base stats, 310. Potential, light blue. Skills, pound, quick attack. "That's fantastic. Big Brother has captured Trico," exclaimed a delighted Brock. "It seems we need to prepare some new Pok Puffs for our new companion." Just in time, Brock and the others approached, having witnessed Ash's successful capture of Trico. After breakfast, Ash allows Trico to bid a final farewell to his kin. There is no right or wrong. His kin merely wish for his well-being, hoping he would abandon the lifeless giant tree and migrate with them. Fletchling, use Flame Charge. Chamo. My Swampert. With Swampert unable to continue battling, Ash is declared the victor. Brock glances at the now darkened Swampert and renders his judgment. He then retrieves a healing potion to tend to its wounds. While Fletchling is quite powerful, it faces a tough challenge against the Waterground-type Swampert. May's teasing gaze falls upon the astonished Kenny as she quips. Wasn't that what you said earlier, Kenny? But clearly, it's a 4 times disadvantage. However, Ash and Fletchling are formidable. Kenny insists. Compared to Kenny's admiration, May has reached a point of unwavering faith in Ash's abilities. Nonetheless, since arriving at this new campsite, Ash has achieved an impressive 30 consecutive victories. As his winning streak grows, it is likely that more trainers will seek to challenge his record. Alright, Fletchling, this afternoon's challenge will be handled by Swanna and Ralts. If they're a formidable opponent, I'll call for you. In the meantime, why don't you train Torchic a bit? During their meal, Ash arranges Pikachu and Pidgeot. You two can take a break today. You've worked hard bringing along our new friends. Pika, it's fine. Pidge, not a problem. Pikachu and Pidgeot wave their hands like elder brothers. In place of the ever-watchful Trico, Xiaoxing inquired, Brother, what about Trico? To which Ash replied, Today I shall personally train Trico. He had meticulously contemplated the future endeavors for Trico. The first step involved mastering the Absorb technique, which boasts remarkable versatility. In the later stages, Trico could learn the advanced move, Super Absorb. Additionally, the Seed Bomb would address Trico's long-range move compatibility, rendering it a priority in his training regimen. Therefore, Ash resolved to commence training in both Absorb and Seed Bomb simultaneously. As for Trico's insufficient level, he planned to accumulate experience points during the training process. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. Xiaoyao leapt to her feet. The group hurried towards the source of the commotion, only to behold a terrifying sight. A serpent-like creature with menacing red fangs was tossing a Torchic aloft with its blade-like tail. Xiaoyao, upon witnessing this horror, nearly fainted but managed to shout urgently, What are you doing to my Torchic? Brother, that's a Silicobra. Xiaoxing, seeing the creature for the first time, instinctively hid behind Ash, cautioning him. With a swift motion, a green figure descended from the trees, delivering a powerful blow to the Silicobra's head, causing the Torchic to tumble away. Ralts. Lalo. All right. Daddy. Ralt's eyes shimmered with a blue glow, and the Torchic safely landed in Xiaoyao's embrace. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Ash, Ralts, and Trico. Suddenly, a massive mouth opened, unleashing a cloud of dark mist that obscured everyone's vision. Corviknight. Use Hurricane. As the Corviknight dispelled the fog, clarity returned, revealing that the Silicobra had ensnared Trico and was preparing to deliver a venomous strike. Fortunately, Ralts swiftly employed telekinesis, momentarily halting Silicobra's assault. Corviknight, wing attack. Ash commanded. The Corviknight swiftly altered its trajectory, its wings glowing with brilliance as it slammed into Silicobra's neck. In pain, Silicobra abandoned its target and vanished into the depths of the forest. Are you alright, Trico? Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing rushed to Trico's side, only to find it gazing intently at the direction Silicobra had fled, fists clenched in frustration. You must feel quite disheartened. Ash approached, cradling Ralts. Considering your current state, this was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, your willingness to protect your companions is truly commendable. Trico cast one last resolute glance at the departing Silicobra, gritted its teeth, and followed the group. Grass-type energy is profoundly vibrant. Embrace it and draw forth its essence. Ash encouraged Trico, who was gripping a Corviknight. If the energy you harness resembles a cup of water, then the energy within Corviknight is akin to another cup. Merge the two, allowing yourself to be the guiding force in their absorption. Ash spoke while diligently jotting down notes in his notebook regarding the hypothesis of skill absorption. Many grass-type Pokémon are born with this capability. With a clear direction, they should be able to comprehend it swiftly. In fact, in order to cultivate knowledge about Pokémon, every devoted trainer possesses a wealth of experience spanning over a decade or two. Unfortunately, they often lack practical opportunities. However, merely discussing knowledge and theory does not guarantee that a champion has delved deeply into them. You achieved championship status in your 20s. While we are embarking on this journey with over 20 years of Pokémon education. What do you think, May? After organizing his thoughts, Ash approached May. who was observing the muscular chick with keen interest as it dodged the fiery sparks from the Torchic. Judging by the circumstances surrounding the muscular chick, it seemed the Torchic had yet to succeed. This is excellent. The Torchic's spark attack is becoming increasingly rapid and powerful, yet it still cannot hit the muscular chick. May exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Nonetheless, she felt quite content. How wonderful. I wish to have my own Pokémon as well. Max gazed enviously at the bustling atmosphere of training around him. Ash chuckled and suggested, actually, you could have someone assist you in capturing one, and then you could nurture it. Really? Max exclaimed with surprise, bouncing with excitement. Ash continued, but wait, let me finish. In theory, it is possible, but first, you must stay close to your guardian. Second, the captured Pokémon must acknowledge you. Third, you need to ensure that you can adequately train it. I can do it. Max shouted eagerly, raising his hand. In the next moment, May tugged at his ear, admonishing him. No, you mustn't trouble others, Max. Ugh, you're so annoying, sister. What did you say? Ash observed the two and wondered if he had spoken too hastily. However, he interjected, all right, this is merely theoretical. First and foremost, Max, you need to encounter a Pokémon that resonates with you. Furthermore, I have to participate in the Colorful Ghost Conference, meaning our team cannot afford any vacancies. If May has a specific goal in mind, she may not be able to assist either. Therefore, you should help Brock more often and learn from him how to care for Pokémon. This way, we can alleviate some of the burdens on his mother. I understand. Big brother. Max responded, racing over to Brock. Ash smiled, pleased with his successful guidance. The diligent Max was now on the scene. Chapter 25, The New Rocket Team. Revenge of the Trico. Rampage, Rhydon. Outside the Pokémon Center at the campsite, a robust man commanded the ferocious Rhydon to launch an attack. Wow. The size difference is so vast. Is Ralts going to be okay? May questioned. Humph, my brother will definitely not lose. Max replied confidently, crossing his arms. May, puzzled, remarked. This isn't like you, Max. You usually analyze everything meticulously. If your brother sent out Ralts, he must have a winning strategy in mind. With an air of confidence, Sho drew forth his finger to elucidate. Ever since he had faced multiple setbacks, compounded by the alluring allure of Pokémon, his admiration for Ash had ascended to unprecedented heights. The fervent and blind calls of Big Brother from him invariably reminded Ash of a certain imp named Konohamaru. Ralts, teleport. What? The burly man was taken aback by Ralts' unexpected move. The Steelix lost its target in an instant. Without waiting for a response, Ash waved his hand and commanded, Ice Beam, Ralts. Ralts materialized above the Steelix, channeling a blue and white beam of energy that struck true, instantly encasing it in ice. Before Ash could issue further commands, the final psychic attack was unleashed, gently lifting the Steelix into the air before releasing it with great force. With a thunderous clash against the ground, ice shards flew in every direction. The Steelix was rendered incapable of battle. Ding. Ralts gained 1,200 experience points. Ding. Ralts has leveled up to 14. Ding. Earned 20 points. Ralts. Dad, I defeated that big fellow. Ash affectionately patted Ralts on the head, smiling. You did splendidly, Ralts. Your Pokémon is truly remarkable, and so is this Ralts. The burly man was equally magnanimous. Fantastic. Now Ash has achieved an astounding 45 consecutive victories. Indeed, but the challengers are becoming increasingly formidable. Xiaoyao cheered enthusiastically, followed by Brock's commentary. Moreover, the battles have transitioned from 1-on-1 to 2-on-2 and 3-on-3, which will significantly deplete Ash's Pokémon. Yeah, just today, after facing a few opponents, both Swellow and Torchic, Ralts already appears quite fatigued. Regardless, they still can't defeat Big Brother. Sho boasted with hands on his hips. Xiaoyao responded with a playful yet firm punch to his head. You're being so arrogant, Sho. What was that for, sister? That hurt. Ash chuckled as he observed the two bickering, while Brock shook his head in exasperation. Suddenly, a flurry of large hands erupted from the nearby bushes, swiftly capturing Torchic, Swellow, and Pikachu. Torchic, Xiaoyao exclaimed, as three familiar figures emerged from the shadows. Since you've sincerely sought my guidance, I shall graciously provide it, in order to safeguard the world. Pikachu, Iron-Tail, Pika. With a series of explosive strikes, Pikachu shattered 3 mechanical arms in quick succession, allowing Torchic and Swellow to break free. You must wait for others to finish speaking, meow? Exactly. How rude. How outrageous. We shall let you experience our newfound strength. Meowth cried out. Jesse and James brandished their Pokeballs, declaring, "From this moment forth, we are not the same as before. Team Rocket has new faces." New faces? Xiaoyao, cradling Torchic, questioned in bewilderment. "Go, Desert Naya. This is your meaningful first mission. Up you go, Spoon Snake, perform well." Desert Naya. "Haim. This is the Spoon Snake from just now," Xiaojing exclaimed in surprise. "It has been captured by Team Rocket," Xiaoqitai remarked. Xiaoyao took out the Pokédex. Desert Naya. "I have never seen this Pokémon before." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ash's eyes, indicating that the original plot remained unchanged. These two Pokémon were still captured by Kojuro's cookies and Musashi's hair. New experienced Pokémon, level 21 and 23, slightly low, but quite suitable for his new team member, the Gold Medal Training Squad, Team Rocket. Truly deserving of its name. "Pidgeotto, I entrust you with Desert Naya," Ash declared, releasing Trico to face Spoon Snake. Chamo. Upon emerging, Trico immediately recognized Spoon Snake, its gaze turning fierce. What a proud demeanor this Trico has. Musashi could not bear to see anyone more arrogant than herself. "Make him pay. Spoon Snake, go." With a flash, Trico launched an attack. Facing the slithering Spoon Snake, Ash chose to let Trico confront it head-on. In the moment of collision, Trico leaped and struck Spoon Snake on the head with its tail. However, the level disparity was evident. Spoon Snake winced but endured the damage, wrapping its tail around Trico just like last time. Trico has been caught again," Xiaoqitai exclaimed in concern. Musashi laughed even more arrogantly. "Oh ho ho, splendid job, Spoon Snake. Take him down." "Absorb." Ash facepalmed, recognizing that their commands would be ineffective even against divine beasts. Chamo. Trico's tail glowed with a green luminescence, continuously siphoning green orbs of energy from Spoon Snake, draining its vitality. As time passed, Spoon Snake let out a weak cry. Seizing the moment, Trico broke free and leaped away. "Now's your chance, strike." In the air, Trico steadied itself, rotating downwards, and with a powerful swing of its tail, sent Spoon Snake crashing into Musashi, rendering it unable to fight. "All right, Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Pikachu. Boom. This is the debut of our new Team Rocket. Indeed, it felt rather unpleasant. 3 Sunace. Ding. Trico gained 1,100 experience points. Ding. Trico leveled up to 15. Ding. Earned 20 points. Ding. Pidgeotto gained 950 experience points. Ding. Pidgeotto leveled up to 22. Ding. Earned 20 points. Not even a double points bonus. The system does not acknowledge these rascals. Ash shook his head. At least they helped Trico successfully exact revenge and resolve its inner turmoil. After tidying up, Ash and his companions finally arrived at a nearby large city. Rinshin Town. Wow, such a delightful aroma. Xiaoyao inhaled deeply, her spirits lifted. Xiaoqitai, well aware of his sister's preferences, turned his head. "Aroma? Do you smell something delicious?" "No, I mean the sin of the city." Xiaoyao strolled through the bustling streets, gazing at the surrounding architecture with a joyful expression. Indeed, for someone like me who grew up in the city, it is essential to occasionally breathe in this atmosphere. Xiaoji remarked, gently petting the curious Larvitar, who was experiencing a human city for the first time. "How about we explore freely for a while and meet later at the Pokémon Center?" "I agree. I want to go shopping." "Xiaoji, would you like to join me?" To Xiao Yao's invitation, Xiaoji regretfully declined. "I'd prefer to fill my stomach first. After all, we've been battling all day and haven't eaten much. Xiao Gang should be gathering supplies, so you two can go together." "Is that so? Well, all right then." Xiao Yao replied, slightly disappointed. "What about you, Xiao Sheng?" Xiao Sheng adjusted his glasses and confidently stated, "Of course, I will accompany my brother. You mustn't trouble Xiaoji." "I wouldn't. You're so annoying, sister." Chapter 26. Anecdotes. The Mysterious Mansion. What? Cursed? Don't you know? The whole town has been buzzing with this tale. After spending the afternoon shopping with Xiao Yao, Xiao Gang and his companions were drawn in by the conversation of passers-by. "Excuse me." Xiao Yao eagerly approached them. "What are you talking about regarding a curse?" "Hey, Xiao Yao." Xiao Gang, following behind, whispered with a worried expression. Unfortunately, the girl was completely captivated by the unknown. The passerby explained, "There's an old mansion ahead called the Green Mansion." Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled. "And then? Currently, it's under construction. The strange thing is, it appears to be uninhabited, yet something seems to be moving inside, and there are fresh footprints in the corridor. Moreover, workers entering the mansion often appear pale and faint. So that mansion is absolutely off limits. Ah, Xiao Gang exclaimed in horror. Xiao Yao, brimming with excitement, tugged at his arm, heading toward the location mentioned earlier. Accursed mansion. It sounds fascinating. I must not miss it. But, Xiao Yao, didn't they say it's strictly forbidden to approach? All right. Don't nag. Xiao Gang, feeling defeated, relinquished his resistance against the headstrong girl. Meanwhile, having resolved his hunger, Xiaoji was being led by Xiao Sheng to explore the city. At a corner, they discovered a petite, trembling figure. Found it! Xiao Sheng exclaimed, gazing at the Pokémon before them. It's a Shroomish. Wait, Xiao Sheng. Xiaoji quickly halted the eager boy. With a glance, he indicated, look at how this Shroomish appears. Is it scared? After the reminder, Xiao Sheng calmed down and began to observe closely, puzzled. Ash nodded, aware that any sudden movements could easily startle the creature. Moreover, the mushroom Pokémon, known as Shroomish, tended to release spores that could induce paralysis when agitated. Thus, rushing towards it would be perilous. With a gentle demeanor, Ash slowly retrieved some Pokémon food and placed it before Shroomish. You must be hungry, he said softly. Give this a try. It's made by my partner. And it tastes delightful. He exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu, who, understanding the cue, leapt forward to sample the food. Savoring the taste, Pikachu beamed with satisfaction. Observing this, Shroomish hesitated before bravely taking a bite. The delectable aroma tantalized its palate, causing its expression to brighten. Pika Pikachu! Pikachu exclaimed, affirming the deliciousness. And soon the now relaxed Shroomish began to dance joyfully alongside it. With a smile, Ash handed the excess Pokémon food to his companion, Max, saying, Now it's your turn to feed it, Max. You're amazing, big brother. Max replied, his face alight with admiration as he eagerly accepted the food and approached Shroomish. However, Ash pondered aloud. Shroomish usually congregates in forests. I wonder if this little one has a trainer or perhaps got lost. Max, holding Shroomish and brimming with enthusiasm, declared. Then let's help it find its way back, big brother. Ash did not decline the suggestion, and they began to wander with Shroomish in tow. As they traversed an area shaded by trees, Shroomish responded positively. They soon found themselves in a large courtyard, jumping through a broken window. Unexpectedly, they encountered May, who was on an adventure, along with Brock, who had been unwillingly dragged along. You all. A man approached them, his tone stern. You can't just wander in here. The workers are trimming the trees, and it's dangerous. We apologize. May and Max hurriedly explained. We followed Shroomish and ended up here. The man paused, then chuckled. You must be mistaken. There are no Shroomish left in this city. None now? So there were some before? Brock seized upon the key detail, questioning further. The man nodded, a wistful expression crossing his face. My name is Yajin. This estate belonged to my grandfather. When I was a child, it was filled with Shroomish playing with me. But due to urban development, they have all vanished. Now, this estate is slated for demolition. That can't be, Ash exclaimed earnestly. Yajin frowned slightly, intrigued yet concerned. Why not? Follow me, Ash urged, offering no further explanation. Channeling his aura, he entered the estate, navigating through twists and turns until they reached a corner where several frightened Shroomish huddled together. This is Shroomish, Yajin gasped, a mix of shock and joy evident in his voice. Max observed the little creatures clumped together, noting their fearful demeanor. They seemed so scared, but Ash, sensing their emotions, sighed. They're not scared, they are grieving. The group suddenly comprehended the depth of the situation. Having lost the forest upon which they relied for survival, the Grand Mansion, their last refuge, was now on the brink of demolition. In that moment, Ajin seemed to sense the emotions of the mushrooms surrounding him. Could it be that the truth behind the mansion's curse was unfolding? Xiao Yao suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit. Xiaoji nodded with a smile, saying, I didn't expect you to be the first to notice, Xiao Yao. I sensed it with my aura as soon as we entered the estate. Those 3 words were unnecessary, Xiaoji. Xiao Yao retorted playfully. Haha, my apologies, Xiaoji said, expressing regret for his candor. He then turned to the mushrooms, saying, All right, little ones, call forth your companions. Moments later, at the behest of the mushrooms they had encountered, more of their kind emerged from every nook and cranny of the mansion, creating a splendid spectacle that left the group in awe. In that instant, Mr. Ajin comprehended the affection he held for the mushrooms. Ultimately, although he decided to proceed with the mansion's demolition, he resolved to replant trees upon this land, intending to create a paradise for his beloved mushrooms. The meeting of humans and Pokémon truly is a wondrous experience. As they departed from Linxin Town, Xiao Yao remarked with a contented expression, "Indeed. But walking with your eyes closed can lead to stumbling, Xiao Yao." Xiao Ji replied, glancing at the somewhat disheartened Xiao Sheng nearby. "Still thinking about the mushrooms, Xiao Sheng?" The essence of travel lies in encounters and connections, gaining insights, yet inevitably facing separations, Xiao Ji said, giving Xiao Sheng's head a gentle pat. "Cheer up. The mushrooms belong there, and one day, you will meet your own companions. You're not being very reliable like this." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Sheng nodded vigorously, feeling uplifted. "I understand, big brother," Xiao Gang affirmed. He has truly matured a lot. The Xiao Ji of old was quite impulsive and unable to articulate such philosophical thoughts. "Is that so?" "Indeed, back when we first began our journey." I'm hungry. Xiao Gang, let us set up camp at the site ahead." Eager to change the subject, Xiao Ji hurriedly declared, leading Pikachu onward, which elicited laughter from the three behind him. It turned out Xiao Ji had such a side to him. Xiao Yao covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. I must also strive to improve. Chapter 27, Kanaz City. The Grand Contest. After traveling along Route 104 and through the orange flower forest for quite some time, Xiao Ji and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of Kanaz City today. "It's truly beautiful," Xiao Ji exclaimed, admiring the flower beds they had passed. Xiao Gang, holding the travel guide, added, "Kanaz City is a trade hub located in the western region of Fengyuan, and it is an incredibly modern city. The scale is quite impressive. The Pokémon Center is just ahead, and there's another in the city center. Indeed, it has been a while since we've been here." "That's different, sister," Xiao Sheng said proudly, crossing his arms. "Last time we flew here, but this time we traveled on foot." "That is a good point. This time," Xiao Yao did not refute her younger brother. Throughout their journey, they indeed encountered numerous individuals and experiences. While not entirely devoid of gains, there was certainly a sense of accomplishment. For Xiao Yao, the sole regret might be that, apart from her fire chick, she has yet to capture a Pokémon of her own. Even Xiao Jiang had recently managed to capture a Lotad by the lakeside of a flower shop during their journey. As for Ash, there was no need to mention it. In addition to Pikachu and Pidgeotto, he had successfully captured a Swellow, a Torchic, and a Trico, along with a Ralts that hatched from a Pokémon egg, bringing his total to 6. She wondered when she would finally capture her first Pokémon. Xiao Yao cradled her head in her hands, expressing her frustration. "Don't worry, Xiao Yao," Ash reassured her. "The encounters between trainers and Pokémon can be serendipitous. Your Pokémon are surely waiting for you along the way. Moreover, your bond with Fire Chick has greatly improved. I believe capturing a new partner will be quite smooth." After saying this, Ash noticed Xiao Yao staring at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl smiled brightly and replied, "Nothing. I just feel that whenever I'm feeling down, you always manage to lift my spirits." With her mood seemingly brightening, Xiao Yao strode ahead with purpose. After the group checked in at the Pokémon Center, they gathered together. Perhaps due to their prolonged stay in the forest, both Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng maintained an excited demeanor all day, darting from one food area to another and exploring various sections of the Pokémon Center. There were so many trainers present. The square was alive with diverse training and battling exchanges, adorned with many flashy and perplexing training methods. What were they all doing? In front of them was an Aberang practicing punches while riding a unicycle, a Hariyama continuously tossing balls, and a Rhydon being physically conditioned by its trainer. Though strange, it filled Xiao Yao with curiosity. At that moment, Nurse Joy approached with a smile and said, "They are all contestants for tomorrow's Pokémon showcase." "Ah, Nurse Joy?" Xiao Jing exclaimed, almost instantaneously kneeling before her. With heartfelt sincerity, he took her hand and declared, "My name is Xiao Jing, and I too wish to participate in the contest to safeguard your life." All right, there is no such contest," Xiao Xing interjected, playfully tugging on Xiao Jing's ear. Ignoring the struggling Xiao Jing, Xiao Yao, captivated, asked, "Nurse Joy, does that mean there will be a Pokémon showcase held here tomorrow?" "Indeed." Nurse Joy smiled, regaining her composure as she presented a poster. "You are trainers, aren't you? You can still register to participate in the Pokémon Center today." "What? No. I'm still just a novice trainer," Xiao Yao exclaimed, waving her hands. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the poster, captivated by the various Pokémon and their dazzling skills depicted on it, glancing at her equally mesmerized Ralts. Ash smiled at May and said, "It's all right, May. Tomorrow, we shall all attend the grand festival together. The gym battle can be postponed by a day. Really, Ash? May's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that Ash would defer the gym battle for her sake. Ralts. Ralts chimed in, its little face gleaming with excitement. Ash affectionately patted its tiny head, assuring, of course it's true. We are companions on this journey, and we must support each other during such times. The gym will always be there. It won't run away. The Grand Festival, however, occurs only once in a while in a city. Moreover, Ralts appears to be quite interested as well. At this moment, Nurse Joy timely inquired, "Shall we consider letting Ralts participate? It is such an adorable little creature." Gazing into Ralts' hopeful eyes, Ash pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Then, "Could you please assist me with the registration, Nurse Joy?" Of course. After completing the registration process, Ash prepared to head to the training grounds. Though this was a last-minute decision to participate, he still needed to devise a well-structured plan and prepare adequately. In high spirits, May eagerly tugged along Brock and Max to follow him. However, just as they stepped out of the Pokémon Center, a dark shadow suddenly approached them. "What is this?" May exclaimed, startled as she flailed her arms. After a brief struggle, she found herself collapsing onto the ground. Only then did she realize the figure before her was a vibrant and charming Butterfree. "That's a Butterfree," Max exclaimed, identifying the Pokémon. At that moment, a young man and woman rushed towards them, apologizing. "We're terribly sorry. Are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine, miss. Please, do share your name and email with me. It's so heavy." Just as Brock had grasped the girl's hand in a moment of excitement, he suddenly felt a weight on his head. A Butterfree had landed atop him, making it difficult for him to lift his neck. "You mustn't do that, Butterfree," the girl exclaimed, promptly scolding the Pokémon. After a round of introductions, they learned that the two were participants in the Grand Festival. The girl was named Hikaru, and the boy was named Eiji. They had just been practicing for the competition when Eiji's powerful move had inadvertently sent Butterfree flying in their direction. The Grand Festival is a splendid competition that showcases the charm of Pokémon through the dazzling display of coordination between trainers and their Pokémon. Upon discovering that Ash was participating for the first time, Hikaru enthusiastically began to explain. "Do you have any good ideas, Ash?" In truth, Ash was well acquainted with the Grand Festival. Yet, such discussions would greatly assist May in comprehending the event better. "Ah," May gasped, startled, as she noticed Butterfree had returned to perch atop her head, lamenting, "Why does it enjoy resting on my head so much? But sister, you look as if you've adorned a grand bow with it." "Indeed, it is rather charming." Ash turned to smile as well. Xiaoyao's minor discontent dissipated instantly. Initially overwhelmed by fear due to the loss of sight, she soon realized that this was an incredibly adorable Pokémon. With its vibrant wings, round, expressive eyes, and petite, stubby limbs, it emanated a soothing aura. "By the way, Xiaoyao, would you like to be my assistant? This way, you can also participate in the grand contest." Huimei invited with a warm smile, while Eiji chimed in, "Indeed. Look how much the Butterfree enjoys your company, Xiaoyao." "Can I really?" Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully. She glanced at Ash, who waved his hand reassuringly. "Following Miss Huimei's guidance will surely provide you with a splendid experience. As for me and Ralts, we have our own plans. Don't worry." "Xiaoyao." Brock nodded in agreement. Thus, Ash took Ralts for special training, while Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing became assistants to Huimei and Butterfree, enjoying their harmonious interactions. Chapter 28. The Debut of Ralts, the Dancing Fairy. The next day, at the Canaz conference venue, the audience filled the hall early, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Thank you for your patience. The Pokémon Grand Contest at the Canaz conference is about to commence." The judges are Mr. King Kunston, the head of the conference's administrative office, Mr. Yusuker, representing the Pokémon Club, and Miss Joy from Canaz City, who will evaluate the participating Pokémon. The host enthusiastically introduced them. Now, the first round of evaluations is about to begin. With the hostess announcement, the excitement within the venue intensified. Ash and Xiaoyao's performance was about to commence. Brock, in the audience, held Pikachu and Torchic, eagerly expressing his anticipation. Pika Pika, as all eyes turned to the stage. One coordinating trainer after another presented their Pokémon in a dazzling display. The arena echoed with cheers as breathtaking skills and techniques unfolded. After the intermission, Eiji and his Masquerain were the first to perform. A silver whirlwind sent various props soaring into the air, which Masquerain then gracefully manipulated with its psychic powers, arranging them into a teapot display, creating the illusion of an invisible tea party, a captivating spectacle. AG earned a commendable score of 295 amidst the applause. Following him was Huimei, accompanied by Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing. After a day of practice, their performance went exceptionally well. Notably, when Butterfree shattered the flying disc Xiaoyao and the others tossed with its silk, the dazzling display under the spotlight left many, including Xiaoyao, in awe, breathlessly admiring its elegance. Huimei also received the highest score of 30 points amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Witnessing and experiencing it firsthand was a completely different sensation. It was truly magnificent. In the waiting area, Ash couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "It's our turn now, Ralts." However, Ash did not allow his inner tension and unease to surface. Instead, he focused on soothing the emotions of his beloved Ralts. "You did splendidly yesterday. Just follow my lead, and everyone will surely adore you. Such a charming little one." He replied. "Now, let us welcome our final contestant, the debuting Ash, who is also participating for the first time in the Grand Contest. Although a novice coordinator, Ash has already triumphed at the Silver Conference in the Chengdu region. Let us witness the splendid performance he has in store for us." Perhaps aiming to conclude the first round of judging with a crescendo, the host elaborated on Ash's impressive credentials. In the midst of walking down the corridor, Ash stumbled slightly and forced a smile, feeling it was an unnecessary embellishment. The pressure upon him escalated in that fleeting moment before he took the stage. Yet, upon hearing the eruption of cheers, it was evident the host had achieved his purpose. Ash, the champion of the contest? One could only wonder if Ash comprehended the true essence of the Grand Contest. Coming to herself, the radiant Hikari smiled and remarked, "I can hardly wait. Go, big brother. Ralts, you can do it." Hikari and Shinji stood before the screen, rallying their support for Ash's entrance. Taking a deep breath, Ash steadied himself as the judging commenced. Initiating his performance, Ralts used Confusion and Ice Beam. Ralts. With a graceful spin, Ralts conjured blue-white energy that swirled around her, dispersing into beams of light that illuminated every corner of the stage. In no time, a beautifully intricate ice nest took shape. Ralts then executed a swift maneuver, intensifying the ice beam downward, where an ice pillar gradually ascended, allowing Ralts to recline elegantly atop it. "Sing for us, Ralts." Poised at the center of the ice nest, Ralts was surrounded by gently falling ice crystals. Her pure, melodious voice transformed into ethereal notes that floated throughout the venue, cleansing the souls of all who listened. Reminiscent of an enchanting fairy in a winter wonderland. "Oh my," Hikari murmured, entranced by the spectacle on the screen. "It's breathtaking." This was soon followed by a thunderous wave of applause and cheers. The three judges also spoke at that moment. "Incredible." The intricately woven ice beams drape Ralts like gossamer wings, as if she were a dancing sprite. The mastery of the Pokémon skills and the way they accentuate Ralts's petite charm is utterly flawless. I adore this. Without hesitation, Ash and Ralts received the highest score, a perfect 30. "Wow, big brother, your performance with Ralts was astounding. Truly, it exceeded my expectations." Brock approached at that moment. "Wow, Ralts is absolutely adorable." Hikari, overwhelmed with excitement, cuddled Ralts, who puffed up her cheeks in mild displeasure at the attention. At that moment, Huimei and Irie approached to offer their congratulations. "What a magnificent performance, Ash. I never imagined Ice Beam could be utilized in such a way. It's truly eye-opening and exquisite." Since its hatching, the little creature had been diligently practicing telekinesis, occasionally manipulating objects into various forms. Ash let out a long sigh of relief and managed a faint smile, saying, "However, this is the first time I've attempted such a grand display, so I was quite nervous before it began." Thankfully, Ralts worked very hard. This sentiment was not merely an act of modesty. His palms were still clammy with sweat. Although the performance was a resounding success, it had also taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Seeing Ralts' slightly fatigued expression, Ash couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. After a brief pause, the order for the second round of battles among the top 4 contestants was announced. Chapter 29, The Ribbon Badge and Haruka's Determination. At last, the Kanaz Conference had reached its climax, featuring the decisive match between Huimei and Ash. As the host's words echoed, the excitement of the Kanaz Conference reached its zenith. The anticipation for this battle for supremacy was palpable. A grand showdown between Ralts and Beautifly awaited. What kind of spectacle would unfold? Haruka watched intently, while Takashi analyzed the situation. From the second round of evaluations, It was evident that Miss Huime excelled at exploiting her opponent's attacks to achieve counteroffensive effects, highlighting Beautifly's allure. This approach was exceptionally suited for a dazzling competition. Xiaoshan grasped Takashi's point and remarked, "So, either my brother or Miss Huime could emerge victorious, right? It doesn't matter, as both Beautifly and Ralts are incredibly captivating." Haruka's small face radiated excitement. This powerful yet beautiful visual feast made her heart race even more. Meanwhile, on stage, the two began their battle. Ralts, Ice Beam. Beautifly, Silver Wind. The silvery whirlwind dispersed the ice beam, and ice crystals surrounded Beautifly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Ash's score plummeted immediately. Huime, a seasoned coordinator, demonstrated exceptional precision in timing and execution. Hurricane. Huime's commands shifted swiftly, almost instantaneously, as Beautifly revealed its form. She shouted her next instruction, "Double team." Ash furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He understood that if he relied on conventional tactics, a fierce struggle was inevitable. One by one, the clones were swept away by the raging winds. However, with the aid of telekinesis, Ralt's clones were not confined to a single direction. They formed a circle, encircling Beautifly. "Look at the clones of Ralts," the host exclaimed excitedly. As they moved gracefully, Ralts appeared to dance while evading attacks, surrounding Beautifly in a captivating display. "Oh, I adore this." Mr. Sujimura, one of the judges, was the first to voice his admiration. "Ralts is so beautiful. It truly looks like it's dancing." Haruka exclaimed joyfully. "What a stunning performance, Ash. However, we shall not concede." Hikari swiftly adjusted her mindset and issued her command. "Hunt the Butterfree, use string shot." Suddenly, Ash's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, a tad too late. "Ice Beam." At the instant the command was given, Ralts had already circled around to position itself behind the Butterfree, instantly encasing it in ice. The proximity was too close, leaving both Hikari and her Butterfree unable to react in time. With a crash, the ice shattered upon impact with the ground. The Butterfree's score plummeted drastically, along with its stamina. "Butterfree!" Hikari exclaimed in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, urging, "Keep it up. Use Dazzling Gleam." The battered Butterfree radiated with the brilliance of dawn as it slowly ascended, rapidly recovering its strength and capturing everyone's attention. This was yet another skill honed during rigorous training. And in the context of the Grand Festival, it was indeed impressive. That was the moment Ash had been waiting for. Teleport. Ash suddenly lifted his head, grinning. This command startled Hikari, as it was a skill Ralts had yet to employ in the competition. Her heart raced, and she shouted, "Watch out, Butterfree." But it was too late. Ralts appeared directly in front of the Butterfree, pressing against it. The once celebrated protagonist instantly became Ralts, like a charming fairy with dazzling wings. It was a sight to behold. Telekinesis. The Butterfree, roused from its daze, had not yet created distance before being ensnared by Ralts, which forcefully dragged it down to the ground. Though it did not immediately lose its ability to fight, its score had already dwindled to nothing. The battle concluded. The champion of the Canaz Conference had been determined. Let us congratulate Ash and his Ralts. At the moment the results were announced, May and Max leaped up from their seats, clapping and cheering. "We won. Great job, Ralts." Ash exhaled deeply, catching the little creature that leaped toward him. He then approached Hikari, extending his hand and saying, "That was an exhilarating battle. Your Butterfree was splendidly trained by you." "Thank you, Ash." Hikari, having composed herself, smiled once more. "Though we lost, we gave it our all. You truly are remarkable, Ash. Not only did you keep a trump card hidden, but you also skillfully utilized our moves to enhance Ralts. This was a match without regrets. However, when we meet again, we shall be stronger." Hikari exclaimed, "Ash, may I have a look?" "Thank you. Wow, it's so beautiful." And so, amidst the lively atmosphere, the Canaz Conference came to a close. May, through this splendid competition, discovered a new allure in Pokémon. During a shared meal, she expressed her thoughts for the first time. "I've decided, I want to become a Pokémon coordinator." Upon hearing this, Brock and Max were momentarily taken aback, while Ash inexplicably smiled. Upon realizing the situation, SH quickly inquired, "But sister, you have worked so hard to become a Pokémon trainer. Haven't you challenged any gyms?" Given that their father was a gym trainer, SH had always been passionate about competitive leagues. He had assumed his sister shared the same aspirations, so hearing Xiaoyao's words left him momentarily bewildered. To be honest, Xiaoyao calmly unveiled her thoughts. I aspire to travel to various places, which is why I became a Pokémon trainer. I believe I mentioned this to you. Ash nodded, refraining from interrupting, as he attentively listened to the young girl's heartfelt monologue. When I first embarked on my journey, I wasn't particularly fond of Pokémon. But now I adore them. As she spoke, Xiaoyao embraced her Torchic, exclaiming, I love Torchic, Pikachu, and Ralts alike. Therefore, I believe becoming a Pokémon trainer is the right path. Today, we witnessed the Pokémon Grand Festival, especially the magnificent battle between Ralts and Beautifly. When I saw that, I thought, that's it. A Pokémon that is both cute and powerful, one that anyone would adore. How wonderful it would be if I could nurture one myself. As she spoke, a newfound sparkle illuminated her eyes, prompting Ash to express his support. If you've made up your mind, Xiaoyao, we all stand behind you. You are destined to become an extraordinary Pokémon coordinator. Brock was also delighted to see his companion finding her purpose and encouraged her further. However, Ta, familiar with his sister's fleeting interests, interjected. But being a Pokémon coordinator is no easy feat. I know that, so I will work incredibly hard from now on. Xiaoyao affirmed, then turned to Ash. This means I may need to trouble you further in the future. Rest assured, whether it concerns battles or the Grand Festival, feel free to consult me. I will do my utmost to share my insights with you. Ash replied, eliciting a joyful smile from Xiaoyao. Thank you, Ash. All right, I will support you too. Ta grumbled, breaking the cheerful atmosphere. It feels like I'm the only villain here. Chapter 30, Caterpie, Xiaoyao's Capture Battle. Having reaped a bountiful harvest from the Kalos Grand Festival, Ash and his companions now made their way toward the city center, traversing the final forest. Even Brock and Ash, accustomed to Xiaoyao's exuberant outbursts, turned to see what had captured her attention. Something suddenly appeared before me. Xiaoyao exclaimed, pointing towards the nearby thicket. Look over there. Following her gaze, they spotted a small, round, red caterpillar moving along. The knowledgeable Ta quickly recognized it. It's a Caterpie. I remember its final evolution is Beautifly. That's correct, Brock confirmed, and Xiaoyao, shifting her previous demeanor, joyfully exclaimed, this is a Caterpie. I recall Ash mentioning it to me. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the little creature was indeed quite adorable. All right, I shall capture it, little Yao thought, her mind racing with the prospect of the tiny being evolving into a huntail butterfly. Driven by her curiosity, she dashed towards the direction of the Caterpie. The splendid huntail butterfly showcased by Miss Wei Mei at the last Grand Festival had left an indelible impression on her. She longed for the day when she could debut her own huntail butterfly at the Grand Festival. As for Ash's Ralts, although she cherished it dearly, little Yao recognized that encountering such a Pokémon was exceedingly rare. Therefore, if she could capture the Caterpie before her, it would surely keep her awake with joy for 2 whole days. Her companions understood her feelings, so they did not rush her and instead accompanied her into the jungle in search of the creature. Ash even released his Talonflame and Pidgeot to assist. However, due to the multitude of Pokémon in the forest, locating the Caterpie proved to be quite a challenge. Finally, after reaching a clearing, they spotted the Caterpie munching on leaves. All right, I must capture you. Go, Torchic. With fervor, little Yao initiated the capture battle. The lively Torchic immediately sent the unsuspecting Caterpie flying. Go, Pokeball. With unwavering determination, little Yao hurled the Pokeball. As the Caterpie was drawn inside, she erupted into cheers of celebration. Hooray! I have captured the Caterpie. Ash, unable to bear the sight, facepalmed from the sidelines. Oh dear. This method of capture would bring tears to Master Baogua's eyes. However, before she could revel in her triumph for even 2 seconds, the Caterpie burst forth from the Pokeball in a flash of red light. Little Yao, in disbelief, exclaimed, how could this be? I clearly defeated it. Sister, you must inflict greater damage. Little Shu chimed in just as the Caterpie took advantage of little Yao and Torchic's moment of distraction, sending Torchic flying in retaliation. Clearly irked by the interruption during its meal, the Caterpie was furious. Torchic, little Yao cried out in alarm. Do not panic, little Yao. Fire-type moves are very effective against bug-type Pokémon. Ash timely reminded her. Finally regaining her composure, little Yao waved her hand urgently. All right, Torchic, use Ember. With a resounding shaka, the sparks unleashed by Torchic struck their mark, causing the Caterpie to tumble once again. Without delay, little Yao threw the Pokeball once more. And amid the tense anticipation of her companions, The Pokeball wobbled a few times before coming to a standstill. Little Yao shook the Pokeball, anxiously inquiring, "Is it truly contained within? It won't come out again, will it?" "No worries, you've successfully captured it," Ash replied with a chuckle. Only then did Little Yao clasp the Pokeball with both hands, exclaiming joyfully, "Really? That's wonderful. I have captured the Caterpie, unless you decide to release it." Little Shu remarked dryly, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, not wanting to dampen his sister's spirits during her moment of joy, he merely muttered under his breath. As everyone celebrated Xiao Yao's successful capture, the trio from Team Rocket unwittingly provoked a swarm of bee drills, fleeing for their lives. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a powerful strike. Bang. How could you launch an attack right off the bat? Exactly, I haven't even caught my own Caterpie yet. But at least this means we've escaped the bee drills, meow. What an annoying feeling. Observing the trio streaking away like shooting stars, Brock expressed his confusion about their antics. Ash shrugged, admitting, "Honestly, I sometimes admire these three. They always seem to find trouble." After a busy morning alongside Xiao Yao, the group finally settled by a creek to prepare lunch, releasing all their Pokémon in the process. "Alright, everyone. Tomorrow is the gym challenge," Ash announced. Immediately, all the Pokémon, including Pikachu, gazed at him with eager anticipation. Clearly, after their extensive training, they were all eager to showcase their skills. However, Pikachu and Pidgeot were at such high levels that their participation would not provide any real training benefit. Ralts had already performed in the contest and was currently more interested in that aspect, so Ash decided she could take a well-deserved rest. Thus, he planned to choose 2 Pokémon from Torchic, Swablu, and Trico for the battle. Since only 2 Pokémon can participate in this gym challenge, those willing to wait for the next opportunity can have priority in the upcoming exchange battles during our journey. Ash presented the choice and discussed it with them. Ultimately, after a brief exchange of glances, Trico stepped forward, exuding a sense of leadership and foresight. Ash nodded in agreement, happily finalizing his choice of Pokémon for the upcoming challenge. First up were Pikachu, now at level 56, and Pidgeot, at level 53. Both having gained a level since their arrival in the Hoenn region. They needed to face appropriately leveled opponents to accumulate experience and level up. Especially with the upcoming contest and the battle frontier in mind, he certainly did not want to face undue difficulties. As for Charizard and the others, they had reached levels 34, 30, and 26, respectively. Ralts, who had been diligently guiding Ash, had also leveled up to 21 after the last contest, making her the fastest progressing member of the team. However, with each campsite Ash visited, his reputation for clearing challenges had begun to spread, and many trainers residing in those camps had started waiting for him. Yet, these developments remained unknown to Ash, who was enjoying a pleasant lunch with his friends. Chapter 31, Trainer Cultivation Academy, Cuckoo's Request. In Kanaz City, at the Watchtower. At last, Ash and his companions arrived, ready for some relaxation before the gym challenge. Wow, what a great view. The Kanaz gym should be somewhere over there. Brock pointed in a certain direction. At that moment, it appeared that Xiaosheng had spotted something and trotted over to the side. "What is the matter, Xiaosheng? Where are you going?" Xiao Yao called out softly, noticing him. The others followed suit, discovering beneath a long bench a round, blue Pokémon with circular patterns adorning its belly. Curled up. "It's a tadbulb," Ash exclaimed, recalling Misty S. evolved Frogadier. "I guess you must be lost." Xiaosheng picked up the tadbulb and noticed a Pokeball mark on its tail. What could this be? Just then, a ponytailed girl accompanied by a group of children rushed over, each child holding various first-stage Pokémon. Ash couldn't help but glance at Brock, noting his indifference, and muse silently. Is there something about young women that doesn't appeal to him? I wonder if he has a hidden detector for love interests. Through their conversation, they learned that the girl's name was Dun, a teacher at the Pokémon Trainer Cultivation Academy. The tadbulb belonged to a boy named Hautai, who had accidentally gotten lost during a sightseeing internship. Seeing Xiaosheng's keen interest and learning that Ash had come to challenge the gym, Dun graciously invited them for a tour of the academy as a gesture of gratitude. Upon understanding the situation, the principal personally led them around. To their surprise, the two were the children of Mr. Qianli from the Orange League gym. The kindly old principal spoke as he walked ahead, glancing at Ash and Brock, and added, "And we have the honor of having the champion of the tournament and the esteemed Kanto gym trainer here to guide us." Ash and Brock quickly waved their hands, responding, No, we are the ones who feel honored. We are intruding. Ha ha ha, such humility. the principal praised. Allow me to show you my most cherished school. As they spoke, they arrived at the first classroom. The principal introduced, this is the class for students aspiring to be Pokémon professors. I want to see Dun's introductory class first. Xiaoxing said, somewhat disappointed, as they moved on to the second classroom. This class specializes in Pokémon contests. Pokémon contest. As the principal spoke, Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in, captivated by the students performing with their Pokémon. This is amazing. Seeing her enthusiasm, Ash smiled and remarked, this could be a wonderful learning opportunity for you, Xiaoyao. Why not observe here for a while? Yes, yes. In stark contrast to the engrossed Xiaoyao, Xiaoxing wore a grimace, muttering to himself. After they had explored sufficiently, Ash expressed his desire to engage in a gym challenge, leading them to the introductory trainer class overseen by Dun. Upon entering, they were greeted by the familiar sight of Professor Oak on the screen, delivering a lecture. And that is how you come to understand the various types of Pokémon. Once the lecture concluded, Ash and his friends approached. Ah, it's Ash. Professor Oak discovered them and remarked, what a surprise to find you here. Has the gym battle concluded? Who emerged victorious, Ash or May? No, Professor, we have yet to engage in the gym challenge. May stepped forward to clarify, smiling at Ash. I will be teaching here until tomorrow. I wonder if the gym challenge can be postponed until the day after? That poses no problem at all. Ash replied, as he also needed to conduct final training for his Swellow and Blaziken. After all, challenging a rock-type gym with flying and fire types could easily lead to misfortune if not approached with caution. I hope you both can battle without any regrets. Farewell. Professor Oak waved cheerfully to everyone. The anxious Mitsu finally summoned the courage to exclaim, Professor Oak, I have read all your books and listened to every Pokémon lecture on the radio, so I hold you in the highest regard. Professor Oak patiently listened, smiling as he replied, that is an honor. Thank you, Mitsu. Mitsu, seemingly eager to express more, felt a tinge of disappointment as the screen depicting Professor Oak faded away. However, he quickly found himself engaged in a spirited debate with a curious child regarding Pokémon knowledge, their exchange escalating until it was curbed by teacher May's intervention. Moreover, Mitsu was invited by the principal to attend an introductory class the following day for a day of experience. If it is possible, Ash. May suddenly turned to Ash. Extending an invitation, I would like you to come to the academy tomorrow as a special lecturer. Would that be agreeable? Me? Ash was taken aback, pointing to himself, clearly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. May nodded affirmatively, believing that having the previous Silver Conference champion share his experiences would provide a valuable opportunity for the children. As a gym trainer and instructor for aspiring trainers, she had closely followed the league competitions. Thus, she recognized Ash at first glance. Oh, is this big brother the champion of the tournament? How impressive. The children gazed at him with admiration. Even the one who had just argued with Mitsu looked astonished, feeling the innocent curiosity reflected in their eager eyes. Ash found it difficult to decline, so he acquiesced. My apologies for the sudden invitation. After class, May led everyone to the academy's garden for afternoon tea, where she expressed her regrets to Ash. Ash shook his head. Although he felt a bit bewildered at the moment, it was not an insurmountable task. However, he pondered. Why would Miss May invite him to be a special lecturer? Kyoko asked curiously. In her mind, Ash certainly had the qualifications, but she felt others might not share the same understanding. In response, May articulated her thoughts, while I will impart knowledge. I also intend to guide them through observation and practice. Yet, I can't help but feel that my students lack certain elements compared to the trainers they aspire to challenge. Ash subtly raised an eyebrow, as he began to grasp the underlying sentiment. In simpler terms, it is merely rote learning. Schools impart knowledge but neglect to teach survival and the art of earning a living. Thus, I believe that since Ash has traveled extensively, his insights should be invaluable to these children. After Tsuetsue finished her explanation, her gaze met Ash's, who smiled appreciatively and remarked, these children have a wonderful teacher. I understand. You can count on me. As for the bitter truths of life, I am well acquainted with them. Just be mindful of the dosage. Chapter 32. Ash's inspirational insights. Having spent a restful night at the Pokémon Center, Ash and his companions were invited to the academy the following morning. Upon entering, May greeted everyone and eagerly rushed to observe the Grand Contest training class with her Beautifly and Torchic. Meanwhile, Ash, Brock, and Max, guided by Tsuetsue, commenced their experiential learning for the day. What, then, does Pokémon signify to everyone? Is it not simply Pokémon? Surely, they must be companions, right? In response to Ash's inquiry, the children whispered among themselves, their faces displaying deep contemplation. Even Max, who had journeyed with them, hesitated before voicing his thoughts. Ash then explained, "In truth, this question does not possess a singular correct answer." What? No answer? The children appeared puzzled, with one boy, who had quarreled with Max the previous day, pouting in dissatisfaction. Is this some sort of trick? Let me share a few stories with you. Ash smiled, undeterred, his gaze becoming distant as he began to recount his tales. His first encounter with Pikachu, his journey with Charmeleon evolving into Charizard, and the poignant farewells to Butterfree, Pidgeot, and Dragonite. Memories, bonds, and the experiences of his travels unfolded. To me, this embodies the essence of Pokémon and the significance of my connection with them. As Ash spoke softly, the children, already captivated, began to display a longing in their eyes, nurturing the seeds of aspiration to become trainers and embark on their own adventures. Even Titsue gazed at Ash with admiration, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. She felt a surge of warmth, realizing it was indeed a fortuitous decision to invite Ash today. The thought of stepping outside her comfort zone began to stir within her. Although she was the school's top student, Ash's experiences were realms she had yet to explore. Come forth, everyone. Outside the classroom, Ash and Brock released all their Pokémon, allowing the children to engage closely with various forms of Pokémon. The children erupted in joyous exclamations, delightedly petting and playing with the Pokémon. Thank you so much, Ash. With your guidance, these children seem empowered to pursue their own paths. You're most welcome, Miss Tsuetsue. But truthfully, I have gained much as well. And please, just call me Ash. Ash glanced at her, smiling and nodding. Then, I look forward to your guidance as well, Tsuetsue. Please guide me, Ash. Initially, everyone was engaged in delightful conversation, and the children had begun their battle practice, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Xiaoyao and the principal rushed over in a state of distress. It turned out that after observing the specialized class for the Grand Festival, Xiaoyao had been invited by the principal to witness the Pokémon nurtured at their school. However, upon arriving at the storage room, they encountered Team Rocket, who were in the midst of stealing Pokémon balls. Aware of their own limitations, Xiaoyao and the principal hurriedly sought out Ash and the others for assistance. Upon learning the full story, Ash slapped his forehead in frustration, having forgotten about those mischievous troublemakers. Just then, an alarm blared, and a massive robotic Beedrill burst into the academy. Truly incorrigible. As Ash prepared to confront it, a delicate hand stopped him. Looking at the serious children, Duwan said, "Let us entrust this task to them, Ash." Ultimately, under the timid guidance of a boy named Haotai, the energetic Koharu and the boisterous boy Xiaodawa commanded their Pokémon, the Tadbulb and the Ducklet, to launch a combination of icy and fiery attacks. Breaching the robot's defenses, a little girl named Shame promptly sent out her Poplio to rescue the captured Pokémon balls. Through their collective efforts, the children developed an impressive synergy and successfully averted the crisis. How infuriating! Toxapex, use Poison Jab. Sandygast, deploy Spike Cannon. Just as the attacks seemed poised to reach the children, Ash swiftly positioned himself in front of them. Ash, watch out! Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a blue energy shield materialized before Ash, nullifying Team Rocket's onslaught entirely. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. With a resounding crash, the battle raged on. Indeed, one must know when to retreat. Meowth. How vexing. But next time, I shall make them pay. Yet, it seemed that the young ones were growing increasingly formidable. What an irksome sentiment. Thanks to Team Rocket's interference, Koharu not only forged friendships with the children from the Trainer Academy, but Ash also garnered a legion of young admirers. Amidst the cheerful chatter of the children, the day's academy experience came to a close. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast with their Pokémon, Ash and his companions arrived at the Kanaz Gym. This structure exuded a distinctive rock-type aesthetic. The entrance, carved from a massive boulder, was adorned with stones of varying sizes, presenting a grand and imposing atmosphere. Wow, this is the Kanaz Gym. Incredible. It's so different from the Orange League Gym. As they stepped inside, Xiaoyao and Koharu couldn't help but gaze around in awe. Although they were the offspring of gym leaders, this was their first visit to another gym, and everything sparked their curiosity. Every gym boasts its unique characteristics. For instance, in the Kanto region, there are gyms set within volcanic caves or even in gardens where Pokémon battles take place. Wow, this feels so distinctive. Indeed, Brock explained to the two. And before they knew it, they had arrived at the battle arena. The long-awaited Dooku greeted Ash and his companions, asking if they had a restful day yesterday. Teacher, we are all set here. Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity, what exactly are we filming? Indeed. Ash, you suggested recording the competition, didn't you? Dooku explained. The actual gym battles serve as the best educational material for trainers, and I intend to incorporate this into my teachings. Ash gestured affirmatively. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Dooku chuckled softly, her expression shifting as she remarked, However, winning may not be as straightforward as you think. With great enthusiasm, Ash understood that despite her playful banter, Dooku would undoubtedly put forth her utmost effort in their battle. After all, unlike in the original story, Ash had garnered a reputation as a capable competitor. Even if her Pokémon were somewhat stronger, it was entirely reasonable. Ash welcomed this challenge wholeheartedly. Thus commenced the gym battle between Dooku, the gym leader, and Ash from Mossera Town. As the referee announced the start, Dooku tossed out her Pokeball. Now, let the battle begin. Come forth, Geodude. A dazzling flash revealed a large spherical creature encased in rocks. With a turtle-like head and robust limbs bearing sharp claws, it was none other than Geodude's final evolution, Golem. What Pokémon is this? It seems quite formidable, Xiaoyao exclaimed, hurriedly consulting her Pokédex. This puts my brother at a disadvantage. Indeed, Brock frowned, recalling his experience training Geodude in the gym. The rough exterior and noticeable markings on Golem indicated that it was a tough opponent. They had already learned yesterday which Pokémon Ash would deploy, and it was evident that Dooku's Golem was specifically prepared to counter Pidgeotto and Pikachu. What will you do? Ash. Chapter 33, Adversity. Breaking the Deadlock. The Surprising Dooku. Golem. Gender. Level, 36. Type, Rock Ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Base stats, 495. Aptitude, Deep Red. Skills, Sandstorm, Rollout. Defense Curl, Flamethrower. This is troubling. Ash gazed at Golem's attributes, a wry smile forming on his lips. He clearly understood Dooku's intentions. While level 36 was not exceptionally high, it represented a formidable adversary in a gym challenge. Furthermore, Golem was well trained in controlling the battlefield, defense, and attack strategies. It had even mastered Flamethrower to counter Grass-type Pokémon. Ash could vividly envision the startled expressions of challengers who had dared to engage with Grass types only to be unexpectedly met with flames. With no other option, he decided. Let us go, Tailo. After a moment of contemplation, Ash sent forth Tailo. Dooku raised an eyebrow slightly, but Ash, wielding the advantage of first attack, wasted no time. Tailo. Use Flamethrower. Golem, Defense Curl. The flames erupted upon Golem's surface, scattering in all directions. As the dust of Mars settled, it appeared almost unscathed. Even though he had anticipated this, Ash felt a heaviness in his heart. His gaze flickered as he shouted, Incineroar, jump onto the rocks and continue to unleash your flames. Roll out Onyx. Cuckoo commanded with a slight smirk. This was troublesome. Incineroar's fire attacks were utterly ineffective against Onyx. What is going on? Brock exclaimed in astonishment. Why is Ash still instructing Incineroar to use fire moves when fighting-type moves would be more effective against a rock-type Pokémon? Observing the battlefield, Brock pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps Ash is waiting for the right moment. May, visibly worried, remarked, but this Onyx is incredibly strong wherever Incineroar jumps. It gets smashed. That is precisely Ash's intention. Brock explained. In terms of size, even if Incineroar's fighting-type skills are more effective than its fire-type moves, recklessly approaching Onyx in full form is extremely perilous. Ash intends to wear down Onyx's stamina, diminishing its speed and power. May tilted her head, puzzled. But doesn't that mean Incineroar will also exhaust itself? Brock shook his head with a smile. Rock-type Pokémon are significantly heavier. The stamina they expend is entirely different compared to the petite Incineroar. So Ash plans to strike once Onyx has depleted its energy? A look of realization crossed May's face as she grasped the strategy. However, Brock fell silent. He had not yet contemplated Ash's next move. Ash, although your approach is commendable, it won't be enough to defeat my Onyx. Cuckoo smirked, clearly aligned with Brock's thoughts. Onyx, use Rock Slide. With a resounding crash, Incineroar, already drained of energy, was abruptly caught between the newly emerged rock walls. Cuckoo waved her hand and commanded, finish it. Onyx, roll out. Onyx, no? As the colossal Onyx curled up and charged ferociously toward Incineroar, May and the others gasped in horror, shielding their eyes. The ground trembled as the rolling onyx bounced violently over the scattered rocks. Finally, a massive boulder obstructed its path, causing it to be flung away. How is this possible? Cuckoo gasped, her face paling in shock. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Incineroar's silhouette appeared above Onyx, its legs glowing with a brilliant white light as it delivered a fierce kick. The heavy body of Onyx crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, inflicting secondary damage. A flash of lightning. Strike decisively, don't hesitate. Ash was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Incineroar twisted its body mid-air, coiling its legs before plunging downward with tremendous force. Can it really achieve such speed while airborne? Cuckoo could hardly believe it. But she quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Hold your ground." With a colossal bang, the dust began to settle. The sturdy Onyx skillfully utilized its defensive abilities to withstand the vigorous assault of the powerful Feraligatr. "Now, Sky Uppercut," Ash shouted without hesitation. In the instant Feraligatr landed, its legs erupted with immense energy, propelling it skyward. The radiant claws struck fiercely against Onyx's chin, sending it hurtling through the air. In that moment of desperation, Onyx's defensive skill dissipated entirely. With a loss of combat capability, Onyx was defeated, and Feraligatr emerged victorious. The referee, displaying commendable composure, promptly announced the outcome. "I underestimated you. My apologies, Onyx," Ash lamented. The notifications chimed. Feraligatr gained 10,000 experience points. Feraligatr leveled up to level 35. Feraligatr leveled up to level 36. Earned 200 points. A resounding triumph. Feraligatr, already on the brink of evolution, ascended 2 levels, reaching the threshold for evolution. Yet, to Ash's disappointment, no glow of evolution enveloped it. He sighed internally but did not press the matter, for in this tangible world, Pokémon evolution is intricately linked to emotions, conditions, and mindset. Many Pokémon exceed the requisite level for evolution without undergoing the transformation. Some even evolve prematurely. However, such Pokémon often appear to lack strength. A conclusion Ash gleaned from his impressive record of 45 consecutive victories. "Wow, you actually won. That was incredible. I thought you would lose this time," exclaimed May, joyfully leaping and cheering for Ash and Feraligatr. Brock wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. He noted how Ash had cleverly exploited Feraligatr's speed to deplete Onyx's stamina, skillfully altering the battlefield and maximizing the debris to restrict the opponent's movements. Then, at the opportune moment, Ash delivered a rapid succession of strikes to his adversary. This battle was a masterclass in strategy, brilliantly executed by Ash. "Normally, your assessment is correct," Ash replied, shaking his head. But had Onyx initiated with Sandstorm to hinder Feraligatr's movements before applying pressure, we would surely have been the ones to lose. For this Onyx has been trained exceptionally well. "Thank you." Duskull smiled broadly. Yet, she pondered further and inquired, "But from the moment Feraligatr vanished, I completely lost my composure. What was that?" With a mysterious smile, Ash replied, "That was the result of training. The rock barrier was merely a decoy for the double team." Duskull sighed softly, conceding her defeat with grace, though Ash refrained from explaining the role of Aura in that moment. "Now, my next Pokémon is this one. Go, Onyx." With a refreshed mindset, Duskull summoned her second Pokémon, Onyx. Gender, none. Level, 28. Type, Rock Ground. Ability, Rock Head. Base stats, 385. Aptitude, Intermediate Red. Moves, Sandstorm, Tackle. Bind, Rock Slide, Dig. Chapter 34, Kanaz Badge, Preparing to Camp. Swellow, give it your all. Use Steel Wing along the wind's current. The sandstorm raged on, as the gravel relentlessly battered against Swellow's form. Accompanied by Ash's fervent shout, a brilliant white light radiated from the wings. The brave bird, attuned to the wind's direction, seized the moment and soared into the sky, breaking free. First, it ascended with the wind's aid, then utilized its steel wing to pave the way and mitigate damage. "Ash, you truly possess remarkable skills," exclaimed Daisy. Observing the critically injured brave bird, Ash shook his head. "No, it was my delayed command that thrust brave bird into a passive position. You reminded me, we should have initiated with a sandstorm to restrict movement." Daisy mischievously winked. Compared to the composed maturity she exhibited during their first encounter yesterday, she seemed much more liberated now. Ash managed a wry smile, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. Then allow me to offer you another piece of advice. Refrain from excessive chatter during battles. Brave bird, steel wing. The onyx, cumbersome and slow, prompted Ash to decisively instruct his petite brave bird to engage in close combat, thereby consuming the opponent's attack space. Onyx, use glare. Daisy swiftly assessed the situation. Faced with the tiny creature darting around, Onyx roared, its enormous eyes emanating an intimidating aura. Brave bird, undeterred, quickened its pace in response. Before Onyx could react, the steel wing collided with its neck, causing it to wince and slightly lean backward. Glare typically instills fear in ordinary Pokémon, diminishing their defense and speed. Daisy's choice was sound, yet Ash's brave bird was anything but ordinary. Possessing the ability of courage, it may falter but shall never succumb to fear. Onyx. Daisy was taken aback. How could it defy the effects of glare and accelerate instead? Though puzzled, she knew she must not falter or allow confusion to reign. Onyx. Rock slide. With earthy energy coalescing around it, a barrage of rocks cascaded from above, forcing Brave Bird to evade and once again limiting its mobility. Daisy turned to Ash, stating earnestly, "This time, you cannot escape, Ash." Onyx, tackle. Before the Onyx's previous attack had fully subsided, it charged forward, propelled by the remnants of debris. Observing this, Ash swiftly commanded, "Hurricane, steel wing." This time, he refrained from utilizing his aura in advance. Facing the rapidly approaching behemoth, Brave Bird remained undaunted. It flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a tempest that diminished Onyx's forward momentum. Ultimately, the two collided, crashing to the ground simultaneously. Onyx and Brave Bird are unable to continue. Thus, the victor is Ash from Pallet Town. Daisy was taken aback, not expecting to be defeated in both rounds by a disadvantageous type. Clearly, she had much to learn. Her curiosity towards Ash grew, and she expressed her eagerness. "I look forward to your success at the Celestial Conference, Ash." At the gym's entrance, Ash accepted her words with a gentle smile, replying, "Thank you, Daisy." She shook her head and said, "No, I should be thanking you for helping me recognize my many shortcomings. If given the opportunity, I too wish to embark on a journey of self-improvement like yours. Witness the experiences you have shared, Ash, and strive to elevate yourself. If the opportunity arises, let us engage in another Pokémon battle." Ash gazed into her earnest eyes, revealing a distinct glimmer. He nodded and replied, "I look forward to it. Let us endeavor together. Then, I wish you all a safe journey." "Thank you." Under the watchful eye of Cuckoo, they set forth towards their next destination. During their search for a vessel, they encountered the elderly Hachi, who was accompanied by a Wingull. Just as they had arranged to depart, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he attempted to drive them away. Through Ash's aura perception, he discerned that the elder was being coerced by a fugitive member of the Aqua Team, and his actions were intended to safeguard Ash and his companions. After feigning their departure, Ash and the others enlisted the help of Ralts to rescue the Wingull that had been captured. The pursuit of the Aqua Team was entrusted to Miss Junsha. Subsequently, Ash and his friends successfully boarded Hachi's boat and arrived at the Battle Island. "Here we are, the Battle Town on Battle Island," Ash exclaimed. "Thank you, Grandpa Hachi." The group stood at the harbor bidding farewell, while Hachi, standing on the speedboat, chuckled. "I plan to head to Canas City to prepare for another voyage. I hope we have the chance to meet again in the future." The Wingull called out mournfully, and Ash and his friends smiled at it, saying, "If fate allows, we shall meet again, little O. We also appreciate your kindness, Grandpa Hachi." "Ha ha. Good luck with the gym challenge, Ash." "Absolutely no problem, Pikachu." Hachi's hearty laughter accompanied their wave goodbye as he departed. It was then that Brock turned to Ash and remarked, "It seems we have arrived a day earlier than planned. What are your thoughts for tomorrow, Ash?" Just as Ash was about to speak, he noticed the hopeful gaze of May and Max directed at him, prompting a smile. "We have spent so much time enjoying and competing in Canas City without proper rest. How about we camp behind the island tomorrow?" "Hooray!" May and Max immediately high-fived, brimming with excitement. Brock and Ash exchanged knowing smiles. A balance of work and rest is vital for both people and Pokémon. "It seems we need to prepare the food for tomorrow," Brock mused cheerfully, then joined the others who were walking ahead. Chapter 35. The Beach Bully, Lobster Minions. On the rear coast of Battle Island. The gentle sea breeze is so refreshing. May closed her eyes and spread her arms, relishing the caress of the ocean wind. The rhythmic crashing of the waves danced in her ears, and the warm sunlight enveloped her perfectly. Everything appeared so delightful, cleansing her mind of worries and restlessness. Pidgeotto and Swellow soared gracefully between the island and the waves. Torchic and Wurmple played joyfully, chasing the floating Ralts. The dazed Lotad stood motionless beside Brock, who was preparing beverages and snacks for everyone. "Hey, where's Big Brother? And where's Pikachu?" Max crawled out of the tent, looking around in confusion. At this moment, Xiaojang approached with a thermos and a cup, smiling as he remarked. He said he wanted to clear his mind. So he took Pikachu to the little slope nearby to go fishing. Xiaoyao's face fell instantly, and she muttered in disappointment. How could he do that? He even prepared a swimsuit. Xiaosheng, however, seemed unfazed, merely glancing over at the Mudkip training alone. But doesn't Team Mudkip need to rest? Xiaojing explained. It's likely because Lizardon and Swellow performed exceptionally well at the Kanaz gym. It doesn't T want to fall behind. Just then, Lizardon, which had been lounging under the palm tree, stood up, defiantly practicing flamethrower against the exposed rocks at low tide. Watching this, Xiaojang remarked, those two are at it again. They are supposed to be camping, yet they are so diligent. Xiaoyao observed them, feeling a profound sense of malice. So intense, too intense. Xiaosheng, who had always been adept at seizing the moment, adjusted his glasses and remarked meaningfully, after all, it is said that Pokémon resemble their trainers. And that could not be truer. Xiaoyao responded with confusion, just like my sister and brother? She exclaimed, my sister is far too different. The future of Torchic and Caterpie is quite concerning. Xiaojang, accustomed to the scene, watched as Xiaoyao, furious with embarrassment, chased after Xiaosheng, shaking his head as he prepared the lunch. Stop, Xiaosheng. But what I said is the truth. Why are you so angry, sister? Brave Xiaosheng, steadfast and resolute, only served to infuriate Xiaoyao further, vowing never to forgive him today. Suddenly, the running Xiaosheng halted, and Xiaoyao quickened her pace to catch up, exclaiming, I finally got you. Xiaosheng. No, sister, look over there by the tent. Xiaosheng seemed startled, pointing in panic. What tent? Don't try any tricks, Xiaosheng. Xiaoyao paused, though her eyes involuntarily glanced over, gasping in astonishment. It appeared something was stirring in the tent that should have been empty, creating a commotion that startled everyone. At that moment, they were all drawn to the noise, and the creature within seemed to sense their presence, swiftly dragging the entire deformed tent away. Pidgeot was the first to react, swooping down to save the tent, only to see something burrowing into the ground and hastily moving toward the sea, vanishing in no time, leaving a group of startled onlookers behind. What was that? Xiaoyao exclaimed, her face pale. The fishing rod exchange from the system shop proved quite effective, allowing her to experience the joy of reeling in a catch. Unfortunately, for most of the morning, she only managed to catch a plethora of Magikarp, goldfish, and pistol shrimp. Light red, deep green, light red, medium red, none of them were particularly impressive in terms of potential. According to Ash's standards, the Pokémon he captured should at least be blue to have room for development. If they were not final evolutions, deep red would be the minimum acceptable standard. Unless the Pokémon themselves are unwilling to evolve, Ash will respect their choice. Currently, the distinction in aptitude manifests merely in the apparent disparity in skill acquisition and the potency of their ultimate moves. However, based on his conjecture, as Pikachu and the others ascend to higher levels, this aptitude will play a pivotal role. After experimenting with the system for quite some time, Ash has concluded that it resembles a third-rate web game as framework. There are no task templates, rendering it a mere half-baked product. The only available features lie within the system's marketplace, which, aside from Pokémon, offers an extensive array of items, from fishing rods and food to Pokeballs, and on a grander scale, abilities and evolution stones. Furthermore, there are cards for aptitude enhancement and experience boosts. Ash can only remark that he has yet to exhaust the items available for exchange. Particularly within the category of cards, the prices are exorbitant, and his current savings are woefully insufficient. He can afford the experience boost card, but it is explicitly designated for use in the league tournament, along with a corresponding critical point exchange card. This deceptive tactic of fragmenting costs is all too familiar to Ash, who has spent years immersed in mobile and online games. This is precisely why he has refrained from haphazardly exchanging items, akin to saving money. Possessing funds without a particular desire provides a sense of security. He does require the experience boost and critical point cards, as they can yield a staggering 110-fold boost, amounting to 4,000 critical points, valid throughout the tournament. He intends to reserve this for the upcoming competition. Additionally, he seeks to exchange for evolution stones and key stones, costing 5,000 and 1,200 respectively, totaling 6,200. The prices for Quasi-Divine and Divine Pokémon carry a premium. Currently, only Charizard appears to be within reach. Ash muttered to himself, I suppose I should save a bit more. Pika? Oh, it's nothing, Pikachu. Such strength. Ash exclaimed as he leaned back, while reeling in the fishing rod, lowering his center of gravity, yet he was gradually being pulled forward, astonished by the enormity of his catch. It is important to note that his physical abilities have been enhanced, and he has consistently maintained training alongside his Pokémon. With this kind of force, could it be a Gyarados or something similar? In the midst of his contemplation, Ash, unable to withstand the pull any longer, shouted toward the side, if this continues, I'll be dragged into the sea. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu, who had been anxiously watching, unleashed a surge of electrical energy towards the location of the fish's air bladder. With a flash, the fishing rod lost its tension. After a brief moment of calm on the surface of the sea, a red crustacean emerged. Ash reeled it in. Blinking in disbelief, is this a Krabby? Krabby gender, level 24 type, water ability, shell armor base stats, 308 aptitude, deep crimson skills, harden, leer, bubble beam, crab hammer. Chapter 36, Capturing the Ugly Fish. Pika Pika. What is it? Have you discovered something, Pikachu? Ash inquired, leaning closer to observe Pikachu's expression. As I discovered the claws of the little lobster grasping something, a fish tail was distinctly visible. Upon closer inspection, a wave of joy washed over me. Truly, it was as if I had tirelessly searched for something only to find it effortlessly at hand. After fishing all morning, with my heart set on this very moment, it turned out that you had delivered it to me. If the appearance of the little lobster brought surprise to Ash, then the creature in its claws was nothing short of a delightful surprise. For it was a Magikarp, often dismissed for its unremarkable appearance. Yet, once it evolves into a Gyarados, it is revered as one of the most beautiful Pokémon. Let me take a look. Magikarp. Gender. Level 20. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Base stats, 200. Potential, light blue. Moves, splash, tackle, dragon breath. Quite impressive indeed. The ability grants a speed boost, and the potential is nearly perfect. After all, Magikarp and its evolutionary counterpart, Gyarados, achieving a blue potential is exceedingly rare. Throughout my journey, I have encountered many Pokémon with base stats around 200, most of which were predominantly green or red. However, when my gaze inadvertently skimmed over the moves section, I found myself momentarily stunned. Dragon breath. This was a rare sight indeed. Upon a second glance, I was astounded. A Magikarp that could use dragon breath? No wonder its inherent potential was so high. It must have come from an exceptional lineage. I imagined the elegant form of Gyarados and wondered if it might have a Dratini for a father. Ah, the festive spirit is upon us. Pikachu tugged at my sleeve, a mischievous grin illuminating its face as it tilted its adorable head. I couldn't possibly be losing my composure, could I? Suppressing my excitement, I hastily retrieved 2 Pokeballs to capture my newfound companions. Once I had them secured, I made my way back to the campsite, feeling quite satisfied. Brock was busy preparing lunch, and upon seeing my joyful approach, he smiled and remarked, "It seems you've had some success." Yes, indeed. I captured 2 delightful water-type Pokémon. I noticed my other Pokémon, such as Blaziken and Trico, busily tidying up the disheveled tent. What happened here? May inquired, her face one of apprehension, as the unknown often breeds concern. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I recalled various elements from the previous 3 adventures, combining that with the capture of the little lobster. I quickly pieced together what had transpired. I made a few embellishments and began to explain the situation to everyone. However, I transformed the capture of the lobster into a tale of witnessing it burrowing underground, while the Magikarp was caught through fishing. With that, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, their worries dissipating. Who would have thought that my fishing expedition would yield not 1, but 2 Pokémon? May expressed her envy, while Max pondered aloud. But aren't Pokémon trainers generally allowed to carry only 6 Pokémon? By that count, Big Brother now has 8. Max voiced his confusion, a basic tenet of Pokémon training that he was well aware of. Brock took the opportunity to enlighten him. In theory, this holds true, as research indicates that a trainer may carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon, which ensures optimal nurturing and affection for each creature. However, institutions such as Pokémon centers, Gyms and breeding houses can facilitate special requests to elevate storage limits. Connecting the system to the Alliance's official website could resolve the issue of maximum capacity. And this applies equally to individuals. Brock cast a glance at Ash and remarked with a smile that Ash should have sought the assistance of Professor Oak. Especially since Ash has a proven track record as a tournament champion, making his chances of approval quite high. Is that so? That sounds wonderful, Max exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder, as this was yet another piece of knowledge for him. May looked on with wide eyes, intrigued by the possibilities. Ash nodded in affirmation, clarifying that it would still only allow for 8 Pokémon, and any further increase would be unfeasible, as the Alliance must maintain control over personal limits. Furthermore, managing 8 Pokémon while traveling presents a significant challenge. Setting aside the daily training and nurturing, the daily food expenses alone can be quite cumbersome. At present, Ash was engaged with Brock in learning some aspects of Pokémon nurturing. With the aid of Pokémon food and energy cubes exchanged from the system's marketplace, they were barely managing to provide adequate care. Otherwise, once May's Pokémon also increased in number, Mrs. Ketchum might find herself overwhelmed, necessitating Ash to shoulder more responsibilities alongside Brock. Returning to the moment, Ash devoted the remainder of the afternoon to enjoying the seaside with his friends. He first entrusted the Pokémon to Nurse Joy in preparation for the upcoming gym match, then spent an hour chatting with his mother, Hanako, sharing recent events. After assuring her that he would always check in upon arriving in a new town, he concluded the call. Finally, Ash reached out to Professor Oak. "Oh, Ash, how are you? Which city have you arrived at now?" Ash observed the elderly professor enjoying instant noodles and replied with a wry smile, "Professor Oak, you should really take some time to prepare a proper meal. Living on instant noodles isn't good for your health." Professor Oak chuckled heartily. "Well, Tracy has gone off to gather materials elsewhere, and I've been engrossed in researching Pokémon evolution, so I've lost track of time. I'm finally seeing some progress." "Oh," Ash raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smile. "I might have some information that could assist you in that area, Professor." Professor Oak blinked in surprise, momentarily pausing his meal. "You're not jesting, are you? One mustn't be bound by conventional thinking. I've been making strides, you know." "Haha, my apologies. You're right. It's essential to avoid fixed ideas. I must say, your insight into this is impressive, Ash." Professor Oak scratched his head sheepishly, and Ash decided not to prolong the teasing. "Since arriving in the Hoenn region, I've engaged in battles and exchanges with trainers from various camps and regions. Afterward, I've occasionally inquired about their methods of Pokémon nurturing and observations. I took notes, and some of my findings differ from what I previously knew, leading me to formulate new hypotheses. This should prove beneficial to you. The conclusions drawn from practice must ultimately be your own." Ash articulated his thoughts with a blend of truth and ambiguity. He had some plans ahead, requiring him to lay the groundwork for himself. Given that information and resources are hardly valuable, extending a favor to Professor Oak seemed the wisest course of action. As Ash expressed himself with clarity and conviction, Professor Oak listened intently, his interest deepening with every word. Upon receiving Ash's transmitted notes, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily bid farewell and abruptly ended the call, leaving Ash bewildered by his fervent reaction. The professor remarked, "Research data is akin to a lover. Delaying even a moment in delving deeper is a form of sacrilege." Chapter 37. The Martial Arts Gym. Evolution. Forest Lizard. On the third day at the martial arts gym, Ash and his companions had made prior arrangements on their first day, ensuring that the challenge match proceeded smoothly. The rules were straightforward, a battle format of 2 versus 2, consistent with the regulations at the Cuckoo Gym. "This is my first Pokémon. Let us go, Swellow," Ash declared, releasing his brave companion. Tung Shu, taking the match earnestly, responded, "A flying type, is it? Then I shall summon my Hawlucha. Wing attack." As Ash commanded, Swellow's wings glimmered with a radiant light, striking down upon Hawlucha in a swift dive. Yet, remarkably, Hawlucha adeptly rolled to evade the impact, standing upright as if it had harnessed the very force of the attack to its advantage. What should have been a highly effective move was effortlessly sidestepped by Hawlucha. "Excellent. We'll use the agility honed through surfing to defuse this," Tung Shu confidently declared, refraining from issuing an offensive command to Hawlucha. It was evident he aimed to drain Swellow's stamina before launching a counterattack, showcasing their confidence in their training results. Ash, intrigued, swiftly altered his strategy. Hurricane. Though long-range techniques do not yield the same damage as close combat, they offer safety. As Swellow unleashed a relentless barrage, Hawlucha crossed its arms to withstand the gusts, albeit with minimal effect, yet its movements were momentarily restrained. Humph, Tingshu grunted, then shouted, Hawlucha, use bulk up. Hawlucha adapted to the impact, stabilizing itself and striking a muscular pose, its muscles taut and expanding, enhancing its attack power. Impressive reaction, Ash acknowledged with a slight smile. Aerial Ace. Taking advantage of the opening, Swellow abruptly ceased its wind assault, tail aglow with a brilliant light as it charged towards Hawlucha. Hawlucha, use Sky Uppercut. Taken aback by the opponent's speed, Tingshu recognized that a direct confrontation was unavoidable. Aerial Ace is a move with an exceedingly high hit rate, and he could not guarantee that Hawlucha would evade in time, compelling him to adopt an offensive stance. In the instant before Hawlucha could connect, Swellow vanished, reappearing at a different angle. Hawlucha's attack missed entirely, resulting in Swellow sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Ding. Swellow gained 6,800 experience points. Ding. Swellow leveled up to level 32. Ding. Earned 200 points. Well done, Hawlucha. Ash maintained a serene smile, refraining from comment. Since the day of its capture, his Swellow had undergone rigorous training alongside a Pidgeot. If viewed through the lens of reason, the challenges ahead seemed daunting. However, the opponent's training methods possessed their own unique flair. The strategy relied solely on ranged attacks, leaving the powerful Hariyama at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the extensive hours devoted to mastering such evasive maneuvers likely meant that defensive training had been neglected. Thus, Swellow posed little threat. Sometimes, a single moment was all that was needed for a decisive strike. Yet, the forthcoming battle proved to be far more intricate. Go, Alakazam. With that, Tingshu released a second Pokeball. A Pokémon emerged, its arms spread wide like a fan, robust as a sumo wrestler. Alakazam. Indeed. The formidable physique was composed entirely of muscle. Should it concentrate its strength, its muscles would become as unyielding as granite. Xiaoyao, with Pokédex in hand, listened intently and felt a wave of apprehension. This opponent appeared formidable. The long-awaited gym battle is yours, Trico. Chamo. Trico somersaulted twice in the air before landing, its eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Despite being a grass type, it radiated an aura akin to flames. After all the effort invested in training, it had been waiting for this moment. Tingshu couldn't help but smile, remarking, "What an impressive gaze. Maintain your distance, Seed Bomb." Ash issued the command, employing a tried-and-true strategy. As long as they kept their distance, the advantages of most fighting-type Pokémon would be significantly diminished. Block it, Tingshu calmly instructed. Clearly, his confidence in Alakazam surpassed that of Hariyama. As expected, Alakazam simply spread its fan-like hands and effortlessly negated Trico's assault. Ash furrowed his brow. This Alakazam had been trained exceptionally well. Continuing the ranged offensive, it seemed likely that before Ash could weaken his opponent, Trico would tire first. In a flash of lightning, Chamo. Seizing the advantage of speed, Trico struck with precision. Yet Tingshu showed no urgency to retaliate, allowing Trico to continuously collide against Alakazam. Finally, after a series of familiar attacks, Alakazam swayed its body in response to the incoming blows. Have you adapted? Tingshu smirked, then delivered a powerful push. The attack, having lost its balance, became nearly impossible to evade. Alakazam's enormous hand enveloped Trico, propelling it through the air with tremendous force. The impact sent Trico tumbling and scraping against the ground, ultimately crashing against the wall. Ash turned in shock, exclaiming, "Trico!" To his relief, Trico struggled to rise, its battered body still standing. Its gaze remained fierce. It refused to yield, determined not to lose. Chamo. This indomitable spirit transformed into a fervent belief in its own strength, enveloping it in a radiant white light. Trico. Ash's lips moved slightly as he beheld the silhouette standing resolutely, illuminated by the dissipating glow. A smile graced his face. So this is it. Let us give it our all and emerge victorious. Forest Lizard. Chamo. Forest Lizard. Gender. Level, 28. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Base stats, 405. Potential, Medium Blue. Skills, Absorb, Strike, Flash of Lightning, Seed Machine Gun, Leaf Blade, High-Speed Movement. Chapter 38, Galloping Green Light. The Boxing Badge. Utilize Leaf Blade. With a piercing gaze, Ash shouted fervently. The leaves on the arm of the forest lizard fused together, forming two verdant scimitars. Its entire body surged forward like a cannonball, charging at high speed. Tung Shu's pupils contracted. How swift! There's no evading this. Block it! Superpower King! He bellowed, thrusting forward his iron palm, clashing fiercely with the descending leaf blades, only for both to be repelled and stagger backward. Such an explosive force. Tung Shu marveled inwardly. It was remarkable to note that despite its evolution, there remained a significant weight disparity between the Forest Lizard and Superpower King. Seed Machine Gun. Chamo. At Ash's command. The Forest Lizard lunged once more, simultaneously opening its mouth to unleash a barrage upon Superpower King. The speed was astonishing. Superpower King instinctively raised its hands for defense. Yet, in the next moment, it was bombarded by the Seed Machine Gun, forced to retreat with a pained expression. What? Tung Shu exclaimed in disbelief. The power of the skill has increased so much. Ash, equally astonished by the Forest Lizard's growth, waved his hand and commanded. Once more, Forest Lizard, Leaf Blade. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Strike with fervor. The leaf blades collided with the iron fists again, Superpower King appearing considerably strained. The residual damage from the Seed Machine Gun was evidently still affecting it. Seizing the opportunity, the Forest Lizard executed a swift turn, delivering another leaf blade strike to its forehead. Superpower King. It groaned in pain, swaying unsteadily before ultimately succumbing to the ground. With Superpower King incapacitated, the victor was declared to be Ash from True New Town. The referee announced the outcome. Chamo. The Forest Lizard picked up a twig and held it in its mouth, exuding an air of nonchalance. The Forest Lizard is so cool, Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully. We must celebrate with a hearty meal tonight. Ash chimed in. You flatter me, Mr. Tung Shu. No, I truly believe in your potential. One day you shall ride the waves of greatness. Tung Shu, with a resolute gaze, earnestly remarked to Ash. By the way, Ash, I believe with your prowess, you could venture to the Stone Cave. Such a familiar name. Tung Shu seemed to feel that he could get acquainted and seek guidance. However, at present, Ash held no such intention. He could hardly compete. After all, the individual was a champion. It was not in Ash's nature to seek familiarity without the means to contend. Rather than awkwardly trying to ingratiate himself, it would be far better to engage in battle when the circumstances were more equal. If it were Cynthia or Caro, he might consider it. He sent Pidgeot to Professor Oak, exchanging it for a Cyndaquil. Professor Oak, sporting dark circles under his eyes yet exuding excitement, exclaimed, though much of it is theoretical. After discussions with those old fellows, we found substantial confirmations. Ash smiled, replying, as long as it proves helpful, it seems progress is satisfactory. Indeed, it seems that the evolution types of IB have been updated. Professor Oak exclaimed with delight. I have confirmed with Professor Yamari from Sinnoh that trainers starting from him indeed possess data on the evolution of Leafeon and Glaceon. As for the location, it matches what that person said after your battle. Professor Oak spoke with excitement, anticipating that once Professor Yamari personally verifies the information, it will be fully substantiated. Ash smiled and said, Congratulations, Professor Oak. As for that individual from the battle, well, that was merely a fabrication. However, considering the proximity of Hoenn and Sinnoh, it wouldn't be surprising to encounter trainers with Glaceon and Leafeon. Regarding Sylveon, he could draft a hypothesis on fairy types once Ralts is sufficiently trained. He remarked, This is all thanks to you. Professor Oak waved his hand and chuckled. If this goes smoothly, Ash, your name will certainly be submitted for this research. The League should also provide corresponding rewards. Ash responded with a sheepish grin. As long as the rewards are sent to my mother, that will suffice. Ha ha ha, rest assured. That is certainly not an issue. After exchanging a few more words, Ash concluded the call with Professor Oak. Following a celebratory meal with Brock, May, and Max, he retired early for the night. He had heard that many formidable trainers were honing their skills on Fighting Island, and tomorrow he planned to thoroughly scour the campsite. Delightful anticipation filled the air. The trainers on Fighting Island murmured, Please don't come near us. Chapter 39, The Onslaught of Fighting Island. Everyone elevated. Bang. The giant Swampert has lost its fighting capability, thus the victor is Ash. Brock announced the outcome of the battle. They were at a training camp on the west coast, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Goodness, this Pikachu is truly remarkable. It hasn't been defeated even once. This trainer is extraordinary. How many challenges has this been? I'm not sure. It seems this individual has suddenly emerged in recent days. Amidst the clamor, Ash shook hands with his opponent before stepping aside with Brock to rest. Big brother, you've worked hard. Max enthusiastically approached with a cup of watermelon juice. Ash smiled and replied, "Thank you, Max." Giggling, Max proudly placed his hands on his hips, beaming with joy. He had completely transformed into Ash's little shadow. Ash glanced around and inquired, "By the way, where's May?" Brock pondered. Perhaps she went to a nearby stall to find something to eat? Not at all. May suddenly appeared behind them, her expression one of dejection. "I was invited to battle." Brock observed her demeanor and remarked, "It seems the battle did not go well." May lowered her head further, lamenting, "My cater pie was defeated in an instant. The trainers on this island appear to be here specifically for rigorous training. Their skills are quite impressive." Ash comforted her, saying, "Nay, your progress has been significant. There's no need to dwell on it." His words were not merely for consolation. The overall strength of the trainers honing their skills on Fighting Island was indeed formidable. There are numerous individuals possessing Pokémon of such formidable caliber as the giant marsh monster. Moreover, most of the challenges are structured as 3-on-3 or 6-on-6 battles. In the past few days, Ash's Pokémon have truly flourished. Pikachu has reached level 59, while the Mytianus stands at level 39 and the Swellow at level 36. Cyndaquil is at level 35, the Trico at level 34, and Ralts at level 28. The Corphish has also engaged in several matches, currently sitting at level 28. Given that some training grounds are located by the seaside, Ash ensured that his Magikarp did not remain idle, winning a few battles to attain level 23. As a result, rumors among trainers began to circulate about a trainer who had cultivated his Magikarp to unleash dragon breath. Subsequently, the tales grew increasingly exaggerated, leading to a surge in challengers. "Are you Ash?" A newcomer approached, adorned with a sun hat and sporting a ponytail, complemented by short shorts and long legs. "Is something wrong with her neck? Did she sleep awkwardly?" The girl wasted her stunning looks. "I've heard that you've remained undefeated on your journey. Your reputation as the Tyrant of Battles has become quite renowned." "Tyrant of Battles? What a peculiar moniker." Ash smirked, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I am quite refined and academically accomplished. Such a title tarnishes my reputation. There are nefarious individuals among the crowd. I had imagined the Tyrant would appear more imposing. You seem rather unremarkable." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Was she insulting him? Ash glanced at himself. He had been eating well, sleeping soundly, and maintaining his exercise regimen, resulting in a recent growth spurt. With his tousled hair and tailored shorts, he exuded an air of cleanliness and sophistication. Compared to the foolish character from the original story, he appeared to be evolving in the direction of a more refined persona. Ash lifted his gaze, arriving at a conclusion. This girl must be blind. Xiaoyao, unable to tolerate the other's attitude, angrily pointed at her and declared, "Right from the start, you're making judgments about others. Ash is undeniably handsome. See, Xiaoyao has an eye for talent." Brock remarked, observing the girl's face flush with either anger or embarrassment, and he sighed. "That may not be the main point, Xiaoyao. No, I believe it is quite significant." Ash stepped forward and patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder, appreciating the feeling of being defended. He then turned to the girl and stated, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, then leave. My good nature is reserved for my allies." "What does your beauty amount to?" "You." The girl fumed, yet she struggled to articulate a proper retort. Her charming face contorted in annoyance. She could only exclaim, "You are indeed no good person. I shall teach you a lesson today. Is this child of sound mind?" Ash pondered, yet before he could respond, a trio of cheerleaders appeared behind the girl, erupting into cheers. "Go, Lord Xiaoxi. Teach that little brat a lesson." "Yes, yes. A trainer who bullies others must not be spared. Lord Xiaoxi will prevail. Who teaches whom a lesson remains uncertain. After all, Ash is quite formidable. Indeed, you cannot hope to defeat my brother." The atmosphere became strangely confrontational. Ash found himself perplexed by the unfolding events, with no time to contemplate further. Upon encountering the opponent, she provocatively pointed and said, "Are you afraid? A coward facing the tyrant?" Ash, somewhat amused by the audacity, replied, "Come on, set the rules. I shall oblige." The mud figure still harbored a flicker of anger. With that continuous taunting, how delightful it would be to deliver a sound thrashing to someone so adorably cute. "Let us make it a 3-on-3, the girl declared after a moment of contemplation. Although she yearned for a comprehensive battle to teach such a person a lesson, she had only 3 main Pokémon with her. The others were still in training. "What? You don't even have 6 Pokémon, yet you dare to act so arrogantly?" Xiaosheng crossed her arms, seizing the opportunity to belittle her. I thought you were more formidable. Challenging my brother like this is quite audacious. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, that's not it. I just don't need 6 Pokémon to teach you a lesson. 3 will suffice. Oh, is that so? You pesky little brat. Furious, she turned away from Xiaosheng. Calling out to Ash, are you brave enough for a 3-on-3? Absolutely. Ash chuckled, finding the child's childishness oddly endearing as he engaged in banter with Xiaosheng. Chapter 40. A fierce rival, the girl. Intense battle on the beach. Now, it is Ash against Xiaoxi. Brock cast a questioning glance at the girl, who huffed, Xiaoxi. Now, Ash will battle Xiaoxi in a 3-on-3 duel. With Brock announcing the rules, the battle commenced. The trio of cheerleaders behind Xiaoxi huddled together, whispering among themselves. Ha ha. Once they both suffer, we can capture all the Pokémon. The little rascal has grown increasingly formidable. Can this Xiaoxi girl truly hold her own? Today presents a splendid opportunity, Meow. This girl is quite powerful. Indeed, my Meowth and I saw it with our own eyes. The mischief makers, the notorious Team Rocket, had returned after a long absence. As Ash's strength grew, they realized capturing Pikachu was becoming increasingly challenging. Thus, having lingered on the island for several days, they coincidentally observed a formidable girl. When the Pokémon Center appeared unusually busy, they seized the moment to weave a narrative, portraying Ash as someone who bullied novice trainers and mocked them. Enraged, the girl, under their influence, sought trouble with Ash. Humph, trainers like you. Xiaoxi scoffed, tossing out her Pokeball, shouting, I entrust this to you, 7 stars bird. 7 stars bird. Gender, NA, level, 37. Type, flying dragon. Base stats, 490. Aptitude, light blue. Skills, enchanting voice, body slam, dragon breath. The level and attributes are impressive. Ash clicked his tongue. It seems this girl, who so readily sought conflict, was indeed formidable. He promptly focused and released his Swellow for battle. Swellow, you say? Xiaoxi, initially prepared to counter the advantageous type, was taken aback. To her astonishment, the opponent dared to confront her directly. In her confusion, she couldn't help but regard Ash with a newfound respect. However, I shall not show mercy, she declared. Xia Qi Qing Miao, the voice of enchantment. Upon uttering these words, a piercing, elongated cry erupted from the beak of the Xia Qi Qing Miao. The proud Swellow, caught in the throes of mental anguish, exhibited a pained expression, rigidly suspended in midair. Ash, too, felt the reverberations of the sound, struggling to open his eyes as he swiftly turned his gaze toward Swellow. Before he could speak, Xia Qi seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Dragon Breath. The attack from Xia Qi Qing Miao was remarkably swift. The moment the sound ceased, the breath struck Swellow, who, with a shriek, plummeted to the ground. Swellow, Ash gasped, his pupils dilating in alarm. With a desperate effort, Swellow strained its body, casting Ash a look that conveyed its desire to continue fighting. Ash exhaled a slight sigh of relief, yet a twinge of guilt gnawed at him. Lately, he had been riding a wave of good fortune, leading him to develop a sense of overconfidence even when facing opponents of similar levels, thereby affording them the chance to take the initiative. The girl before him possessed considerable skill. Remarkably, she had yet to render her Pokémon incapable of battle. Xiaoqi appeared somewhat taken aback, her expression turning serious. Let us try again. Xiaoqi Qing Miao Dragon, what was it? Her voice trailed off as she gazed ahead, witnessing Swellow enveloped in a radiant white light, beginning to evolve. Swellow is evolving, exclaimed Xiao Yao, who had been worried just moments before, now standing with joy. It's a Honchkrow. So magnificent. How infuriating. It evolved. Xiaosheng exclaimed, watching the now majestic Honchkrow with excitement. This little brat is truly difficult to deal with. Don't worry, Meow. Although it has evolved, its stamina is still compromised. And that Xia Qi Qing Miao appears exceptionally strong, Meow. The trio from Team Rocket whispered among themselves, once again rallying support for Xia Qi. After all, when they fought to their mutual exhaustion, it would be their time to reap the rewards. With this thought, they grew increasingly fervent in their cheers. Honchkrow Thunderbolt. Ash, recognizing the troublesome nature of the opponent's voice of enchantment, opted for a preemptive strike. Cotton Guard. Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly. Instantly, Xiaoqi Qing Miao retracted its body. The Honchkrow collided with the cotton-covered form, absorbing the impact. With this momentum, Xiaoqi Qing Miao soared backwards, spreading its wings wide. Ash was momentarily taken aback by such a brazen tactic. Full throttle. With a resounding crash, Xiao Miao launched a rapid attack on the now vulnerable Honchkrow. Striking true. With a mournful cry, Honchkrow fell, finally succumbing to exhaustion. Oof, too naive. Though your evolution startled me for a moment. It appears you are not so formidable after all, Xiaoqi declared with an air of arrogance, her hands on her hips, prompting Team Rocket behind her to erupt in a chorus of exaggerated praise. Feeling spirited, are we? Ash, for the first time, felt a surge of anger. You think you can disregard me? Pikachu, you'll be the one. Pika. Pikachu leapt from Ash's shoulder, its cheeks shimmering with arcs of electricity. Pikachu, the Chishi Bluebird. The voice of enchantment. Such an opponent is indeed more straightforward. Dig. As Ash's command resonated, Pikachu burrowed into the ground, causing the Chishi Bluebird to lose its target instantaneously. Xiaoxi was also engrossed, keenly observing the battlefield. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. With a resounding boom, Pikachu erupted from beneath the Chishi Bluebird at the designated moment, unleashing a surge of electricity that struck true. With just a single blow, the Chishi Bluebird plummeted, enveloped in black smoke, rendered incapable of battle. How could this be? Xiaoxi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She had nurtured her Chishi Bluebird as a formidable shield, and until today, she could scarcely fathom that a Pokémon could defeat it in one fell swoop. And to think it was an adorable Pikachu? Although Ash had startled her when he vanquished the Kingler, it appeared to be nothing extraordinary after all. Ash, mimicking the tone of a certain girl, remarked playfully. Seems like it's not such a big deal. The girl's face flushed crimson, and with a stammering yet assertive tone, she retorted, what are you so smug about? How immature. Hey, is that a hint of Tsundere? Ash mused, his interest piqued as he watched her, causing her cheeks to redden even further. Whether from anger or embarrassment remained unclear. Regaining her composure, she declared with renewed confidence, Humph, I admit I underestimated you a bit. But it won't be so easy from here on. Go, Scyther. Scyther. Gender, male. Level, 44. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Light Metal. Base stats, 500. Aptitude, Medium Blue. Skills, Agility. Swords Dance, Bullet Punch. Quite well trained, and possessing a hidden ability. Ash gazed thoughtfully at the sandy ground where Scyther stood, sinking only slightly. The Light Metal ability has the Pokémon's weight, which would make Scyther, known for its speed, a formidable adversary. Xiaoxi seemed to notice Ash's realization and proudly remarked, Looks like you figured it out. While Pikachu is impressive, it will lose its speed advantage against Scyther, and we hold the upper hand in size as well. Xiaoxi stammered. Why are you like this? After a moment of hesitation, the girl managed to exclaim, You are shameless, despicable, and unreasonable. Ash shrugged nonchalantly, seeing her exasperation as amusing. He wasn't trying to provoke her. Rather, he saw an excellent opportunity for training, which was rare to come by. If all else failed, he could always send Pikachu back into the fray. Thus, he resolved, It's your turn, Blaziken. Chapter 41. The Evolving Blaziken. After an intense battle, Blaziken stood in the arena, battered and bruised, a stark contrast to the relaxed Scyther. Despite the Fire-type's quadruple advantage against Steel, it was all in vain if it couldn't land a hit. Quickly, this Scyther is too fast. If Blaziken hadn't been focusing on strengthening its physique, it would have already been down for the count. Even so, all the techniques of the Blaziken had been unleashed. However, merely the high-speed movement rendered Ash and Blaziken powerless against each other. May, with her mouth slightly agape in disbelief, exclaimed, Incredible. This is the first time I've seen Ash being suppressed. My brother won't lose. He still has Pikachu. Max expressed his confidence in Ash, although his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, a radiant white light enveloped Blaziken's body, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in astonishment. Is it evolving again? Ash was momentarily stunned, but then broke into a joyful smile. This proud little sister is truly my lucky star. 2 battles have led to the evolution of 2 of my Pokémon. The frustration in his heart dissipated significantly, and he began to view his opponent more favorably. Upon evolution, the newly transformed Blaziken let out a cry, releasing its pent-up frustrations. With a majestic stance, it arched its body and instantly appeared before the Scyther. Its fiery legs executed a sweeping kick, sending the Scyther flying. Flame Kick, you've learned a new skill, Blaziken. Ash shouted with delight, simultaneously scanning the newly evolved Pokémon. Blaziken. Gender, unknown. Level, 39. Type, Firefighting. Ability, Blaze. Base stats, 530. Potential, Deep Blue. Moves, Flame Kick. Detect, Overheat. Blaziken had acquired 3 new skills post-evolution, all seemingly quite practical. A thought sparked in Ash's mind, and he swiftly formulated a strategy. Blaziken, once more Flame Kick. Though urgency flickered on May's face, she remained composed. Scyther Quick Attack. Detect. Ash smiled, for this was the moment he had been waiting for. Blaziken halted its movement, a fierce blue gleam flashing in its eyes as it tracked Scyther's trajectory. Seizing the fleeting moment, Blaziken unleashed a kick to intercept the Scyther just as it revealed itself. Now Overheat. Ash's eyes widened as he issued the command. Just as May gasped for Scyther to evade, it was engulfed by the searing white flames. Overheat was a powerful fire-type move, and its effectiveness diminished with each use. Thus, landing the first strike was crucial and could be quite deadly for the opponent, especially for a steel type like Scyther. Scyther succumbed to its injuries, and Blaziken emerged victorious. Brock observed the now charred Scyther for a moment before announcing the outcome of the match. Ding. Blaziken gained 2,800 experience points. Ding. Blaziken has leveled up to 40. Ding. Obtained 45 points. Thank you for your hard work, Scyther. May sighed, quickly accepting the outcome. However, she couldn't shake the feeling of frustration at continuously providing victories for others. Your Pokémon are exceptionally well trained. Both the Swablu and Scyther are impressive, Ash said earnestly, no longer joking. If it weren't for good fortune, Blaziken might not have triumphed. May looked at Ash in surprise. Was he comforting her? As the realization dawned upon her, she remarked with a hint of defiance, "Humph. It won't be that easy from here on." The words seemed familiar to Ash, who couldn't help but chuckle, recalling that she had said something similar moments ago. This little girl certainly had a limited vocabulary, displaying a rather naive demeanor. Little Creek's thoughts raced. This villain seems to look down on me. Surely, he must think little of me. Her cheeks flushed with youthful indignation as she gritted her teeth, retrieving the Pokeball that hung from her neck. Roar. Ash's eyes widened in astonishment as the Pokémon emerged from the thrown ball. This girl was impressive. She even possessed such a creature. Salamence. Gender, unknown. Level, 50. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Base stats, 600. Potential, Light Purple. Moves, Dragon Dance, Hyper Beam, Outrage. Ash couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy upon reviewing Salamence's impressive data. Not only was Salamence one of his favorite Pokémon, but the light purple potential was something he had never encountered in battle before, even during the grueling days of the Silver Conference. The highest potential he had seen were merely a few deep blue specimens. Just as he was taken aback by this revelation, the opponent launched an attack. Salamence, Dragon Breath. Roar. The powerful energy wave struck Blaziken, resulting in a resounding explosion. Blaziken. Under the intimidation effect of Salamence, Blaziken couldn't evade the assault. You've done well, Blaziken. Pika. Pikachu nodded and leapt back into the fray, standing resolutely against Salamence without a hint of fear. Observing the fierce little creature, Little Creek remained undeterred and commanded, Salamence, ascend and then use Dragon Dance. So, she intended to bolster its attack power first? Quite a prudent strategy. Ash furrowed his brow as he watched Salamence, glowing with energy. Take to the skies. Despite its relatively low defense, Salamence possessed formidable attack power. It appeared that the opponent was preparing to maximize Salamence's offensive capabilities for a potential one-hit knockout. Dragon Rush. Roar. Dragon Rush was a signature move of the dragon type, boasting a wide attack range, making it difficult to escape once locked on. Ash understood this well. If he couldn't intercept or evade, he would have to trust in Pikachu's prowess. Pikachu, unleash your maximum power. Volt Tackle. Pika. Pikachu responded, sprinting forward as wild currents of electricity crackled around it. In a final burst, it leaped towards the descending Salamence, colliding with tremendous force. Boom. The collision of the two bursts of energy resulted in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield. Ash's blue aura flickered as he quickly checked on Pikachu. Amidst the smoke, both figures, one large and one small, bore significant injuries but remained standing. Ash let out a sigh of relief, then relayed a directive to Pikachu through his aura. 1 o'clock, 30 meters, diagonally above Irontail. Pika. Pikachu confirmed the position, its tail gleaming with a metallic sheen as it charged forward. Salamence, don't fly away. As the stream was about to command the Salamence to ascend and observe the situation, a dull cry of agony echoed through the smoke. Emerging from the haze was the Salamence, flung by Pikachu. Although surprised that Pikachu could locate Salamence without line of sight, the stream quickly issued a command upon seeing Pikachu so close. Salamence, Dragon Claw. Roar. The Salamence braced itself against the onslaught, raising its glimmering claws to strike. The response was swift. However, the anticipated effect did not materialize. The Dragon Claw struck Pikachu, only for its form to dissipate. It's a double team. How could this be? Where? Flustered, the stream turned her head in search of answers, only to hear Ash's voice provide the revelation. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu leapt above Salamence, unleashing a torrent of lightning that engulfed Salamence in a fierce deluge. The crackling sound of thunder rang out. Salamence. Chapter 42. The Proud Girl, Stream. Ding. Pikachu gained 6,500 experience points. Ding. Pikachu has reached level 60. Ding. Acquired 110 points. With Salamence incapacitated, Ash emerged victorious. Brock declared the triumph of this battle. Even as the wave of aura lingered around Ash, he witnessed the surge of strength and energy radiating from Pikachu at the moment of its evolution. It seemed as though something had transcended. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining your first level 60 Pokémon. Rewards have been issued. Ash's eyes narrowed. This was the first time the system had delivered a notification distinct from mere experience points. A wave of joy washed over him. Indeed, this system was mediocre at best. Yet it appeared that level 60 was a threshold. Logically, as levels increased, the unlocked features would diverge. However, he refrained from hastily checking the rewards, deciding to explore them later at his leisure. Following Salamence's fall, Team Rocket's balloon made its appearance before everyone. Two mechanical arms, resembling vacuum cleaners, extended from below, sucking Pikachu and Salamence into a cage secured beneath the balloon. Who are you? Stream questioned anxiously, shielding her forehead with a hand. Since you inquired so earnestly, we shall graciously enlighten you. 4. Team Rocket, it's you again. Small Victory shouted, pointing at them. We haven't even finished our lines yet. You are becoming increasingly rude. Indeed. However, this operation was a resounding success, meow. The flustered trio discarded their disguises and burst into laughter, grateful for the little girl's involvement, which had rekindled a delightful feeling, meow. At this juncture, even the most naïve of streams could discern the unfortunate reality. A wave of sorrow washed over her. After enduring such a grueling battle, with Pokémon sustaining injuries, she discovered that it was all instigated by nefarious villains. Tears welled up in her eyes. To misuse others' goodwill for malevolent deeds, you have gone too far this time. Ash's voice turned icy. Ralts, go rescue Pikachu and the others. Rallo. In an instant, Ralts vanished from Xiaoyao's embrace and appeared before Team Rocket, using its psychic powers to snatch the key to the iron cage. What is this, meow? That's our key, exclaimed one of the members. Indeed, return it at once, you thief, they demanded. Ignoring their protests, Ralts floated downwards and unlocked the cage door. The three members of Team Rocket gasped in horror, realizing their predicament. This is bad. We're doomed. One of them lamented. Ash interjected, turning to Xiaoxi. Perhaps you feel distressed now, but it is not necessarily the knife that is at fault when bad deeds are committed. It is the person wielding it. Who can truly say that your intentions are wrong? I can only say that I thoroughly enjoyed this battle, and I owe you my gratitude. The ones who truly deserve punishment have yet to face their consequences. He encouraged her, adding, I must admit, I rather like your feisty and rebellious demeanor just now. Is he comforting me? She pondered, feeling that he might not be so bad after all. Yes, they were the ones deceiving me. And besides, I like it. Xiaoxi blinked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Quickly averting her gaze, she replied, I understand now. Ash chuckled lightly, lifting his head. Are you ready? She affirmed. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Salamence, Hyper Beam. Pika, Roar. As Team Rocket watched in terror, Pikachu soared atop Salamence, launching their combined assault. The two torrents of ferocious energy collided with the hot air balloon, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom. It was such a wonderful feeling just moments ago, meow. Indeed, one must never waste the goodwill of others, she reflected. I don't care, we'll train our Pokémon too, and next time, we will definitely catch Pikachu. That's easy to say, she grumbled, feeling quite annoyed. Shooting stars, welcome next time. Ash calmly listened to the familiar sounds of points being credited to him. Next time, let us have other Pokémon handle them. Even the smallest victories deserve recognition. I truly apologize for what happened earlier. He observed her blushing face, gripping her clothing tightly. He chose not to press her further. Her actions were understandable under the circumstances. Moreover, the priority now was to hand the injured Pokémon over to Nurse Joy. Would you like to come with us? Uh-huh. The girl nodded shyly, her thoughts a mystery. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, they entrusted their battle-worn Pokémon to Nurse Joy. They then settled into the lounge area, beginning to get to know one another. Hey, Xiaoxi's sister was the runner-up at the quartz conference. Xiaosheng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brock nodded in agreement. No wonder. Your Pokémon's skill level was impressive. Yes. I hail from the Hoenn region, and my first participation was in the Lily of the Valley conference. Unfortunately, I only made it to the top 8, Xiaoxi recounted. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao couldn't help but admire her. Making it to the top 8 during your first attempt sounds quite impressive. Indeed. When I participated for the first time, I only reached the top 16, Ash concurred with a smile. So, it seems we shall meet again at this year's Lily of the Valley conference. However, it seems that the champion in the original work is not her. I recall it being a man accompanied by a Meowth. As for his name, I can't quite remember. Next time, I shall not be defeated again, little Ash. Ash paused for a moment, gazing at the outstretched hand before him, and smiled as he grasped it. I eagerly anticipate the day we shall meet again. Anticipation. Meet me? Xiaoxi's face turned crimson in an instant. I will definitely defeat you. You must remember that. Ash, humph, how troublesome it is to beat Sundara. Xiaoyao watched the two for a while, her cheeks puffed up in mild displeasure, leaving the bewildered Xiaojing and Xiaoxing in confusion. Nevertheless, overall, this journey to Battle Island has been quite fruitful for Ash and his companions. Congratulations are in order. Character reference, Xiaoxi, image. Chapter 43, Xiaoyao's Adventure Team. The Waterleap Fish Base. Leading everyone into the unknown, Xiaoyao's adventure team sets forth on an expedition to the unnamed rivers of Battle Island. Xiaoyao, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured excitedly as she walked ahead. The scenery along the riverbank was delightful, and Xiaoxing observed his sister, noticing that she seemed particularly joyful these past few days. Haha, it must be because her caterpie evolved into a metapod, Xiaojing speculated with a smile. His conjecture was indeed accurate. During a battle on the beach, Xiaoyao had once been challenged by a trainer who used a caterpie. Just the thought of gracefully dancing and dazzlingly showcasing her Butterfree at the grand competition filled Xiaoyao with excitement. That very night, she even fell asleep cradling her metapod. Xiaoyao's adventure team now traversed the unknown path along the river. What mysterious phenomena awaited them ahead? As Xiaoyao led the group upstream, they arrived before a magnificent waterfall. Unable to believe that a colossal cascade blocked their path. Such a waterfall could even thwart a Gyarados. Xiaosheng exclaimed in awe, while Xiaojing reassured him, stating that places like this often held the potential for discovering extraordinary Pokémon. Ash nodded in agreement, affirming that regardless of obstacles, exploration must continue. With Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing's adventurous spirit rekindled, Ash gently lifted the Ralts perched on his head. As for the waterfall, he entrusted it to Ralts. Ralts beamed happily at Ash, and then, enveloped in a blue glow, used its psychic powers to carry the group gracefully over the waterfall to the other side. Ralts. How marvelous. Xiaoyao gazed enviously at the little creature, marveling at how convenient and adorable psychic Pokémon are. Xiaoxing shook his finger, declaring that it was Ralts who was truly adorable. As they spoke, they ventured into a misty area. As they delved deeper, the water flow slowed, and the soil became increasingly soft. After a brief walk, they parted the fog, revealing a group of blue Pokémon before their eyes. Look, it's the Waterleap fish. Xiaosheng was the first to identify the Pokémon, and Xiaoji observed them with a smile, noting that their small size suggested that most were freshly hatched, particularly the adorable Waterleap fish babies. Initially, I had reservations about encountering the Waterleap fish, but observing the charming little blue orbs by the lake was utterly delightful. The Waterleap fish babies appeared remarkably endearing. The Waterleap fish is a rare Pokémon with an unclear habitat, and it was surprising that we could encounter them, Xiao Gang remarked. Xiaoyao, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed forward, exclaiming that this was a splendid opportunity to capture one. However, a larger Waterleap fish burst forth from the bushes, spraying her face with a jet of water. Xiaoyao, now soaked and disheartened, lamented that it truly had her number. At that moment, one of the Waterleap fish babies, losing its footing on the unstable ground, tumbled into the lake and was swept away by the current. Ah, the current ahead is swift, Xiaosheng shouted, observing the turbulent waters before them. Just as they were on the brink of being carried away, Ralts floated upwards, using its psychic powers to rescue them. The water-leap fish leapt ashore, while Xiaoji cradled the water-leap fish baby in his arms. "You did splendidly, Ralts," he said, affectionately stroking the little creature's head, bringing it joy as it nuzzled against his palm. Just as they were soothing the water-leap fish baby, an elderly man with a fin-like hairstyle emerged from the bushes. "What you see before you is possibly the legendary old water-leap fish spirit," Xiao Yao exclaimed in astonishment, gesturing dramatically with her camera. Xiaoji, exasperated, facepalmed. "How can that be? This is a human. Who are you calling an old spirit?" The old man retorted, astonished that they could speak. Xiaosheng waved his hands insistently. "As my brother said, this is a human. You are not permitted here." The old man questioned, "Did you not see the barrier at the swamp entrance?" Sensing the old man's rising ire, Xiaoji hurriedly explained, "My apologies, sir. We came upstream from the waterfall. Moreover, it was my brother's Ralts that saved the water-leap fish from being swept away," Xiaosheng added. The water-leap fish babies chirped in agreement. The old man was taken aback. "You scaled that waterfall?" "Not exactly scaled it. To be precise, we flew up," they clarified. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, they learned that the elder was named Shumata, a caretaker dedicated to nurturing the water-leap fish for the Pokémon League. To express his gratitude for their rescue of the water-leap fish baby, he invited them to his humble abode. "Is that over there an egg of the water-leap fish?" Xiaoji inquired. "Oh, how astute of you to notice," Shumata exclaimed, his surprise evident. He had nearly burst with the desire to introduce it. "By the way, Grandpa Shumata, when Ralts rescued the water-leap fish, a larger one bravely stepped forward first," Xiao Gang recalled, admiring the selfless water-leap fish. "May I ask if that water-leap fish was also one of your nurtured ones?" "Ah, that one," Shumata said, realization dawning, but he shook his head. "That one is a wild water-leap fish, origins unknown. It appears that the water-leap fish has mistaken this place as its domain." Upon hearing this, Brock recalled how it fiercely protected its young, chuckling. "That water-leap fish is quite impressive. Indeed, it is commendable." However, at this moment, Grandpa Zhaodian felt a twinge of concern. It was too large and difficult to find a suitable caretaker for it. Moreover, its companions here would eventually disappear. This implied that it did not possess true companions in the profoundest sense. As he reflected on this, a hint of sorrow flickered in the old man's eyes. "This reality is undoubtedly cruel for the water-leap fish. Can I take it under my wing?" Ash proposed. He had a great fondness for the regional starters of Hoenn, having played through the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald versions countless times in his previous life. This would cultivate a healthy internal motivation and foster competitive spirit within. Thus, Ash found himself with an open slot, which he wished to offer to the water-leap fish. Grandpa Zhaodian had no objections to Ash's suggestion during their conversation. He recognized Ash as an exceptionally talented trainer, one who had even claimed victory in a grand championship. Entrusting the water-leap fish to Ash seemed like a splendid choice, and he felt reassured. At that moment, a sound echoed nearby the base. The alert mechanism had been triggered. "What is that sound?" exclaimed Xiaoyao. "What adventures await the Xiaoyao exploration team next?" She felt a surge of excitement. "Let us go take a look." With that, everyone hurriedly followed Grandpa Zhaotian. Chapter 44, Assemble. The Hoenn starters. Following at the rear of the group, Ash suddenly noticed the same water-leap fish that had been drawn in by the commotion, the very one that had saved the young ones. However, the water-leap fish seemed reluctant to approach humans. It merely glanced at Ash before darting away. Ash quickly picked up Ralts and chased after it. "Wait a moment, do I look that frightening?" he lamented. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao and her companions encountered the intruding Team Rocket. Due to Grandpa Zhaotian's loose lips, Team Rocket had learned about their scheme to capture the water-leap fish by breaching the dam. It's all Grandpa's fault for talking too much. Now they are even more motivated. Xiaoyao expressed her displeasure, having never before witnessed someone undermine their own efforts. "I apologize. My wife often reminds me of that." Grandpa Zhaodian scratched the back of his head. "But that's just my nature. I can't keep secrets." Brock and Max exchanged helpless glances. Such a disposition was indeed troublesome. As Team Rocket engaged in their debate, the Desert Naya breached the dam. Instantly, the waters of the swamp surged forth, sweeping the baby water-leap fish toward the exit. "This is bad. The baby water-leap fish are in danger." Max exclaimed in panic. Where's Ash? Xiaoyao anxiously searched for their anchor, only to realize Ash was missing. Brock quickly stepped up to regain control of the situation. Let us hurry over, block the dam, and rescue the baby water-leap fish. Agreed. The commotion from the destruction also drew Ash, who had been pursuing the water-leap fish to the lakeside. Following the sound, he lifted his gaze, only to see the oncoming waves rushing with urgency. The water-leaping fish babies, devoid of any means to resist, were swept away by the current. In a state of urgency, the water-leaping fish plunged into the water to rescue its companions, leaving Ash no time to offer a reminder. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ash released all his Pokémon to initiate emergency measures. Swellow, take Ralts to the water outlet, use Ice Beam to seal it off, and then rescue the water-leaping fish babies from above. Rhydon and Magikarp, notify the areas that remain dry and bring the water-leaping fish babies to shore. Cyndaquil and Trico, you are responsible for organizing on land. The Pokémon responded in unison and commenced their rescue efforts. Ash, alongside Pikachu, sprinted towards the outlet to regroup with the others. Ash, shouted May, waving as she and the others hurried over. However, before anyone could utter a word, a panic cry pierced the air. They turned to see a water-leaping fish clinging to a baby as it was carried away by the current, heading straight toward a cascading waterfall. A fall from such a height could spell disaster for the baby. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash shed his boots and outerwear, plunging headfirst into the raging river. Ash, big brother. May and the others gasped in horror. Jumping into such turbulent waters was exceedingly perilous. Yet, Ash's well-maintained physique allowed him to swim swiftly, and he soon grasped the water-leaping fish in his arms, causing May and the others to anxiously watch with bated breath. May, have Cascoon use String Shot, Ash urged, his mind racing in this critical moment. Okay, Cascoon, use String Shot. May frantically fumbled for a Pokeball and finally released Cascoon. Its string shot ensnared Ash's arm, and with a collective effort, they successfully pulled Ash and the Pokémon to safety, averting the crisis. As the turbulent waters began to come post-rescue, it appeared that Ralts and the others had executed their tasks remarkably well. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Team Rocket's robot unexpectedly trampled through the jungle, brandishing two shovel-like arms that indiscriminately scooped up the water-leaping fish babies. The quality of these water-leaping fish, nurtured by the League, is absolutely guaranteed. With this many, I can get promoted to a higher position and feel fantastic. Yet, as they reveled in their triumph, the unfolding situation required no guidance from Ash. Swellow swooped in from behind the robot, severing the tether and rescuing the water-leaping fish babies. Simultaneously, Trico arrived beneath the robot, executing a decisive leaf blade maneuver. Finally, under the fiery assault from Cyndaquil and Rhydon, Team Rocket's contraption exploded, sending them flying. The joy they had felt moments ago was now replaced by a profound sense of loss. What an awful feeling, grumbled Meowth. After Ash and the others assisted Grandpa Nemuda in settling the water-leaping fish babies, Ash extended his hand towards the water-leaping fish. Would you like to become true companions with us, Mudkip? Exclaimed Ash. Mudkip gazed at him with its round, adorable eyes for a moment before joyfully leaping into Ash's embrace. After spending the day together, it recognized Ash as its trainer. Thus, Ash successfully gathered all 3 starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region, restoring his team to full strength. Chapter 45, Breaking the Cocoon. Hunting for Beautifly. Cyndaquil, unleash your flames. Mudkip, use Water Gun. As the fire and water merged, steam billowed into the air. Ash concluded the training session. Currently, Mudkip stood at level 22, quite impressive. However, defeating a level 35 Cyndaquil would prove challenging. Nonetheless, through their practice, the 2 Pokémon had become excellent training partners. Originally, Ash and Misty intended to purchase tickets to leave Battle Island the day after their match. However, the need for recovering Pokémon delayed their departure. Today, as they headed to the port to buy tickets, they encountered Dr. Otamaki, who had come to observe the native Pokémon inhabiting the island. Ash held great admiration for the doctor, who was dedicated to exploring nature firsthand. As a result, they postponed their departure once more and accompanied him to the edge of the forest on Battle Island. While Brock prepared lunch, Ash took the opportunity to train his new partner. Cyndaquil and Mudkip were both well cared for. Dr. Otamaki smiled, having observed them for some time. Noting that the other Pokémon also displayed excellent sheen and condition, Brock quietly distributed lunch to everyone. Ash, will Ralts participate in the next Pokémon showcase? May asked while sipping the stew Brock had prepared, pulling out a chair for Ash. She enjoyed it so much last time and seemed to like it. So of course I support her, Ash replied with a smile. What can I say? If my little princess likes it, I'll indulge her. Ralts, who had been sitting at the table, happily leaped into Ash's arms, using its tiny hands to munch on an energy cube. With her vitality improved, mere milk was no longer sufficient for energy replenishment. Oh dear, just look at her expression. She radiates happiness, Dr. Otomaki remarked. That's the smile of a Pokémon nurtured by love. However, this also meant that in the upcoming Pokémon showcase, Ash's sister and brother might face off against each other. Rhydon observed his sister, who was lost in her meal, feeling a wave of concern. Yet, she felt reassured with Ash by her side for the competition, blissfully unaware of any worries. Rhydon could only sigh helplessly. Is it really okay for my sister to be like this? Amidst the laughter and joy, everyone finished their lunch at the campsite. Invited by Dr. Otomaki, Ash and his friends ventured into the forest to conduct their field study. The island was rich with diverse Pokémon species, and as they walked, Dr. Otomaki would approach them to observe closely, showing no fear of encountering any irritable Pokémon ready to attack. However, it is precisely this that fully embodies Dr. Otomaki's profound affection for Pokémon. Just like now, they have paused. Dr. Otomaki and the acorn Pokémon are joyfully rolling on the lawn. Even Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng are swept up in the merriment, joining in the fun. Suddenly, a dark mist surged from the jungle, enveloping them and shattering the harmonious atmosphere. It was none other than Team Rocket. This time, their target was the acorn Pokémon. However, as the Snivy and Sandile were released, they found themselves immobilized by Ralts using its telekinesis. Dreadful. In that case, go forth, my beloved Metapod. Musashi gritted her teeth and unleashed a pale purplish-red cocoon, its blood-red eyes standing out prominently. Dr. Otomaki corrected her, stating, that is not a Metapod. It is a Kakuna. Do not speak nonsense. Musashi retorted angrily. This is clearly a Metapod, destined to evolve into the beautiful Beautifly. Kojiru and Meowth exchanged exasperated glances, only daring to mutter their objections softly. I must insist. It is indeed a Kakuna, Meow, Meowth chimed in. I will show you what a true Metapod looks like. Go, Metapod. Xiaoyao declared earnestly, her competitive spirit ignited. The two trainers, along with their respective cocoons, faced off, one white and the other a soft pinkish purple. Musashi scoffed, boasting, what a comparison. My Metapod is 1,000,000 times cuter than yours. 1,000,000 times. Xiaoyao was taken aback, retorting crossly, yours is a Kakuna, and mine is undeniably cuter. Preposterous. Musashi fumed, my Metapod is a superstar. Metapod, use tackle. Everyone knows yours is a Kakuna. Xiaoyao shot back defiantly, we'll use tackle as well. The two cocoons, obeying their trainer's commands, charged at one another. However, Xiaoyao's Metapod radiated a dazzling light, transforming as it unfurled its vibrant butterfly wings, its round blue eyes irresistibly adorable. It worked. Xiaoyao's joy was palpable. My Metapod has evolved into a Beautifly. Since capturing the Caterpie, she had eagerly awaited this moment. Everyone shared in her happiness. Dreadful. That little girl's Metapod has outdone me. Musashi seethed, stamping her foot in frustration. In that case, Metapod, shatter that Beautifly into pieces. Cyndaquil, unleash your flames. Ash observed that they had had enough of the antics and decided to put an end to the commotion. In truth, he did not harbor any dislike for Team Rocket. Moreover, he recalled how much Musashi had adored her Kakuna after it evolved into a Beedrill. Having enjoyed a bountiful harvest on Fighting Island, Ash and his companions also purchased tickets for the next day's voyage to Kenizumi City, where a splendid Pokémon contest awaited them. Chapter 46, The Qualification Enhancement Card. The Beloved Little Princess. Kenizumi City, a city nestled along the coastline. Not only is the Pokémon Center located here, but the Grand Festival is also held along this coastal expanse. Having arrived yesterday evening, Ash and his companions now find themselves in a secluded area, assisting May with her preparations for her inaugural competition. It is indeed a challenge to locate a suitable practice spot. After walking for a while, May let out a sigh. There is no choice. The beach ahead is teeming with people, and attempting special training there would likely incite chaos. Ash expressed his thoughts, noting that the population in the Hoenn region is quite substantial, with people scattered everywhere. The only unfortunate aspect is the lack of a Pokémon trainer camp in this area. It is understandable, as compared to forests, islands, and other locales. Training on the beach seldom encounters Pokémon. Thus, few would venture here to camp, as most are simply on holiday. Nevertheless, Ash remains unfazed, as their primary purpose for coming here is the Grand Festival, and he too needs to train his Ralts. "This should suffice," shouted Max, inquiring as they arrived at a remote stretch of beach, where the view was expansive and the tranquil sea stretched infinitely before them, gently kissed by a light sea breeze. It was indeed a delightful location. "Now I shall begin. Let's practice the opening performance for the preliminary evaluation." May, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed forward, blinked, and after a few swift spins, tossed out her Pokeball. "Beautifly, take the stage." Accompanied by shimmering powder, Beautifly flapped its resplendent wings, sparkling brilliantly. It is undeniable that this Pokémon is exceptionally suited for the Grand Festival, which explains May's fondness for it. "Wow, that was splendid. Your entrance was fantastic, sister. You're amazing," cheered the group, with Pikachu chiming in. Their encouragement was abundant and heartfelt. Max observed May, standing gracefully like a golden chicken, and noted how unique her entrance pose was. After a brief moment, May, with a twinkle in her eye, turned back and exclaimed, "I think I might have spun a bit too much." Crash! Ash, along with Pikachu and Max, tumbled over. It seemed she became dizzy from her spins. After sharing a laugh, May commenced her first coordination with Beautifly. However, the practice was met with challenges. Either a gust of wind stirred up sand, leaving everyone covered, or the silver wind move faltered midway. Fortunately, May's spirits were high. Her fleeting disappointment quickly passed, and she turned to retrieve a disc and began practicing string shooting with Beautifly. This technique was derived from her previous experiences as an assistant to Ms. Hikaru and proved to be quite valuable. After observing for a while, Ash felt reassured that all was well and took Ralts aside for training. "Here you go. Give this a try. Though I'm uncertain of its taste, it is a fine treat." Ash presented a piece of candy-sized goodness, resembling a sugar cube. Ralts tilted her head in confusion at Ash's words, but soon smiled and accepted it. Not because of the perceived tastiness, but rather because it was a gift from her father. The moment the candy touched her tongue, it unexpectedly transformed into virtual data, merging seamlessly within Ralts. Ash nervously gazed at his Pokémon. "How is it? Are you feeling any discomfort?" A fleeting glow manifested on Ralts' body before dissipating. The little creature opened its eyes, showing no intense reaction. Ash breathed a sigh of relief internally, but quickly began to inspect Ralts. Name: Ralts. Gender: Level: 30. Type: Psychic Fairy. Ability: Synchronized base stats: 198. Potential: Medium blue moves: Draining Kiss, Fairy Wind, TM, Ice Beam. It worked. It truly succeeded. Ash suppressed his excitement, fixating on the panel where Ralts' potential was displayed as medium blue. The candy-like item from earlier was a reward for Pikachu upon reaching level 60. A medium potential enhancement card, which could raise a Pokémon's blue potential quality once. Deep blue was not applicable. This item was not inexpensive in the points shop, costing a full 3,000 points. After careful consideration, Ash decided to give it to Ralts. Ralts already possessed a light blue quality. With a solid foundation and subsequent evolution, each increase in base stats could enhance its potential. With the use of the potential card, Ralts could very well become Ash's third Pokémon with a purple quality or higher after evolving into Galade. "My little princess, you shall one day become a true queen," Ash exclaimed, embracing the little one with excitement. Be careful." Suddenly, a cry from Xiaoyao pierced the air. It turned out that while practicing frisbee with her Butterfree, one disc had gone awry, hurtling towards a green-haired boy leaning against the railing. However, he effortlessly raised his hand and caught the rapidly approaching disc. "Apologies, are you unharmed?" Xiaoyao rushed over, concerned about him. The frisbee lodged itself into the sand where she halted. Then came the boy's slightly arrogant voice. "You don't intend to enter the Grand Festival with such skills, do you?" Chapter 47. Victory is ours. Although the incident had arisen from her mistake, Xiaoyao felt a twinge of annoyance at being mocked right away. Moreover, his words seemed to undermine not only her, but also her Butterfree. "Who are you to say that?" Xiaoyao's expression darkened. "My name is Shun, a Pokémon coordinator." The green-haired boy introduced himself, casting another glance at Xiaoyao. "And to be frank, neither you nor your Pokémon is particularly impressive." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao was infuriated. "You might disregard me, but how dare you belittle my Pokémon? That is unforgivable." Shun ignored her as Ash and Brock approached, having heard the commotion. "You are." Shun squinted at the boy holding Ralts. Mr. Ash. Oh, you know me? Ash was taken aback. Shun should have been rather unpleasant at this moment. Indeed, I watched the recordings of the Kanto conference, and Ralts is truly beautiful. Xiaoshun elucidated the reasons. From the initial review to securing victory, every aspect was impeccable. The emergence of such an exceptional contender naturally captured Xiaoshun's attention. Although the Kanaz conference served as a debut tournament for the illustrious champion Ash, no one would regard him as a novice. At the very least, Xiaoshun believed he could not yet match Ash's performance at the Kanaz conference. Thus, observing Ash, who towered over him with an imposing presence, Xiaoshun instinctively regarded him as a senior. "Ah, I appreciate your compliments," Ash replied earnestly, locking eyes with him. However, no one possesses the right to casually critique other trainers and Pokémon, especially as a senior. Your attitude towards newcomers is quite concerning, Xiaoshun. Do not underestimate Xiaoyao. She is working diligently and will undoubtedly become your formidable rival in the future. Xiaoyao, touched by Ash's defense, looked up at him, aware that he was standing up for her. Yet, Xiaoshun remained indifferent, as if he regarded Xiaoyao as non-existent. Rival? I beg to differ. I cannot fathom how traveling alongside Mr. Ash could yield such a level of competency. What do you mean by that? Xiaoyao retorted, infuriated. She was acutely aware of her shortcomings, but the fact that Xiaoshun had the audacity to include Ash in his criticism ignited her anger. If not for Xiaoking and Pikachu restraining her, she would have charged at him. Xiaoshun, feeling displeased, glanced at Ash and tactfully remarked, "Moreover, this is a private beach. It would be wise for everyone to leave promptly." This was a clear dismissal. At this stage, Xiaoshun had yet to experience the trials and tribulations that would temper his arrogance. He could only accommodate the strong in his eyes. Ash furrowed his brow, deeming it unnecessary to say more, and turned to depart. Since someone has kindly advised us, let us proceed to check in. Given Ash's illustrious background, the League provided generous monthly allowances. A mere hotel could not impose any pressure on him. In fact, there would even be discounts. However, he always found staying at Pokémon centers to be the most convenient while traveling. Typically indifferent to hotels, he had no intention of granting Xiaoshun any favors today, leading the group away instead. "You will participate in the Pokémon contest, won't you?" Xiaoshun scoffed. "That is out of the question." Xiaoyao chose not to respond further and fell in line with the main group. "Do not worry, there is still time before the contest, and I will assist you in your training," Ash said, glancing back at the somewhat glum Xiaoyao. "Victory will undoubtedly be ours. Just give it your all." Xiaoyao blinked, absorbing his words before finally responding. Pouting her cheeks and turning her head away in mock annoyance, she declared, "What? I didn't even catch on to what we meant." All right. Victory will surely be mine," Ash chuckled heartily. "Ash, yes, I'm here. Thank you," her voice fading. Ash paused, glancing at the girl who wore a sweet smile, and nodded calmly in return. Xiaoyao, with her inherently optimistic demeanor, revived after the check-in and enjoyed lunch with the group, fully rejuvenated. In the days that followed, Ash dedicated some of his time to guide Xiaoyao in mastering the timing of her moves. This would significantly enhance her ability to execute a seamless performance throughout the match. This aspect was far more crucial for Xiaoyao at present than mere flamboyance. Unlike the first review, the second would involve actual combat, requiring precision alongside a touch of elegance. A daunting challenge for Xiaoyao. Therefore, Ash advised her to focus her practice on flamboyance during the first review. At that moment, they were engaged in a dazzling battle practice on the beach. "Huntail, use Hurricane." Xiaoyao initiated with a long-range attack as a probing move, a tactic she had learned from Ash. "Well done," Ash praised. "Ralts, teleport." The little creature vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Huntail. With its enhanced abilities, Ralts executed its skills with newfound agility. Draining Kiss. In the split second that Huntail turned its head, Ralts bestowed a gentle kiss, and a pink heart emerged from Huntail, merging into Ralts's being. Instantly, Huntail appeared lethargic, its wings losing their luster. In contrast, Ralts was surrounded by twinkling pink stars, swirling gracefully, showcasing its adorable charm. Voice of enchantment. Ralts placed its tiny hands on its chest, resembling a diminutive songstress, as vibrant musical notes harmonized with the pink stars, evoking the image of a fairy from a storybook. "Oh my, how can it be so beautiful?" Xiaoyao gasped in awe, momentarily forgetting that they were in a battle. "Sister, pull yourself together." Xiaoshun couldn't help but shout. "Huntail, use Aqua Jet." Xiaoyao felt a surge of confusion, realizing she had to act, and quickly issued her command. However, instructing an attack against a psychic-type Pokémon was fraught with risk. Xiaoyao, focus. You must pay close attention to your Pokémon. The timing is off, Ash cautioned. Though he refrained from hastily directing Ralts, knowing it would naturally evade the attack with teleport. He wanted to observe what decision Xiaoyao would make next. Once again, Ralts dodged the attack, leaving Huntail unable to land a hit. Xiaoyao felt increasingly hesitant, unsure of how to proceed after a series of unsuccessful attempts. Watching her, Ash's tone grew more serious. Xiaoyao, if you do not properly watch over your Pokémon during battle and fail to trust it, Huntail will suffer greatly. Xiaoyao shuddered, instinctively shifting her gaze to Huntail. Seeing it frozen in place, trembling and distressed, a wave of guilt washed over her. It's my immaturity that has led Huntail to this state. Her expression gradually firmed, and she finally shouted to Huntail, Huntail, Silver Wind. As if sensing the strength in Xiaoyao's voice, Huntail rapidly flapped its wings and indeed unleashed a silver wind. Their attack struck true for the first time. That's more like it. A smile appeared on Ash's face. Ralts, use Psychic. Ralts, maintaining its position in the wind, lifted its red eyes beneath its green pot-shaped hair. And a blue light flickered. The solidified psychic energy sliced through the whirlwind, striking the hunting Butterfree. Hunting Butterfree. Xiaoyao rushed forward to catch the falling butterfly, releasing a sigh of relief once she confirmed it was unharmed. That silver whirlwind was truly beautiful. Ash praised as he approached. Brock nodded in agreement, noting that Xiaoyao had made significant progress as a newcomer. But Ralts is so adorable. And this is the first time I've seen Psychic used in such a way. Xiaoxing's focus was different, his youthful honesty shining through. However, upon noticing Xiaoyao's gaze, he quickly added, Ah, and the hunting Butterfree is amazing too. You are as well, sister? How forced. You really have it tough. Xiaoyao retorted. But if I don't say it, you'll get upset, right? Of course. She replied, how unreasonable. Listening to the playful banter between the siblings, Ash and Pikachu exchanged amused glances. At that moment, Xiaoshun approached, challenging Ash. Mr. Ash, if you would you indulge me in a splendid battle? Chapter 48, Fairy Radiance. Ralts. Xiaoshun. Xiaoyao's expression turned serious as she regarded the newcomer. Are you here to mock us again? Xiaoshun glanced at her, acknowledging that the hunting Butterfree had indeed become a bit more charming. But as a trainer, HMPF, it was evident that he had witnessed the earlier battle, including Xiaoyao's flustered demeanor. In fact, he had been observing Ash guiding Xiaoyao from the hotel balcony over the past few days. While he had to admit there was some progress, he did not believe Xiaoyao was a worthy opponent. However, Ash was a different story. The more he watched him, the more Xiaoshun felt compelled to challenge him. Thus, he approached. Very well, Ash replied without hesitation. I accept your challenge. The two stepped back, with Brock serving as the referee. As the match commenced, both trainers released their Pokémon. Venusaur. Xiaoshun flicked his bangs and threw a Pokeball, revealing a petite, beautiful Pokémon with blue and red rose-like arms. This grass-type Venusaur was well suited for a grand contest. Ash glanced at Pikachu, contemplating the situation. Never mind. This might be a bit excessive. Then he turned to Ralts and asked, Do you still have energy, Ralts? Ralts. The little Pokémon cheered, waving its arms enthusiastically, clearly showing a tendency toward becoming a fierce combatant. All right, then we'll go with Ralts. The two sides took their positions, and the battle began. Xiaoshun struck first, commanding, Venusaur. Use Leaf Storm. Unfazed by Ash, he initiated with a powerful move. The red and blue petals of Venusaur gathered above its head, shimmering with grass-type energy as they transformed into flying blades, creating a stunning display. Ice Beam. Then Psychic. Compared to Xiaoxuan's intense focus, Ash appeared much more at ease. A frigid breath coalesced from Lalu Leisai's hands, freezing every leaf it touched into glistening icicles. Subsequently, under the influence of Lalu Leisai's psychic power, these icicles transformed into a torrential downpour of ice shards that splattered against the toxic rose. This strike not only inflicted substantial ice-type damage, but was also likely to diminish the toxic rose's elegance score. Toxic Rose, shouted Xiaoshun in concern. But he swiftly shifted his attack strategy, deploying Paralysis Powder and Sleep Powder. Lo and behold, yellow and purple powders intertwined, released from the toxic rose's bud. This assault effectively countered psychic powers and was visually captivating. It must be said, aside from his occasional arrogance, Xiaoshun was indeed a prodigious talent. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Ash. Lalu Leisai, Fairy Radiance. cried Ash. A kaleidoscope of auroras erupted from Lalulaysai, creating a dazzling display as it reacted violently with the nearby powders, exploding towards the toxic rose. What beauty! Xiao Shun's gaze lingered on the resplendent Lalulaysai, realizing the outcome was already determined. How stunning! What skill is this? Xiao Yao exclaimed in admiration, witnessing such a magnificent technique for the first time. She approached Ash, bowing slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Ash. Without further ado, Xiao Shun departed, clearly needing time to process the recent battle. How infuriating! Just like my sister, unable to surpass our brother. Xiao Sun grumbled, while Xiao Yao glanced awkwardly to the side. Noticing the subtle tension, Brock interjected, was that fairy radiance the result of your special training with Lalulaysai, Ash? Even I, well-versed in Pokémon battles, have never seen such a skill. Ash did not deny it, as Brock had guessed part of the truth. The move Kiss of Absorption was a skill Lalulaysai had developed after leveling up. By channeling its own energy, it could draw in energy from others. Through this concept, Ash guided Lalulaysai to sense its own energy and crystallize it, learning Angel's Kiss. Both moves belong to the introductory tier of Fairy-type skills. Thus, Ash practiced Fairy Radiance, building upon the foundation of Angel's Kiss. Regrettably, even with improved aptitude, mastering it in a short span was an arduous task for Lalulaysai. After much deliberation, Ash ultimately spent 1,200 points to acquire the learning machine, the Pop Rock. They had been honing this skill for several days, yielding preliminary results. For Ash, his aspiration extended beyond nurturing a psychic queen. He aimed to cultivate a fairy queen. The fairy queen, Shinado, was undoubtedly the most fitting Pokémon to serve as a contemporary ambassador of her type. With their morning training concluded, they made a trip to the Pokémon Center to restore their Pokémon's vitality. During mealtime, Xiao Yao observed the throng of Pokémon surrounding Ash and expressed her bewilderment. You don't realize it until you compare. It's truly disheartening. The usual training regimen was already being taken care of by Pikachu and a few of the older Pokémon, thus making the training plan particularly crucial. Ash offered a readily comprehensible analogy. Preparing for a journey is akin to crafting a travel itinerary. Wandering aimlessly resembles a headless fly darting about, yielding a rather unsatisfactory experience, and potentially courting danger. Xiao Yao, somewhat comprehending, nodded her head, though Ash discerned that she had yet to fully grasp the concept. With a gentle sigh, he expressed that the newly joined Pokémon required hands-on attention. In simpler terms, the more one observes them, the clearer their training needs will become. Finally, he mentioned the importance of appropriate external exercises, promising to provide her with a couple of training devices shortly. Xiao Yao understood the last two sentences. Recalling the constant care she had received from Ash, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ash, for always being so helpful. Then you must put in your best effort, Ash replied, instinctively ruffling her hair with a smile. Brock, meanwhile, hastily covered Xiaoxing's eyes, shedding tears of a forlorn romantic, lamenting. What has pierced my eyes? Woe is me. Ash, the dense one, has finally awakened to his feelings, yet where does that leave my own? At that moment, Nurse Joy happened to pass by, captivated by the gathering of Pokémon. Nurse Joy, you look even more beautiful today. Your smile is irresistibly sweet. Brock gushed, drifting closer in a lovesick daze, only to be calmly pulled aside by Xiaoxing, who remarked, all right, it's very sweet, like candy. Nurse Joy maintained a strained smile, her gaze shifting to Ash and the others, becoming more at ease. May I inquire if the forest lizard, the fire chick, and the water leap fish belong to you? Indeed, they do, Ash affirmed. Pika Pika. Thank you so much, Brock exclaimed, hands clasped in gratitude, his face aglow with pride at receiving Nurse Joy's praise. Oh, it's like this. Nurse Joy began, struggling to withstand his fervor. Today, there is a child about to become a Pokémon trainer celebrating their birthday, and I need to conduct health checks on the initial Pokémon. Afterward, I would appreciate your assistance. Chapter 49. The Significance of Initial Companions. Nurse Joy explained that the initial Pokémon often exhibit strong personalities, and due to potential emotional instability during their distribution, she wished to allow them to familiarize themselves with their predecessors after the health check, helping to ease their spirits. Brock readily agreed, eagerly following Nurse Joy to assist her. Ash, I entrust the fire chick to your care, Xiao Yao said, as she was pressed for time with the grand competition approaching. Come on, Hunting Butterfree. Let us hasten our practice. Hunting Butterfree followed suit. The fire chick lifted its head, eager to join, calling out, Chami, Chami. Fire chick, you can play with everyone else. Xiao Yao's distant voice made the fire chick lower its head in disappointment. Chami. Xiaosheng, witnessing the fire chick's forlorn state, felt a pang of sympathy, his own mood dampening. In that moment, the atmosphere grew unusually quiet. What's wrong, Xiaosheng? Ash inquired, sensing something amiss but still seeking clarification. I still feel quite sorry for the Torchic. Perhaps prompted by the question, Mei expressed all her inner thoughts. You see, lately, my sister has been spending all her time with her Butterfree. Just now, she even left Torchic behind. Perhaps she has begun to find Torchic less adorable. Ash playfully gave her a light tap on the head, and after she yelped in surprise. He said, You are mistaken, Mei. That could never happen, for Torchic is the very first Pokémon that Haruka received. The first Pokémon? Mei pondered for a moment, wondering what made the first Pokémon so special. Observing her confusion, Ash's gaze naturally shifted to Pikachu as he began to explain. You have yet to become a Pokémon trainer, so you may not fully understand. Every trainer holds their first Pokémon in the highest regard. For me, my first Pokémon was Pikachu. Pika. The name Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, sharing a knowing glance with him as Ash continued. This little fellow was initially reluctant to approach me and disliked being inside a Pokeball. Pikachu, hearing this tale of his past, bashfully scratched his head with one tiny paw. We went through quite a few hardships back then, but once we built our trust, we became inseparable. In battles, he is my most reliable partner, and in life, he is my closest confidant. Not only does Pikachu never feel jealous, but he also helps me keep everything in order. Pika. At this point, Pikachu hopped onto the table, one paw resting behind his back while he patted his chest with the other, presenting an air of generosity. Even during our travels in Chengdu, when Chikorita was heavily reliant on Ash, Pikachu never sought attention for himself. Instead, he tended to everyone with care. Oh, I see, Mei said with a look of envy, momentarily setting aside her previous concerns. I wonder what my first Pokémon will be. That was beautifully said, Ash. Hearing their conversation, Nurse Joy entrusted the task of releasing Pokémon to Mei, which instantly brightened her spirits. However, Ash understood why Nurse Joy remarked that these three Pokémon had distinct personalities. One was a crying Phoeba, another a shy Trico, and the third, a rather unruly Torchic, was about to dash off when it was controlled by Ralt's psychic powers. Ash silently gave his daughter a thumbs up. After assuring that Pikachu would help watch over Mei and the others, Ash and Brock followed behind to assess the situation. Nurse Joy, we have a situation. The call came from Haruka, who was originally training by the seaside. She appeared quite anxious. I found a Wylord washed ashore, looking very weak. Realizing the urgency, Nurse Joy hurried over. With Ralts and Lizardon present, Ash felt assured that things would not spiral out of control, so he followed Brock to lend a hand. Upon arriving at the shallows, they spotted a massive azure creature lying at the water's edge, while Haruka stood there, looking utterly bewildered. Haruka, Ash called out. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the majestic Wylord before him. Surely, such a colossal creature could not have been washed ashore by mere waves. Ash. Mei's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if she had found a pillar of support, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Nurse Joy, with the assistance of Brock, began her examination of the Wylord. Fortunately, the creature's condition was not dire. It had merely lost a significant amount of moisture under the scorching sun, leading to mild oxygen deprivation. Nurse Joy first administered an energy-boosting potion, followed by a soothing sunscreen application. That should suffice. Wonderful. Truly, Nurse Joy, your technique is impeccable, Mei exclaimed with delight, while Brock gazed at her in admiration. However, the question lingered whether it would be safe for the Wylord to remain on the beach, as Ash advanced with Pikachu. Yet, given Wailord's massive size, their Pokémon would struggle to move it. Although Ash's reasoning was sound, Brock voiced his skepticism. Is this even feasible? Mei tilted her head in confusion, pondering the matter. Otherwise, the creature would not have remained stranded for so long. Pikachu, use Dig near Wylord. Without further explanation, Ash issued the command, and Brock's eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see. Pika. Pikachu promptly burrowed into the sand, commencing its excavation around Wylord. Ash, emanating a soft blue glow, continuously guided Pikachu's path, ensuring it did not dig directly beneath Wylord, lest it become crushed. With the tide receding, Pikachu's efforts progressed smoothly. Incredible. Who would have thought this could work? Mei seemed to have discovered a new realm, covering her mouth in astonishment. by adeptly utilizing Pokémon abilities. Ash truly proved himself to be an exceptional trainer. Nurse Joy also commended, "You have been a tremendous help today." "It's our pleasure, Nurse Joy. We are always grateful for your care." However, at that moment in the Pokémon Center, a despondent Kenny watched as his Torchic fell under the control of a newly arrived Ralts. What to do now? Oh right, my sister's Torchic. Chapter 50, A Farce. The Bonds of Companionship. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, May stretched languidly, letting out a contented sigh. Ash turned his head away, attempting to ignore the two slimes, and engaged Brock in conversation. "By the way, have you seen Kenny?" "Kenny?" Just as Brock was about to search for him, Kenny approached, carrying a cup of tea and placing it in front of May with a sycophantic grin. "Sister, you must be tired. Here, have a cup of tea and take a moment to rest." May, feeling quite uneasy, scrutinized the cup for any hidden ingredients, yet managed to utter a polite, "Thank you." "Are you hungry? Would you like some dessert?" Kenny inquired with a beaming smile. "No, thank you." May felt immensely uncomfortable, her eyelids drooping as she squinted at him. And why the sudden kindness? Upon hearing her words, Kenny shivered, fearful that his sister might uncover something amiss. "I have always been a good little brother to my sister. Haven't you forgotten?" Xiaoyao shot him a sideways glance. "Good little brother, huh?" Of course. Xiaoji and Xiaojiang were initially entertained by the unfolding drama, but as they scanned the surroundings, a sense of dread washed over them upon realizing a Pokémon was missing. A wave of nostalgia surged within Xiaoji. Could it be? He suddenly grasped the situation and hurriedly dashed towards Miss Joy. Oh no, Xiaoxing's face turned pale. Xiaoyao and Xiaojiang sensed something amiss and followed suit. Upon reaching Miss Joy, they found the young new trainer's little sister already engaged in selecting Pokémon. "All right, choose one that you like," Miss Joy said kindly. "Wow, how wonderful. Which one to pick?" The little girl scanned the Pokémon, when suddenly, Xiaoxing rushed forward, exclaiming, "It has to be Trico or Mudkip. Just choose between the two." "Honestly, all these Pokémon look quite similar," the little girl's father remarked. Chikorita. Upon entering, Xiaoyao instantly recognized the Chikorita on the platform, and the little creature joyfully leapt into her arms. Realizing the situation, Xiaoyao turned to Xiaoxing, questioning, "How could you do this to my Chikorita, Xiaoxing?" Caught. Xiaoxing stumbled over his words. You must let me explain, sister." But before he could articulate his defense, a loud thump echoed from the closet by the door, and moments later, a vigorous combustion burst forth. Combustion. Xiaoji immediately recalled the storyline, a sinking feeling settling in his heart. Just then, the approaching Pokémon collided with Combustion, startling it, leading to a burst of flamethrower directed at them. Laluras. With a swift motion, Laluras shielded the group with its psychic, halting the flames. Chirp. Combustion cried out, charging forward, its claws aglow, sky uppercut, angel's kiss, with a decisive wave. Xiaoji commanded, as Laluras' heart-shaped attack struck Combustion, plunging it into confusion. To ensure it remained subdued, Laluras followed up with a sapping kiss, preventing it from regaining its energy too soon. "I'm so sorry. While I was tending to the weeping Mudkip, Chikorita slipped away," Xiaoxing confessed, recounting how Lobster Pokémon and Cyndaquil had pursued it, resulting in its evolution during the ensuing battle. "I intended to substitute my sister's Chikorita, but... Xiaoxing's voice faltered, realizing the chaotic remedy he had attempted without considering the consequences. Xiaoyao, fuming, was ready to reprimand her unruly brother when Xiaoji intervened. "Wait. Xiaoyao, allow me to handle this." After bowing deeply before Miss Joy, Xiaoji humbly apologized. "I am truly sorry, Miss Joy. This incident is entirely my oversight for leaving Xiaoxing unattended while everyone else ran off. Whether as a trainer or supervisor, I have failed in my duties." After concluding his explanation, Ash bowed deeply once more to the father of the new little girl. "I sincerely apologize for the confusion this incident has caused everyone." He then crouched down to speak to the little girl, saying, "If you like Torchic, I promise you, brother will help you apply for another one. With my research achievements, I can surely ask Professor Oak for assistance. However, this Torchic is an important partner to me, so I cannot allow you to take it away." "I'm sorry." Ash's companions, May and Max, felt a pang of sadness as they watched their older brother humbly plead. In their hearts, Ash had always been composed and reliable, a figure they could depend on, a true role model. Witnessing him in such a position was difficult for them. "No," Max shouted resolutely, stepping forward. "It's not my brother's fault. It's mine for not taking good care of Torchic. I also made a mistake by neglecting Torchic while practicing with the Butterfree. May chimed in, bowing alongside her younger brother. They could not allow Ash to bear the burden alone. It's all right. I've decided to choose Mudkip instead, the little girl said with a smile. Moreover, after watching your battle, I also want to become a trainer like you. I never realized how wonderful Pokémon are. The little girl's father echoed her enthusiasm, his gaze suddenly landing on the tearful Trico, who had been overlooked. A wave of compassion washed over him as he declared, I've made my decision. I will choose Trico. This unexpected turn astonished not only everyone present, but also Ash himself. So, confirmed by our mutual gaze, you are my Pokémon. With round eyes, a big mouth, and a soft tail, every part of you is utterly adorable. The little girl's father looked earnestly at Nurse Joy, asking, Nurse Joy, there's no age limit to becoming a Pokémon trainer, is there? Certainly, there isn't. Nurse Joy replied with a reassuring smile. Moreover, the little girl's father is indeed qualified to receive a Pokémon, much like Ash's social security in his previous life, which becomes available after a decade. Although his claim was delayed, it did not affect his eligibility. After receiving confirmation, the little girl and her father each embraced a Pokémon and bid farewell to everyone as they departed. I'm sorry, Torchic, for not being selected, Max said to the now awakened Torchic. Nurse Joy smiled, reassuring him, you needn't worry about that. I have prepared to keep Torchic at the Pokémon Center. In fact, it was one of the first to arrive and has been cared for by Jigglypuff and me. Ever since it learned it was up for selection, it has become increasingly restless. I believe it doesn't want to leave this place. Hearing Nurse Joy's words lifted a great weight off everyone's hearts, and they all displayed heartfelt smiles of encouragement. Only Max approached May and lowered his head, murmuring, I'm sorry, sister. You are the one who should apologize, not I. Xiao Yao, for the first time, displayed the authority of an elder sister, while it was always Ash who cared for them. I'm sorry, big brother. Ash playfully teased the nearly tearful Xiao Sheng, giving him a light tap on the head. That's enough, Xiao Sheng. Companionship is just like this. There's no need to take it to heart. Through this incident, Ash and the others deepened their bonds with one another. The Grand Pokémon Contest is about to commence. Chapter 51, The Canon Conference. Adorable Ralts. On the day of the contest, Xiao Yao and Ash hurriedly raced through the sparsely populated streets. Oh no, we might be late. Xiao Yao was on the verge of tears, her ample chest rising and falling with each hurried step. Didn't I remind you yesterday about the registration deadline? Ash lamented as he kept pace with her. He had underestimated Xiao Yao's tendency to be forgetful. Sisters have always been like this. Xiao Sheng chimed in with a hint of dissatisfaction, always forgetting the most important things. Xiao Yao, already anxious, could no longer hold back her tears. Her voice tinged with a sob as she pleaded, please don't keep pointing out my faults. Amidst the girl's cries, they finally reached the venue just in the nick of time. They managed to register without any mishaps. As for Ash, he had taken care of his registration early in the morning. Due to Xiao Yao's exhaustion from training, he had even reminded her during lunch. It seems he would need to ensure she registered properly in the future to avoid such worries. Sighing, Ash, alongside the others, arrived at the waiting room. He observed Xiao Yao, trembling with anxiety, and sighed with concern. Sister, what's wrong? He asked worriedly. You don't need to be so nervous, Xiao Yao. It was no wonder. Last time she was an assistant, but this time she was stepping onto the stage alone. Brock understood her feelings, but it did little to ease her nervousness. Her shoulders drooped, and she felt faint. Honestly, I'm nearly dying of nerves, she admitted. I can see that, Ash replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on her slightly trembling, long bangs that curled adorably at the sides. But Xiao Yao, do you remember what I told you? What did you say, Ash? Xiao Yao lifted her head, her inner turmoil calming slightly only in Ash's presence. Just focus on your Pokémon. Ash's smile was gentle, as if the Pokémon he had just caught, a Butterfree, had landed atop her head, intending to comfort her. If the trainer is flustered, the Pokémon will be too. After Ash spoke, Brock added, and you have trained and worked hard for this. You'll be just fine. Sister. With constant encouragement, Xiao Yao's inner unease began to dissipate. Suddenly, the indoor broadcast erupted with cheers, capturing their attention. The first round of judging was about to begin. The contestant stepping onto the stage was a familiar green-haired boy, sporting the same tousled hairstyle and the same poison ivy. Xiao Shun. Xiao Yao's expression bore a hint of seriousness. Indeed, he had appeared. Upon seeing the adversary he most wished to defeat in this grand competition, Xiao Yao momentarily cast aside his nervousness, his eyes fixated on the screen, fearing he might miss a single detail. Judging by the exuberant cheers from the audience, the performance was undeniably a resounding success. The judges awarded an impressive score of 294 points. Truly, Xiao Shun was a formidable opponent. Xiao Yao could not help but reflect. Only Xiao Ji stood nearby, slightly furrowing his brows. While the performance was visually striking, if memory served, this display would scarcely pass the initial review in the Sinnoh region. The inherent charm of the poison rose was not particularly remarkable. The blue-haired girl accompanied by the blue penguin had certainly suffered in this regard. If it were to reach the second evaluation, where grandeur and combat themes intertwined, then the flamboyant skills would indeed be highly favored. Lost in thought, a golden-haired gentleman with a Milotic took the stage. With just the singular focus on the mystical protective skill, he perfectly embodied the grace and elegance of Milotic. He proved to be a competitor of notable caliber, setting a new record with a score of 297 points. Next to grace the stage was contestant number 45, Xiao Ji. As Miss Vivian's voice fell silent, the audience erupted into fervent applause. The reason being, Xiao Ji did not simply walk out from the corridor. He materialized out of thin air. There he was, with Ralts perched upon his shoulder, both trainer and Pokémon radiating a mesmerizing blue light. Thus, they entered the spotlight, gracefully descending onto the contestant platform. Their entrance was nothing short of spectacular, strikingly novel and captivating. Absolutely marvelous, Miss Lillian exclaimed, as Xiao Ji and Ralts effortlessly showcased the enigmatic allure of psychic-type Pokémon. The combination of teleportation and telekinesis is truly impressive. Mr. Kankenstan offered high praise. Oh, this is delightful. I watched the last recording, and I must confess, I am quite the admirer of Ralts. Miss Joy chimed in with a playful tilt of her head, revealing her secret with a smile. Feeling the increasingly fervent atmosphere, Xiao Ji's demeanor transformed. He became notably steadier, methodically beginning to direct the performance. Ralts, use Kiss of the Angel. The little creature floated joyfully in the air, covering its lips with its hands to unleash a gigantic pink heart. Jump on the trampoline and have fun. Xiao Ji chuckled lightly. Ralts, like a child who had just received parental consent, instantly transformed from obedient to exuberant, bounding playfully atop the heart, giggling with pure innocence and charm. Wow, Ralts is having such a wonderful time. Miss Lillian's heart melted. Such a little darling was truly endearing. Absorb Kiss, Ice Beam. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, just before visual fatigue set in, Xiao Ji issued the concluding command. Were it not for the competition, he would never tire of the sight. With a delightful smile, Ralts blew a kiss to the audience, causing a wave of hearts to emanate from the crowd, all eyes shimmering with affection as they sent their love soaring toward her. At last, two hands coalesced into a frigid beam of light, ascending with determination. Lurantis perched gracefully upon a crystalline pillar, playfully swaying its petite feet. The blossoming angel's kiss and the gathering siphon kiss, in shades of cherry red and soft pink, intertwined in a dance of affection, forming a sea of hearts. This romantic tableau captivated everyone, rendering them momentarily spellbound. After a brief silence, a thunderous applause enveloped the venue, with cheers so raucous that Ash found it challenging to discern the judges' remarks. Ultimately, Lurantis secured a perfect score of 30, solidifying its status as a dark horse. Next up was the final contestant, number 50, Little Yao. Ash, who had lingered post-competition, leaned against the contestant corridor. He observed as Yao approached, her demeanor a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Ash, she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been waiting for her. A warmth spread through her heart. You've got this, Ash winked at her, nodding towards the stage. Go on. With a cheerful smile, Yao high-fived Ash and ascended the stage. The comfort of companionship often brings the greatest reassurance, requiring no excessive words. Chapter 52. I truly do not want to lose. This marked Yao's first participation in the grand competition. Let us invite her to commence her performance, Miss Vivian thoughtfully announced, granting Yao a moment to acclimate to the bustling atmosphere. Yet, as she faced the sea of eager gazes, her heart raced anew, despite having calmed moments before. Yao, just take it step by step, Ash called out from the corridor. Steeling herself, Yao took a deep breath and finally released her Pokeball. Come forth, Huntail. The vibrant wings of the butterfly unfurled, radiating brilliance, the graceful silhouette of the grand butterfly capturing the audience's attention. Wow, Huntail is showcasing the beauty of its wings with such fervor. Miss Vivian's timely exclamations served as encouragement for the novice performer. As Huntail spun silk while Yao engaged in a frisbee relay, her confidence blossomed. Although she nearly fumbled the final frisbee strike due to insufficient training, the concluding performance of the shimmering silver tornado was executed beautifully. Yao achieved an impressive score of 258. For a first-time competitor, this was indeed commendable. That was the most exquisite silver tornado ever. Brock praised upon her return to the waiting area. However, Yao had yet to fully shake off the tension from her performance, uncertain if she would advance to the second round. No worries, Ash reassured with a confident smile, having already mentally compiled the scores of the top 8 from the 50 contestants. As expected, when the list was announced, Ash, Yao, and Little Shun found their names among those advancing to the second round, alongside a trainer named Robert, who was accompanied by a Milotic. Yet, upon discovering the matchups, Yao stood abruptly. Her first opponent was none other than Shun. What a coincidence! Yao gazed at the screen, her expression shifting to one of resolve. She would not be defeated. Ash gazed with satisfaction at the determination sparkling in the girl's eyes as he made his way to the stage. Xiaoyao was undergoing a slow transformation, regardless of her victories or defeats. This growth was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, Ash was about to embark on his inaugural battle. The level 28 Piku was utterly unable to escape the psychic grasp of Ralts. Aside from the final self-destruct move that forced Ralts to teleport away, the little creature spent the entire match merely bouncing around. Onlookers were disheartened, overshadowed by a sense of defeat. After a brief interlude, the stage was set for the duel between Xiaoyao and Shun. The opening move, a fierce whirlwind, merely severed the magical leaves, and the hunting butterfly could not evade its inevitable fate. Shun's Poison Rose, a formidable level 30, well-trained and far superior to Xiaoyao's level 16 butterfly, with a single strike. The unfortunate, beautiful butterfly was left battered and bruised. Xiaoyao felt a pang of sympathy, inadvertently providing Shun with an opportunity. The flower dance struck again. However, after much mental preparation from Ash, Xiaoyao made a crucial decision, leveraging her butterfly's aerial advantage to evade. Following the conclusion of the Poison Rose's assault, she successfully countered with Silver Wind, diminishing Shun's charm slightly. Alas, the level disparity rendered this impact minimal against the Poison Rose. As the winds surged, sunlight flames began to coalesce, and by the time Xiaoyao realized the impending danger, it was far too late. Hunting butterfly, Xiaoyao shouted in vain. The radiant beams engulfed the butterfly's last strands of silk, consuming its form. The battered butterfly plummeted to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The hunting butterfly had fallen. Shun and his Poison Rose advanced to the next stage, greeted by a chorus of applause from the audience. Shun cast a lingering glance at Xiaoyao, offering a graceful bow to the spectators before departing. Xiaoyao, however, sank to her knees, entranced by the stillness of her fallen butterfly. Tears welled in her crystalline eyes, swirling with heartache, defeat, and confusion. For the first time, the girl experienced such a complex array of emotions. Ash sighed with concern, subsequently releasing Forest Lizard in the semifinals, swiftly dispatching the unfortunate Froakie. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he made his way backstage. Big brother, Xiaokai exclaimed upon Ash's sudden appearance. Pikachu leapt from Brock's arms to Ash's shoulder, casting a worried glance at Xiaoyao. The girl buried her head, her hands tightly clasped on her thighs, her shoulders trembling from quiet sobs. The mist in her eyes collected into droplets, cascading down her cheeks in a steady stream. I can do nothing, she lamented. The hunting butterfly tried so hard. Ash has always been there to support me. Yet here I am, allowing my tears to flow freely, feeling utterly powerless. Ash gently raised a hand to silence Xiaokai, urging everyone to listen quietly. I am filled with such reluctance. I once thought it would be delightful to step onto the grand stage of the competition. But now, Xiaoyao raised her tear-streaked face. I truly do not want to lose. Sister, she cried out, her voice trembling. Xiao Gang and Xiao Sheng hesitated to speak. Yet Xiaoji placed his hat upon her head, beaming with a smile. As if to say, I have been waiting for this moment. From now on, train diligently. Xiaoji then remarked, let us cover that tear-streaked face. He winked at her before turning towards the stage passage. Yes, Xiaoyao said, her tears transforming into laughter. Regaining her composure, she joined Xiao Gang and Xiao Sheng in the audience to cheer for Xiaoji. Meanwhile, Xiaoshun's semifinal was drawing to a close. As time expired, Xiaoshun's score dwindled to nearly nothing, culminating in a disheartening defeat. That Milotic is incredibly strong, Xiaoshun exclaimed in astonishment. Even Xiaoshun was utterly powerless against it. Indeed, there are always stronger opponents, Xiao Gang remarked, uncertain whether he was explaining or comforting Xiao Yao, who had just faced defeat. Don't worry, Xiaoji won't lose, Xiao Yao asserted confidently, her swift recovery catching the attention of both boys, who felt a sense of relief. While they conversed, the final battle between Xiao Ji and Robert officially commenced. Go, Milotic. With an appearance reminiscent of a sea serpent, its creamy hues flowed harmoniously. Delicate tendrils extended from above its crimson eyes, resembling brows, while its tail was adorned with blue and pink scales, fanning out at the end like a graceful fan. Milotic. Gender, NA, level, 48. Type, water. Ability, Marvel scale. Total base stats, 540. Potential, deep blue. Skills, Hurricane, Dragon Breath, Water Pulse, Iron Tail. A formidable opponent indeed. Xiaoji gazed intently at the composed Robert. The species value of his Phi-Ba was notably low, and aside from his own, Xiaoji had never encountered similar potential surpassing deep red. He had believed his own Phi-Ba to be exceptional, yet Robert's Milotic possessed deep blue potential, exceeding his expectations. This was akin to a typical purple potential Pokémon. Chapter 53, The Formidable Milotic. The Fairy Princess. In a standard battle, against Robert's powerful Milotic, Xiaoji's team, apart from Pikachu, would likely lack any capable contenders. However, in a dazzling battle, the outcome was uncertain. Ascending the stage, Ralts. Indeed, it was Ralts. Faced with Robert's Milotic, Xiaoji chose Ralts to engage in combat. In terms of stamina, Ralts had an advantage due to the intervening appearance of the forest lizard, preserving its energy better than Milotic, although there were no visible signs of fatigue from the latter. Ralts used Ice Beam. With a decisive gesture, Xiaoji initiated the attack. Ralts soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of ice beams towards Milotic. Milotic, use Light Screen, Robert announced with grace. Mino. Milotic lifted its chin, conjuring a translucent barrier of light that effortlessly absorbed the incoming blasts. Although it was said to reduce the damage taken, the demeanor of Milotic revealed no signs of distress, save for a slight drain of energy from utilizing its abilities. Maintaining an air of elegance, the scattered crystals only served to enhance its ethereal beauty. Ash's score was notably diminished, the disparity in levels between the two combatants far too great. Yet, Ash harbored no intentions of defeating his opponent. Instead, his aim was to restrict the space and prolong the battle, relying on sheer annoyance. A blue glow emanated from Ash's eyes, and as if in response to an unspoken command, Ralts understood its directive. The ice beam launched forth, its power not merely sustained but amplified, now targeting the entirety of Milotic's form. As the chill dissipated, it revealed a scene where half the battlefield was encased in ice, with towering ice pillars of varying heights surrounding Milotic. What? Robert's expression subtly shifted, his long gaze momentarily betraying a hint of astonishment. The potency of this ice beam had evidently surpassed his expectations, and he began to grasp Ash's strategy. However, it seemed that the young trainer had not issued any explicit commands. Milotic, use Hurricane. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet they did not impede Robert's ability to command. He instructed Milotic to employ the highly accurate Hurricane attack. This move boasted a vast range, swift speed, and unpredictable trajectory, nearly guaranteeing a hit. This is precisely what I was waiting for. A triumphant smile spread across Ash's face as he exclaimed, Ralts, dive into the Hurricane. This declaration left all present in shock. Even Robert, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Ralts placed its unwavering trust in Ash, emanating a shimmering pink energy unique to fairy types. The diminutive figure surged into the swirling winds of the Hurricane, which began to dissipate upon contact with the rosy energy. The Dragon-type Hurricane proved utterly ineffective against the Fairy-type force. Before the audience could fully absorb the spectacle, a cascade of radiant colors erupted from within the Hurricane, neutralizing it and exploding upon Milotic. Alas, as a water type, Milotic would have fared much worse had it possessed dragon attributes. Nonetheless, Robert's scores suffered a significant reduction. My goodness, Ralts is radiating such exquisite brilliance, Miss Vivian remarked in awe. It seems Milotic's hurricane instinctively veered away from such beauty. Seizing the moment, Ash would not let this opportunity slip away, for he had already deduced that his opponent's Milotic was male. In that fleeting instant of opportunity, he opted for the move Kiss from an angel. With a playful blink, Ralts blew a kiss that struck Milotic, causing its eyes to transform into hearts, enveloping it in a state of confusion. Milotic. Robert was now struggling to maintain his composure, bewildered once again by the boy who seemed to possess an almost psychic bond with his Pokémon. His timing was impeccably precise, and the spectators gradually began to realize this remarkable talent. The skills of Lurantis have been executed in rapid succession, and the playful gesture of throwing kisses by Lurantis adds a delightful charm. Robert's score has once again taken a hit. Miss Vivian voiced the same perplexity shared by everyone. Meanwhile, a keen-eyed few had already noticed the blue light flickering in Ash's pupils. Milotic, unleash Ice Wind. The seemingly swaying Milotic flicked its tail, and its four-tail fins began to whirl almost instinctively. A powerful gust of cold wind caught Lurantis off guard, sending it flying. Oh no! Ash cursed himself for his momentary oversight regarding the mysterious properties of the opponent's scales. Under abnormal conditions, there is a high probability of unleashing a signature move, and its potency is amplified. Filled with concern, he quickly glanced at Lurantis, who was now covered in scattered ice crystals, clearly uncomfortable yet still standing strong. After all, the attack's area was expansive, its power persistent, but the damage was not concentrated. Teleport, let us go play with it. A smile tugged at Ash's lips. He refrained from ordering Lurantis to attack. The half-reflected light wall remained intact. The fairy wind had struck through the medium of a whirlwind, but the special skill, Angel's Kiss, could not be blocked. Thus, allowing the little one to enjoy some playful antics was the way to go. Lurantis blinked and appeared behind Milotic, playfully tugging at its two antennae. Seemingly amused, the little creature laughed joyously while having fun. Oh dear, Lurantis was cheerfully riding on Milotic's back, thoroughly enjoying itself. Although this move did not inflict substantial harm, it was highly insulting, showcasing Lurantis's adorable and playful nature perfectly. Once again, Milotic's score suffered a significant reduction. Milotic. Use Mystical Shield. Robert realized he could not allow this to continue. An old sense of urgency surged within him, sharpening his focus. A radiant green aura enveloped Milotic, alleviating its abnormal condition while elegantly showcasing its allure. Ash's score took a considerable hit. For the remaining time, let us play hide and seek. Now alert, Milotic, under Robert's command, launched a fierce assault. It appeared that time was running short, and the opponent aimed for victory through combat. Ash, understanding this, thought it utterly shameless. He did not even consider the previous battle where his classmate was swiftly defeated in his haste to comfort Xiaoyao. However, being a water type, Milotic struggled to quickly manage the frozen terrain. Lurantis utilized teleportation to dart left and right. The 5-minute battle time came to an end. Time's up, with Miss Lillian's announcement. Everyone turned their attention to the large screen. Robert's score had dwindled to a mere fifth, nearing the bottom. In contrast, Ash's score, though diminished, remained just above half. The victor was Ash and his Lurantis. Oh! The venue erupted into enthusiastic applause the moment the results were revealed. Xiaoyao and her companions joyfully rose from their seats, exclaiming, "We won! We won!" Ash triumphed. Her brother's prowess was indeed remarkable. The fierce attacks of that Milotic had kept her on edge. Ash performed splendidly, showcasing the adorable side of Ralts. Meanwhile, competitor Robert calmed his Milotic and approached Ash. What an exhilarating match. I gained much from it, he remarked before introducing himself and expressing his curiosity. But I am quite intrigued by the aura. Ash, aware of the question looming in Robert's mind, smiled and provided the answer. After a handshake, he was called over by Miss Lillian. Robert stood momentarily in contemplation, then smiled in relief. Aura, huh? Truly an admirable young man. It seems my training must continue. I look forward to our next encounter. Chapter 54, The Hypothesis of Fairy Types. Ash inevitably found himself amidst a flurry of interviews. The focal point of interest was the commands he issued to Ralts during the match. Ash did not elaborate extensively, noting that aura is not an exclusive ability and will eventually become widely recognized. However, rather than revealing his strategies, he preferred to allow others the time to explore, which would ultimately serve him better. This decision led to Ash's performance being widely discussed, earning him a new title among coordinating trainers. the trainer who establishes a psychic connection with Pokémon. As the attention surrounding him heightened, these matters were soon set aside. Shun. Upon exiting the venue, Xiao Yao immediately spotted the green-haired youth waiting at the entrance. That battle was truly spectacular, Mr. Ash. Shun approached, bowing slightly. Thank you. It seems today was a day of growth, not only for Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao fixed her determined gaze upon him and declared earnestly, next time, I will not lose to you. Unlike before, Shun did not dismiss her words, for he recognized her performance today. From victory to defeat, witnessing Ash's remarkable feats, he too realized that there are always greater talents beyond oneself, a lesson he deeply absorbed today. Well, I await you. Shun tossed his bangs aside, a proud smirk gracing his lips. But by that time, I shall be even stronger. Without lingering, he bid farewell and departed. Humph. Beside them, Xiao Sheng began to grumble, clearly irritated. I can't stand that guy. My brother is so impressive, yet he doesn't act all high and mighty like that. Xiao Sheng felt a surge of indignation at this. However, Xiao Yao wore a serene smile. During their leisure time, Brock took Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng to order dinner. Meanwhile, Ash initiated a communication with Professor Oak. As for his mother, Hanako, Ash had already conversed with her extensively on the first night of his arrival in Kana City. Oh, Ash, you finally remembered to call me. Professor Oak's face appeared on the screen, expressing joy mixed with a hint of melancholy. Ash felt a sense of incredulity. After all, the words spoken were those of someone who was not his girlfriend. Nevertheless, Professor Oak was unfazed, for he had a plethora of inquiries he wished to pose to Ash. Foremost among these was the research concerning the evolution of EV, which had now reached a definitive conclusion and was under review for publication. Furthermore, bold hypotheses regarding the fairy type had ignited a fervor among the esteemed professors. In response, Ash utilized his training accomplishments as a springboard, crafting a series of conjectures regarding the research direction. His references included the type advantages of fairy and dragon types. And Ash suggested that Professor Oak retrieve video footage from today's Grand Festival battles as a source of data. To his astonishment, Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback. This research possessed the potential to reshape the annals of Pokémon history, with Ash's successful EV evolution theory as a precedent. Professor Oak's anticipation for the fairy type soared to unprecedented heights. It seemed inevitable that the Dragon Clan would soon find themselves besieged by these zealous scholars. This notion sent a chill down Ash's spine. Oh, by the way, Professor, it appears the EV evolution theory is already under review, Ash remarked, conveying an expression that suggested Professor Oak would comprehend the significance. Clearing his throat, he added, rest assured. Professor Oak's face beamed with joy. I have already applied for your reward to be dispersed early. The monetary bonus will be deposited into your mother's account within the next few days. Additionally, we old-timers have prepared a gift for you. Ash raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected boon. However, as it has yet to hatch, and you are currently in Hoenn, I will ensure it is sent to you upon its birth. Upon hearing this, Ash smiled obediently. Thank you, Professor Oak. A gift from the professors must surely be something special. At the Oak Laboratory, it seemed Ash was becoming increasingly astute. However, when discussing Ash's profound insights into Pokémon, it raised the possibility of considering him for a dual role as a researcher. Thus, Professor Oak inscribed Ash's name on the list of contributors for the new fairy-type project, alongside a multitude of researchers from various regions. Following the conclusion of the Kanto Conference, Ash and his companions vacated the hotel, bringing their Pokémon to the Center for Rejuvenation as they plotted their next destination. The Pokémon Center was truly a sanctuary. Ash reclined in a chair, gazing out at the Pokémon frolicking outside the window. Cyndaquil and Mudkip were in hot pursuit of one another, their bond growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, Trico stood quietly on the windowsill, embodying the essence of a serene gentleman. Swellow was soaring through the air, carrying the beloved little companion, Ralts. However, Krabby seemed to have unwittingly provoked the ire of May's Torchic, who was relentlessly pecking at its rear. Brock's Fortress had thoughtfully excavated a small pond, where Lotad and Magikarp gazed up with matching adorably vacant expressions, splashing contentedly in the water. As for Beautifly, it was currently perched atop May's head, enjoying a moment of repose. Pikachu sat atop the table, indulging in a bottle of ketchup, savoring a lick that made him shiver with delight, his eyes narrowing into crescent-shaped slits. It appeared that Pikachu had developed quite the fondness for ketchup. Xiaoyao set down her teacup with a smile, utterly charmed by the scene before her. Xiaoji reached out to wipe a bit of residue from Pikachu's nose, wondering to whom this gluttonous demeanor might be akin. Pika Pika, can I not even sustain myself? Indeed. Indeed, Xiaoji affirmed, conceding to the truth of Pikachu's statement. As his aura grew ever stronger, he often found himself intuitively hearing Pikachu's thoughts, though such clarity was not as frequent with other Pokémon. At that moment, Xiaosheng, who was watching television nearby, suddenly shouted, "Big brother!" "What is the matter, Xiaosheng?" Xiaoyao queried, her dissatisfaction evident, questioning the need for such commotion on a tranquil afternoon. "It's not that, sister," Xiaosheng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he pointed at the news report on the screen. "Just take a look." His fervor prompted everyone to abandon their seats and gather around. Chapter 55, The Publication of Eevee's Research. It turned out that the television was broadcasting a report on research within the Alliance. Images of Eevee's evolutionary forms, Glaceon and Leafeon, flashed on the screen. "Wow, these two Pokémon are so beautiful." Xiaoyao clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I want to train one." "No, look at the names below, the names." Xiaosheng tugged at Xiaoyao's sleeve, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Names." Xiaoyao, puzzled, glanced over and blinked. She noticed a scrolling text at the bottom of the video. Published by Professor Okido. Research Assistants, Xiaoji, Professor Yamabuki, and Professor Serrano. Xiaoji? It's the same name as Xiaoji. Xiaoyao gasped, just as the reporter mentioned the original initiator of the research, the Xiaoji from Masera Town. Masera Town? Isn't that Xiaoji's home? Xiaoyao asked, her voice laced with curiosity. When did this happen? Xiaoji calmly sipped his tea, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Just sent some materials to Professor Okido. I didn't expect it to be published." "Pika, are you serious?" Pikachu cast a sidelong glance at its trainer, whose nose had begun to resemble an elongated leaf, and sighed. "It's not like you're the one who types away every night, keeping me from sleeping well." However, upon receiving confirmation, Xiaosheng and Xiaoyao rushed forward, their faces alight with admiration. "Oh my goodness, Xiaoji, who on earth are you?" "It's Pokémon research. And you unearthed new evolutionary forms, which is truly impressive. A trainer, a coordinator, and now excelling in Pokémon research. Big brother, you are incredible." The two siblings were brimming with excitement, leaving Xiaoji, who had initially intended to boast modestly, feeling a touch bashful. Yet, he had evidently underestimated the reverence people held for scholars who made significant contributions in this world. He had thought Xiaoji had merely matured, only to discover he had transformed into the envy of others. This realization filled Brock, who had journeyed alongside Xiaoji, with a profound sense of fulfillment akin to that of a proud guardian. As for the magnitude of their reaction, of course, the three spoke in unison with remarkable harmony. Xiaoji offered an awkward smile, averting his gaze, only to catch sight of Miss Junsha passing by with her aides outside. "What has transpired?" Xiaoyao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I recall that direction seems to be." Before she could finish, Xiaoji sprang to his feet and dashed outside, leaving behind a command for Xiao Gang. "Stay here and keep an eye on Xiaoyao and the others." Pikachu summoned Cyndaquil, Swellow, Ralts, and Trico. Pika. Without waiting for Xiao Gang to call him back, Xiaoji took off with his higher-level Pokémon, harnessing the power of the aura. Xiaoji swiftly discerned the museum on the nearby coastline, where a throng of individuals was confronting Miss Junsha. Upon their arrival, a crimson airship soared overhead, heading toward the museum. Swellow, intercept them with Pikachu. Xiaoji conjectured the identity of the group, his voice resounding with authority. With a swift command, Swellow ascended rapidly, and Pikachu leapt from its back, unleashing a formidable thunderbolt that crippled the left wing of the airship, sending it plummeting onto the beach. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the gang clad in red hoodies, who had made off with half of the research stones, found themselves caught off guard by the spectacle before them. Simultaneously, a dozen or so members in red hoodies burst forth from the airship. The nefarious organization of the Hoenn region, Team Magma. Xiaoji recognized their familiar attire. Understanding the situation clearly, against such adversaries, he showed no mercy and commanded his Pokémon. "These are villains. There is no need for leniency. Attack." The Pokémon became resolute, charging forth under Pikachu's leadership. The startled Team Magma members were compelled to release their own Pokémon to engage in battle. They fielded an imposing lineup of over 20 Pokémon, predominantly Mighty Enos, none below level 30, with the leader commanding a formidable level 44 Mytena. We intended to retreat after completing our mission. The Team Magma leader, Horum, scoffed. But it appears we must first vanquish all of you. So many have come. Miss Junsh's expression darkened as she reached for her radio at her waist, ready to summon assistance. Who will be vanquished remains to be seen. Xiaoji, gazing at the array of Pokémon ranging from levels 30 to 40, felt his eyes glimmer with excitement. What a windfall. Ho ho ho. Horum, disturbed by Xiaoji's peculiar grin, could not suppress a shiver. Engage. With flashes of electricity and the cacophony of explosions, chaos erupted. Ding. Ralts gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Ralts leveled up to 36. Ding. Earned 90 points. Ding. Trico gained 6,800 experience points. Ding. Trico leveled up to 40. The melodious notifications resonated in Xiaoji's mind. A grin stretching across his face as joy surged within him. Double experience, double points, and boundless delight. Long live the evil organization. Who on earth are you? Horum, gazing at the fallen bodies strewn about, swallowed hard, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear as he looked at Xiaoji. The former advantage had been obliterated under Pikachu's Volt Tackle. Upon receiving a reminder from Ash, the forest lizards swiftly targeted their prey like famished wolves seeking a meal. In an instant, apart from Horum's formidable hound, only a handful of Pokémon remained in the Fire Rock team. Fireball Mouse, unleash your flames. Swellow, employ Steel Wing. With a fierce cry, the two faltering hounds were swiftly vanquished. Both Swellow and Fireball Mouse ascended to level 40. A brilliant white light enveloped Fireball Mouse as it evolved, shedding its former lethargy and weakness for a newfound calmness and seriousness. What a splendid moment. Fireball Mouse had finally evolved. Ash was filled with joy. For the original Fireball Mouse was the only Fire-type Pokémon that had not achieved its final evolution after earning the 8 badges. This evolution of Fire Rock Mouse had been a decade in the making for Ash and his companions, stirring a profound sense of nostalgia within him. Chapter 56. The Fire Rock team is truly noble. Damn it, we're not ready. Horum was eager to retreat. Time was running out, and once the police reinforcements arrived, they would face dire consequences. Ready, let us withdraw. Pikachu, Forest Lizard, quickly, don't let them escape. Ash commanded urgently, anxious about his experience points and accolades. Pikachu, Chamo. The duo, one yellow and one green, dashed forth with remarkable speed. In mere moments, Leafblade and Iron Tail dispatched the remaining Pokémon. In terms of speed, apart from Pikachu, Chamo was undoubtedly the swiftest in the team, claiming the most eliminations this time. Curse it. Gas Bomb, use Smokescreen. Horum gritted his teeth as he released another Pokémon, and a thick fog quickly obscured everyone's vision. By the time Ash instructed Swellow to disperse the smoke, the Fire Rock team had already fled on several yachts, along with 2 incapacitated members affected by the battle. It was a bittersweet victory. Meanwhile, Horum, out at sea, wore a grim expression, having suffered significant losses that left him at a loss for words. Those infuriating brats. Once the commotion subsided, Brock and the others could not help but rush over, their concern evident. However, Ash was already engaged in handover discussions with Miss Junsha. Hearing about the earlier chaos, Brock and the others felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. Ash endured a mild reprimand, which he accepted without protest, recognizing it as a sign of their care. With an amused smile, Ash remained oblivious until Miss Junsha stepped forward to express her gratitude, effectively interrupting them. Subsequently, Miss Junsha escorted the Fire Rock team members away. Thanks to their efforts, aside from Pikachu, several key members had made considerable gains. Ash was now ready to focus on his lobster Pokémon, Waterleap Fish. An ugly fish. Furthermore, his points had surged past 9,000, nearing the coveted 10,000 mark. The following day, as they departed from Kana City, Ash's face radiated with joy. The Fire Rock team are truly noble individuals. Ash, you've been smiling all day, May remarked with curiosity, while Brock, his good friend, chuckled and made a playful guess. Regrettably, Xiaoxing expressed his disappointment at not witnessing the evolution of the Fireball Mouse. Although he had accompanied Ash on many occasions, the wonder of Pokémon evolution never failed to ignite a child's sense of curiosity. Not to worry, the lobster soldier should be evolving soon as well, Ash assured him. The continuous evolution of Pokémon within their team would surely stimulate their enthusiasm. All that was needed was to provide ample training. However, The ugly fish required special attention to advance its evolution. Remaining unevolved would pose significant challenges in battles. While mysterious scales were available in the points shop, Ash intended to enhance ugly fish's beauty first. An age-old adage states that confidence is the true essence of beauty. He believed that ugly fish's allure stemmed from its self-assurance. Despite its infrequent participation in battles, it had maintained an impeccable record. Thus, Ash felt it was time for a change. Ugly fish. This is a recording of Ralts participating in the gorgeous competition, Ash said as they set up camp by a riverbank, placing his pock decks on the ground for ugly fish to see. The ugly fish blew a few bubbles, its wide eyes reflecting the footage. Ash gently stroked its fin and whispered, "You are strong. Once you evolve, you will acquire many new skills. If you wish, we can participate in the gorgeous competition together with Ralts." A glimmer of light began to emerge in ugly fish's eyes. A radiant glow enveloped its body, signaling its evolution. Ugly fish is evolving, Xiaoxing exclaimed, having been watching closely. He had been pondering his brother's actions, only to be surprised by the sudden burst of evolutionary light from ugly fish. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Yao, alerted by the commotion, gazed in delight at the elongating form of ugly fish. Eventually, a stunning Pokémon, entirely pearly white with graceful curves, appeared before them. It was none other than the Milotic they had seen at the gorgeous competition in Cana. Milotic gender, level, 24 type, water ability, Marvel scale-based stats, 540 potential, medium blue moves, dragon breath, water gun, water pulse, attract with a smile. Ash embraced its neck, thoroughly pleased. Congratulations, Milotic. Milotic. The newly evolved Milotic, with its large, sparkling eyes, affectionately rubbed its cheek against Ash. How beautiful, Milotic! Xiao Yao exclaimed with envy. Pika Pika. Pikachu also rejoiced at the transformation of its companion, playfully tapping tails with Milotic in celebration. As for the gorgeous competition, you will need to guide it, Ralts. Ash said with a smile to the little creature that had approached him. Ralts. It chirped enthusiastically, patting its small body, clearly embodying the spirit of an elder sister. This sight elicited hearty laughter from everyone, celebrating the evolutions of their friends, the fireball mouse and ugly fish. In the following days, the water-leap fish dedicated itself fervently to training, even requesting the use of a training device. Even the usually carefree lobster soldier reduced its antics during these sessions, for it had previously bullied the Meanus before being captured. Although their levels were comparable, this did not deter Meanus from targeting it during training. Thus, it is evident that girls hold grudges, irrespective of species. Chapter 57. The new star of the gorgeous competition, Meanus. Having acquired a new mainstay for the gorgeous competition, Ash felt an uplifting sense of joy in the ensuing days of travel. While traversing the forest, they encountered a Pokémon Center but found no sign of Nurse Joy. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that she had been abducted by a cunning Yamask. Ash, along with his Pokémon, hastened toward the towering tree where the crafty creature likely resided. Along the way, they faced wave after wave of Pokémon obstacles, and in the process, they garnered a significant amount of experience. Upon their arrival, they learned the full story. Nurse Joy was tending to a feverish nosepass, which was the very reason for her abduction. After the treatment concluded, Ash exchanged for a bounty of energy-restoring orange berries. Meanus, use water gun. Presently, they were camping in the wild, engaging in battle training. Hunting Butterfree. Xiao Yao swiftly scooped up the damp Butterfree and began to dry it off. Your timing has improved greatly. Ash approached and offered energy cubes to the two Pokémon. Indeed, it is all thanks to you. Xiao Yao beamed with delight. However, this was under circumstances where Ash was not directing. What are you talking about? This is your and Butterfree's achievement. Ash corrected her, although the young girl seemed somewhat unconvinced. Nevertheless, without Ash's assistance, they would not have progressed so swiftly. All right, whatever you say, Ash sighed, not wishing to dispute further. Given that Butterfree had now reached level 20, the contributions of Waterleap Fish and Meanus were undeniable. However, due to the incident with the Yamask, Meanus had accumulated the most experience, now elevated to level 27, and was gradually becoming less suitable as Xiao Yao's opponent. All right, Ash, Xiao Yao, come over for dinner. Brock called out to them, sensing the aroma. Xiao Yao joyfully cradled Butterfree and rushed over. Let us join them, Meanus. Men. Ash settled into a chair as Ralts handed him chopsticks. Thank you, Ralts. Ralts. The bond between trainer and Pokémon was evident in their shared smiles, radiating warmth. Meanwhile, Xiaokong sulked nearby, grumbling, I envy you so much. I also want a Pokémon. You keep saying that, Xiaokong, Ash replied with exasperation, having previously discussed this with Brock. He then turned to Brock. Your first Pokémon is incredibly significant. Although Brock and I can assist you in catching one at any time, you must take excellent care of it once captured. So think it over carefully. His team has now found its rhythm, allowing him ample free time. With his assistance, caring for a few more Pokémon alongside Brock seems inconsequential. As for the first Pokémon, who should it be? Satoshi had yet to ponder this question. He simply yearned to possess his own Pokémon. After Satoshi spoke, he found himself deep in contemplation. There's no rush, the journey ahead is long. And rather than seeking one out, it would be more meaningful to wait for the day they encounter each other, Brock suggested. This way, the first Pokémon would hold greater significance. Little Victory nodded in agreement with Brock's proposal, filled with anticipation for his inaugural Pokémon. All right, once we finish our meal, we shall set off. After traversing the forest ahead, we will arrive at Amethyst City, Brock cheerfully urged as he noticed the newfound direction in Little Victory. Is Satoshi's gym challenge about to commence? May inquired, tilting her head. Satoshi nodded and replied with a smile, indeed. This time, I plan to let Ralts experience the challenge as well. Wow, you're sending Ralts out this time, Satoshi? May expressed her excitement. Then this will be Ralts' debut battle at the gym, Brock remarked with surprise. Don't worry, my brother's Ralts is incredibly strong. It will be just fine. Little Victory adjusted his glasses confidently, and indeed, Satoshi shared the same sentiment. If it weren't for the low levels of his water-type trio, he would have ideally trained them instead. However, allowing Ralts to gain some experience was also a splendid choice, as it was the ace he intended to nurture, destined for more than just appearances in grand competitions. Amethyst City, an ancient city steeped in history. The front streets are lined with quaint, aged buildings, bustling with a dense population, where numerous mobile stalls can be seen. In contrast, the back streets boast modern architecture and several electrical factories, creating a relatively quieter atmosphere. After traversing the forest for over half a month, Satoshi and his companions finally arrived at the imposing structure of the Amethyst Gym. The gym challenge was about to begin. According to the introduction, this is an electric-type gym. One wonders what kind of Pokémon await them. The group chattered excitedly as they approached the door, only to find themselves not opening it, but rather knocking it down. As they stepped forward, handrails rose on either side of the door, and it began to move like a roller coaster. After a disorienting shake, the platform finally settled into a smooth passageway. Honestly, what are the gym trainers thinking? May exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. The welcome certainly is unconventional, Brock chuckled awkwardly. Only Little Victory seemed to be enjoying the experience, exclaiming, this is fun. Ralts, use Ice Beam. Satoshi suddenly shouted, as a Raikou appeared before them. Chapter 58, Amethyst Gym. The Electric Badge. It's Raikou. Ralts unleashed a blue and white beam of light, shattering Raikou's head, revealing clear mechanical components beneath the ice. It was merely a robot. Ha. The playful spirit of games is akin to a charger for life. The mechanical door beside them rose, and an old rascal emerged with a cheerful laugh, followed closely by a bespectacled young man. You truly have a remarkable setup, the old rascal exclaimed. I never anticipated that the Raikou robot number 2 I created would be dismantled before it even launched an attack. I am Taishien, a gym trainer, and this is my assistant, Walter. Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town. After the introductions were exchanged between Taishien and Ash, they proceeded to the battlefield. Uniquely, it was a 3-on-3 battle. The elderly gentleman revealed all his Pokémon in advance, a level 25 Magnemite, a level 30 Electrode, and a level 34 Magnezone. Ralts, take the stage. Ralts. The elder laughed heartily, based on the ice beam that just obliterated my robot. It seems quite powerful. He sent out his first Pokémon. In that case, go Magnemite. A large iron sphere with 2 magnet-like ears floated into the arena. As the battle commenced, Taishien seized the initiative. Magnemite, use Swift. Ralts, use Confusion. Ash commanded, tipping his cap and waving his hand. A blue glow emanated from Ralts, causing the incoming Swift attack to veer and strike Magnemite instead. This was a more advanced Psychic-type move, exceptionally efficient for both control and offense. Magnemite lost its fighting capability. Taishien, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. Ha. It's not unusual for such things to happen. He quickly regained his composure. My second Pokémon is Electrode. Use Sonic Boom. This battle style was indeed quite frantic. As Ash observed, Ralts used Sing. Two tangible sound waves clashed, prompting everyone to cover their ears in discomfort. Electrode unleashed Thunderbolt. Taishian, noticing the tense situation, rapidly shifted his attack. Confusion. The same strategy, the same rebound, but the electric attack against Electrode proved ineffective. Ha ha ha, electric-type energy is useless against Electrode. Ralts used Confusion on Electrode. Ash was well aware that Electrode's electric attack wasn't particularly strong, thus opting for direct control over his Pokémon. Ralts's eyes glowed blue as Electrode was lifted and repeatedly slammed onto the ground. It had similarly handled a mischievous Jigglypuff during the last grand competition, making the maneuver quite seamless. Electrode, seeing the precarious situation, Taishin commanded, use Explosion. This was an attempt to drag Ralts down with Electrode before it could no longer fight. Boom. The explosion engulfed the entire arena, its power undeniably terrifying. As the smoke cleared, Ralts floated in the air, while Electrode had succumbed to its defeat. In the final moment of the explosion, Ralts utilized Teleport to evade substantial damage. However, the lingering smoke left it looking rather disheveled, much to the dissatisfaction of the cleanliness-conscious little creature. Ash raised the corner of his mouth. The little one was indeed irate. And then, Old Man Iron Spin unleashed his final Pokémon, the 3-in-1 Magneton, launching an attack. Magneton witnessed the true prowess of electric techniques. Electromagnetic Cannon. The fairy shimmered. A kaleidoscope of auroras collided with the torrents of electricity, resulting in a violent explosion. Psychic Power. Once again, the agile Ralts, using Teleport to evade the explosion, unleashed a tangible beam of light that struck Magneton directly. Magneton, Old Man Iron Spin exclaimed, unable to alter the fate of his Pokémon now fallen in battle. The little creature's furious critical hit must have been quite the blow. Ash silently mourned Magneton's defeat for 3 seconds, with Magneton rendered unable to battle. The victor was none other than Ash from Pallet Town. How could this be? Old Man Iron Spin found it difficult to accept the reality of his loss. Ash approached him, and to be honest, he did not harbor any ill feelings towards the old man, who retained his innocence and enthusiasm. Just like the Silver Conference, he had triumphed at the Celestial Conference. Ash's peculiar statement left May and Max bewildered, as Ash was not typically one to boast. Meanwhile, Brock seemed to discern something. Smiling knowingly. Ah, so that's it. You're a champion from the conference. Old Man Iron Spin laughed heartily, feeling at ease. Now it makes sense. I concede gracefully. I look forward to seeing you triumph at the Celestial Conference. Ash nodded with a smile at the rejuvenated old man. All right. After a brief respite in Amethyst City, they continued their journey. Chapter 59, Watermelon Field. Double Battle. Having departed from Amethyst City, Ash and his companions set their sights on Autumn Leaf Town. They paused by a stream to rest during their travels. Hey, Ash, aren't you participating this time? May exclaimed in surprise, having just heard Ash declare his decision not to compete in the grand contest at Autumn Leaf Town. Why is that? Brock pondered, confused, as he had assumed Ash would showcase Milotic in the debut contest. He certainly couldn't admit that he believed May would likely win the contest, thus not wanting to compete against her. What a shame, Max lamented. Ralt's performance is truly captivating. Oh, don't worry, May can manage just fine on her own, Ash chuckled, wishing to steer the conversation elsewhere. Look, something's floating over there. Max suddenly noticed something and pointed at the objects drifting down the stream. It was 3 plump, round watermelons. Milotic retrieved them, and the food-loving May was instantly elated. This is amazing. We have watermelons to eat. How lucky. Thud, thud. Brock patted the watermelons, grinning in satisfaction. Listen to that sound. They must be sweet and delicious. We are in for a treat. Ash smiled, recalling that it had been quite a while since he had enjoyed such a delight. In this realm, it appears that the yield of this particular fruit is rather low. Brock elegantly sliced the watermelon, revealing 3 substantial pieces, ample enough for everyone and their Pokémon to savor. Just as they were indulging in the delightful feast, a forest lizard and a lava worm emerged, launching an unexpected assault on the unsuspecting group. Fortunately, they were thwarted by the swift actions of Milotic and Ralts. What a formidable little thief, indeed. A girl with vibrant green hair stepped forward, accusingly pointing at the cut watermelons on the table. Thief of watermelons? Ash and his companions were taken aback as she advanced, asserting that those pieces were undeniable evidence of guilt. No, we fished these out of the river. Ash defended. attempting to clarify the situation. Just then, a whimsically painted Pokémon resembling a watermelon bounced into view. The green-haired girl pointed at them, declaring, "That mischievous creature is clearly with you." The large watermelon Pokémon glanced at her and shook its head in denial. "Oh no, I've made a mistake." The girl blushed and waved her hands in embarrassment. "I tend to jump to conclusions, but some say it's quite endearing." Whether it was charming or not remained uncertain. Yet Ash found her personality rather amusing. An awkward silence ensued until the girl bowed apologetically, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. It's quite all right. And this watermelon truly is delicious," Ash reassured her. Through further conversation, they learned that her name was Naki and that she was responsible for caring for the nearby watermelon fields alongside her Pokémon. Upon discovering that Ash and his friends were traveling, she invited them to visit her farm. "So, you're preparing for the Lumiose conference?" she inquired. "Yes, and both May and I have been participating in the Pokémon showcase along the way," Ash replied. "Wow, Ash, you must be quite formidable," she remarked enthusiastically. "Not really. I'm just lucky," Ash humbly responded. "I've never lost a doubles match. Would you care to challenge me to one?" Naki proposed eagerly. "Absolutely, I would be delighted." Ash accepted without hesitation, recognizing that her forest lizard was level 37 and her lava worm was level 32, making for worthy opponents. Ash chose to send out his Ralts, which had recently leveled up to 38 after a triumphant battle at the Amethyst Gym, alongside his 27-level Milotic for training. The two sides were evenly matched. Brock took on the role of referee as the match commenced, with Naki confidently allowing Ash the first move. "I want to hold back," Ash declared, raising an eyebrow as he initiated the attack. "Milotic, use Water Gun. Ralts, enhance it with confusion." With a melodic cry, the duo executed their moves. The water gun enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, accelerating its force. The forest lizard might evade the attack, but the lava worm certainly could not. Naki recognized this, opting to confront the assault head-on. The lava worm unleashed a torrent of flames while the forest lizard brandished its razor-sharp leaves in a slicing motion. The fiery eruption from the lava worm evaporated a significant portion of the water column, and in that fleeting moment, the forest lizard charged forward, its leaf-like arms merging into a singular, curved green blade. With a decisive strike, it cleaved through Milotic's water gun, sending the attack veering off course. "How annoying, Ash. You really have a way about you," exclaimed Nachi, his hands cradling his face in excitement. "It's too early to relax, Nachi," Ash gently reminded him with a smile. Before Nachi could respond, the two water jets, split in two, unexpectedly curved under the influence of psychic force and struck the magma bug. "Magmar!" The creature cried out in pain. Although the water gun had been mitigated, being a fire-type Pokémon, it still suffered considerable damage. "Magmar!" Nachi finally reacted, shouting in concern. The water gun actually curved. Xiaoyao gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "That's a combination move that can only be seen in double battles," Brock explained with a smile. While it seemed that psychic force merely augmented the power of the water gun, Ash's true target from the outset had been the magma bug. "Wow, Big Brother is amazing. It feels like there's no battle he can't handle," Xiaoxing said, his face filled with admiration. "A combination move, huh?" Nachi's expression turned serious. "Then we shall respond in kind." "Forest Lizard, Seed Machine Gun. Magma Bug, Mountain Press," commanded Nachi. The forest lizard leaped into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The dust kicked up obscured the magma bug's form, making it difficult for Ralts and Milotic to respond without the aid of aura. Just as Ash was caught in a moment of indecision, the magma bug burst through the smoke and leapt onto Milotic. "Oh, so that's how you want to play?" Ash, feeling a surge of excitement, waved his hand and shouted, double charm voice. "Milotic, Ralts." Using its psychic power, Ralts assisted Milotic in breaking free from the magma bug's grasp. Shortly thereafter, both Pokémon raised their heads, powerful sound waves emanating from their mouths, causing the forest lizard and magma bug to shut their eyes in pain. Immobilized by the onslaught. "Now's our chance, Milotic. Water gun attack on magma bug. Ralts, ice beam attack on forest lizard," Ash commanded, bracing himself against the lingering echoes. "Quick, dodge," Nachi urged as the charm voice subsided, but it was already too late. The forest lizard managed to evade, but only just, sustaining minor frostbite. The magma bug, however, was not as fortunate, taking the full brunt of Milotic's water gun. With a mournful cry, it fell to the ground. "Forest lizard, use solar flare on Milotic." Nachi seized the opportunity to unleash his trump card. This forest lizard had been meticulously trained by Nachi, allowing it to gather its grass-type move with remarkable speed. In a single encounter, it struck the Milotic, which had difficulty moving on the ground. Milotic lost its fighting capability. It seems we need to prioritize defensive skills for these two little ones, Ash murmured thoughtfully, his brows slightly furrowed. This double battle had revealed numerous shortcomings. In the context of a grand contest, Ralts and Milotic could easily cope. Yet, when faced with the challenges of a battlefield and adverse weather, these two had yet to develop effective counter or defensive strategies, much like what had just transpired. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opposing trainer, one can find themselves in a perilous state of disadvantage. Chapter 60, Pinga Town. A reunion with Misty. In the climactic conclusion of the double battle, the now unrestrained Ralts unleashed its full potential and, with a dazzling fairy-type attack at close range, triumphed over the forest lizard, securing victory. However, Ash recognized the prowess of Nachi as well, feeling that merely tending to a watermelon field was a gross underestimation of her abilities. With such talent, a proper journey would undoubtedly transform her into a formidable rival. In her own words, Nachi reminisced, I too embarked on a journey once. Yet midway through, I felt compelled to pursue what I truly desired. At that time, my aspiration was to cultivate watermelons and possess my own patch of land. To Nachi's surprise, Yao expressed astonishment. So you had companions during your travels? Yes, indeed. Her name is Xiaoxi, and she is incredibly skilled, Nachi declared proudly, only to notice Ash and his companions exchanging curious glances. Ash, the Tsundere girl? What a coincidence. Hey, have you encountered her? After a brief exchange, Nachi's astonishment grew, especially when she learned that Ash's Pikachu had defeated that ferocious salamander. Pikachu puffed out its chest, yet its adorableness overshadowed any semblance of intimidation. Ash chuckled at its antics, gaining insights about that Tsundere girl through his conversation with Nachi, a resident of Chuya Town. She was Nachi's kindergarten classmate and a fellow trainer who had set out on her journey at the same time. Nachi's face lit up with excitement, reveling in the prospect of teasing her about this. She resembled a child who had just discovered a delightful new toy. Ash mused inwardly. Is it true that everyone from Chuya Town possesses such unique personalities? Not far ahead lay a place called Pinga Town, home to a Pokémon Center, serving as a convenient waypoint. Upon learning Ash's travel destination, Nachi eagerly offered to guide them. After parting ways, Ash and his friends took a shortcut, arriving at the Pokémon Center in Pinga Town that very evening. I'll make a call. Brock, why don't you all grab something to eat? Ash said as he bid farewell to Brock and the others. Sure, Brock and the others replied, accustomed to such arrangements. However, this time Ash's phone call was brief. He simply reassured his mother, Hanako, that he was safe, and then discussed the research direction regarding fairy types with Professor Oak. Upon concluding the conversation, Professor Oak expressed a keen interest in studying Ralts after watching the dazzling contest. Yet, Ash politely declined, explaining that the little one was still acclimating to being away from him. Although somewhat disappointed, Professor Oak understood the situation. Just before hanging up, Shin suddenly interjected, conveying important news to Ash. Misty would be arriving in the Hoenn region in the next couple of days and requested that he keep an eye out for her. Ash was momentarily taken aback, recalling a particular storyline, and promptly sent their current location to her. Upon reviewing the messages in the Pokédex, it became evident that Misty had already sent a message yesterday. Upon sharing this news with Brock, both he and Pikachu were filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with an old companion. Meanwhile, May and Max were brimming with curiosity under Brock's detailed explanation. The siblings developed a keen interest in the upcoming visit from Misty, the esteemed gym leader of the water-type Pokémon, who was 2 years their senior. Such a title alone left May and Max in eager anticipation and admiration. Thus, after 2 days of waiting, they stood by the lake in Pallet Town, ready to greet Misty. Everyone, a bright voice rang out by the lakeside in the early morning as a figure sprinted towards them. As the distance closed, a girl with orange hair tied in a ponytail, cradling a Togepi, came to a halt before them. It was none other than Misty, who had parted ways with them in Kanto. It's been a while, Brock, Ash, Pikachu. Misty greeted with a smile, her Togepi joyfully waving its tiny hands. Pikachu responded with a cheerful Pika Pika. Since becoming the gym leader, Misty seemed to have matured slightly, yet the joy in her eyes was unmistakable, lingering particularly on Ash for a moment longer. You seem to have grown quite a bit, Ash. Misty remarked. And you've become quite beautiful, Misty, Ash replied candidly, surprising her. Misty paused, then broke into a smile. Well, it seems you've grown up too, Ash. You were always a bit slow on the uptake. What do you mean by that? Ash grumbled in dissatisfaction, though he felt at ease around Misty for reasons unknown. Just the literal meaning. It appears you Haven team matured that much after all. Misty chuckled. Just then, she noticed two heads peeking from behind. You must be May and Max, right? Hello. I've been eager to meet you, May exclaimed, rushing forward. She had heard plenty about this world-class beauty over the past few days. And now she was finally meeting her in person. Feeling May's enthusiasm, Togepi chirped happily in Misty's arms. It's Togepi. Max's attention was drawn to the little creature, his eyes never leaving it since Misty's arrival. It looked so adorable. May quickly retrieved her Pokédex. Togepi, the spike ball Pokémon. It is said that gentle words spoken to it will cause it to emit a soothing light. This meeting is all thanks to Togepi, Misty revealed, producing an invitation to a Togepi celebration. The location was conveniently in Pallet Town. Following the directions on the invitation, they arrived at a restaurant. Welcome, honored guests. We are members of the Togepi Celebration Executive Committee. Two individuals clad in burlap adorned with Togepi patterns suddenly appeared, chattering excitedly as they swiftly ushered Misty away and closed the door behind them. Ash sensed something amiss and quickly released his Ralts. Using his aura abilities, he detected that Misty had been taken into a spaceship. Welcome to the VIP room. The cold, metallic walls surrounded Misty, and she felt a sense of foreboding. Is this really the VIP room? Then please enjoy yourselves. Hey, you. The two individuals, having stealthily departed from the cabin, disregarded Xiaoxia's anxious calls and closed the door behind them. Just as trepidation began to set in, Lariola's appeared before Xiaoxia through a connection with Ash's aura. Ash! Xiaoxia exclaimed joyfully, her heart easing somewhat. Though uncertain of the mischief these individuals were up to, the spaceship had already taken off, and it seemed prudent to endure the situation for the time being. Ash, sensing through his aura, confirmed that it was indeed the trio from Team Rocket. He surmised that this incident must be related to Togepi. Everything will be fine. We shall see what unfolds upon our arrival. Upon hearing Ash's words, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, Ash's capabilities were now widely acknowledged, fostering a sense of reliance among his companions. In a moment of leisure, they settled on the floor to engage in conversation. Pikachu, Togepi, and Lariola's huddled together, playing harmoniously. However, an unsettling sensation crept over Ash as he detected something amiss in the cabin. Rising to his feet, he opened a window and was taken aback by the sight before him. A raging sandstorm loomed ahead, threatening to engulf the vessel. Quickly, find something to hold on to. It's going to shake violently. Wow, what fate awaits the Xiaoyao exploration team? Xiaosheng exclaimed, expressing his discontent with his sister's exuberance. Just then, the ship began to tremble violently. Ash instructed Lariola's to bind everyone together, and after a tumultuous period, the ship gradually stabilized. As they traversed the mountains of the desert, a town nestled amid verdant greenery emerged before their eyes. There's an actual town, the group exclaimed, crowding around the window in disbelief. The oasis was separated from the desert by merely a rocky wall, resembling a mirage in the arid expanse. Chapter 61. The Adventure in the Mirazu Kingdom. In a garden within the town, a girl clad in a blue princess dress gazed curiously at the spaceship descending from the mountaintop. All right, we've arrived. Welcome to the Mirazu Kingdom. With the cabin door now ajar, it appeared they had reached their destination. Ash stepped forward, addressing Team Rocket. So, what are your intentions this time? What? We've been discovered, exclaimed one of them, bewildered. And when did those kids board the ship? I have no idea, meow. Despite their swift actions to avoid being interrupted by the children, they found themselves in a predicament. How infuriating. There's no turning back now. As they discarded their disguises, Xiaoxia couldn't help but remark upon recognizing the trio. You three never learn, do you? Still coveting Ash's Pikachu? TSK. Musashi and Kojiro wagged their fingers mockingly. Regrettably, our target this time is the Togepi cradled in your arms. Togepi? Everyone gasped in astonishment. In truth, Team Rocket had recently taken on a lucrative mission to capture a Togepi due to financial constraints. They had thought of Xiaoxia, who possessed a Togepi in Kanto, and their prolonged surveillance of Ash had fortuitously led to this encounter. Regardless, we must capture it first. Mew, lured by the promise of enticing rewards, could hardly contain her excitement. Just as she was about to dash out, a large hand seized her by the head. Lord Hanzo. Musashi Kojiro approached with an ingratiating smile. We have brought the Poké you requested. However, the operation has failed. The man named Hanzo, with a hawkish gaze and a pair of distinctive mustaches, flung Mew Mew aside with disdain. I commanded you to bring the Poké, not a trainer. Stepping forward, Ash declared, I am Ash Ketchum. I am the regent of the Miraz Kingdom, poised to crown the Poké as the sovereign of this land. Hanzo's expression darkened. You insolent brat. Leave the Poké behind and vacate this place at once. With the regent in such ill health, the state of the nation seemed dire indeed. Observing Hanzo's self-absorbed demeanor, Ash remained unfazed. Delusions are also an ailment. If there are no doctors here, I could offer assistance, perhaps with a good beating. Since you lack appreciation for my intentions, then so be it. Hanzo coldly commanded, snapping his fingers. A peculiar, earthy-hued Shedinja materialized behind him, its body resembling stiff cardboard, crowned with a crescent-shaped halo. It's a Shedinja. Small Victory recognized it immediately. Ash also recalled it, as it was a Pokémon with a mere value of 1 point, leaving a lasting impression. However, what baffled him was that this Shedinja was at the formidable level of 45, an absurdity in itself. Pikachu eagerly jumped down. As energy began to coalesce atop the Shedinja, its solar beam, Ash shouted. In a clash of white light and electricity, Pikachu managed to counter the attack. At that moment, 2 level 40 Ninjask flanked Hanzo. Misty, who had a profound aversion to insects, trembled in fear. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ash instructed Brock. You should take them away for a while. I will handle this. Aren't you worried about facing them alone? Brock asked, concern etched on his face. Don't worry. I'll catch up with you shortly. As Ash spoke, he released his Swellow and Fire Rock Mouse. The forest lizard's type disadvantage against the 3 opponents was apparent, so he intended to let Ralts and the others sharpen their skills. Brock nodded, realizing Ash was concerned about protecting May, Small Victory, and the insect-fearing Misty, and thus trusted Ash's capabilities as he led them away. Now, Mr. Colonel, shall we commence? Ash's aura glowed with the color of the aura, his smile radiant. You lot. Pursue quickly. Do not allow the Poké to approach the princess. Hanzo ordered Team Rocket, a foreboding sense gnawing at him, while his 3 Pokémon were already entangled with Ash. Yes, Lord Hanzo, they replied. Meanwhile, Brock guided the others down the hillside, entering a garden enveloped in verdant greenery. Where exactly are we supposed to flee to? Small Victory gasped, panting heavily. In any case, let us first locate the other inhabitants of this kingdom, Brock pondered. From the words spoken by that individual, it seems that Togepi is somehow connected to the inheritance of the throne. If that is the case, locating the leader of this nation may provide some enlightenment. Just as he shared his thoughts with the crowd, Team Rocket caught up with them. Ha ha ha, you can't escape now. Hand over Togepi, little girl. Meanwhile, Desert Naya and Snivy surrounded them. You shall not succeed. Misty released her Sunflora, declaring, I will protect Togepi. You too, Flareon. Even without Ash, Team Rocket stood no chance against the 2 gym leaders, ultimately being blasted away by Flareon's explosive move. However, the force was overwhelming, and the confined battleground caused the shockwave to topple everyone, sending Togepi flying from Misty's grasp. With a thud, a girl trimming flowers in the garden seemed to sense something. She witnessed Togepi plummet into the pond. Cradling it in her arms, joy illuminated her delicate face. Miranda, exclaimed the princess. What happened? An elderly maid, pausing from her watering, turned to her. Look, it's Togepi. The maid stood up in surprise, moving closer to observe. Oh my, it truly is. We must inform His Majesty at once. But this child is injured. It needs treatment first. Wait. Misty and her companions dashed over. You're all in cahoots. Quickly return my Togepi. Hearing Misty's voice, Togepi weakly opened its eyes and let out a feeble cry. Is this your Togepi? I apologize. The girl, though somewhat disheartened, explained, it is injured and requires care. Misty sensed that the girl did not appear to be malicious, and they began to converse. This is truly the princess. Brock was utterly captivated by her elegance, yet dared not overstep. As they introduced themselves, they learned that the girl was named Sarah, the princess of the Mirazu Kingdom. Upon hearing about Togepi's appearance, the king and queen hurried over, filled with joy. I apologize for my tardiness. At that moment, Ash flew in, clutching the feet of a large Swellow, landing amidst them. Ash! Misty anxiously checked him over, relieved to see he was unharmed. The king regarded the newcomers with curiosity. Having surmised the situation, Ash and Brock explained their arrival. The king frowned and sighed, lamenting the unfortunate events occurring in his realm. The inheritance ceremony? Misty questioned, noting this was not the first time they had heard of it today. Since ancient times, our kingdom has revered Togepi as the guardian Pokémon of freedom and peace. Therefore, those who inherit the throne must locate their own Togepi, Princess Sarah clarified, with the maid adding, it was in this manner that Princess Sarah's father, His Majesty the King, ascended to the throne. And what of the kingdom's Togepi? Misty inquired. The elder explained that the inheritance ceremony was to take place tomorrow. However, Princess Sarah had yet to find the beloved Pokémon, Bakubi. After grasping the situation, Xiaoxia inquired, Princess Sarah, is there anything we can assist you with? She shook her head, replying, I cannot involve you in danger. Do not worry about my affairs. There will naturally be a solution. Such kindness radiated from the princess, exuding a pure beauty. Suddenly, Xiaojing sprang forth, declaring, Do not worry, my princess. I am here to rescue you from this struggle. Ouch, that hurts. Xiaoxia tugged at his ear, pulling him aside, and with a flick of her wrist, Xiaojing was unceremoniously tossed aside. The force of her action left Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing momentarily speechless. Xiaoxia? She seems quite formidable, they stammered. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and looking up, they beheld a mirrored mirage in the castle sky. Chapter 62, Bakubi Paradise. Xiaoxia's Embrace. Bakubi glowed with a cerulean light, levitating and calling out into the air. It seemed to sense the paradise within the mirage. As the elder explained, it appeared that they could not simply depart. As Ash stepped forward, he too emanated a wave of energy, utilizing Bakubi to construct a bridge to the paradise. What began as a mere experiment unexpectedly transformed the scenery before them. Miranda, where are we? Your Highness. This is the Bakubi Paradise within the mirage. The elder noted that she had visited with the former king. But the sight before them was not what they had witnessed then. The land lay in ruin, with desiccated plants crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Bakubi sensed something amiss and floated into the scorched earth. The others followed, discovering a group of listless Bakubi amidst the remnants of trees. How could this be? The Bakubi appear so weak. Xiaoxia and her companions expressed their concern. Ash retrieved his Pokédex to enlighten them, stating, It is said that Bakubi lives in harmony with the hearts of the people. The pure, warm, and joyous energy is their source of sustenance. However, it seems that the malevolent forces at the kingdom's center have begun to affect this place. Xiaoxia suddenly froze, a face emerging in her mind. It was Hansa. It must be him, for rumors have long circulated regarding his ambition for the throne, the elder lamented. At that moment, the paradise's sky shimmered with blue light and began to tremble violently. What is happening? Xiaoyao exclaimed, as a luminous barrier appeared in the void. It was Hansa, orchestrating the destruction of the passage connecting to the paradise. Bakubi floated towards the barrier. Bakubi, wait! Xiaoxia cried out, rushing after it, but the barrier obstructed her, and she anxiously pounded on the passage's door. Everyone, come here, hold hands. Ash, who had been pondering, suddenly spoke, though the others were puzzled. They trusted him and began to comply. They believed in Ash, for he always emerged as the one to resolve the crisis. Wave of energy. A radiant blue glow enveloped him and spread to everyone present. Ash connected the hearts of everyone with Ralts and called out, Healing wave. The radiant light emanated from Ralts, gradually restoring the vitality of the Togepi under the warmth of its glow. Look, the Togepi are recovering, exclaimed Max in delight. Ash must be using the healing wave as a medium to transfer our joyful energy to the Togepi. Brock, as a supportive friend, was the first to grasp Ash's intent. Indeed, this was something only Ash could accomplish. Their love for Pokémon, coupled with Princess Sarah's pure soul, significantly aided the Togepi. Ash, Dawn suddenly gasped. And only then did everyone notice that Ash had half collapsed to the ground. It's nothing. I merely overexerted my aura, Ash managed to say. Forcing himself back up and shaking off his fatigue, he could not afford to falter now. He turned to the floating little ones and stated, Togepi, we need your assistance. Outside, the Togepi striving to protect their paradise had succumbed to the onslaught of the iron-faced ninja and the shedding ninja. Hanzo stepped forward with a sinister smile, cradling one of the defeated Togepi in his arms. Ha ha ha, now the throne is mine. Everything exists in dreams. His glee was interrupted by a weak voice. Ash and a group of Togepi appeared in the square. You little brat. Hanzo seethed, glaring at Ash with a hint of apprehension, fully aware that his Pokémon had already been defeated by Ash once before. "Misty, it's up to you," Ash said, supported by Brock, his spirit waning. He had no strength left to fight. "Rest well, I'll handle the rest," Misty replied, casting a concerned glance at Ash before her gaze turned fierce as she faced Hanzo. Throwing out a Pokeball. "Go, my new partner." Roar. A large, blue creature resembling a dragon with a fearsome visage and a gaping maw emerged. Brock was astonished. "It's Gyarados. Misty can command Gyarados already? Let me show you my growth," she declared. "You think a water-type Pokémon can defeat my Shedding Ninja?" Hanzo scoffed. "Exactly my plan," Misty retorted coldly. "Gyarados, use Flamethrower." "What?" Hanzo was taken aback by the command. With a furious roar, searing flames erupted from Gyarados' mouth. Ash, with weary eyes, gazed at Gyarados' level 55 and deep blue potential. This was likely a nightmare for countless Kanto trainers. In a single move, both the Shedding Ninja and the Iron-Faced Ninja were scorched to the ground. "Incredible, it's Flamethrower," Dawn admired. Even she recognized that Gyarados was a water-type Pokémon. "How infuriating. You dare." Hanzo's expression darkened, half of his eyebrows and beard singed, rendering him somewhat comical. "This ends now, Hanzo." At this moment, the king arrived with guards and apprehended him. After a moment of reluctant frustration, he eventually deflated. The villain was captured, and the conspiracy was thwarted. The Pokbai regained their vigor, and one by one, they infused happiness into Xiaoxia's Pokbai. Before long, Pokbai was restored, exclaiming, "Pika." Overjoyed, Xiaoxia embraced it tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Princess Sarah sensed something unusual with her dress, only to discover a Pokbai affectionately nuzzling against her. "This might just be the Pokbai that you will find, Princess Sarah," Ash finally spoke. It seemed that during the healing, it had been drawn to Princess Sarah's pure soul. "Wonderful Pokbai." Ash suddenly broke free from Brock's support, gently stroking Xiaoxia's Pokbai. "I can sense your worries, but Princess Sarah will undoubtedly be a good queen. Moreover, I hope that this incident serves as a lesson for the royal family to heed in the future." The last statement was directed at Princess Sarah, who agreed, expressing that it was indeed her sentiment as well. After all, their kingdom existed to protect the Pokbai, and such occurrences were what they least wished to see again. Thus, Xiaoxia's Pokbai revealed a joyful smile. After a sigh of relief, Ash suddenly felt darkness envelop him and fainted. This caused an immediate stir among the others. Ash, due to the strain on his aura, Ash lay unconscious in the Miraz Kingdom for a full day and night, missing even Princess Sarah's succession ceremony. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao and Xiaoxia took turns caring for Ash after the celebration, not allowing Brock or Xiaosheng any chance to intervene. During this time, the bond between the two girls unexpectedly deepened, though what they discussed remained a mystery. By the time Ash awoke, it was already the second day of the succession ceremony. Amidst the joy, everyone faced a moment of farewell. As they prepared to board the ship, Xiaoxia hugged her Pokbai and embraced everyone in turn. When she reached Ash, she leaned into his embrace. "You mustn't push yourself so hard, Ash. And Xiaoyao, do your best in the grand festival." Chapter 63, Towards Meowth. Autumn Leaf Town. After bidding farewell to Xiaoxia, Ash and the others continued their journey to Autumn Leaf Town. They arrived at a mountainous area, observing Xiaoyao's first dazzling training session for the Hunting Butterfree contest. "Hunting Butterfree, Silver Whirlwind. You've improved greatly, Xiaoyao," Brock praised enthusiastically. "Hee. This time I must win the grand festival." Xiaoyao giggled, a bit overly proud as she threw the frisbee again. However, this time she threw it too hard, and it landed deep in the jungle. "Oh no." Xiaoyao lightly tapped her forehead with her fist, sticking out her tongue to mask her embarrassment. Then she and her Torchic went to retrieve it, and in the nearby bushes, they discovered a curled-up, lavender-hued kitten. "It's Meowth. Wow, so adorable." Xiaoyao was instantly captivated. Her heart set on it. "All right, I shall capture it. Torchic, I'm counting on you." The little chick hopped energetically, exuding a lively spirit. Meow. However, this particular Espur appeared exceedingly feeble, lacking vitality. In such a state, it was impossible to engage in a capture battle. Just as Xiaoyao found herself at a loss, Xiaoji called forth Ralts. "Ralts, use Heal Pulse." With a resounding row, the healing light enveloped Espur, quickly revitalizing its complexion. Observing the little creature's burgeoning proficiency with psychic abilities, Xiaoji felt it was time to shift focus and concentrate on training fairy-type Pokémon. It is noteworthy that during their time in the Miraz Kingdom, Neither the Fire Rock Mouse nor the Kingfisher managed to outpace Ralts in capturing targets. The little one's skills were remarkably swift, enabling Xiaoji to surpass 10,000 points while Ralts successfully leveled up to 40. Regarding the issue of its evolution, Xiaoji had a candid discussion with the little Pokémon, only to receive an answer that was both amusing and perplexing. It turned out that Ralts feared that upon evolution, it would change in appearance and Xiaoji would no longer favor it. After showing Ralts the two forms it could evolve into and making a heartfelt promise, Xiaoji was able to assuage its concerns. He believed that its evolution was not far off. Now, Esper, let us commence our capture battle. Xiaoyao fed the Esper cradled in her arms, her affection growing increasingly difficult to contain. The little feline had regained its vigor, and after replenishing its energy, it instinctively began to paw at the Pokeball before the battle had even begun, effectively concluding the capture before it started. Although the process was unexpected, the outcome left Xiaoyao elated. Wonderful! I have captured a new partner, Esper. Congratulations, Xiaoyao! Xiaoji exclaimed, sharing in her joy. With this, Xiaoyao now possessed 3 Pokémon. Brock chuckled, while Xiaosheng looked on in astonishment, realizing that such a capture method existed. Indeed, this was one of the joys of their journey. Xiaoji reflected on his own Pokémon, recalling that most of his capture experiences had been quite delightful. Xiaoyao's Esper demonstrated exceptional potential, reaching a deep crimson grade, which was impressive. Throughout their forthcoming travels, it would often escape from its Pokeball, chasing its own tail until it became dizzy, a character full of personality. After more than a week of trekking, they finally arrived at Autumn Leaf Town, having learned from previous experiences. Xiaoji took the initiative to have Xiaoyao register for the competition well in advance. Oh, there are so many beautiful older sisters here. Brock blushed, his demeanor becoming somewhat inappropriate. Xiaosheng, he said it again. Yet upon closer inspection, everyone appeared quite formidable. The once confident Xiaoyao suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Xiaoji reassured her, his gaze fixed on a girl meditating on a bench, accompanied by a similarly poised meditite, exuding an air of sophistication. Curiosity gleamed in Xiaoyao's eyes as, in the next moment, the belongings of everyone in the waiting room began to levitate. Among the items was Ash's cap and May's glasses. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, a girl seated on a bench, with her eyes closed, scolded, Chimcho. Rem. Chimcho abruptly opened its eyes, interrupting the spell, and everyone's belongings fell back to their normal state. At that moment, a girl with crimson twin tails tied up on the bench also rose to her feet. I sincerely apologize. My Pokémon inadvertently used telekinesis. It clearly requires further training. A gust of wind swept through as the overly excited Brock could no longer contain himself, kneeling before her. No, there is no need for further training. From what I observed, you must have provided it with ample mental training. Miss, allow me to treat you to a drink. Mid-sentence, he was swiftly pulled away by May, who had inherited the ways of her mentor, tugging at his ear. You can drink tea by yourself. I'm terribly sorry. Brock tends to behave this way around pretty girls. Xiaoyao quickly stepped forward to explain, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. Pretty? After a moment, she burst into exaggerated laughter. Where am I pretty? You flatter me too much. Her animated gestures sent Xiaoyao tumbling. Ash, with a resigned sigh, caught her and gently set her down, realizing he was not adept at handling such exuberance. Chapter 64. New Skill. Fairy Attire. In the dining area of the Pokémon Center, Xiaoyao and her companions engaged in delightful conversation with the newly acquainted coordinator, Grace. Xiaoyao's tone was openly envious. Even Ash only has 2. The surprise in her voice was palpable. And Ash is a coordinator as well? After all, throughout their journey, her conversations had primarily been with Xiaoyao, and she had not initially considered that this modest boy might be involved in coordination. Well, my Ralts was quite interested, so I gave it a try, Ash replied honestly, without embellishment, mentioning that he had fortuitously secured 2 victories. Any exaggeration was merely the work of the media, after all. With his remarkable looks and 2 impressive performances, Ash had garnered a modest reputation within the coordinator's circle. However, Grace seemed to be the type who focused on her own development and remained grounded, showing little interest in such matters. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ash? A blushing girl approached, nervously clutching her skirt. Ash, surprised, replied, yes. Could I please have your autograph? With newfound courage, she shyly extended a signature board. Ash, bewildered by this unfamiliar situation, Only realized he had signed it when cheers erupted from the girl and her friends nearby. Ash is quite popular, Xiaoyao muttered, her feelings unclear, which made Ash feel somewhat awkward. He too was puzzled. After all, it was rather absurd for just one person, let alone two splendid contests, to bring him such widespread recognition. What he failed to consider was that he had previously defeated Robert at the Kanto Conference, a highly esteemed coordinator in the Hoenn region. Possessing an appearance reminiscent of an illustrious young noble, his partner is none other than the exquisite Milotic, renowned as the most beautiful Pokémon. With an impeccable record of victories in the Grand Festival over the past 2 years, he is rumored to be the most likely contender to become the second Master Macaulay. Ash and his Ralts managed to triumph over him, garnering considerable attention and admiration, which is hardly surprising. It is only natural for an elder brother to be popular, especially since Ralts has consistently showcased its charm in the previous 2 tournaments. Shota assumed a demeanor of nonchalance, confident in his status as his brother's most ardent fan. Furthermore, with his sister claiming victory in this tournament, it was only a matter of time before she too began to attract admirers. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up, Shota?" Xiaoyao exclaimed, hastily pressing down on him, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Stop it. This is so humiliating." Particularly after arriving in Autumn Leaf Town and experiencing the pressure of competition firsthand, she found herself feeling anxious. "No, you mustn't feel pressured," Grace insisted, feeling quite adorable and spirited as she stood up and turned to Ash. "How about this? I just happen to want to challenge you, Ash. Let us have Chancho perform for you to lighten the mood." I would be delighted to oblige. This would undoubtedly be a valuable experience for Xiaoyao. And since entering various towns, it had become increasingly difficult to find training camps for aspiring trainers. Ash would certainly not let any opportunity for battle slip by. Even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to the accumulation of points and experience. "Come forth, Chancho. Ralts, take the stage." In the moonlit clearing, the 2 trainers released their Pokémon, yet neither rushed to attack. "Chancho, use Ice Punch followed by Psychic," Grace commanded. Chancho began its display, the silvery moonlight cascading down as the frost from Ice Punch shimmered brilliantly. Chancho poised elegantly in midair, framed against the full moon, creating a stunning visual that captivated onlookers. If this were a performance in a grand festival, Ash's score would have already been significantly impacted. Ash recalled a small technique he had discovered during training. The moon seemed to be a perfect prop for Grace's dazzling display. He decided to borrow from it. The vibrant hues of fairy-type energy coalesced into delicate threads that danced upon Ralt's surface. With a flick of psychic energy, a pink ribbon was artistically crafted around Ralt's waist, flowing gently in the breeze, while a tiny crown appeared atop her emerald locks. Bathed in moonlight, Ralts, adorned in a pink chiffon gown, transformed from a playful creature into a figure of exquisite elegance. "What is this? It's so beautiful. Ash, how did you achieve this?" Grace exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, utterly enamored by the spectacle before her. It was her first encounter with such a skill. "So adorable," she added. "Is this a combination of psychic and fairy wind?" Brock inquired uncertainly, seeking confirmation from Ash, as fairy wind was also a technique of Ash's own invention, originally named magical wind. It seemed that if the fairy type were to be explored through Ash's hands, the name might soon change its owner. "Well, it was a spontaneous idea that struck me while practicing fairy wind," Ash replied. Ash nodded with a smile, recalling the impressive combination display by Chancho and contemplating the prospect of attempting it himself. While the maneuver was visually stunning, it demanded a high level of proficiency in telekinesis. Most importantly, this technique, despite its aesthetic appeal, held no practical utility. It was purely a skill suited for the dazzling preliminaries of grand competitions. Both Ash and Miss Grace exhibited remarkable prowess, leaving Xiaoyao thoroughly delighted. The combination skills were truly magnificent. The beauty of such performances often imbues individuals with strength. It was only when Grace voluntarily conceded that Ash came to a realization. The challenge posed by his opponent was merely a splendid performance, not an actual battle. This revelation left him momentarily disheartened, yet he made no demands. Encouraged by Grace, Xiaoyao, with Ash's assistance, embarked on the final adjustments before the grand competition. Interestingly, Shun had somehow learned that Ash was not planning to participate in this grand contest, which filled him with both curiosity and regret. Consequently, he sought Ash's guidance and designated Ralts as his opponent. Unsurprisingly, the now powerful Ralts easily overcame him. Reflecting on Shun's condition before his departure, Ash could only hope the boy wouldn't become too obsessed. Chapter 65. The Autumn Leaf Conference. Xiaoyao's growth. The grand contest, known as the Autumn Leaf Conference, attracted an overwhelming number of trainers. Even early in the morning, throngs of trainers and Pokémon were gathered outside the venue, engaging in warm-up exercises. The evaluation system for this conference was stringent, selecting only the top 4 to advance to the second round, making the competition fiercely intense. Ash and his friends settled into the audience seats, prepared to cheer for Xiaoyao, uncertain if she would encounter any difficulties. Given the large number of participants, the backstage was off-limits, prompting Xiaoxing to recall his sister's previous performance with concern. Don't worry, she has done all she can. Now, we must simply trust in her abilities. Ash reassured. He believed it was beneficial for Xiaoyao to have some time alone. Brock, glancing sideways with a smile, noted that Grace was also backstage with her, which should alleviate any issues. The older sister had been getting along splendidly with Xiaoyao, sharing invaluable experiences and guiding her toward a proper set of values. It seemed she had developed a fondness for Xiaoyao, and their relationship was blossoming. All right, the competition is about to begin, Ash reminded them. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Ralts had somehow procured 2 colorful balls, taking on the role of cheerleaders. Their adorable antics and cheering made Ash chuckle. The lively performances were captivating, featuring several familiar faces. Notably, Shun and his Rosalia garnered 296 points for their floral dance performance, while Miss Grace and Chimcho achieved 295 points for their combat display. Xiaoyao improved upon her previous experience, refining the Silver Whirlwind Tornado and earning a new record of 267 points. As the subsequent performances began to wane Ash's enthusiasm, Team Rocket's Jessie descended on wires, adding an unexpected twist to the event. The poison butterfly, adorned with 7 shades of phosphorescent powder and a whirlwind, captivated the audience. After a splendid performance, the trainer outshone even the Pokémon, securing an impressive score of 297 points. Undoubtedly, they possessed a natural talent for spectacle. Ash, with drooping eyelids, cast a glance at the bow around the poison butterfly's neck. As the performances concluded, the 4 contestants advancing to the second round were announced: Musashi, Shota, Grace, and Xiaoyao. The first match featured Musashi facing off against Xiaoyao. Thanks to Ash's guidance, Xiaoyao's command of her moves had improved significantly from her initial fluster, allowing her to repeatedly score points and diminish Musashi's total. Ultimately, not only did she deplete her opponent's score entirely, but the bow containing the colorful powder also shattered. Due to her act of cheating, Musashi was disqualified from the competition. In her fury, before she could retaliate, Pikachu sent her flying with a thunderbolt. Thus, Xiaoyao advanced to the next round. Meanwhile, Shota found himself in a fierce battle against Grace, where his Poison Rose was ultimately knocked out by a powerful knee strike from Chimcho. The final showdown on stage was now set to determine the champion of the tournament between Xiaoyao and Grace. My sister has made it to the final stage, Shota exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. The autumn tournament was finally reaching its climax. On stage, Grace regarded Xiaoyao with seriousness, stating, "A competition is a competition. I shall show no mercy." Xiaoyao, determined, replied, "I will not lose, Miss Grace." They released their Pokémon, Chimcho and Vivillon. With Xiaoyao's Vivillon at level 24 facing Grace's Chimcho at level 34, the odds were not in her favor. Her only advantage lay in her agility, and it was up to her to utilize it wisely. Vivillon strike. At the onset of the match, Xiaoyao took the initiative. Chimcho, evade with Yoga. However, the chosen maneuver proved ineffective, as Chimcho deftly dodged after executing a few yoga poses. Chimcho Ice Punch. Grace, with her vast experience, seized the opportunity. Chimcho, suspended in midair, tightened its fist, ready to unleash a chilling blow. Vivillon, Hurricane. Faced with this impending crisis, Xiaoyao remained composed, making calculated decisions. The outcome matched her expectations. The Hurricane relentlessly battered Chimcho, deducting points from Grace while halting the latter's offensive. Chimcho used Psychic. As Grace's command echoed, Chimcho glimmered with a blue aura, freezing in place just above the ground. This maneuver minimized the point deductions significantly. Well done, Xiaoyao. Grace commended, impressed. Almost there. Xiaoyao sighed in frustration, determined to capitalize on the momentum. Vivillon, use String Shot. Chimcho, employ Psychic. The prowess of the Psychic type manifested swiftly as the incoming String Shot was redirected and ensnared Vivillon. This counterattack resulted in a substantial 5-point deduction for Xiao Yao. Vivillon. Hang in there. Xiao Yao's determined gaze invigorated her Pokémon, the Huntail, showcasing a remarkable improvement compared to her initial chaotic performance in the competition. Yet, despite all efforts, the Huntail struggled to break free. Charm, use Ice Punch. Grace commanded, her confidence evident in her posture. The condensed icy energy was unleashed by Charm, immobilizing the Huntail in a crystalline embrace, sparkling like a precious gem. This exquisite strike captivated the judges, causing Xiao Yao's score to plummet by half. Come on, Huntail. Xiao Yao's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to trust her Pokémon, watching it intently. This was a mantra that Ash had often shared with her. Indeed, after her fervent call, the frozen threads lost their resilience, shattering as the Huntail broke free. Now let's finish this. Charm, Flying Knee Strike. Rem. After a series of yoga poses, Charm soared above the Huntail, descending fiercely with its knee. Dodge quickly, Xiao Yao urged, fully aware that a successful hit would render the Huntail incapable of further combat. She fixed her gaze on Charm as it closed in, issuing a command to her Pokémon. Given the generally lower levels of her team, evasion was crucial. Now, Huntail, Silver Wind. A powerful silver whirlwind struck Charm from behind, accelerating its descent, causing the Flying Knee Strike to crash down with overwhelming force. Charm executed a small roll upon landing, but the pain radiating from its knee forced it to kneel suddenly. Oh no, Grace thought, sensing the impending disaster. This could potentially injure its nerves. What an opportunity. With Charm immobilized, Xiao Yao glimpsed a chance for victory. Huntail, use String Shot. Charm, employ Telekinesis. In this pivotal moment, the execution of their moves became critical. Although Telekinesis restrained the String Shot, the Huntail utilized its spiraling descent to accelerate further, generating a tornado that hurled Charm away. As damage ensued, Grace's score teetered on the brink of collapse. The combination of moves was executed splendidly, a testament to their rigorous training. Ash remained composed in the audience. Aware that the repercussions of the Flying Knee Strike lingered, the outcome now clear. As Grace contemplated a final desperate maneuver, it was already too late. Time had expired. Yes, the conclusion had arrived. Victory belonged to. All eyes turned toward the screen. Xiao Yao's score still reflected half, whereas Grace's was reduced to a mere fifth. Contestant Xiao Yao. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, leaving Xiao Yao momentarily entranced, still immersed in the battle's intensity. I won, Miss Grace, she murmured, as if in a dream, until the Huntail landed beside her, awakening her spirit. With joy, she lifted her partner in celebration, expressing heartfelt gratitude. This is all thanks to you, Huntail. Thank you. Chapter 66. Xiao Yao's first satin ribbon medal. Congratulations, Xiao Yao. Grace approached with Charm, extending her heartfelt congratulations. The sight of the young girl, reminiscent of her own early days in the grand tournament, stirred a deep compassion within her. To her surprise, she ultimately lost to the girl, yet she felt genuine joy for her promising younger sister. Thank you, Miss Grace. I owe my victory to your assistance, she exclaimed. Oh, there's no need for such humility. Your success is a testament to your own hard work. Cultivate your confidence moving forward. Grace encouraged. This time, Xiao Yao's gaze was resolute as she nodded, affirming yes. At the exit of the event, they bid farewell to Grace. That was splendid, sister. The trio's heartfelt congratulations left Xiao Yao profoundly moved. Thank you all. Congratulations to you as well, Xiao Yao. Suddenly, Shun appeared, presenting her with a rose. However, had we faced each other in the first battle, the outcome would have been uncertain. He teased. What is this? She inquired. Don't misunderstand. This is for hunting the butterfly Pokémon, Shun replied with a huff, then shifted his attention to the hesitant Xiaoji. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. At the next grand tournament, I shall challenge you again, Mr. Xiaoji. Could this child truly be so obsessed? Xiao Yao, still basking in her victory, observed Xiaoji's slightly troubled expression. Immediately, she turned to Shun and declared, that is precisely what I wish to convey to you as well, Shun. I will certainly defeat you at the next grand tournament. Let us wait and see. Shun retorted with a dismissive smile, flicking his bangs before turning to depart. What a pompous fellow. Xiaoxing fumed, clearly at odds with Shun, though he still maintained a semblance of politeness. Xiaoji chose not to elaborate further. Oh dear Xiaoji. Upon returning to the center, the invigorated Professor Oak appeared on the screen, exuding a sense of success in his recent research endeavors. Regarding the fairy-type Pokémon Xiaoji, anticipating his words, rubbed his forehead, realizing that continuing to refuse was not a viable option. Thankfully, he had already conferred with Ralts in advance. I shall relay both Ralts and Milotic to you, Professor Oak. Initially prepared with a range of responses, Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback, his aged visage breaking into a radiant smile. The research on fairy types had indeed progressed smoothly, yet he lacked sufficient skill data, compelling him to seek Xiaoji's assistance once more. I did not anticipate such smooth sailing this time. Xiaoji observed his expression and smiled in return, but still cautioned. However, Ralts is still quite young, and Milotic has only recently evolved. If possible, during the skill testing, please ensure they are not overly fatigued by excessive excitement. Young? Professor Oak understood that Xiaoji was concerned for his Pokémon, and after promising to afford them ample rest, he agreed. Is there any specific Pokémon you wish to send over? Yes, please transmit Pidgeot and Blaziken, Xiaoji replied. He had long contemplated this decision, initially intending to replace Croconaw with Bayleaf for a nostalgic reunion. However, one must see things through to the end. Thus, after careful contemplation, Ash resolved to adhere to the original plan and first ensure that everyone graduated. At present, this graduation threshold is set at level 50, a standard indicating fully developed moves. A Pokémon of such caliber would undoubtedly serve as a cornerstone of any elite team in a league competition. Of course, except for the upcoming Sinnoh League. Such a team would likely fall short. So, I have received the Ralts and Milotic. Very well, Professor Oak. After acquiring the exchanged Pokeballs, Ash concluded the call with Professor Oak. Oh dear, I forgot to inquire about the hatching status of the reward egg. Upon hanging up, Ash felt a pang of regret for neglecting to ask. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would see it after it hatches. He sighed softly, choosing not to dwell further on it, as he was quite eager about the new arrival. However, what if the first sight it beholds is not me, but Professor Oak? It seems Pokémon regard the first creature they see as their parents. With this thought, Ash, who had only just found peace, became entangled in his worries once more. Pikachu, having spent the day as a cheerleader, was now drowsily perched on Ash's shoulder, gazing at his trainer with a look of confusion as his expressions shifted. Pikachu, could it be that something has gone awry again? Come forth, Fearow and Blaziken. Upon their arrival, the two colossal creatures surveyed their surroundings in bewilderment. But upon seeing Ash, they immediately approached him affectionately. He gently stroked their glossy fur, smiling. It seems you all had a splendid time at the Oak Research Institute. Blaziken's level remained unchanged, but Fearow had reached level 54. Ash, why did your call take so long? The meal laid out on the table was already prepared, unusually abundant. It was clearly a celebration for Dawn's victory, but they had refrained from eating in anticipation of his arrival. Realizing this, Ash offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for the lengthy conversation with Professor Oak. You all can start eating. That's out of the question. The celebratory feast must include everyone together. Dawn, who had been secretly observing Ash, quickly covered Kenny's mouth, her cheeks flushing as she caught sight of the amused expressions around her. By the way, were you discussing research matters with Professor Oak? Noticing Dawn's slight embarrassment, Brock swiftly redirected the conversation. After pondering for a moment, Ash felt it prudent to share some information with them in advance to avoid any future surprises. Fairy type. The astonishing revelation jolted their minds, as Dawn and her companions stared wide-eyed, donning expressions of disbelief. Ash savored his meal slowly, passing a sour berry to Pikachu. He had anticipated their reaction. Indeed, for anyone in this world, the emergence of the fairy type was tantamount to a complete reconfiguration of their worldview. So Ash, all those skills you had been training Ralts in are fairy type moves. Xiaoyao, taken aback, instinctively covered her mouth with her hand as images of the fairy-like Ralu Lacei danced through her mind. The fairy type, how stunning it is. In that case, Ralu Lacei must have indeed entered the whirlwind of Venus in a state of invulnerability during the Cana conference. That cherry-red energy, was it not of the fairy type? Only Xiaoxing seemed to be rendered speechless, his face etched with astonishment as he muttered fairy type repeatedly. Could it be that this child has been struck dumb by the revelation? Just as Ash was about to nudge him, he saw Xiaoxing leap excitedly from his seat. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at Ash, exclaiming, "Brother, this is truly magnificent. A new Pokémon type. We are witnesses to history. And the one who is making history is right beside us." However, Ash, the very subject of this momentous event, remained oblivious to its significance. To him, it was merely an eventual development, hastened by his own involvement. Despite his mental preparations, he found it difficult to fully grasp the profound implications of this research. Thankfully, the restaurant was relatively empty, sparing them from unnecessary complications. Chapter 67. The Fiery Path, Sudden Smoke Mountain. Setting forth from Chiya Town, Ash and his companions traversed the caverns of the Fiery Path near the volcano, making their way to Huiyin Town. Yet, the sensation was rather uncomfortable for Ash, who led the group with Pikachu and Shuyu, while Lobster Warrior cleared the path ahead. Since their departure, a searing gaze had not left his back, the source being none other than Xiaosheng, who was ablaze with excitement over Ash's remarkable research achievement. Unable to bear the unusual atmosphere any longer, Ash cleared his throat and turned to Xiaoyao, saying, "Xiaoyao, would you like to release your fire chick too?" The fire chick? She had indeed gained a good understanding of Pokémon by now, at least having a preliminary grasp of her own. It's all right. It can still use Peck and Tackle to inflict damage on the lava worms. Ash enlightened her, suggesting that while the fire chick and the fire-weak hunting butterfly might not be the best match, it would be more beneficial to train with the tail meow instead. However, with Rallo Lacei absent, he feared no one would be able to rein in this mischievous sprite, especially in a cavern where loud battles could lead to troublesome collapses. He simply aimed to clear the path, while leveling up Shuyu and Lobster Warrior. The caverns were teeming with lava worms, and occasionally, a few ill-tempered little duck fire dragons would obstruct their way. This presented an excellent opportunity for training. Although wild Pokémon did not yield points, the experience gained was invaluable, particularly for the growth of Shuyu and Fire Chick. Very well then, come forth, Fire Chick. Xiaoyao believed in Ash's words and released her Fire Chick, which began to follow Pikachu, seeking experience. Mag. A handful of lava worms sensed the presence of water-type energy and became agitated. Go. Hey. Hee. The water-leap fish skillfully unleashed a jet of water, effectively neutralizing one of the largest foes. The oblivious lobster soldier quickly spread its formidable claws, releasing a stream of bubble beams to vanquish two adversaries. Pikachu, ever vigilant, monitored the situation to prevent any escape. Fortunately, this wave of assault was executed flawlessly. The fire chick, with a prompt from Ash, utilized its tackle to defeat a lava bug that had not succumbed to the bubble beam. Ecstatic, it bounced joyfully before Ash, eager for praise. "You did wonderfully, fire chick," exclaimed Xiaoyao, her face illuminated with delight. The little chick puffed out its chest proudly, invigorated by the compliment. Emboldened, it playfully tugged at Pikachu's tail and launched an offensive against the lava bugs along their path, performing its role with great enthusiasm. Ash, resigned, exchanged some restorative berries and placed them beside the fallen lava bugs, hoping to mitigate their aggression. He silently mourned for the trainers who would soon enter the cave. At last, we have emerged. Upon exiting the cave, Xiaoyao stretched her arms wide, inhaling the fresh air deeply. The oppressive heat and earthy aroma of the cave had become quite unbearable over time. "Once we traverse Smoke Mountain, we shall reach Fiery Town," Ash remarked, glancing at the map with a buoyant spirit. Having traversed the scorching flame path, both Waterleap Fish and Lobster Soldier had significantly leveled up, now at levels 26 and 30 respectively. He recalled that Smoke Mountain was the location where he had captured Groudon in his past life while playing Pokémon Emerald. In reality, Groudon would not simply appear at will, and even if it did, Ash would be left with no choice but to flee. This place reminded him of the valiant team from his last adventure. Pika Pika. Pikachu gently tapped Ash's face with its tiny yellow paw, sporting that familiar mischievous expression. "Pikachu, let us go," Ash responded eagerly. Upon arrival, he found Brock and the others already boarding the cable car, accompanied by the staff. "Is it just these three workers?" Ash squinted, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was Team Rocket. However, without Latias by their side, engaging in battle aboard the cable car would be unwise. He missed his little companion dearly. "Now, everyone, please direct your attention over there." Musashi, disguised as a tour guide, forced a professional smile and pointed. Just then, a gigantic red helicopter soared above the cable car, heading towards the mountaintop, leaving a cacophony in its wake. "What you just witnessed was a helicopter," Musashi exclaimed. "We could see that without your help," Sho replied, hands on his hips, rather bluntly. Musashi clenched her fists, muttering, "Little brat." Yet, she maintained her professional demeanor, smiling as she said, But let us not dwell on that. Next, let us take a look over here. Another blue helicopter word passed, creating another uproar. Indeed, yet another helicopter. Ash and the others chimed in unison. You're doing a splendid job. Please refrain from guiding us next time. Strange. How could a helicopter appear here out of the blue? Is something happening at the mountaintop? Xiao Gang and the others also sensed something amiss, leaning against the cable car and gazing upwards towards the summit. Just then, the entire cable car abruptly ceased its operation. Hey, it stopped. Why would it halt here? This is terrifying. Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng looked anxiously at their current height. The more composed Xiao Gang had already reached for the emergency radio to call for help. Unfortunately, there was no response from the other end, plunging everyone's hearts into despair. Feeling that something was off, Xiao Gang said, Big King Yan, I leave you in charge of escorting them one by one up. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Caught red-handed. How did you find out, Meow? Ignoring them, Xiao Ji took out 2 Pokeballs, leaving Big King Yan behind, and mounted the back of the Fiero alongside Pikachu, soaring towards the mountaintop. Wait, Xiao Ji. Xiao Yao barely had time to say anything before the silhouette of Fiero grew smaller in the sky. It's all right. Xiao Ji must have sensed something. What we should do now is escape quickly, so we can catch up to help, Xiao Gang suggested, to which Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng could only nod in agreement. As for Team Rocket, as long as they could get them out, anything would suffice. Chapter 68, Team Magma and Team Aqua. At the summit of Mount Tuyen, a red helicopter touched down first, and the familiar members of Team Magma emerged from the cabin. They intercepted a bespectacled man cradling a meteorite. His name was Solens, a Pokémon researcher who had come to Mount Tuyen specifically to investigate meteorites. Although he had successfully located the item after much effort, he was blocked by the nefarious organization. Just as he anxiously clutched the meteorite tighter, a blue helicopter descended. It was Team Aqua, intent on thwarting Team Magma's actions. Over 30 members from both sides converged, encircling Dr. Solens in the middle. Long time no see, Captain Hamura, called out a woman with long, cherry blossom-colored hair. Leading Team Aqua. It's you, the operations commander, Izumi. Your presence here indicates, Hamura scoffed, understanding the other party's intentions. You're still as sharp as ever. Of course, I'm here to seize that meteorite. Let us continue the battle we left unfinished last time. Aware that the opponent would not back down, Hamura decided to end the conversation. Please, we will accompany you to the end. Izumi signaled her team behind her. Knowing their mission was to prevent the meteorite from being taken, the two sides clashed, each throwing forth their Pokeballs. Leading Team Magma was Hamura, accompanied by a battalion of Maitina and Zubat. On the side of Team Aqua, dozens of Dugong and Kingler stood ready. Dr. Solens clutched the meteorite tightly, preparing to escape amidst their battle, when a voice from the sky interrupted his thoughts. What a lively scene, let me join in. Laughter echoed, drawing the attention of dozens of gazes. A young boy, his hat tilted back, riding a Pidgeot with a Pikachu draped over his shoulder, descended upon the mountaintop. Surveying the scene below. It was you. Hamura glared at Ash with gritted teeth, forever haunted by the memory of being utterly defeated by this boy on the beach. However, with the opposing organization before him, he refrained from expressing his frustration. Mizumi cast a sidelong glance at his grim visage, recognizing that Hamura had undoubtedly suffered at the hands of this young lad. With a spark of curiosity, she turned her attention to the striking boy. Striking was good. Just don't add little in front of brother. Ash, enveloped in a radiant blue glow, spoke up. Since fainting in the Mirazu kingdom, his aura had grown stronger, allowing him to sense human emotions as well. You can read minds. Mizumi gasped, noticing the peculiar aura surrounding him, her brows knitting together. This boy was extraordinary. Yet, Ash had little time for her idle curiosity. The priority was the double experience points. With that thought, he unleashed his Pokémon. Sir, please run in my direction. My companions will protect you, Ash urged Dr. Solens. The moment the doctor moved, Ash commanded his Pokémon to attack. Pikachu, Trico, and Torchic strike the water fleet. Pidgeot, Blaziken, Swampert, and Corphish assault the Fire Rock team. This time, the two organizations boasted a significant number of Pokémon. Thus Ash commanded Pikachu and Pidgeot to go all out, aiming for a swift blow to the enemy's morale. This strategy would allow the remaining Pokémon to better confront their adversaries. Otherwise, given the sheer number of Pokémon from both organizations, even Pidgeot and Pikachu could be overwhelmed. Damn it. Fire Team 6, pursue. Hamura ground his teeth as he issued commands, attempting to organize his team against the seemingly untouchable Pidgeot. The river split into two squads, with half the members chasing after Solence. Mizumi promptly arranged for distractions, astonished by the yellow-furred rodent darting in and out of their ranks. It appeared that Hamura had indeed suffered a significant setback at the hands of this young boy. Yet, recalling that their mission was merely to disrupt the Fire Rock Team's plans, she reassured herself that this unforeseen variable might not be a bad omen after all. Engage in guerrilla tactics. Corphish and Swampert maintain distance and provide long-range support. Ash shared his strategies through the aura with all his Pokémon. The disparity in numbers was still considerable. A head-on clash would be unwise against the steadily strengthening Pidgeot and Pikachu. However, as a portion of the adversaries pursued Dr. Solence, their firepower was diluted, offering some respite. The incessant chimes of experience points and score notifications heightened Ash's adrenaline. All members of the water fleet, prepare to retreat, Mizumi announced, observing the Pokémon collapsing from exhaustion. After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. Their objective had been accomplished, and there was no need to invite further trouble. Moreover, given this young boy's capabilities, he was more than capable of stalling the Fire Rock Team. Damn it! Hamura silently cursed, his heart in turmoil. Once the water fleet departed, all the pressure fell upon them, making escape increasingly difficult. As he cast a more hostile glance at Ash, he could only pray that the team members who had pursued could seize the meteorite. The excessive use of aura had left his temples drenched in sweat. Among them, only the exhausted Pikachu and Pidgeot still retained their fighting capabilities. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he maintained a composed exterior. After all, only a few of the large hounds remained standing, their long-range attacks still threatening. Yet he was uncertain if the adversary had any hidden reserves. Who exactly are you? Hamura demanded of Ash, his expression dark. Ash, of course, was not one to disclose his identity readily. Nevertheless, he responded with a radiant smile, declaring, I am a man destined to become a Pokémon master. Humph. Hamura scoffed dismissively, casting Ash a piercing glance before issuing his command. Fire Rock Team, retreat. Yes. They departed with remarkable swiftness, and Ash made no attempt to hinder them, for he found himself lacking the strength to do so. With a thud, the weary Pidgeot collapsed, weakly calling out, Pidge. Pika. Ash's heart tightened as he rushed over to Pidgeot along with Pikachu. Throughout the battle, Pidgeot had been tirelessly fending off the onslaught of the swarm of Zubat, providing aerial support when necessary, a truly arduous endeavor. After a thorough examination, Ash sighed in relief upon discovering that Pidgeot had merely sustained minor injuries and was utterly exhausted. He released his Pokémon once more, administering healing spray and feeding them energy cubes. As he jogged along, he began to assess the spoils of their recent encounter. Firstly, his points had reached 16,000, granting him a modest fortune. Furthermore, through this battle, Pikachu had leveled up to 62, while Pidgeot had ascended 3 levels to 57. The rest of his Pokémon, Blaziken and Trico, had both reached level 45, and the Fire Rock Mouse had achieved level 44. Meanwhile, Waterleap Fish and the Lobster Soldier had claimed numerous victories, with the former now at level 32 and the latter at 35. Notably, during the healing process, these two contrasting brothers had simultaneously evolved, now transformed into Swampert and Kingler. While Ash marveled at the generosity of the villainous organization, his enthusiasm was tempered by the perilous nature of their mission. Though the rewards were substantial, the injuries sustained by his Pokémon were far from reassuring. Chapter 69, Dignity? I have none, either. After a lengthy search, Ash finally reunited with Brock and the others, accompanied by Professor Solence. However, the meteorite was no longer in his possession. Upon inquiry, Ash learned of their experiences since their separation. With the assistance of Swellow, Brock and the others had successfully escaped and made their way to the control room, where they encountered members of the water fleet. With Swellow's help, we defeated them and came to find you, during which we encountered Professor Solence. Brock recounted. After a brief pause, he continued. However, by that time, the meteorite had already been seized by the Fire Rock Team. We followed their trail and discovered that they were conducting experiments with the meteorite and magma. To avert a potential volcanic eruption, we conferred with Dr. Solence, and ultimately, we decided to have the Swellow carry the device with the meteorite and plunge it into the magma. As for what transpired thereafter, Brock did not elaborate, but Ash could probably deduce it. With their objective lost, the Fire Rock Team certainly would not linger any longer. I truly appreciate your assistance, Ash, researcher, Dr. Solons expressed gratefully as he approached. During the battle alongside Brock and the others, Dr. Solons recalled the latest evolution of Eevee, the excavator, which belonged to a youth named Ash from Newtown. You flatter me, Dr. Solons. Ash quickly waved his hand, though now was not the time for such discussions. He briefly informed Brock about the situation concerning their Pokémon. What? That was far too reckless, Ash. Brock chastised, to which Ash did not deny. However, the immediate priority was to seek treatment, and they would only find a Pokémon Center upon reaching the fiery town. Therefore, after releasing all the Pokémon, Brock, with Dr. Solon's suggestion, began a meticulous examination and care regimen for the Pokémon. Fortunately, Ash had administered emergency treatment earlier, and their conditions had not worsened, allowing the process to proceed smoothly. Hey SH, are you hungry? Yao, exhausted and anxious after a day of worry and activity, asked weakly. Even at a time like this. You're thinking about food, sister? SH replied, but before he could finish, his own stomach growled in agreement. See, everyone's in the same boat. SH smiled sheepishly. Ash took off his backpack, pulled out some food, and exchanged some berries for restoring stamina. I have the sandwiches we made this morning, along with some berries for everyone and the Pokémon, Ash announced. Yao and SH were delighted as Ash prepared their portions and gathered berries for the Pokémon. Before he could deliver them, however, he felt 3 pairs of hungry eyes upon him. Turning around, he sighed, realizing that Team Rocket was still present. Yet he inquired, would you like to join us? Today, they had not caused any trouble and had even aided Brock and the others. So Ash was more than willing to share with them. Meowth quickly masked its drooling expression and adopted an air of indifference. Don't be fooled by our appearance. We are members of Team Rocket. How could we possibly accept charity? It boasted. Unfortunately, its companions had already dashed forward while it spoke, gleefully seizing the sandwiches and exclaiming, I'm digging in. You too. Do you have no sense of pride at all? Meowth shouted, its claws raised in protest. Meanwhile, Jessie's and James's enjoyment of the delectable food led them to resolutely shake their heads. No. Meowth, enviously watching them devour the meal, gradually adopted a more flattering demeanor, ultimately opting to join in. To be honest, I have nothing to hide. Ash chuckled as he watched them clown around. When they are not causing trouble. Team Rocket is quite endearing. Well, that settles it. Brock carefully bandaged the claw of the Crawdaunt, nodding in satisfaction. Crab, Crawdaunt exclaimed, waving its large pincers. Although it had evolved, its habits remained unchanged. Nevertheless, those massive pincers could certainly deliver a painful blow now. Thank you for your hard work, Brock and Dr. Solons. Ash brought over some supplies. The two had indeed been busy for quite some time. It's all right, and they have already received treatment for their injuries. It's mostly just exhaustion. A good rest will suffice, Brock said. He took a berry, bit into it, and added, however, just to be safe. We should visit the Pokémon Center when we reach Fiery Town. Sounds good, Ash nodded, sharing the same thought. They planned to rest well for the night before setting off for Fiery Town. As for Team Rocket, they had vanished after descending, and Ash and his friends were accustomed to it by now. Nightfall arrived. After being rescued by Brock and the others during the day, the staff had prepared a dormitory for them. Ash lay in bed, idly browsing the items available in the points shop. He was the kind of player who hoarded resources. As long as he had enough for himself, he seldom splurged. However, with 16,000 points at his disposal, he felt it prudent to consider some options. Perhaps he should purchase an intermediate qualification card for his Forest Lizard or an evolution stone for his Charizard. On second thought, he wasn't planning to have Charizard leave the valley to follow him for an extended period. The Forest Lizard, on the other hand, was worth deliberating. 3,000 points was manageable, and a purple-graded Lizard King seemed quite appealing. Ash murmured to himself while jotting down notes. As for Blaziken, it was too late for that, and he had been cautious with his points previously. Having made up his mind, Ash closed his notebook and turned to Pikachu, saying, "Good night, Pikachu." Pika, came Pikachu's familiar response, indicating it was accustomed to such exchanges. Chapter 70, Fiery Town, Newcomer Yasha. Fiery Town, nestled against the mountains, is a bustling metropolis renowned for its hot spring district. Shall we go soak in the hot springs first, Ash? Yao and the others, clad in bathrobes, suggested. Sure, I'll take a quick trip to the gym first. All right, we'll come find you right after we finish. With a brief exchange, Ash set off with Pikachu. The city boasted a variety of hot springs, and upon their arrival, everyone expressed their enthusiasm. Ash proposed that they enjoy the experience, while he would head to the gym alone. As for their Pokémon, they had already been entrusted to nurse Joy upon their arrival. Ash selected Swampert, Crawdaunt, and Magmar, his 3 companions who would recover the fastest for the gym challenge. However, as he followed the directions to the gym, he encountered a girl in fiery attire running around in a panic. "It's so hot. So hot. So hot. Swampert. Use water gun. Marsh." A thick stream of water splashed across her face, and she blinked in confusion before regaining her composure. Saved at last. She reached out to tear away her singed outer garment, revealing her impressive figure, clad in a black crop top that accentuated her mature curves. Her red hair was tied back into a ponytail that fanned out like a bouquet. This was precisely the type that Brock favored. Ash mused inwardly. "Thank you," she exclaimed as she approached Ash. "My name is Yasha. I was assisting Marg and Meg with their evolution training when I unexpectedly got caught in the flames." "Hello, I'm Ash." "Ash." Yasha pondered, tapping her chin thoughtfully, as if the name rang a bell. "This is my partner, Pikachu." "Pika Pika." "Pikachu." Yasha's eyes widened in realization, sparkling with surprise. "The strongest rookie trainer? I almost forgot." Ash smirked slightly. It seemed this young lady had quite the penchant for news and gossip. "Your Charizard is truly impressive. I adore it," Yasha exclaimed. "Could I please get your autograph?" This was not a situation Ash was accustomed to handling. Actually, I'm here to challenge the gym." Yasha blinked, momentarily taken aback, before her excitement surged. "Finally, a gym challenge. And against you, Ash? I'm so pumped." With that, she swiftly tossed out a Pokeball. "Come forth, Coal Turtle." Out emerged a tortoise-like creature, its shell adorned with 5 red indentations, its body predominantly orange-brown. Coal Turtle. Gender, NA. Level, 39. Type, Fire. Ability, White Smoke. Base stats, 470. Potential, Light Blue. Moves, Iron Defense, Flamethrower, Incinerate. Ash glanced at the creature. It had been well trained, though it was unfortunate that it had yet to reach level 40. "Look, Coal Turtle, it has coal," Yasha exclaimed, tossing a piece of coal, which Coal Turtle eagerly devoured, belching forth thick black smoke from its back and nostrils. "Yes, Coal Turtle is in prime condition." Yasha cheered, flashing a peace sign, her enthusiasm palpable. "All right, Coal Turtle. For Grandpa, you must engage in a fiery battle." Ash raised an eyebrow, wondering if she was truly considering, "Are we going to battle here?" He gently reminded her. Yasha suddenly realized, sheepishly scratching her head. "Oh right, typically gym challenges are held in designated battle arenas. Isn't that common knowledge?" Ash thought, exasperated. However, following her to the battleground was bound to be more troublesome, given its uneven, chaotic state. I just remembered, during the last gym challenge, the opponent's Pokémon kept using Dig," Yasha explained, her shoulders drooping apologetically. "I'm so sorry. I was so eager to train the lava worm that I forgot to fix the arena." Ash was at a loss for words. Under such circumstances, battling was indeed inappropriate. Yasha invited Ash into the dojo and poured him a cup of tea. "Thus, today marks the first day of Ayasha's tenure as a gym leader, does it not?" Ash appeared somewhat astonished, for his recollection of events seemed rather different. From their earlier conversation, it was revealed that the former gym leader, Grandpa Mura, was only set to perform the ceremonial handover today and had gone out to reminisce with old friends. Having grown up observing her grandfather manage the gym, Ayasha had always eagerly anticipated taking on this role. However, her grandfather's desire to travel and pen a collection of Pokémon haikus made the transition rather abrupt. Nevertheless, the thought of finally engaging in battles with challengers fueled her diligence in training her 2 Magcargo, named Margot and Mega, for their evolutions. It is worth noting that these are the names of her 2 lava worm Pokémon. To clarify, today merely marks the conclusion of the ceremonial proceedings. Ayasha shyly ruffled her hair and apologized. Observing her large, innocent eyes that held a hint of foolishness, Ash felt that Grandpa Mura must have quite the heart. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice laced with anger resounded from the doorway. Ayasha. Entering the scene was an elderly gentleman with curly white hair, his face etched with displeasure, clutching the charred jacket that Ayasha had donned upon her arrival. Moreover, Brock and the others followed closely behind. "Brock, have you all finished soaking in the hot springs so soon?" "Yes, because Makoto and May were quite eager to come and cheer you on. On our way, we encountered Grandpa Mura, who brought us along," replied Brock. Ash nodded, acknowledging the serendipity of the situation. While enthusiasm for training is commendable, one must not be perpetually careless. Meanwhile, Grandpa Mura had taken his granddaughter aside, kneeling to admonish her. Yes, Grandpa. Ayasha lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, feeling a sense of trepidation in the presence of her grandfather. Realizing that their reprimand had gone on long enough, and considering the presence of guests, Grandpa Mura ceased his scolding. I apologize for the spectacle, everyone. With that, Brock rushed forward, grasping Grandpa Mura's hand. Makoto adeptly tugged at his ear, leading him aside. All right. No need to claim relatives haphazardly. Just call him Grandpa Mura. Grandpa Mura? Ayasha queried. May, who had long harbored a question, shifted everyone's focus. If both trainers are present, then who will challenge Ash in the gym battle? That is indeed a pertinent inquiry. However, judging by the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter, it seemed that this question had not crossed their minds. Ultimately, Ash proposed that Ayasha battle him. Yet, given his deep respect for Grandpa Mura, he expressed a desire to spar with his Blaziken if possible. Flattery is always well received, and Grandpa Mura readily assented to this suggestion. He then entrusted Ayasha with Blaziken's Pokeball, establishing that the gym challenge would consist of a 4-on-4 elimination format. However, regarding the venue, Ayasha hesitated, explaining the situation but was met with another scolding from Grandpa Mura. Fear not. Concerning this matter, we shall assist together. Ash was already somewhat eager to embark on the challenge, but would this cause you any inconvenience? Do not worry at all, Miss Asha. It is no trouble whatsoever. Please feel free to command these inept youngsters. Brock interjected, kneeling once again. This prompted Ash and his companions to exchange glances, muttering under their breath. Who are you calling inept? It's you, isn't it? Chapter 71. The most powerful newcomer, trainer, and gym leader. With the assistance of Ash's Pokémon, the arena was swiftly prepared. However, Asha occasionally stole glances at Blaziken and Numel, her envy evident. How wonderful, Ash. Your Pokémon are truly remarkable. Asha exclaimed while shoveling sand, turning her gaze toward him. Indeed, they were splendid companions. Ash paused for a moment and smiled back. But your cold turtle has been nurtured exceptionally well too. Because we've always been together. When I was a child, watching my grandfather battle challengers, I dreamed of becoming a gym leader like him with my cold turtle. Ash continued, you are my first challenger since becoming a gym leader, and I am genuinely delighted. Her voice carried a sweet, innocent romanticism, a rarity in this world. Asha was momentarily taken aback, her face soon lighting up with a joyful smile. Thank you, Ash. She beamed. Grandpa Mura, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but smile as well. Just like challengers, gym leaders also seek the validation of others. Asha was indeed fortunate. Ash's challenge would set a splendid precedent for her. Once the work was completed, Grandpa Mura and Asha warmly invited Ash and his friends to join them for lunch. At the table, Ash recounted tales from his journey, while Grandpa Mura shared some history of the fiery gym. Both Asha and her friends, May and Max, were utterly captivated. However, such leisurely moments are fleeting. After a delightful meal, the gym battle between Asha and Ash was finally about to commence. Now, let us commence the battle between the newcomer gym leader Asha and Ash from Pallet Town. Grandpa Mura proclaimed robustly, announcing the rules. Asha, however, was visibly displeased. Grandpa, that part about being a newcomer is unnecessary. Ignoring her complaint, Grandpa Mura corrected her. Asha, I am the referee. You must not call me Grandpa? Oh, I almost forgot. Asha replied, scratching her head awkwardly. The fiery gym specializes in fire-type Pokémon. I wonder which of Ash's Pokémon will he choose to battle? May remarked with great anticipation, having watched Ash compete multiple times without ever feeling bored, always learning something new from each match. Perhaps Kingler and Swampert? They are water types and would possess a significant advantage. Yet, I have researched, and Grandpa Mura's Blaziken is remarkably strong. The type advantage may not matter as much. Max chimed in, displaying confidence in Asha's prospects. Brock, however, took a more objective approach, noting, after all, the fiery gym has previously ranked among the top 3 most challenging gyms in the Hoenn region, even if Asha is a newcomer. Clutching the fiery beast, she stood as the most formidable rookie gym leader. In a certain sense, this was a contest between the strongest newcomers. Marg, take the stage. It's you, Swampert. Both trainers released their first Pokémon. At the same level of 32, yet Aisha's Magcargo possessed only mediocre potential. Swampert, unleash Mud Bomb. Marg, evade with Shadow Clone. The battle commenced, and both Ash and Aisha braced themselves. However, Mad Cargo had honed its speed remarkably well. As the mud bomb missed its mark, the shadow clones encircled Swampert. Jump up and use water gun, Mark. Swampert leaped into the air, shooting forth a powerful jet of water, executing a swift turn that sent Mad Cargo sprawling. Mark. Aisha cried out in concern. Mud bomb. Boom. 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 The successive strikes rained down upon Mad Cargo, causing Aisha to momentarily panic. Stay calm, Aisha. She glanced up in surprise, locking eyes with her grandfather, who quickly averted his gaze. With a slight determination, Aisha steadied her mind and called out, Mark, use smoke screen. Mark, enduring the onslaught, pulled back slightly, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the arena. Ash furrowed his brow. This environment severely disadvantaged Swampert. Mark, unleash flamethrower. Indeed, within the smoke, Swampert lost its line of sight and became disoriented. Meanwhile, Aisha's Mad Cargo, evidently well practiced, unleashed a barrage of flamethrowers, pinpointing Swampert's location. Crush it, Mark. Aisha's expression brightened as Mad Cargo accurately descended upon Swampert, dispersing the smoke. Swampert, mud bomb. Yet Ash had anticipated this moment. With Mad Cargo pinning Swampert down, the latter twisted its head upward, unleashing a torrent of accumulated mud upon Mad Cargo's chin. After a series of explosive strikes, Mad Cargo succumbed to defeat. Mark. Aisha gasped, taken aback by the swift turn of events. Even Brock and the others, seated nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. I thought I was going to die from the tension while waiting for Ash to issue a command. That was because Ash was biding his time. Biding time? He was calculating the damage endured while awaiting the perfect moment for Mad Cargo to close in, as the terrain was not conducive for Swampert, imposing significant limitations. Ah, I see. Their conversation reached Ash's ears, and he subconsciously nodded. No wonder it's Brock. Given that Swampert's ability was torrent, even in a water-type arena, its speed would not be an advantage after evolving into a Swampert. Thus, Ash trained it as a mobile artillery and tank. Its defenses had been fortified through training with each of its companions. On the other hand, Aisha, having gained the upper hand, was solely focused on pursuing her advantage, waiting for this very moment to strike. Thank you, Mark. It seems I still have much to learn. Come forth, Beautifly. Beautifly. Ash cast a glance at the level 34 deep crimson Pokémon, which had been cultivated quite impressively. However, I shall show no mercy, Aisha. Swampert, use water gun. Perfectly aligned, Ash. Meg, deploy reflect. This skill proved rather troublesome. Ash's expression darkened. If that is the case, Swampert, use screech. A deafening sound erupted from Swampert's mouth, causing the Mad Cargo to shut its eyes tightly. Its offensive power diminished. Meg, unleash flamethrower. Aisha was quick to react, and a torrent of flames erupted from Mad Cargo's mouth, interrupting Swampert's casting. Water gun. The clash of water and fire generated a considerable amount of steam. Now, Meg, use yawn. Meg. Mad Cargo opened its wide maw and expelled a bubble that pierced through the steam, striking Swampert, who promptly fell into a deep slumber. Yawn is a technique that induces sleep upon impact. Heavy slam. Then, flamethrower. Meg. Simultaneously, a wave of scorching flames engulfed the battlefield, and the successive damage rendered Swampert incapable of continuing the fight. You've worked hard, Swampert. Chapter 72, The Fiery Path Gym, The Ferocious Blaziken. Pokémon. The evolved Fire Rock Mouse had adopted a much more serious demeanor, its fiery spirit ever ready to ignite. Knowing he would face Blaziken, Ash had intended to utilize its evolved strength for training. However, at present, he required its speed. Meg, use smokescreen. Resorting to old tactics? Ash appeared remarkably composed this time. Dig. Bang. Because Aisha's grandfather's Blaziken had never learned this skill, she instinctively overlooked it. The Fire Rock Mouse, having located Mad Cargo's position, emerged from below and knocked it into the air. Rapid Star. This presented a splendid opportunity. Although the effect of Reflect persisted, it only mitigated a portion of the damage. The remaining stars struck Mad Cargo, and the successive hits ultimately incapacitated it. The level disparity was overwhelming. Ash is truly formidable, Aisha murmured, blinking in astonishment. Though their styles differed, she felt as if she were battling her grandfather. That overwhelming pressure was intensely palpable. During my first journey, the gym leaders in Kanto taught me this. I understand now. Thank you, Ash. Aisha's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Next, it's my grandfather's ace. Come forth, Coal Turtle. As the orange-skinned turtle made its entrance, 3 plumes of black smoke erupted from its back and nostrils. The moment it appeared, Aisha's confidence surged. That was the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon. However, in this regard, we shall not be outdone. Ash smiled slightly. No matter which Pokémon it was, he embodied the principle of mutual understanding and camaraderie in battle. Thus, they could trust each other implicitly, executing Ash's commands without hesitation. The essence of a swift attack lies not merely in speed, but in the immediate execution of commands. The ability to seize the initiative. Bubble Beam. Flamethrower. In an almost instantaneous clash, bubbles collided with sparks, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. The Iron Claw Lobster wielded its mighty pincers with a splash as it approached the cold turtle, preparing to strike down with tremendous force. In a moment of peril, the cold turtle, alerted by Aisha, retreated into its shell, narrowly evading the impending blow. The pincer smash was not a typical combat technique nor a standard type move. Rather, it was a bona fide water type skill. A direct hit would spell trouble for the cold turtle. Cold turtle, use Mud Bomb. The cold turtle emerged from its shell, directing its gaze towards the Iron Claw Lobster, unleashing a barrage of dark, viscous mud upon it. Unlike the Mud Shot, which was a ground-type move, the Mud Bomb was a poison-type attack, capable of inflicting poison with prolonged exposure. Iron Claw Lobster, tough it out. With the attack range too vast and no water nearby, Ash had no choice but to withstand the assault. Fortunately, the Iron Claw Lobster's ability, Shell Armor, granted it formidable defense. After enduring the onslaught from the cold turtle, the Iron Claw Lobster remained steadfast. Wave of Water. Ash seized the opportunity for a counterattack, altering his approach. Cold turtle, use Burnout. Asha furrowed her brow. The Iron Wall could not withstand such a formidable move, so she opted for a direct confrontation. The initial strike of Burnout was immensely powerful, a searing pillar of fire evaporating the oncoming wave. Pincer Smash. Ash found another chance to close in, yet the same command puzzled Asha, who could only shout, Cold Turtle. Use Iron Wall. Strike its shell side. Ash smirked, for as he anticipated, the Iron Claw Lobster's side attack caused the cold turtle to spin rapidly. As it whirled, it even transitioned into a vertical shell position, eventually staggering out its dazed head as it slowed. In a sense, this strike not only overwhelmed the cold turtle, but also yielded remarkable results. Bubble Beam. The Iron Claw Lobster soared high, its pincers wide open, unleashing a torrent of bubble energy that bombarded the cold turtle's head. Bang! By the end of the assault, the cold turtle succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Though its shell had been considerably fortified, its head, when withdrawn, was notably vulnerable. At last, the moment of revelation arrived. Ash, you truly are extraordinary. No wonder you are my favorite trainer. Asha winked playfully, her candid words heightening Xiaoyao's alertness nearby. Now, let me witness the true prowess of the Furnace Flame Gem. Your words imply that I am inept. Huh. No. Ash stammered, realizing his blunder. However, Asha was not one to hold grudges. Quickly tossing the cherished Pokeball entrusted to her by Grandpa Mura. Come forth, Blaziken. With a thunderous roar, the massive figure of Blaziken stood tall, its imposing stature nearly 2 meters high, exuding an air of authority far exceeding the average size, especially those inverted pupils, radiating a piercing ferocity. Reminded Ash of the time he first arrived in the Hoenn region, encountering Mr. Qianli's formidable Fire Monkey. Fire Monkey. Gender, male. Level, 60. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Base stats, 534. Potential, medium blue. Skills, Burnout, Flamethrower, Heavy Slam. Ash's throat quivered. Facing an opponent of such caliber was indeed exhilarating. He had anticipated encountering high-level Pokémon, yet he was taken aback to find one at level 60. Otherwise, he would have needed at least 3 Pokémon around level 50 to stand a chance. As he pondered this, Ash suddenly felt a surge of excitement. For defeating the Fire Monkey would yield him quadruple experience and points. Kingler, use Water Pulse. Let's test the waters. Fire Monkey, use Flame Wheel. With a roar, the Fire Monkey erupted in flames, its forelimbs slamming into the ground before it shot forward with tremendous force. The massive, fiery creature tore through the waves, sending the unsuspecting Kingler flying. Bang! A single blow, and it was rendered incapable of battle. Thank you, Kingler, you did exceptionally well. This Fire Monkey was indeed formidable. But one must paddle upstream. Without progress, there is regression. The Fire Rock Mouse needed this training. Fire Monkey used Burnout. With a grand opening move, Asha clearly aimed to swiftly take down another of Ash's Pokémon. Fire Rock Mouse Dig. Ash was not one to foolishly withstand the assault. The Fire Rock Mouse burrowed underground, evading the burnout attack. How could I have forgotten this move? Chapter 73, A Surprise. The 60-level reward at the watershed. Bang! The Fire Monkey's forelimb, charged with power, struck the ground heavily. The earth trembled violently, causing rocks to splinter and rise steeply. Boom! The Fire Rock Mouse was catapulted from the upheaved rock layer, crashing to the ground. Fire Rock Mouse, Ash shouted in concern, relieved to see it still capable of battle. Fire Rock Mouse, use Shadow Clone. The Fire Rock Mouse, brimming with determination, expanded its form, quickly splitting into multiple copies that surrounded the Fire Monkey. Body Slam. Fire-type moves would not inflict significant damage on the Fire Monkey, so Ash resolved to maximize his output. However, Asha seemed unhurried to issue commands. The Fire Rock Mouse collided with the Fire Monkey, forcing it back several meters. Now, Fire Monkey, use Heavy Slam. Asha waved her arm. After all, it was her grandfather's Fire Monkey. She was well aware of its skills. Indeed, the Fire Monkey, having endured the impact, lifted its fierce gaze, raising its forelimbs high to strike down upon the nearby Fire Rock Mouse. At this distance, there was no escaping. Bang! The Fire Rock Mouse was incapacitated. After the Fire Monkey moved its body aside, Grandpa Mura took a glance and announced the outcome. Yet Ash couldn't help but nod in approval of the Pokémon he had trained. He was also quite eager to see whom Ash would send forth as his final contender. Of course, the decision rests with you, Pikachu. Ash extended his hand into the arena, and Pikachu sprang forth from behind him, responding with a spirited Pika. Despite the continuous exertion and damage, the raging beast appeared unfazed. However, Ash was confident that in battle, the depletion of stamina was irreversible. Thus, he intended to deny it any respite for recovery. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. He commanded. This is a direct confrontation. We shall not be defeated. Charizard, prepare for Flamethrower. Pika, 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 echoed Pikachu, and with a resounding bang, the furious currents of electricity and searing flames intertwined, colliding with tremendous force. The explosion erupted violently, sending both Pikachu and Charizard reeling backward, desperately anchoring themselves to the ground. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Ash ordered. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. The battle raged on, and Aisha found herself compelled to rise to the challenge. From the previous exchange, she had already grasped Pikachu's formidable prowess. Yet, Ash clearly had no intention of granting her a moment's reprieve. Iron Tail. The diminutive yellow figure darted from the smoke generated by the thunderous explosion, its tail gleaming with metallic luster as it struck down fiercely upon Charizard. Charizard, evade. Aisha urged urgently, but it was too late. Charizard had sensed the impending danger and attempted to retreat. However, muscle fatigue from excessive exertion hindered its escape. Pikachu was simply too swift. Pika. With a thunderous cry, Pikachu's iron tail landed squarely on Charizard's head, delivering a colossal impact that drove its entire skull into the ground. Never to rise again, Charizard was rendered unable to continue the fight, and Pikachu emerged victorious. Thus, the champion of this gym challenge was none other than Ash from Pallet Town. Ding. Pikachu gained 60,000 experience points. Ding. Pikachu leveled up to level 63. Ding. Pikachu leveled up to level 64. Ding. Earned 2,000 points. More significantly, this battle confirmed for Ash that reaching level 60 marked a pivotal milestone. In the past, adversaries of level 50 and above provided no more than 10,000 experience points, with scores barely exceeding 100. Yet, by defeating this level 60 Charizard, Pikachu garnered a staggering 15,000 base experience points and over 500 base score points. Ash inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. Fortunately, he had fought diligently, otherwise, he would have missed out significantly. My first challenge has yielded great rewards, and I am truly elated. Congratulations to you, Ash. He heard. Ash smiled quietly, choosing not to respond, for Grandpa Mura had concluded his officiating duties and approached them. You acted rather impulsively, Aisha, Grandpa Mura remarked gravely. The final assault of Charcoal Tortoise and Charizard is a potent technique. Your execution was rather hasty. I'm truly sorry, Grandpa, Aisha replied, and upon seeing Mura's gentle smile, she added, that said, the match was indeed splendid, and your performance was impressive. Aisha looked up, a smile gracing her features. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing you in this state, I can finally embark on my travels with peace of mind. The dojo shall be entrusted to you. Do not forget your original aspirations and strive diligently every day. Grandfather Mura said with satisfaction. Yasha, fully rejuvenated, replied, I understand, Grandfather. I will certainly become a dojo trainer who does not fall short of your legacy. She then turned to Ash, smiling. Thank you, Ash. I will be cheering for you in front of the television during the Hoenn League. You might have to watch for several days to see me claim victory in the elimination rounds. Ash winked at her. Ash, really, you are quite immodest, Yasha chuckled, though she did not perceive his words as mere boasting. Grandfather Mura, observing Ash, nodded in approval. He had not anticipated encountering such a commendable young man at the time of his retirement. He wished he could stay. Unaware of the intentions of becoming a son-in-law, Ash bid farewell to Yasha and Grandfather Mura before heading to the Pokémon Center to treat his Fire Rock Mouse and others. Due to accompanying Ash in his gym challenge, Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng had evidently not yet fully enjoyed their time in Fuyin Town. Considering they had finally arrived at a bustling metropolis, Ash decided to extend their stay for a few more days, allowing everyone to relax thoroughly. During their vacation, he contacted Professor Okido several times. The progress with the fairy type was currently quite smooth. Indeed, when it comes to excavating, one should excavate. Creating an immunity to dragon-type fairy types not only undermines the status of dragon types, but also demands our contribution. This sentiment would leave anyone discontented, except for Ash, the individual directly involved. As for Milotic, being a non-fairy type testing fairy type moves, it could only utilize the move Charming Voice. Thus the training it could receive would be exceedingly limited. Chapter 74, Steel Valley, Cold Turtle. After several days of exploration in Fuyin Town, Ash and his companions, having finally satisfied their wanderlust, determined their next gym challenge location, the Orange Gym in Changhua City. Under Brock's guidance, they journeyed for several days and arrived at Steel Valley. Why can't we see any sign of a city? Xiaosheng questioned while gazing at the endless towering valleys. Brock also sensed something amiss, scratching the back of his head. Could it be that I took a wrong turn? At those words, Xiaoyao, unable to continue, knelt on the ground. Ugh, why do you always insist on taking shortcuts? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, they were confronted by an armored bird and a cold turtle, currently ensnared in the air by 3 Magnemites, struggling against their electromagnetic control. Pidgeot, Air Cutter. Recognizing the cold turtle, Ash swiftly threw out a Pokeball. With a powerful cry, Pidgeot soared forth, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that struck down the Magnemites and the armored bird. The now uncontrolled cold turtle began to plummet. But Pidgeot managed to catch the edge of its shell just in time, bringing it safely before Ash and his friends. Are you alright, Cold Turtle? Why are these Magnemites and armored birds ganging up on you? Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng expressed their concern as they approached Xiaoji. The recently rescued Cold Turtle appeared deeply moved, tears streaming down its face, while dark smoke erupted from its nostrils, instantly enveloping everyone in a haze. To their surprise, it expressed its gratitude fervently. Suddenly, a deep, furious growl reverberated through the air. The Cold Turtle instinctively turned its head, letting out a roar. Oh my! So many Pokémon are coming. Xiaoyao gasped, covering her mouth and inching closer to Xiaoji, a hint of fear in her eyes. As she looked up, she was met with a vast swarm of Magnemite, Magnezone, and Fiero soaring towards them. The ground trembled and shook, as if something was about to emerge. With a thunderous crash, a plume of blue dragon breath burst forth from the earth, revealing the massive form of a Steelix. Its colossal body loomed before them, eyes ablaze with rage. The earlier roar had indeed originated from this fierce creature. Xiao Gang's expression turned grave as he remarked, I believe both we and the Cold Turtle have unwittingly trespassed into its territory, hence its fury. However, such a method of expulsion is rather alarming. Xiaoji furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier scene. While territorial instincts were not to be underestimated, he refused to simply wait idly by. This group, akin to the Beedrill swarm, was not open to negotiation. Direct confrontation was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Cold Turtle, shall we fight side by side? Xiaoji proposed to the Cold Turtle. Once again, tears of emotion and dark smoke indicated its agreement. Everyone come forth. Xiaoji summoned his Pokémon. This action incited the already furious Magnemite and Fiero, who were poised to charge in for battle. However, they were interrupted by the commanding voice of the Steelix. It fixed a piercing gaze upon Xiaoji and his Pokémon, ultimately gesturing for the Magnemite and Fiero to retreat. What was happening? The previously tense atmosphere seemed to shift oddly. Confused, Xiao Yao turned to Xiao Ji, who was being squeezed by her slime. Cough, cough. Xiao Ji feigned a cough to divert attention before explaining. It seems that it desires to avoid unnecessary casualties. This Steelix wishes to engage us in battle to establish dominance. Long live the slime. Xiao Sheng exclaimed, realizing. So, if our big brother wins, we can safely exit the valley? Xiao Ji nodded, confirming the theory. Though he noted that this Steelix was indeed formidable, a level 52 creature, a true ruler of the valley. The cold turtle stepped forward, unflinching, and faced the Steelix. Are you ready to battle, cold turtle? Xiao Ji inquired. The cold turtle resolutely nodded, prompting a smile from Xiao Ji. Then it is decided, cold turtle. With a thunderous roar, the Steelix opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Iron defense. Xiao Ji commanded. Boom. The cold turtle's agility was limited, making this the best strategy. Yet, the level disparity was significant. Although the iron defense absorbed much of the damage, the cold turtle was still sent flying. However, it showed no signs of retreat, spreading its limbs wide just before colliding with the rock wall to soften the impact. It was indeed a creature of remarkable perseverance. Ash admired it greatly, and with a grand gesture exclaimed, Flamethrower. A pillar of fire erupted, striking the Steelix. As it opened its massive jaws to shatter the flames, the spines on its neck spun violently, deflecting the fire. How could this be? Steelix, a steel-type Pokémon, was seemingly unaffected by the flamethrower. May stared in astonishment. This Steelix must be of a high level. Brock remarked gravely. Gah! Steelix roared, burrowing into the ground, shifting to a different attack mode. It appeared that fire-type moves might still hold some effectiveness. It simply hadn't reached its threshold yet. Ash's eyes gleamed with determination as he declared, Torkoal. Prepare to unleash your full fury. Torkoal dug its limbs into the earth, 5 recesses on its back gathering a blazing red energy. Now to the left, fire. Ash instructed. Having pinpointed Steelix's location, a scorching white fire serpent erupted from Torkoal's mouth, striking the Steelix that had just emerged. At this distance, the effect was extraordinary. Gah! Pain etched across its fierce visage. Steelix struggled to withstand the assault, again biting through the flames. Is this even working? May exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, Steelix did not press on. It stared at Torkoal for a moment before collapsing to the side. With their leader wounded, the furious Magnemite and Skarmory prepared to retaliate. Gah! Steelix interrupted, slowly rising again. Torkoal and Ash faced it defiantly, the tense atmosphere enveloping them in an eerie silence. Gah! Steelix lingered for a moment, then let out a low growl towards the surrounding Pokémon before turning to leave. Thank goodness, they're gone. May sighed in relief. This signifies its acknowledgement of Torkoal and Ash's strength, Brock remarked with a smile. With the crisis averted, Ash approached Torkoal's side. Though this is our first collaboration, it seems we share a remarkable synergy. What do you say, Torkoal? Care to join us on our journey? Pika Pika. Let's go together. Torkoal nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude streaming down its face before nuzzling against Ash. Ha ha. All right, from this day forth, we are companions. Ash laughed as he lay on the ground, gently patting its head. So this is what it means to capture a Pokémon, May mused, intrigued. Brock smiled, sensing the addition of a lively companion. This is fantastic. Big brother. Ash was equally delighted, especially considering Torkoal's impressive level and potential. Truly, a worthy ally for facing the legendary trio in the future. Torkoal. Gender. Level, 38. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Base stats, 470. Potential, Medium Blue. Moves, Iron Defense, Flamethrower, Eruption. After much contemplation, Ash decided to entrust the Crawdaunt to Professor Oak, as it would be a perfect companion for Milotic. Chapter 75, Zijing City, Farewell to Xiaoxi. Having traversed the Steel Valley, they first visited the Zijing Dojo to pay their respects to the venerable Master Taixian. Following his sage advice, they sought out a trainer camp located in the southern part of the city. Thus, Ash embarked once more on his conquest. With Doodooly incapacitated, it was Cold Turtle that emerged victorious. The jubilant Cold Turtle could not contain its tears of joy, prompting Ash to affectionately pat its head. Despite being a fire-type Pokémon, this creature possessed an abundance of moisture within. Truly, the reputation of the Battle Tyrant is well-deserved. Doodooly's trainer approached Ash, shook his hand, and then departed. It seems this troublesome title is inescapable. Ash sighed. Indeed, Ash, your prowess remains unmatched. Accompanied by a melodious voice, a young girl emerged. With a chestnut ponytail and a sun hat, she donned short shorts and a small backpack. Her lovely visage radiated with the joy of reunion, and a wind chime Pokémon flitted by her side. Sundra girl? Ash exclaimed in surprise. The girl, her forehead adorned with a prominent X, blushed profusely and retorted. Who are you calling it Sundra? I clearly have the adorable name Xiaoxi. Ah, my apologies. Ash stammered, hastily waving his hands, then cast a sideways glance at her. But, can one really call themselves cute? Mind your own business. Xiaoxi huffed, turning her head away while cradling a gently undulating slime Pokémon. Sister Xiaoxi. Xiaosheng approached, his face alight with happiness, though he was soon captivated by the little creature floating beside her. Is that a wind chime Pokémon? Ring. The wind chime Pokémon chimed joyfully, swaying its decorative ribbons beneath it. Its soothing, crystalline sounds had a calming effect on the soul. Hello, Xiaosheng, Xiaoyao. Xiaogang, Xiaoxi greeted them with a wave. This wind chime Pokémon seems to have been raised exceptionally well. Did you just capture it? Xiaogang inquired, observing the little creature frolicking with Xiaosheng and Pikachu. The voice of a wind chime Pokémon can change due to the affection of its trainer, and it appeared that Xiaoxi adored this one deeply. Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on it, I was utterly enchanted by its adorable appearance and melodious voice. Xiaoxi beamed sweetly. However, Ash discerned the extraordinary nature of this wind chime Pokémon. Wind chime Pokémon. Gender, level, 36. Type, psychic. Ability, levitate. Base stats, 455. Potential, light blue. Skills, heal bell, half reflection, assist. It looks so adorable. Xiao Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Right? I think so too. Xiaoxi replied, snuggling the wind chime Pokémon, and the two girls quickly bonded. The magic of friendship among young women is indeed remarkable. However, in the serendipity of familiar faces, they accepted Ash and his companion's invitation to join them for lunch in the backyard of a nearby restaurant. There are 6 of you. Xiaoxi, you are truly impressive. Xiao Yao gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Xiaoxi cast a glance at Xiaoji, who was teasing Finglingaling, and noticed his lack of reaction. Xiaoji tugged at the corner of his mouth. Engaging in casual conversation was one thing, but was it really necessary to resort to personal attacks? Was the intention to make Xiaoji the target? Xiaojing chuckled. As he spoke, he glanced at the Pokémon resting in the backyard. Among Xiaoxi's collection were the already familiar Salamence, Scyther, and Swablu, alongside Pikachu and Torchic playing with Finglingaling, as well as the Corgi lounging at her feet and the exceedingly rare Dragonite. The potential of this lineup was immense, and if nurtured, they could undoubtedly evolve into formidable adversaries. I'll be waiting for you at the colorful tournament, my Tsundra's sister, Xiaoji teased. You're the real Tsundra, you smelly Xiaoji, she retorted, her feigned indignation amusing Xiaoji greatly. This was precisely why he couldn't resist teasing her. Am I awakening some bizarre attribute? He wondered. All right, Xiaoji, how can you bully Xiaoxi? Xiaoyao interjected, hands on her hips in defense of her sister. Yeah, big brother, you don't usually act this way, she added. You guys aren't usually like this either, Xiaoji replied, feeling somewhat betrayed. Pikachu was nearly in stitches, its laughter echoing nearby. Xiaoji pouted, conceding, yes, I'm the villain. Humph. Xiaoxi tilted her head with childlike glee. Xiaoji ceased his teasing and shifted his focus to observing Xiaoxi's Pokémon. Their potential was undeniably impressive. He just hadn't noticed any red ones. If she dedicated time to training, she could easily become a champion contender, progressing at an astonishing rate. It was noteworthy that Xiaoji possessed a system and had gathered quite a few Pokémon. Observing Xiaoxi's Salamence further emphasized the significance of innate talent. Xiaoji had sensed this during the evolution of his Pidgeotto. Within the same level range, Pidgeotto garnered less experience than Pikachu had in the past. While the difference was minimal, it was a factor that could not be underestimated over time, especially after reaching level 60. Initially contemplating a delay, it seemed the matter of improving talent needed urgent attention. As he pondered, delicate hands waved in front of him. Xiaoji, what's wrong? You've been lost in thought, Xiaoyao inquired with concern. Are you upset? No. I was just contemplating the grand festival. What's the matter? He replied. We thought you were angry. Xiaoxi said she wanted to have another battle with you. She has been calling for you for ages, Xiaoyao said, relieved. Suddenly intrigued, she asked, But what about the Grand Festival? Well, since Ralts and Milotic are still with Professor Oak, I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in this Pokémon Grand Festival, he explained. This was not mere conjecture. He had been seriously considering this issue lately. After all, participating in the Grand Festival was primarily for the benefit of those two Pokémon. Taking others to compete seemed unnecessary. I see. That's truly unfortunate, Xiaoyao lamented, genuinely looking forward to sharing the stage with Xiaoji. No worries. There will be many more opportunities, he reassured her. Ash offered a word of comfort, then turned his gaze towards the stream. How do you wish to battle, Sundra Girl? One-on-one, you annoying Ash, the stream replied, tilting her chin defiantly. A one-on-one match, huh? Perhaps with a Salamence or a Scyther. Neither of those. I intend to use my Herdier. Ash was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. Are you looking to train a newcomer? He observed Herdier's level 21. Lost in contemplation. Who should I send out? Chapter 76. The feelings have faded. The outcome of the battle was all too evident. Fortunately, despite her Sundra nature, the stream never shied away from defeat. Ash could only ruefully rub his nose. It seemed he would need to uncover a dark horse at this celestial conference. He hoped the other contestants would not harbor resentment towards him, since Ash and his companions needed to continue their journey, and the stream was alone. She decided to ride her Salamence to traverse the vast desert towards Verdanturf town. One must commend the courage displayed by the young girl. It was truly admirable. Reunions with old friends often come with farewells as the sun sets. After parting with the stream in Purple Aster City, Ash and his companions embarked on their journey once more. Their next destination was the town of Verdanturf, where a grand contest was set to take place. At this moment, they arrived beside a serene lake. Meowstic, perform your rapid slaps. Perhaps influenced by Ash, practicing both before and after meals had become a routine for Xiaoyao. Under Ash's guidance, she was currently using a small ball to practice a series of rapid slaps with her Meowstic. The juggling technique showcased not only impressive performance, but also highlighted the charm of its tail. However, it seemed Xiaoyao consistently struggled to time her throws, and Meowstic often became overly enthusiastic, resulting in mishaps. Oh dear, another failure, Xiaoyao sighed. As a small ball she tossed bounced right onto her head. There's no need to rush. Practice makes perfect, and countless mistakes lead to mastery, Ash advised while grooming his Pidgeotto, tilting his head to offer encouragement. Indeed, and Meowstic is quite eager. It will surely be fine, Brock added with a smile. However, upon closer inspection, the small feline had begun to spin around its own tail once more. Ash glanced over at Takashi, who had been squatting by the lake, a hint of curiosity on his face. Approaching him, he inquired, "What is going on?" "It's a Magikarp," Ash exclaimed as he observed the gathering of red fish in the lake. Takashi, clearly fond of Pokémon, was feeding them with bread he had procured from somewhere. Yes. Takashi beamed with joy. The simplicity of a child's happiness is always refreshing. It's quite fascinating. Although Magikarp is deemed the weakest Pokémon, it evolves into the formidable Gyarados. Unintentionally, Ash raised an eyebrow at this thought. He had pondered this question himself. It baffled him that despite such a significant disparity in base stats, the evolved form only saw a single enhancement in potential. He was perplexed. Yet it was too late, for his own Magikarp had already undergone evolution. However, in the future, it might be worthwhile to explore factors beyond training. With a resolute heart, Ash took a seat and retrieved his familiar notepad. His points had originally surpassed the significant threshold of 19,000. After purchasing 3 intermediate qualification enhancement cards, each costing 3,000, his total was halved, which caused him considerable distress. One of these cards was allocated to his forest lizard, and its qualification had indeed been successfully upgraded. After all, girls deserve to be well cared for, Ash thought to himself. All right, everyone, it's time to eat. Brock's voice interrupted Ash's musings. Xiaoyao, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached with renewed energy. Wow, today looks so lavish and delicious. Sister, remember to wash your hands, Xiaosheng reminded, observing his sister's eager demeanor. Okay, I know, Xiaoyao replied, slightly annoyed. She wasn't the type to be so distracted by food. What's wrong, Ash? Brock inquired, noticing Ash's peculiar expression. Is the food not to your liking? No, it's just that I seem to have heard something strange, Ash responded, shaking his head as he took a hearty bite of his sandwich. Huh, what is the matter, Ash? Xiaoyao paused, her hand hovering over her sandwich, blinking in confusion. Ash gathered his thoughts and explained, The truth is, I currently have a greater number of Pokémon to care for, which means I will have less time to guide you moving forward. Really? Is that possible? Xiaoyao exclaimed, springing to her feet. If asked about her favorite Pokémon among Ash's, aside from Pikachu, it would undoubtedly be Ralts. However, that little one had always been rather distant with everyone except Ash. Naturally, she would not refuse any opportunity to spend more time with Ralts. Ash was taken aback by her enthusiastic reaction, silently lamenting the fleeting nature of their bond. Chapter 77. A touch of delusion, a bit of damage. After 3 days of travel, Ash and his companions finally arrived at Verdant Town. This bustling metropolis was encircled by forests on 3 sides and nestled against verdant mountains. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, they encountered a familiar face, Shun. Yet, the situation appeared less than favorable. Nurse Joy and her Chansey were wheeling in a stretcher, upon which lay an injured Rosalia, its body marred by wounds. The once proud expression on the green-haired boy's face had dulled, revealing a hint of despondency. "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Shun said with a slight bow. When a familiar voice rang out from behind. "Shun, you've come here too," Ash remarked. "You're here for the grand contest as well, I presume?" To Ash's inquiry. Shun shook his head, turning to reveal the Rosalia on the stretcher. "I just battled a masked trainer, and Rosalia won to fully recover before tomorrow. His name is the Masked Messenger. You must be cautious of him. As for tomorrow's contest, I'm withdrawing." With that, Shun walked straight to the entrance. Clearly troubled and in need of solitude. It seemed that this grand contest would not be an easy endeavor. Ash gently patted Dawn on the shoulder, reassuring her. "There's no need to feel pressured. We will support you." Pikachu chimed in with encouragement as well. "Pika Pika." "Thank you, Ash and Pikachu," Dawn replied, feeling invigorated. "I'll practice hard. That trainer even defeated Shun, so I must be cautious." Before entering, she noticed a nearby park, which was mostly empty. "Let us head there," she suggested. The scene shifted, and in the park, Dawn began practicing ball throws with her Meowth. Ash and the others sat on a nearby long bench, watching her. Suddenly, a strange wind blew, and a figure appeared, accompanied by a low, sinister chuckle. I ask you, do you wish to participate in the Pokémon Showcase?" The figure, donned in a cloak, top hat, and mask, resembled the coordinator trainer Shun had mentioned. "You are the Masked Messenger?" "Indeed, I am the Masked Messenger." "It seems more like a delusional teenager to me." Ash discerned the intruder's intent and stepped forward. "I've heard you're quite formidable. Let us settle this in battle." "Oh, you appear quite confident." "Very well. It would be dull to battle someone lacking spirit." Ash dismissed the taunt, reassuring himself, yet there was no intention of holding back. He retrieved his Pidgeot's Pokeball. "Delusions aside, let us make this a memorable fight. You're up, Pidgeot. I shall summon Night Giant." A level 35 Night Giant posed a significant challenge for Dawn. Ash was all the more determined, especially since the challenger had come to him. "Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Ghost types can be quite troublesome. The best strategy is to immobilize them and then attack with non-normal type moves." The Hurricane swept through swiftly, rendering Night Giant unable to attack, barely keeping itself upright. "What? Such power?" The Masked Messenger's eyes narrowed beneath the mask. "Steel Wing," Ash shouted, seizing the moment. Night Giant, lacking the levitate ability, could not evade Pidgeot's rapid assault. Night Giant. As the winds subsided, the Masked Messenger gazed in disbelief at the fallen Night Giant before him. Night Giant had lost its ability to battle, and Pidgeot emerged victorious. Brock calmly announced the result, showing no surprise, having anticipated this outcome once Ash summoned Pidgeot. Only a single blow. Yet the delusional teenager seemed to be questioning his very existence in the aftermath, just as he was sinking into confusion. A car horn jolted him back to reality. "Not good. This is where I take my leave. Farewell." At that moment, a long black Lincoln came to a halt at the park entrance. The door swung open, and a plump woman hurriedly emerged. "Don't run," she shouted, swiftly pursuing into the woods. How infuriating. Who on earth was this person to have so easily thwarted my Night Giant? In this guise? It was the first time I had encountered such a setback. Distracted, I suddenly found myself on a collision course with a branch, hastily swatting it aside, only to graze the back of my hand. The woman in pursuit soon caught up. Now you must concede." The masked figure dared not speak, casting a glance before darting deeper into the thicket. "Hey, don't run." The woman, reluctant to relent, was about to give chase when her legs gave way, sending her tumbling forward. However, she noticed a pencil that had fallen from the fleeing figure. "What is this? Are you all right?" asked the concerned Xiao Yao, who had followed closely behind. Sensing the woman was about to take action, Xiaoji quickly interjected, "No, no. That person suddenly challenged us." "Oh, is that so?" The woman paused, realization dawning. "I see now, I apologize." Xiao Gang, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Excuse me, do you know that masked figure?" "Oh dear, please listen to me." The woman implored, seemingly touched by the question. She produced a handkerchief to dab her tears and began to explain. "It all began with my dear son, Junmaru, who skipped class instead of attending his tutoring sessions." As she recounted her tale, Xiaoji grasped the unfolding narrative. As anticipated, the masked figure was indeed the son of this lady, Aunt June. With this understanding, he interjected, "Actually, you should have a clearer grasp of the situation, Aunt June." Taken aback, she listened as he continued, "Tomorrow, the masked figure will undoubtedly participate in the grand contest. Perhaps you should consider attending." This mother's domineering approach might not be deemed correct in terms of education, yet it was undeniable that she loved her child. Therefore, rather than allowing her obstinacy to adversely affect her family, a sincere conversation or a genuine observation might be more beneficial. This was Xiaoji's counsel to Aunt June. Had he been in his previous life's environment of fervent parents, such words might have fallen on deaf ears. However, in this love-filled world, such sentiments would surely bear fruit. Aunt June nodded thoughtfully before departing. In her youth, she had been an avid fan of Pokémon, cherishing a beloved hyena. Yet, her family had forcibly separated her from her hyena, insisting she focus on her studies to become an elite and inherit the family business. Had they not met, she believed the pain of separation might never have arisen. Over time, she had grown increasingly reluctant to approach any Pokémon. However, if her own obstinacy suffocated her loved ones, it was perhaps time to truly witness her child's authentic self. Chapter 78. The Verdant Conference, Xiao Yao versus Junmaru. The Pokémon Grand Contest, the Verdant Conference, was held as scheduled. As Ash and his companions accompanied Xiao Yao in the waiting area, they made their final adjustments. In contrast to her previous states, Xiao Yao appeared significantly more relaxed this time. Just as they were about to head to the audience seats, the masked messenger approached them and bowed deeply to Ash. "Thank you, Mr. Ash," he said. Taken aback, Ash seemed to grasp the situation, and with a smile, he encouraged, "Give it your all, and good luck, Junmaru." The masked messenger trembled slightly, removed his mask, and looked up resolutely. "Yes. Wait. The masked messenger is Junmaru." But Junmaru is not. Kachin exclaimed in surprise, but before he could finish, Ash pulled him away. Brock felt an inexplicable familiarity. "I will surely achieve victory, Mr. Ash." Junmaru bowed once more, his face no longer displaying the previous timidity, replaced by sincerity. "No, you will not, young man. That blow from the sculpture yesterday was merciless. The night giant cannot fully recover overnight." It seemed they had engaged in a meaningful conversation. Upon reaching the audience section, Ash spotted Aunt Kiwa and her husband sitting in the front row. Noticing him, Aunt Kiwa turned and greeted him with a smile. "It's Aunt Kiwa from yesterday," Kachin remarked. Puzzled, but once again, Ash pulled him away to the back. All right. If we don't get to our seats soon, we'll have to sit at the very back." "I know. Big brother, just let me go." Brock felt an inexplicable comfort. Once everyone was seated, the event began under Miss May's gentle narration. The first performer was Musashi, who had donned a new disguise this time. Her previous one was disqualified due to cheating and was presumably unusable now. However, this performance was indeed genuine, as the allure of the poisoned butterfly wings adorned her like a lady's hat, beautifully showcased. The dazzling display of poisonous needles and mirage fireworks was equally splendid. It must be said that Musashi possessed a natural talent for grand competitions, attaining an impressive score of 285. Following her, Xiao Yao showcased the dexterity and charm of her Meowth through a juggling interaction, earning a score of 256. Lastly, Junmaru took the stage, executing a combination of ghostly flames and illusion techniques, achieving a spatial allure only possible for psychic and ghost types, securing a commendable score of 278. Unsurprisingly, all three successfully advanced to the second round. In the first battle, Xiao Yao easily defeated her opponent, a level 19 Squirtle, with her Meowth. Meanwhile, Musashi was defeated by Junmaru. Thus, the two arrived at the final decisive moment. Night Giant, use Concentrated Strike. As the battle commenced, the Night Giant's ghostly attributes were displayed, with blue energy gathering in its fist and being launched with precision at Meowth. causing Xiao Yao to lose a small portion of her score. Meowth, use Rapid Slap. This was the skill they had practiced the most, and Xiao Yao instinctively issued the command. Naya. Little Meowth was quite swift, quickly closing the distance to the night giant. Its cat-like tail continuously striking. Regrettably, a series of strikes proved utterly ineffective. An anxious Xiaoxing could not help but exclaim, "Sister." The standard-type ultimate moves are futile against the night giant. It was evident that Xiaoyao lacked experience in battling ghost types. Junmaru discerned this as well, urging, "One more time. Concentrate your attacks." What to do? Xiaoyao nervously gazed at the approaching fists and suddenly recalled Xiaoji's style. An idea sparked. Nai. With that, she leapt into the air, executing a spin and using her tail to deflect the incoming punch forcefully. What? Junmaru exclaimed in astonishment. Miss Vivian reported. While the night giant may not have sustained serious damage, this maneuver effectively showcased the prowess of Xiaoyao's Pokémon. Junmaru's score was slightly diminished. Night giant, unleash Will-O-Wisp. Then employ illusion technique. The night giant, cultivated by Junmaru, executed the combination moves with remarkable proficiency. The ghostly flames enveloped Xiaoyao's Pokémon, inflicting continuous damage. What to do? The standard-type ultimate moves were once again ineffective. Xiaoyao's hair was nearly drenched with sweat, yet she felt powerless. However, Xiaoji had once said, no matter the circumstances, one must never succumb to despair. Resolutely, she commanded, Zhanghuamiao, use assist. This was one of the special techniques she had been training in, as taught by Xiaoji. Nai. The little cat extended its tiny paw, emanating a mysterious silver glow. It was the Silver Cyclone. What? Assist is a rather complex maneuver, and the night giant's condition is not optimal. We must resolve this swiftly. Night giant, unleash destruction ray. Zhanghuamiao, utilize assist. This time, the raging storm dispersed the destruction ray effortlessly. The residual damage from yesterday's encounter with the eagle Pokémon was evidently affecting the outcome. Things were looking dire. What should I do? Junmaru stood helplessly when a familiar voice rang in his ears. Junmaru. It was Aunt Kimmy, rising from the audience. How can you waver so easily? The night giant battles with trust in you. Both Xiaoyao and Zhanghuamiao were giving their all, so you too must believe in your Pokémon, strive earnestly, and fight until the end. Junmaru gazed at his mother's encouraging smile, momentarily taken aback, before removing his mask. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination. I understand now. Thank you. Mom. Xiaoyao, let us duel. Let us engage in a battle without regrets. Night giant, unleash Will-O-Wisp. Zhanghuamiao, use assist. This time, the collision of Will-O-Wisp and Spark resulted in a breathtaking exchange of skills, each combatant responding in kind. As time wore on, both sides' stamina began to dwindle. Let us settle this with one final blow. Night giant, employ destruction ray. Zhanghuamiao, use assist. Just as the night giant was gathering energy, it was abruptly interrupted by Zhanghuamiao's raging storm. With the night giant's fall, both scores crystallized at that moment. Time was up. The victors were Xiaoyao and Zhanghuamiao. In comparison to Junmaru, Xiaoyao, though equally fatigued, had managed to secure a slight edge in points. The champion of the Verdant Shade Conference has thus emerged. Victory! Little Yao joyfully leaped, then embraced the cotton bird. Xiangwei Miao, you played splendidly. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause as Junmaru approached to convey his congratulations. Though he had suffered defeat, he wore a smile as he returned to his family. Chapter 79, Little Yao, Cotton Bird. The Verdant Shade Conference concluded flawlessly. Junmaru earned the approval of Lady Kundai, and from now on, even without his mask, he would likely grow increasingly confident. However, the most joyous among them was not Junmaru, but Ash, who cradled his long-lost little companion. Indeed, under the hospitality of Lady Kundai and others, they lingered in Verdant Shade City for an additional 2 days. Larvitar and Milotic had successfully rejoined the team, and they subsequently switched out for a Kingler. As Ash had predicted, he was unaware of how many recruits Professor Oak had enlisted for his experiments. Now, Larvitar had reached level 43, while Milotic had attained level 30. It seemed they had lost their way. They found themselves in a forest, trapped within its confines. Why do we always get lost? Little Yao knelt down and wept. Amidst the chorus of lamentations, Pikachu and Larvitar appeared to hear a sound, breaking away from Ash and rushing deeper into the woods. It seems something is amiss, everyone. Follow me, Ash called out, harmonizing with them. The previous day's torrential rain had left numerous puddles on the ground. They arrived at a site littered with charred, fallen trees. where a cotton bird lay gravely injured. It was likely struck down by lightning when the tree fell. Pika, Larv. The two little ones rushed forward, expressing their concern. And Ash and the others soon followed. Is this a cotton bird? Little Shota identified it. It appeared that yesterday's thunderstorm had caused it to become separated from its companions, Ash speculated. Little Yao stepped forward, gently cradling the cotton bird. Though it was a bird, its cotton-like wings were undeniably adorable. Moreover, the evolved form, the Swablu, had a majestic beauty that resonated well with little Yao's affinity for harmony. Cotton birds and Swablus typically lived in flocks. It might know where its companions would be located. Ash pondered as he briefly communicated with the cotton bird, which was being treated for its wounds, and gathered two crucial pieces of information: lake and migration. This meant that if they missed the departure time, the little creature would be left stranded in the forest. Ash gazed at the cotton bird in little Yao's embrace. The bond between them had already begun to flourish during the healing process. Selfishly, he hoped little Yao would capture this little cotton bird. Its deep crimson potential rivaled that of his own Swellow, and it could undoubtedly become a significant asset for little Yao in the future. From morning until dusk, with the aid of Swellow, Ash and the others arrived at a serene lake. A flock of Swablus and cotton birds awaited them there. Little Yao, reluctantly gazing at the cotton bird in her arms, finally released it, saying, "Take care, cotton bird." Chirp chirp. The Swablu sensed Xiao Yao's emotions, feeling quite despondent. Xiaoxing couldn't help but rush forward, asking, "Is this all right, sister?" "Well, this is also for the benefit of Swablu," Xiao Yao replied, nodding slowly. Xiaoxing became anxious. "Why are you saying that? You've only just become friends." At that moment, Xiaoji finally approached and placed his hand on Xiao Yao's shoulder, saying, "If Swablu wishes to leave on its own accord, we should respect its decision. However, Xiao Yao, look at it. It seems reluctant. If you truly care for it, you ought to grant Swablu the choice." Xiao Yao felt a stir within her heart and turned to look at him. Xiaoji. Indeed, reunions and farewells are integral parts of any journey. Yet, what matters more is to avoid any regrets. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Xiaoji grasped this truth. "Go on. Don't keep Swablu waiting." "All right." Xiao Yao nodded emphatically, crouching by the lakeside, gazing at the tearful little cotton candy. She made up her mind. "Swablu, would you like to travel with me?" "Cheap." Upon hearing this, the little creature quickly turned around, just as Xiao Yao felt a pang of disappointment. She saw it flapping its wings adorably, seemingly communicating with its kin. "Cheap, cheap, cheap. Have you decided to travel with me?" Xiao Yao was utterly charmed by its cuteness. "Wonderful. I've captured Swablu." Xiaoji smiled as he watched the embrace between the girl and her Pokémon under the setting sun. Traveling is akin to life. It's not the farewells that frighten us, but the regrets left behind. The journey ahead will surely be more joyous. "That's great, sister." Xiaojing and Xiaoxing chimed in with their blessings. "Thank you, everyone." At that moment, Xiao Yao beamed with happiness. With Swablu's presence, she believed she would soar even further during this grand celebration. Chapter 80. A clash imminent, powerful fowl. Soon, they would arrive at Changhua City, and Xiao Yao was filled with anticipation, wondering how her parents were doing at home. Sitting on a stone stool, she sipped soup, her face radiating eagerness. "Brother, have you decided who will battle Dad?" Xiaoxing inquired. Xiaoji teased. "What? Are you trying to scout my tactics early?" "Not at all. Regardless of whether you or Dad wins. It would seem perfectly normal to me," Xiao Yao agreed, nodding in affirmation, clearly sharing her brother's sentiment. If Mr. Qianli were to find out that after merely a brief journey, his children had been captured, he might have mixed feelings. "I haven't decided yet, but Pikachu will definitely participate," Xiaoji replied candidly. "Pika Pika." Pikachu stood up eagerly on Xiaoji's shoulder, waving its tiny hands with determination. This time, it was resolved to completely conquer that lazy king. Ralts, however, taking advantage of the moment, Ralts snatched the fruit from Pikachu's other hand. Ralts particularly enjoyed teasing Pikachu, and Xiaoji, as the elder brother, chose to turn a blind eye. "That fruit isn't suitable for you, and snatching others' belongings isn't right." Xiaoji held his own parenting beliefs, and the little creature had no choice but to timidly return it. Pikachu waved its hands vigorously, feeling quite aggrieved. Their bond was truly delightful. Xiao Yao remarked enviously as she instinctively glanced at the food-snatching Torchic and Swablu. At first, she believed that similar beings could coexist harmoniously. However, it now appeared that there were some discrepancies. In response, Ash chuckled and shook his head, noting that it was quite normal for two young lads to interact so amicably, engaging in playful banter and roughhousing. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted as a Volcanion sprang forth from the rocks behind the fiery chick. Startled, the little chick flinched and pushed aside the cotton candy, only to be sent flying. "Fire chick!" Xiaoyao exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. The forest lizard, closest to them, was the first to react, charging forward and slashing the agitated Volcanion with a leaf blade attack. The trainer of the Volcanion finally arrived, inspecting its injuries and confirming that it was not severely harmed. Moreover, the Volcanion had calmed down. "My apologies for the trouble," the trainer said, cradling the Volcanion and expressing gratitude to Ash and the others. As they settled down, they introduced themselves to one another. The young man was named Guy, also traveling in preparation for the Celestial Conference. This Volcanion was his Pokémon. However, for some unknown reason, its emotions had become exceedingly unstable, often leading to uncontrollable outbursts. Ash, drawing from his own insights, explained that Pokémon, much like humans, can exhibit unusual behavior when under stress, experiencing significant events, or undergoing physical changes. "Ah, I see," Guy responded, enlightened by Ash's words. At that moment, Brock suggested a Pokémon battle for the Volcanion, proposing that perhaps venting its emotions through combat would be beneficial. Guy, upon hearing this, found the suggestion reasonable and readily agreed. Just as Ash pondered which Pokémon would be best suited for the battle, Xiaoyao's fire chick leapt forward, clearly indignant and seeking retribution for the earlier incident. "Do you want a battle, fire chick?" Xiaoyao asked in surprise. Ash raised an eyebrow, sensing potential in the idea. After all, the chick was his own Torchic, nurtured with care and now boasting a level of 28, having accumulated ample experience throughout their journey. Engaging in battle against the Volcanion would not put it at a disadvantage. "All right," Xiaoyao declared, clenching her fists. "Then let us be your opponents, Mr. Guy? I shall take on the role of referee this time." Ash volunteered to take over Brock's duties, handing Pikachu and Ralts over to him. The two sides took their positions, and the rules were set for a one-on-one match. "Let the battle commence," Ash announced succinctly, and the fight erupted. "Fire chick, use Ember. Volcanion, unleash Supersonic." The clash was intense. The Ember's power was inherently limited, easily overwhelmed by the continuous sound waves emitted by the Volcanion. The residual force of the attack knocked the fire chick back. "Fire chick," Xiaoyao called out, quickly regaining composure and instructing it to use Sand Attack. This move, taught by the Fiero, was practical and often yielded unexpected results. Just as anticipated, with its backside facing the Volcanion, the fire chick swiftly scraped the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the enormous mouth and nostrils of its opponent. Cough, cough. The effect was outstanding. Xiaoyao seized the moment with fervor, commanding the fiery chick to unleash its sparks. This time, the sparks met no obstruction and struck the howling bomb directly. With a resounding thud, the creature was incensed, retaliating by leaping high despite the burns, and trampled upon the fiery chick. Yet, the chick's gaze remained resolute and fierce. The two Pokémon locked eyes, an aura of determination enveloping them. Simultaneously, beams of white light radiated from their forms. They evolved together. Chapter 81, Baiqing Huashi, Idle Qianli. The evolved howling bomb exhibited a more robust physique, its head and back adorned with horn-like sound tubes, presenting a somewhat intimidating visage. The fiery chick now boasted sharp claws and powerful legs. Most significantly, its entire presence had transformed. "Remarkable," Xiaoyao exclaimed. "The fiery chick has evolved into the mighty chicken. My howling bomb has evolved into the explosive monster." Both trainers reveled in their unexpected gains, yet the newly evolved Pokémon surged with even greater combat spirit. "How wonderful it is to witness simultaneous evolution," exclaimed Xiao Sheng and Xiao Gang, genuinely thrilled by the spectacle. Only Xiao Ji, with a smile, declared for the battle to continue. The fight was far from over. With a mighty roar, the evolved mighty chicken harnessed its fiery energy, unleashing a robust jet of flames. Has the mighty chicken already learned a new skill? Xiaoyao wondered, excitement evident in her tone. "Explosive monster, evade," commanded Guy, but the explosive monster stood still, a look of shock on his face. How could this be? This scene evoked memories for Xiao Ji, reminiscent of his own Charizard's early days. As expected, upon facing the jet of flames, the explosive monster began to vibrate, emitting powerful high-pitched sounds that disrupted the advance of the flames. Seizing the opportunity, it launched itself at the mighty chicken once more. The mighty chicken performed several somersaults mid-air but landed safely, channeling the force of its descent into a powerful ascent. Explosive monster, heed my command, evade. Yet, Guy's plea fell on deaf ears, and the explosive monster was struck squarely by the mighty punch. Explosive monster. As the explosive monster came hurtling towards him, Guy did not flinch. Instead, he braced himself to absorb the impact. With a loud crash, Xiaoji's eyes widened in concern. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed, albeit a bit reckless. However, it was this very act that rekindled the bond between Guy and his explosive monster, their connection deepening once more. The battle with Xiao Yao concluded in a draw, as both Pokémon succumbed to exhaustion. Had it not been for the explosive monster's earlier antics, the outcome might have been quite different. Thank you, Guy expressed gratefully. Not only has the Howling Bomb evolved, but this battle has also strengthened our bond. Xiao Yao gazed at her grown chick, her smile bright. Xiaoji stepped forward, extending his hand. I hope to battle you at the Colorful Ghost Conference, Guy. Yes, and you must do your best as well, Xiaoji. Guy clasped his hand and bid farewell to them, witnessing the bond between Guy and the explosive Pokémon. Little Yao's fiery chick finally evolved. After 2 days of journeying through the forest, Ash and his companions arrived at the town near the Orange League Gym, North Orange City. You must be the children of Mr. Chisato, the Orange League Gym leader, Little Yao and Little Shang, right? Yes. As soon as they entered the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy recognized the somewhat bewildered siblings. In fact, upon entering the town, Ash had noted the posters of Mr. Chisato plastered on utility poles and beside various shops, indicating that the locals held him in high esteem. Oh my, this is a big deal. They are truly Mr. Chisato's children. An elderly woman delivering vegetables rushed out, disregarding her cart. What is wrong with her? Little Yao blinked. Not sure. Maybe she left the gas on at home, Ash replied, shaking his head. They checked on their Pokémon before leaving. However, as soon as they stepped outside, the previous woman was followed by a throng of people, surrounding Little Yao and Little Shang, while Ash and Brock were pushed aside. I am a reporter from North Orange, and you must be Mr. Chisato's children. Little Yao and Little Shang, right? A man eagerly held out a microphone. There are rumors that you are traveling to become top Pokémon trainers. So far, what have you achieved? Please share with us. The elderly woman inquired excitedly, prompting Ash to recall the obsessive fans from his past life. It was evident that this was Little Yao's first encounter with such a spectacle, as both siblings felt overwhelmed by the eager gazes directed at them. We haven't quite achieved anything yet, just some experiences. Sister, could you show them that? Oh, everyone craned their necks, leaning in closer. Truly, they are Mr. Chisato's children. It's remarkable to achieve such accomplishments in such a short time traveling. This sentiment resonated with the crowd, who nodded in agreement and praised them. Little Yao, who initially felt somewhat insecure, suddenly found herself a bit elated. This is overwhelming praise. Ash frowned as 2 boys approached him, starting to provoke. Are you the companions of Miss Little Yao? What are you here for? What? How arrogant. Mr. Chisato is no ordinary gym leader. Only selected trainers are qualified to challenge him. The boys launched into accusations and reproaches, causing even Brock to lose his temper. Every trainer has the right to challenge a gym. Forget it, Brock. It's pointless to argue with people like them, Ash replied coldly. While he held no prejudice against fervent fans, it did not mean he would be fond of them. As expected, witnessing Ash's demeanor caused them to erupt in anger. Just as I hoped. I won't rest until I knock you down. Ash followed them to an open space, where they promptly released a Golduck. I will not allow you to disturb Lord Qianli. I intend to rectify your arrogant demeanor, one of them declared. Feel free to try, Ash scoffed, unwilling to show any courtesy to someone of that nature. With a swift flick of his vest, he unleashed all his Pokémon. Do not be afraid, he reassured. Observing the opponent's grim expression, he seated himself with Pikachu on a chair, saying, choose your fighter. If you defeat that one, it counts as your victory. Isn't that what you call arrogance? Allow me to demonstrate how it feels to be disregarded. No need to thank me, young man. You scoundrel, the boy retorted angrily. Feeling insulted, Golduck, use water gun. The attack was aimed directly at the forest lizard in front of Ash, a bold move. Good luck, young man. With a swift strike, Golduck was down by a single leaf blade. A swift defeat. Chapter 82. Unmatched, confronting the tyrant. Now it's my turn. No, someone like him must be taught a lesson. Wait, I should go first. As more challengers gathered, Ash felt his temples throb. Am I being treated like merchandise? They are fighting over me. It appeared they had learned nothing. Ash's gaze turned indifferent. Actually, you can all come at once. Pikachu interjected, but Ash dismissed him. If you go up, it would merely be bullying and would complicate Miss Joy's work. Ash looked at the multitude of Pokémon appearing, devoid of any intention to command them. It's utter chaos. They are no strangers to battle. Ralts seems to be having the most fun. The little creature expertly controlled the flamethrower from the Dreadnought while teleporting to unleash a thunder punch. The scene was quite joyous. In fact, upon rejoining his team, Ash had already enhanced her abilities. He even spent 800 points to acquire a new skill, the Candy Floss, to compensate for her close-quarters combat shortcomings. Curse this arrogant fellow. He seems quite formidable. What should we do? Let us quickly summon Miss Xiaoyao. She can surely defeat him. The defeated boys, gazing at the chaos around them, begrudgingly ran off to seek reinforcements. The scene shifted to the street, where a crowd of spectators formed a large circle. Miss Xiaoyao, accompanied by her Esper and Butterfree, dazzled the audience with a splendid performance. However, the enthusiastic crowd was tiring her and her Pokémon, yet they remained spirited. Fortunately, a few boys arrived to divert the attention. Trouble brews. There's a rather arrogant trainer proclaiming his intent to challenge Lord Qianli. He is nothing short of a tyrant. Exuding utter disdain, Lord Qianli was their idol. This was akin to challenging their beliefs. The crowd was easily roused, and at that moment, indignation was etched on every face present. Let us have Miss Xiaoyao confront this presumptuous trainer who dares to challenge her father. Yes, we eagerly await to witness Miss Xiaoyao's battle. Under the harmonious exchange between the matron and the journalist, the crowd, disregarding Xiaoyao's wishes, carried the sedan chair, marching grandly towards the open space. The incessant beeping in their ears pulsated wildly. Although each sound was negligible, the sheer density of the population in Beichinghua City was overwhelming. Groups of 7 continued to surge forth without pause, entirely dismissing the notion of granting Xiaoji and his companions a moment's respite. Steel Shell, Ice Beam, Misdreavus, Shadow Ball. Meanwhile, the opponents also showcased several formidable Pokémon. It was only then that Xiaoji commenced his command, as a gesture of respect. The earlier frustration had long been soothed by the generous spirit of this vibrant city. Cold Turtle, Burnout, Lurantis, Synthesis. However, he understood that when it came to battle, mercy had no place. This was the greatest form of respect. The Cold Turtle, alongside the Ice Beam, devoured the Steel Shell, resulting in both of the opposing Pokémon being rendered unable to battle. Xiaoji surveyed the reluctant and retreating expressions of the onlookers. It seemed this wave consisted of the most formidable local trainers. Were it not for the hungry gazes fixed upon him, he might have graciously expressed his gratitude. Just then, he noticed Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing being carried in the ceremonial sedan chair. It appeared the event was far from over. Stretching lazily, he turned to Xiaoyao. Where did you procure this sedan chair, Xiaoyao? Xiaoji, what are you doing here? The confused girl seemed yet unaware of the situation. The leading matron reprimanded. You must be that arrogant and rude trainer. We do not wish to see someone like you challenging Lord Qianli. The nearby journalist chimed in. Xiaoxing in the sedan chair was the first to realize. So, you're the audacious trainer they summoned my sister to deal with? Xiaoji could only smile wryly. It seems so. However, I must admit, I find it quite delightful. Compared to the trainer camp, Beichinghua City was vastly superior, efficient and high frequency. I shall return. How could this be? Xiaoyao gasped. You're going to battle Xiaoji? Xiaoxing looked equally worried. How can we possibly win? Yet, many did not share such sentiments. Come on, Miss Xiaoyao. Please teach this audacious boy a lesson. It was Xiaoyao's first time being the center of such expectation. Alas, to Xiaoji, it felt akin to being roasted over a fire. He reassured her, It's all right, Xiaoyao. Let me see how much you've grown recently. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, a smile blossoming on her face. All right. Xiaoji scanned the surroundings. After such prolonged battles, the crowd still appeared to have decent stamina, but unfortunately, the most suitable Pokémon, Swampert and Milotic, were utterly exhausted. In light of this, he entrusted the battle to his Kingler, Crabhammer. After absorbing a wealth of experience, Kingler successfully leveled up to 38, making it a relatively fitting opponent for Xiaoyao. Then I shall send forth my powerful Torchic. Xiaoyao dispatched her newly evolved Torchic. Chirp. Brock took on the role of referee, and the battle commenced. Torchic, Ember. In the initial moments, Ash refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack, and the flamethrower struck the Kingler with full force. Although the effect was minimal, It did not deter the audience from erupting in cheers and applause. Brave Bird, Sky Uppercut. With precision, Xiaoyao followed up quickly, but Ash had no intention of holding back. Instead, he awaited the moment for Brave Bird to close the distance. Crab Hammer. While Kingler might not match the speed of Brave Bird, close combat was its forte, and it effortlessly deflected the incoming strike with its pincers. Bubble Beam. The Sky Uppercut was a single blow, yet Kingler possessed another claw, and at such proximity. The power of the Bubble Beam multiplied exponentially. Bang! 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 Brave Bird. Xiaoyao exclaimed in shock as the critically hit Brave Bird succumbed to the assault. With Brave Bird incapacitated, the victor was declared as Kingler and Ash. Brock announced, but the result was met with disbelief from the fervent crowd. How could this happen? Miss Xiaoyao had lost. Such an outcome was not surprising. Ash was not only the champion of the Silver Conference, but also a renowned researcher of EV evolutions. Recognized by both Professor Oak and my father, Xiaoxing explained, noting that even his sister's trainer knowledge was imparted by his elder brother. Is he truly such a figure? I've read about EV evolution theories. One of the spectators remarked, I never imagined I would battle against the champion. No wonder he is so formidable. Public opinion shifted rapidly, and amid hushed whispers, they soon rallied behind Ash, even chanting his name. Stop, you false fans. I do not require your adulation, he dismissed. Thus, the farce came to a close. In terms of rewards, Ash accumulated over 3,000 points in a single day. His team, Forest Lizard level 48, Ralts level 46, Swallow level 45, Cold Turtle level 41, Kingler level 38, Marsh Stomp level 36, Milotic level 35. Additionally, Pikachu's cheerleading proficiency reached level 1. The toil was considerable, yet the fruits of labor were immensely gratifying. The only drawback was Professor Oak once again demanding Ralts, claiming he needed a sample for a type reaction study. Such technical jargon was still beyond Ash's comprehension. Today marked the wedding anniversary of Mr. Qianli and Aunt Majinko. By evening, with Nurse Joy's assistance, the backyard illuminated with fireworks depicting the hunting Butterfree, creating a scene of exquisite romance. It was said that during their courtship, the appearance of the hunting Butterfree held profound significance, akin to a Cupid of their love. Additionally, with Xiaoyao capturing one under various circumstances, Ash couldn't help but reflect on the mysterious nature of fate. Chapter 83, Orange League Gym, Rematch with Qianli. Ash stood at one side of the dojo, his restrained aura gradually intensifying. This was the first gym he challenged upon arriving in the Hoenn region, where he and Pikachu had once felt the might of Mr. Qianli. In a certain sense, this challenge was unlike any before. He not only aimed to win, but also sought to do so with flair. The palpable tension between the two opponents had already set Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing, who were watching, on edge even before the match commenced. The rules of the competition dictate a 3-on-3 format, continuing until one side's Pokémon has lost all its combat capabilities. As the chief disciple of the dojo, Ryuhei serves as the referee, announcing the regulations. The battle commences with Mr. Senkiri being the first to release his Pokémon. Out comes a seemingly lethargic, swaying Sloth Pokémon. Sloth Pokémon. Gender. Level. 40 type. Normal ability. Lazy base stats. 280 potential. Light blue moves. Shadow Ball. Blizzard. Mr. Senkiri proves to be quite formidable. His first Pokémon is at level 40, setting an exceedingly high bar. Ash squints slightly before tossing out his Pokeball, declaring, It's you, Magmar. With trained eyes, Brock quickly discerns the situation as the two Pokémon take the field. Magmar, use Flame Charge. The scorched marks on the ground illustrate the rapidity of its attack, yet Sloth Pokémon sways its body, nonchalantly deflecting the assault at an awkward angle. Meanwhile, Mr. Senkiri maintains a serene smile, commanding, Shadow Ball. The trajectory of the attack is precise, striking Magmar directly. I see now Mr. Senkiri is indeed using Sloth Pokémon strategically. Thus, the battle gradually shifts to Ash's control. Indeed, it is the most suitable Pokémon for an offensive role. Mitsuko exclaims, Well said, Brock. Your assessment is spot on. Mei and Xiaoxing gain clarity as well, realizing just how formidable Sloth Pokémon truly is. Dad is amazing. However, Ash is quick to recognize this. Magmar, use Smokescreen. The rhythm of the battle need not be disrupted. Interruption is equally effective. A dense, black fog engulfs the arena, causing Sloth Pokémon to lose sight of its target. Truly impressive. Ash, Mr. Senkiri praises, Yet he reacts swiftly, instructing Sloth Pokémon, use Blizzard. Blizzard? Ash's brow furrows. Magmar dig. With a resounding boom. The black fog dissipates under the blizzard, and Magmar vanishes from sight. Sloth Pokémon sense the ground carefully. The bond between Mr. Sinkiri and Sloth Pokémon is exceptionally strong. Such commands stem from mutual trust. After a brief moment of closed eyes, Sloth Pokémon leaps into action as Magmar bursts forth from beneath. High-speed star. Ash keeps a keen eye on the opportunity. In terms of synergy, his bond with Magmar is equally commendable. Now, Sloth Pokémon. Mr. Sinkiri's expression shifts slightly, yet his commands remain unwavering. Use Awakening. This ultimate move varies in power depending on the individual Pokémon stats. A smooth, oval energy emerges from Sloth Pokémon, enveloping Magmar from all sides. Dig. The opposing onslaught is executed with such mastery that evasion is impossible. Ash can only shout in desperation, yet he has underestimated the speed of this move. The rapidly contracting energy culminates in an explosion, instantly engulfing Magmar. Magmar. The stipulation of smoke providing immunity this time fails to apply, revealing Magmar's charred body. Yet the resolve in its gaze remains fierce, accompanied by a radiant white glow. It begins to evolve. Magmar evolves into Blaziken. Gender. Level. 45 type. Fire ability. Blaze-based stats. 534 potential. Deep blue. Skills. Burnout. Charged flame strike. Congratulations, Infernape. Ash beamed with a bright smile. Unleashing full power. Charged flame strike. With a roar, Infernape surged forward, enveloped in flames and searing smoke. Mr. Qianli's pupils narrowed. Lazy Man, evade quickly. Yet, despite rigorous training, Lazy Man could not completely avoid the onslaught of the charging Infernape. In that moment, it was as if a train was barreling forward, and as Lazy Man barely sidestepped. A patch of its fur was singed, leaving it charred. Lazy Man, Blizzard. Seeking opportunity amidst adversity is the hallmark of a true warrior, enduring the pain of its burns. Lazy Man opened its mouth, summoning a fierce blizzard. Burnout. However, opportunities are reciprocal. For Ash, the injured Lazy Man became the key to victory, with its evasion capabilities diminished. Burnout overwhelmed the blizzard, striking Lazy Man directly. A decisive hit. Infernape secured an early victory, while Lazy Man succumbed to defeat. What a formidable display, Ash. Ash smiled faintly. As expected of Mr. Qianli, my companion from Chengdu. No wonder your bond is so strong. It's evident it desires victory, which led to its evolution. Mr. Qianli acknowledged this, retrieving his second Pokeball. However, my second choice is this fellow. Go, Slaking. Yuru. This was a white, monkey-like Pokemon, adorned with a crest reminiscent of a rooster. Brimming with determination. Slaking. Gender. NA. Level. 48. Type. Normal. Ability. Truant. Base stats. 440. Potential. Deep blue. Skills. Scratch attack. Flamethrower. A swift attacker indeed. Ash felt his competitive spirit ignite. Infernape. Flamethrower. Slaking scratch attack. The fire column was nimbly avoided, and Slaking had already reached Infernape, its robust arms dragging low to the ground, lifting it with great force. Although named Scratch Attack, its might propelled Infernape into the air. Mountain Press. Bang. Infernape, wincing in pain, countered but missed, causing Ash to feel a pang of concern. Has it come to this? Mr. Qianli truly lived up to his title of champion candidate. No wonder the people of Beichenghua City hold him in such high esteem. If there were anyone in Ash's team capable of matching Slaking's speed, aside from Pikachu, who was preparing to face off against the Lazy King, it would have to be. So be it. You shall be the one. Trico. Cha. Chapter 84. 1 against 1,000. Trico. Both sides were evenly matched in level, a true contest of equals. Trico, use Leaf Blade. A distant attack against the energized Slaking would have a low hit rate. Thus, Ash needed to leverage Trico's speed advantage. Slaking Scratch Attack. The Leaf Blade clashed against Slaking's claws. A stalemate ensued. Flamethrower. Seed Bomb. The two trainers, in perfect sync, opted for a close-range bombardment strategy. The two Pokémon possessed the remarkable ability to utilize two skills simultaneously. Boom. Alas, the blast's aftermath sent them reeling, and the injuries sustained by the forest lizard were considerably more severe. With fire proving detrimental to grass types, this exchange left Ash's side at a disadvantage. Forest Lizard. Use Shadow Clone. If the creature were to be struck by the flaming attacks 1 or 2 more times, it could spell danger for it. Thus, Ash could only conserve energy while seeking an opportunity. Illusions won't serve you well, Ash. Infernape, unleash flamethrower. What a troublesome situation. Indeed. The forest lizard sought not such a battle. Its true potential extended far beyond this. I understand now, forest lizard, Ash said with a smile. His gaze sweeping the arena as he called out, show them your prowess. Leaf blade. Another leaf blade? Mr. Qianli furrowed his brow. Had Ash devised a strategy to counter flamethrower? He had no time to ponder, as the forest lizard had already charged forward. Infernape, use scratch attack to defend. The scenario remained unchanged. As the leaf blade was once again met with sharp claws, the connection was so seamless that even Infernape could not react in time. And the spiraling strikes of leaf blade continued unabated, akin to a waltz of slashes. What? Mr. Qianli exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing such an attack that leveraged an opponent's body for momentum for the first time. In truth, even Ash had initially overlooked this aspect. When training alongside Blaziken, the forest lizard relished close-quarters combat, honing its leaf blade through relentless practice. Their contest seemed to transcend types, focusing instead on conquering one another from a level playing field. Thus, Ash's forest lizard viewed leaf blade not merely as an attack, but as a weapon. Just as now, the tempestuous flurry of slashes left Infernape overwhelmed. With no time to gain distance or counterattack. Slash, cut, graze, and hack. The forest lizard moved like a dual-wielding swordsman, leaving its opponent with no escape. That was its dominion of slashing, the stage upon which it showcased its artistry. Magnificent, forest lizard. Ash's eyes sparkled as he shouted with fervor, go forth. Strike with all your might, leaf blade. Huh. With a thunderous roar, the forest lizard's arms extended dramatically, the crossed blades cleaving into the now sweaty Infernape. With this full-force strike, Infernape ultimately collapsed. Ding. The forest lizard gained 18,000 experience points. Ding. The forest lizard leveled up to 49. Ding. Earned 360 points. Infernape has lost its ability to battle. The forest lizard emerges victorious. Xiaoyao and others stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape, unable to compose themselves. This is the first time I've witnessed such a fierce attack. This forest lizard has undergone quite the rigorous training, Ash. Mr. Qianli steadied himself, though the shock within him had not entirely dissipated. With his vast experience, he had not anticipated learning a lesson from a challenger. Ash, you truly are exceptional. Mr. Qianli smiled with delight, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had engaged in such a satisfying battle. However, we have been continuously honing our skills. This is my final Pokémon. Go, Slacking. Clang. Farewell, formidable foe, with unwavering spirit. Slacking. Gender, male. Level, 60. Type, normal. Ability, truant. Base stats, 670. Aptitude, deep blue. Moves, earthquake, hyper beam. The evolved Slacking serves as an excellent sharpening stone. Ash tilted his cap and called out, Lurantis, leaf blade. Flash. In an instant, the slender blade descended from 10 meters away, as Mr. Qianli, steady as a mountain, commanded, catch it. Roar. Slacking bellowed, its iron fists honed through rigorous training. Now more fearsome than ever, it withstood 2 successive slashes, ensnaring Lurantis. Hyper beam. At such a close range, Lurantis could not escape, and was struck by the orange-yellow energy beam, sent flying. Bang. Slash. Lurantis tumbled heavily on the ground several times, finally kneeling to support itself. This is utterly outrageous. Ash swallowed hard, acutely aware of Mr. Qianli's formidable strength compared to their last encounter. From the evasive maneuvers of Slacking to the swift assaults of Infernape, Slacking now focused on fortifying its defense. This truly maximized the advantages of Slacking's base stats of 670, built upon its truant ability. So Ash, are you considering swapping out Pikachu? Mr. Qianli did not conceal his desire for a duel, and Slacking mirrored his expression. Yet this undoubtedly pricked at Lurantis' pride. It yearned to prove its own strength. No, I have faith in Lurantis, Ash declared, mirroring the sentiments of his Pokémon. This unwavering trust transformed into a source of strength. Vivid green energy surged from Lurantis' skin as its ability, Overgrow, activated. The battle was only just beginning. A blue glimmer ignited in Ash's eyes as he entered the aura-sharing mode. Chapter 85, The Balance Badge, Research published. Slacking, use Earthquake. Uncertain of Ash's next move, Mr. Qianli knew he must strike first. Roar. using the beams as a springboard. Flash. Entering overgrowth state, Lurantis experienced a rapid boost in speed and attack power. It leapt to evade the earthquake while deftly alternating its position atop the beams. Go, Lurantis, use Leaf Blade. Flash. Once more utilizing the walls for leverage. Lurantis shot towards Slacking's back with a Leaf Blade. This assault landed solidly, causing Slacking to stumble forward in pain. Slacking, return the favor. Confronted with Lurantis now in an advantageous position, Mr. Chinley opted for offense, allowing Slacking to absorb the onslaught. The relentless Leaf Blade struck Slacking's sturdy frame, each slash forcing the massive creature to retreat, leaving deep marks on the ground. Clang. At last, as the offensive subsided, the formidable King of Leaves propelled the forest lizard away with his powerful arms. The crimson glow emanating from his body surged into the forest lizard, causing its pupils to constrict before it plummeted to the ground. The technique of doubling the damage received from an opponent's physical attack and returning it in full force was indeed a cunning stratagem. This King of Leaves, already exceedingly powerful, revealed yet another deceptive trick. However, it was likely Mr. Chinley's trump card. Ash felt that his defeat was not unjust. The King of Leaves had already exhausted much of its stamina, and facing Pikachu, the odds were decidedly against it. With that thought, Ash turned his gaze to his partner, who had already leaped to his side. Now it's your turn, Pikachu. Pika Pika, cried Pikachu, bursting with enthusiasm as it leaped into the arena, brimming with fierce determination. Let us face each other head-on, Ash. Mr. Chinley, unfazed by the outcome, merely wished to relish the joy of battle. Perfectly aligned with my thoughts, Mr. Chinley. Ash replied with a smile, gesturing grandly. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. King of Leaves, concentrate your assault. The clash commenced with vibrant cries of Pika Pika and thunderous sounds of impact. The final showdown saw both Ash and Mr. Chinley reveling in the excitement, engaged in a raw and passionate contest devoid of any subtleties. The Orange League has already recognized you. Ash, you are destined to become an exceptional Pokémon trainer. Thank you, Mr. Chinley. But my goal is to become a Pokémon master. Ha ha ha, what a grand ambition. Now let us deliver the final blow. Bring it on. The two trainers and their Pokémon locked gazes with an overwhelming intensity, simultaneously unleashing their battle cries. King of Leaves, unleash the destructive beam. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. A resounding clash echoed. Catch on. Pikachu. The arena was engulfed in a cacophony of explosive sounds and swirling dust. Despite the relentless struggle against Ash's formidable duo, the King of Leaves ultimately succumbed, collapsing in defeat. With the King of Leaves rendered incapable of battle, the victor was declared. Ash from Pallet Town. Ding. Pikachu gained 64,000 experience points. Ding. Pikachu leveled up to 65. Ding. Earned 100 points. A wave of joy washed over him as he celebrated not only his victory, but also the growth of his companions. Following the battle, under Aunt Mizuko's warm invitation, they indulged in delightful conversation for a couple of days. Moreover, Ash had the opportunity to exchange insights on Pokémon training and battle experiences with Mr. Chinley, which invigorated his perspective. The hatching of a new Pokémon filled Ash with satisfaction. It was yet another adorable and charming creature. Eevee, a delightful surprise, brought him joy. Notably, the first being it encountered upon hatching was none other than the mischievous Ralts, a delightful spirit poised to ascend to prominence. Fortunately, Ralts regarded Eevee as a beloved older sister. Otherwise, Ash might have found himself in an unexpected predicament. He was relieved that it was not Professor Oak. Who am I? Where am I? Exclaimed the Kingler. From then on, Ash frequently presented himself as a devoted father, cradling one child in his arms while balancing two more on his shoulders. Sister, big brother, mom and dad, come quickly. The fairy type has been announced. On the eve of this momentous occasion, his younger brother, Max, stood before the television. His fists clenched in excitement, his voice quivering with uncontainable enthusiasm. This was a historical moment to behold. Drawn by his exuberant cries, Ash and the others set aside their duties of feeding and cleaning, gathering around the screen. On the television, Professor Oak, someone Ash knew well, was detailing the characteristics of the fairy type and the research process involved. Ash's name prominently adorned the announcement, accentuated by the honor of being awarded an honorary doctorate. The fairy type is so beautiful. Aunt Mitsuko clapped her hands together, gazing enviously at the screen as she watched the elegance of a Ralts performing its skill test. Especially captivating was the dazzling dance amid the dragon's breath. No girl could possibly resist such charm. Now, Big Brother has become the youngest honorary doctor in the league. How impressive. Max's eyes sparkled with admiration, his words tumbling out in a rush. A new attribute. Ash, you have truly astounded me once again, Mr. Go exclaimed. As a founder of this historical milestone, he understood its significance far better than Max did. Ash felt a warm surge of gratitude, observing the weathered but spirited face of Professor Oak as he spoke confidently on screen. I wonder if this title comes with any subsidies. He pondered without a hint of embarrassment. The profound impact of the research announcement remained uncertain. After a restful night, Ash and his companions were finally ready to embark on their journey once more. Chapter 86. Visiting the Research Institute and meeting Dr. Yamanashi. Having bid farewell to Orange City, Ash and his companions set their sights on Verdanturf Town, planning to visit Dr. Otamaki along the way. Ha! The hearty laughter filled the living room as Dr. Otamaki expressed his satisfaction. Professor Oak is truly enviable. When he sought my assistance for fairy-type research, I was quite taken aback. I hope Xiaoyao can achieve such success in the future. Suddenly called out, Xiaoyao puffed up her cheeks, pouting adorably. Doctor. Ha ha ha. My apologies, Dr. Otamaki chuckled, scratching the back of his head in realization of his slip. But Ash, if you have any promising research projects in the future, you must call on me. I will certainly lend my full support. Having witnessed the success of the EV evolution theory and fairy-type research firsthand, Dr. Otamaki knew that Ash had become a sought-after figure among the League scholars. With Ash's ascendance, future research projects would likely attract the attention of those seasoned veterans. He felt it necessary to stake his claim, for missing out on such unknown explorations would surely leave him with lifelong regrets. Rest assured, Dr. Otamaki. Ash replied with a smile. Even if you aren't invited, Xiaoyao will definitely come to me for communication. Dr. Otamaki caught onto something in his words, laughing heartily. Then I truly owe it to Xiaoyao. The young girl proudly puffed out her chest, albeit with a hint of crimson at her ears. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xiaoxing stood up and exclaimed, I'll go open the door. Ever since Xiaoji received the honorary doctorate, his demeanor had become even more diligent, primarily out of concern that his parents might keep him at home, thereby preventing him from accompanying Xiaoji and the others on their travels. Upon their arrival, Xiaoji had already introduced him to the members of the Research Institute. However, Dr. Xiaoxianjuan shook his head and smiled, saying, once the research is finished, I will allow him a proper 2-day break. At this time, I estimate. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone's attention was drawn to Xiaoxing's startled exclamation at the door. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with white hair and an imposing demeanor entered alongside Xiaoxing. Xiaoji looked at the newcomer, taken aback. Dr. Xiaoxianjuan introduced him to everyone. This is Dr. Yamanashi from the Sinnoh region, my esteemed predecessor. These are Xiaoji, Xiaoyao, Xiaoxing, and Xiaojing. As soon as the introduction concluded, Xiaoxing excitedly interjected, I know. Dr. Yamanashi is a pioneer of evolution. Electabuzz and Tyranitar were unearthed by you. Hearing the young boy recite these facts with such familiarity, Dr. Yamanashi couldn't help but smile, albeit not in a completely gentle manner. I didn't expect you to be so well-informed, young lad. It seems that those who follow Xiaoji are all ardent lovers of Pokémon. Xiaoxing, grinning foolishly from having received such high praise, was met with Xiaoji's prompt response. Hello, Dr. Yamanashi. I've heard a great deal about you from Professor Okido. Bui. The little EV curiously peeked out from Xiaoji's arms, tilting its adorable little head. Oh, so that little creature has hatched. Dr. Yamanashi's smile brightened even further. Amidst everyone's curiosity, it was revealed that the EV egg belonging to Xiaoji had been provided by this venerable gentleman to the League. I see. Then I must sincerely thank you, Dr. Yamanashi. Xiaoji expressed his gratitude earnestly. The little one has just been born, but is exceptionally well-behaved, and I adore it. There's no need for such formality. I owe you gratitude for your contributions to Pokémon research, Dr. Yamanashi remarked, gazing intently at him. It seems the realm may soon belong to the younger generation, Dr. Xiaoji. Despite knowing the jest in Dr. Yamanashi's words, Xiaoji felt a twinge of nervousness. He managed a wry smile, replying, You may simply call me Xiaoji, Dr. Yamanashi. Perhaps we should refrain from your attempts to lighten the mood, Dr. Yamanashi. Dr. Xiaoxianjuan's laughter prompted a serious expression from Dr. Yamanashi, who was not angry but rather somewhat embarrassed. Well then, Haha, he is indeed a rather charming old man. During their conversation, Xiaoji learned that Dr. Zio Xianjuan had originally invited Professor Okido and Dr. Yamanashi for a visit. Unexpectedly, an interview had arisen, causing a delay on Professor Okido's end. By the way, Xiaoji, I wonder what your plans are after your travels in the Hoenn region? Dr. Yamanashi inquired. After a brief pause, he added, as for matters of research, they are secondary for me. However, I will communicate with Professor Okido whenever I have ideas, particularly regarding new research endeavors. A flicker of disappointment crossed Dr. Yamari's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, having one's own dreams is commendable, yet it is a pity to waste such a promising talent. Beside them, Xiaosheng and Xiaoyao were left bewildered, while the experienced Xiaojing discerned the underlying meaning. It seemed that due to Ash's contributions, the League held him in high esteem. Dr. Yamari's statement was, in fact, an inquiry into whether Ash might consider pursuing this path in the future. Ha ha ha, enough of that, Dr. Yamari. Ash is destined to become a Pokémon master. Dr. Otamaki interjected, recalling his previous conversation with Ash. Indeed, it is quite possible for Ash. Dr. Yamari did not conceal his admiration for Ash and suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a crystalline stone from his backpack, its center shimmering with droplets of water. He turned to Ash and said, as a token of our meeting, I have this leftover from my last research. If you don't mind, it's yours. It may come in handy if Eevee wishes to evolve into a water type in the future. Ash initially intended to decline, but upon receiving a subtle nudge from Dr. Otamaki, he graciously accepted it. He had indeed considered evolving Eevee into a fairy type. However, Xiaojing's Lotus Pokémon had already evolved into a Lotus Child in recent days. It would certainly be useful when he sought to evolve into a lively river spirit later on. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me. My team here is more comprehensive than Professor Oak's. It was evident that one ought to be cautious when accepting favors. Ash chuckled resignedly, suspecting that Dr. Otamaki and Dr. Yamari were conspiring to ensnare him. Yet, he recognized that for forthcoming research, relying solely on Professor Oak would not suffice. Collaboration with other regions was essential. Thus, he agreed without much hesitation. After reminiscing with Dr. Otamaki, they resumed their journey. Chapter 87. The Forbidden Forest, Bulbasaur. This is a disaster. We seem to be utterly lost. Ash dispelled the blue glow enveloping him. Centered around the forest they were in, he found nothing in the vicinity that could assist in determining their location. Xiaoxing anxiously stared at the now signal-less navigator, while the Pokémon navigator also failed to receive any signals, leaving them directionless. The magnetic field here is peculiar, and this forest is not even marked on the map, Xiaojing remarked, frowning as he held a compass that spun erratically. It appeared they had stumbled into a rather extraordinary place. Unease gnawed at Xiaoyao, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Ash, but suddenly, her Meowth darted out of her backpack. Just as she was about to scoop it up, a Fearow swooped down from the sky, its claws aimed at the little cat. Meowth. In a moment of panic, Xiaoyao rushed forward, managing to catch her Meowth. But the Fearow snatched her backpack and took off. Sister, Xiaosheng exclaimed in horror, prompting Ash to release his Noctowl and swiftly pursue. I'll go rescue Xiaoyao. Xiaosheng, Xiaojing. Stay close, but don't wander too far. As the conversation concluded, Ash fixed his gaze on the armored bird and began to pursue it. Thanks to the long-term feeding of calcium tablets exchanged from the mall to his Kingler, it had grown significantly and was remarkably swift, even while being ridden. However, Ash dared not act rashly. He instructed Kingler to follow at a leisurely pace, carefully observing the situation. Ouch! May exclaimed, rubbing her sore backside as she surveyed her surroundings. Letting out a sigh of relief, she was safe. Turning her attention to the Meowth cradled in her arms, she inquired, Meowth, are you all right? Naya, came the response. Honestly, you always have a penchant for running off, she chided, only to be suddenly captivated by a commotion ahead. A Bulbasaur was precariously perched at the edge of a cliff, attempting to pluck flowers with its vine whip. It's a Bulbasaur. May's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to resist, she edged closer, but in its fervor to yank the flower, Bulbasaur slipped and began to tumble down. Darn it! In a moment of instinct, May lunged forward, grasping its foot with one hand while clutching Meowth with the other. And as a result, her body was dragged down alongside the Bulbasaur. How reckless! That was far too dangerous, May. A familiar voice exuded a mix of exasperation and concern. May opened her tightly shut eyes, her heart swelling with joy. Ash, she exclaimed. Ash chuckled as his Ralts used its psychic powers to lift them back to the safety of the cliff's edge. Thank you, Ash. May expressed her gratitude, her gaze shifting to the Bulbasaur that had been safely set down. Hello, Bulbasaur, my name is May. The Bulbasaur, seemingly unfamiliar with humans, took a couple of cautious steps back, regarding them with curious eyes. Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped down, gesturing animatedly as it explained things to the Bulbasaur. Darn it. Bulbasaur glanced over at Ash, its gaze landing on the cheerful Ralts and Eevee. It seemed that no matter how it looked at them, they bore no resemblance to dangerous foes. Lowering its guard, Bulbasaur happily extended its vine whip to gently nuzzle May and Pikachu in a gesture of friendship. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Please stop. They laughed. Just when they believed the crisis had passed, a horde of furious grass-type Pokémon surged before them. Sunflora, Oddish, Petalil, and Bellossom. The variety was impressive. And they encircled Bulbasaur, each pair of eyes brimming with hostility. What is going on? We're not strange people. We mean no harm, Ash declared. Ralts, use Psychic. Rallo, commanded Ash, while Kingler unleashed a powerful whirlwind to disperse the incoming stun spore attacks. Darn it. Bulbasaur anxiously positioned itself in front of May. But its efforts were in vain as several vine whips yanked it back. Suddenly, a colossal Venusaur emerged, its presence instantly calming the agitated grass-type Pokémon. Presumably, this was the leader of the pack. It approached slowly from the parted crowd, and Bulbasaur hurriedly explained the situation. Darn it, darn it. Ash gradually relaxed his clenched fists, sensing that the situation was unlikely to escalate further. The Venusaur, at level 62, surrounded by numerous grass-type Pokémon, was not to be trifled with. It seemed to grasp the situation, fixing its gaze upon Ash and his companions before slowly extending its vines, cautiously exploring the surroundings. After determining that all was well, it nodded and turned to depart. Dada, Venusaur. The cheerful Bulbasaur tugged at Ash and the others, inviting them along. It's all right, let's go. The crisis has been averted, Ash remarked, noticing the glimmer of hope in its eyes. Experiencing the hidden paradise of grass-type Pokémon would surely be delightful. Brother, sister. Little Max expressed his concerns as they stood before the towering wooden palisade. Rest assured, with Ash here, they will be fine, Brock reassured him. During their pursuit, they had arrived at this place, encountering the guardians of the Forbidden Forest. Once, humans had angered the grass-type Pokémon inhabiting these lands, causing them to develop an intense aversion to humanity. Now, the Guardian tribe, led by their elder, was deliberating on how to rescue the unwitting travelers who had strayed into this realm. While they engaged in fervent discussions, 2 humans and a cat, who had been following Ash, stealthily infiltrated the forest. Chapter 88. Will the Orange League gym eventually transform into a grass-type gym? Great harvest, a bountiful catch, exclaimed a voice as grass-type Pokémon were incessantly captured and deposited into baskets. A pink robot, resembling an overzealous ant, rampaged through the forest, gathering its spoils. This feels fantastic. It was clear that, aside from Team Rocket, no other foolish organization would operate so brazenly. That robot. It's those guys again. Ash, drawn by the commotion, wore a look of exasperation. What on earth are they doing? Little May, who had caught up, exclaimed in surprise, triggered by sheer intent. You sought our guidance with genuine sincerity, and thus we shall show mercy. Ash glanced up at the trio emerging from the robot's head, facepalming. What nonsense. Just then, Brock and the others arrived to provide assistance, surrounding Team Rocket in a united front. Ash, May. Ash pressed his hand down to calm his concerned companions, reassuring them. We're fine, Brock. No need to worry. Could you possibly show us some respect? We're earnestly delivering our lines. One of the Team Rocket members complained. How dare you? Just capture Pikachu and the others as well. Their overconfidence was notorious, and as the robot's arm reached out, Pikachu deftly dodged. However, Bulbasaur was caught squarely in its grasp. Bulbasaur. After spending the day together, May had forged a deep bond with Bulbasaur and, disregarding the danger, charged forward. Sister, Max shouted. May had already latched onto the robot's arm, lifted high into the air. Fauna. The ground trembled slightly, and a deep roar captured everyone's attention. It was Venusaur. Sensing the presence of intruders, its robust vines swung fiercely, striking the side of the robot and causing it to sway violently. As Xiaoyao and Bulbasaur descended, they were successfully caught by Ralt's psychic power. The forest lizard swiftly executed Leaf Blade. In a flash, the razor-sharp leaves struck, shattering the basket behind the robot, allowing the Pokémon to escape. When did the forest lizard arrive? Team Rocket exclaimed in panic as the mechanical arm they extended was severed by the steel wing of Swellow. Get ready to recite your lines, Team Rocket, Ash said with a smile, as Venusaur unleashed the concentrated solar beam, obliterating half of the robot's body. Now, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, Pika. The fierce current completed the final destruction, sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky. Here we go again. Such an annoying feeling. Sona. Ding. Those fools. Don't engage with them next time you see them. Ash advised the little one in his arms, as Eevee tilted its head in confusion, blinking its big eyes. Eevee. Ralts giggled nearby. At the moment of parting, Xiaoyao stood reluctantly before the gate, gazing at Bulbasaur. I apologize for disturbing everyone, the elder of the Guardian clan said to the departing Venusaur. Ash glanced at Xiaoyao and Bulbasaur, smiling. Thank you for bringing us here. Banana. Venusaur nodded slowly, having come to accept this group of humans after today's events. All right, you all, the gate is about to close, the elder reminded as he and the clan members stepped outside. Goodbye, Bulbasaur, Xiaoyao said with a bittersweet smile. Dane. Bulbasaur looked sorrowful, while Xiaoyao turned away, trying to catch up with the group. Take care. Banana. Venusaur gently encouraged its child, sensing its feelings. Dane. Bulbasaur was reluctant to part, having grown fond of Xiaoyao. Just before the gate closed, it dashed forward and leaped into Xiaoyao's embrace. Bulbasaur. Xiaoyao exclaimed in delight. Do you want to come with me? Dane. Receiving a positive response, Xiaoyao looked up, still concerned, but then. Banana. Venusaur and the other grass-type Pokémon beamed with smiles, offering their blessings. That's wonderful, Xiaoyao. Ash approached with a grin, as by a twist of fate. Bulbasaur and Xiaoyao were united. Observing their radiant smiles, one could believe they would find happiness together. I did it, I caught Bulbasaur. Xiaoyao beamed, tightly hugging the Bulbasaur in her arms. As the sun set, the scene was framed against the clouds in the sky. It is said that a garlic turtle is every child's dream. Ever since Xiaoyao caught Bulbasaur, Xiaoxing has been pestering her to share the responsibilities of taking care of it. Ash even suspected that this fellow was all about the wood gecko and the garlic turtle. Will the Orange Flower Dojo not transform into a grass-type establishment in the future? Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Swiftly evade, Swablu. On their journey to Uni City, Ash and his companions arrived by the lakeside. With bubbling excitement, Kenny commanded his Bulbasaur to engage in a battle against Xiaoyao's Swablu. Both little creatures were timid. One had spent an extended period in the forest, while the other had recently faced setbacks. Their courage was still budding, and self-confidence was lacking. Thus, Ash encouraged Xiaoyao to accept the challenge, guiding them to grow stronger. Whether as a coordinator or a trainer, this was an excellent opportunity for development. Thank you for your help, Ralts. Ash prepared meals for each Pokémon, and Ralts used its psychic abilities to deliver the food. Caring for so many Pokémon can be quite exhausting. Fortunately, with Pikachu and Ralts lending a helping hand, Ash felt a bit relieved. Come, Eevee, it's time for your milk. You need to grow sturdier. Eevee happily squinted its eyes, resembling a freshly born Ralts, melting the hearts of those who beheld it. Take your time, drink slowly. Ash gently stroked the brown tuft on its head, smiling. The milk from the large container was exceptionally nutritious and rich in calcium. Thanks to the care from Ralts, Eevee's fairy energy was being drawn out. Ash directly purchased a TM to help enhance its skills. Although Eevee's physique was still too delicate for rigorous training, it was progressing. Eevee. Gender, male. Level, 2. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability. Base stats, 325. Potential, light blue. Moves, tackle, charm, shadow ball, fairy wind, TM. The evolution conditions for this fairy Pokémon require Eevee to learn a fairy-type move and master the associated energy. Ash firmly believed in nurturing his daughter with abundance. Eevee was also quite diligent. At birth, it could only use tackle and shadow ball. After Ralt's guidance, it had now mastered charm and cuteness. Once it grew a bit sturdier, training would be entrusted to Ralts for assistance, striving for the early acquisition of fairy wind. After finishing their meal, Brock suggested, how about we go fishing? I'll take care of Eevee. Knowing that caring for little ones could be quite demanding, Ash had been feeling weary lately, needing to divide his attention among other Pokémon. Chapter 89, Enormous Catfish King. Today's score, 18,888 points. Fishing sounds delightful. I've decided, I want to catch a Magikarp. Xiao Yao had long admired the elegant demeanor of Milotic. She understood Brock's intention. So, Pikachu, would you like to join us? Pika Pika. Pikachu cheered. Let us support each other in this fishing competition, Bulbasaur. Kenny exclaimed excitedly. Since he began caring for Bulbasaur, he felt a sense of purpose as a trainer, tackling every task with newfound enthusiasm. Sounds great. I haven't gone fishing since the Battle Frontier. Ash felt a surge of emotion, fully aware of everyone's thoughts. With such a crowd, it was time to visit the marketplace to exchange for some fishing rods. As he contemplated this, a figure drawn by an enticing aroma emerged. Young folks, do you wish to challenge this lake? Xiao Yao turned in confusion. Who are you? Do not mistake me for an ordinary old man. I am the legendary fishing master, Lingtsuan, who has pursued the elusive Azus for half a century. Ash could almost see the waves he stirred up in his wake. He gazed in wonder at the elderly figure before him, adorned in a purple kimono and with flowing white hair, holding a fishing rod. Pursued? Does that mean you haven't caught any fish in 50 years? Koharu's innocent remark revealed the truth. Children always manage to hit the nail on the head. Lingtsuan squatted down, his posture reflecting sheer disappointment. Koharu, must you speak so candidly? Xiao Yao scolded, delivering a playful punch to her brother's head. Their banter was lively, filled with playful jabs. However, Ash understood that this elderly man was not merely a failed fisherman. In fact, he was the only one in the narrative to have wielded a master ball. Would you mind teaching us how to fish? Ash inquired. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, Master, here is a fishing rod. Feel free to use it. This is bait. You may choose as you wish. For novices, the key to fishing lies in selecting the right spot, such as among the reeds or beside a dead tree. Xiao Yao and the others stared in bewilderment at the plethora of fishing equipment in their hands, enough to open a tackle shop. Ash exemplified how a single inquiry could prompt a wealth of wisdom from an elder. All right then, let us enjoy this experience. Ash chose a spot by the reeds, retrieving the bait that Xiaoxia had gifted him. Xiaoxia, the super beautiful girl number 1? That was her name, wasn't it? He wondered how she was faring now. Suddenly, the bobber began to twitch. Creak. The force was tremendous. Ash sprang to his feet, gripping the crescent-shaped fishing rod tightly. The commotion attracted everyone's attention. Is that Azus? Mr. Lingtsuan speculated excitedly. Who exactly is Azus? Koharu recalled this being the second time she had heard its name from Mr. Lingtsuan. It referred to a catfish king that had ruled this lake for a century, enormous in size. Just as Mr. Lingtsuan finished speaking, with the psychic assistance of Ralulus, a massive blue catfish, precisely as he had just described, was pulled from the water. Goodness, it's colossal, Xiao Yao exclaimed, marveling at such a large Pokémon. Her only prior encounter with a creature of this magnitude being the Whale King. Indeed, it is Azus. Mr. Lingtsuan rejoiced. Ash instructed Ralulus to toss it onto the shore, saying, I have plenty of water-type Pokémon to raise already. You can take care of this one, Mr. Lingtsuan. Thank you, young man. Mr. Lingtsuan expressed his gratitude. Tossing out his Pokeball. Go, Aubin. As a flash of white light appeared, a fluffy pink sheep Pokémon emerged. It was a Mian. Aubin must be its name. Aubin, use Explosive Punch. Mr. Lingtsuan had certainly prepared for this, having taught Mian the move to effectively counter the ground-type traits of the Catfish King. A formidable strike landed squarely on the belly of the King Catfish, creating a pronounced indentation. Yet, the King Catfish thrust its abdomen with force, sending the agile Mian flying, and unleashed a torrent of water from its mouth as an attack. Dodge it and use Iron Tail. Mr. Suzuro pressed forward, and the well-trained Mian effortlessly evaded the robust water column. With a swift turn and leap, it struck the King Catfish with its iron tail, sending it crashing against the rocks. Success. However, Ash sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. The King Catfish was a formidable level 58. While Mian stood at a mere level 45, the damage inflicted was limited. As anticipated, the King Catfish quickly regained its footing. Mr. Suzuro was compelled to deploy his secret weapon. He produced a purple Pokeball inscribed with letters, which Ash instantly recognized. The Master Ball, a device in the game capable of capturing any Pokémon, as Mr. Suzuki elucidated. While reality might differ, it did not alter the fact that it held a staggering value of 18,888 points in the points shop. Ash speculated that many legendary Pokémon in the original narrative, such as the legendary birds and the legendary beasts, were contained within ordinary Pokeballs. The Master Ball, however, was likely designed for capturing divine beasts, It might not guarantee a 100 success rate, but it could certainly accommodate them, including the likes of the legendary beasts like Ho-Oh, which possessed divine authority but lacked a specific lineage. Yet, this miraculous artifact was now hurled by Mr. Caesura toward the king catfish, only to be swallowed whole. What? How could this happen? Mr. Caesura, who had just moments ago seemed resolute, now bore a look of utter disbelief, questioning the very essence of life. Ralts sees it. Ralts. The king catfish, about to flee, was suddenly ensnared by Ralts' psychic powers. Ash exchanged a bait ball specifically designed for capturing water-type Pokémon with Mr. Caesura. Use this, Mr. Caesura. Alright. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Mr. Caesura quickly accepted it. With Ralts' assistance, the bait ball successfully ensnared the king catfish. After a tumultuous shaking, it finally stilled. I caught it. I caught the master. Ha! Mr. Caesura rejoiced, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Ash picked up the master ball from the ground and approached him. Mr. Caesura, this. I have already captured the master. It is of no use to me now. Besides, thanks to you, little brother Ash, if you don't mind, I'll gift it to you. Mr. Caesura laughed nonchalantly. Ash tightened his grip. Perfect. Today's points tally. 888 points. Chapter 90. In the town of Longevity, Ash's fervent female fan. Creak, creak. Ash, you've been cleaning all the way. Xiaoyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Don't say such things. It could get us banned. Ash shot her a startled glance. Maintaining his composure. This master ball is Mr. Caesura's labor of love over 50 years. It is an incredibly precious item, Xiaoyao. Is that so? Xiaoyao pondered, her finger resting on her lips. But it couldn't even capture the king catfish, could it? To this, Ash found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that this thing can contain divine beasts? After meticulously cleaning the master ball, he decided to stow it away for the time being. As their journey continued, they arrived at a quaint little town, Eternal Town. The posters adorning the streets revealed that a magnificent Pokémon contest, the Eternal Festival, was set to take place in just 2 days. The floral motif on the poster bore an uncanny resemblance to both Ash and his beloved Ralts. Ash, will you participate in this grand contest? May's eager voice interrupted his reverie. Ash offered a wry smile. He was perplexed by the fact that when it came to someone he cherished, such considerations seemed irrelevant. The prospect of joining together to accomplish something held far greater significance. Standing on stage, Ash radiated an undeniable brilliance. May felt a surge of pride and joy that mirrored her own triumph when she had emerged victorious. However, what did the one signify? Brock pointed out the conspicuous lettering. This inquiry was soon addressed by Nurse Joy during their visit to the Pokémon Center to register. The Eternal Festival was classified as a Level 1 event, necessitating participants to possess at least one ribbon to enter. This was due to the festival's adherence to the rules of grand celebrations. May tilted her head in confusion, prompting Ash to clarify that the Pokémon used for the first and second evaluations must differ. Ah, I see. Ash, you truly are knowledgeable. May exclaimed. Nurse Joy paused, scrutinizing the youth beneath the cap. Ash? Humph, you still haven't changed, not even grasping this. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized behind them. Shun, who approached Ash with a slight bow. Mr. Ash, it's been a while. I look forward to competing with you in this grand contest. Shun. Although the scale of the festival was modest, it offered a splendid opportunity for practice for those who participated in larger celebrations. Shun raised his chin proudly. Of course, it pales in comparison to those who participate casually. Who are you calling casual? Oh, how rude. Indeed. May declared, hands on her hips, unfazed by the teasing. Shun appeared momentarily taken aback. Ash. Nurse Joy finally recognized the handsome young man, the esteemed researcher of fairy-type Pokémon. Mr. Ash? Ah, yes. Ash blinked in surprise. Oh, I'm your fan. Could you possibly grant me an autograph? Nurse Joy squealed with delight. Sure. Ash stammered, taken aback by Nurse Joy's enthusiasm. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Brock, who was squatting off to the side, absently drawing circles in the dirt. How peculiar, Nurse Joy. You seem quite composed today, he remarked. Thank you. Will you also participate in the Eternal Festival? I am a devoted admirer of you and Ralts. Nurse Joy exclaimed, proudly pressing the signed board against her chest. Wow. It truly is Ash. Oh my, to find myself in Eternal Life Town feels like a dream. A vibrant group of mature women has encircled Ash, their enthusiasm palpable. They must have been drawn here by Miss Joy's earlier exclamation. Ash, I am your devoted supporter. I have watched your performance with Ralts countless times. It was simply breathtaking. Look, I even have merchandise featuring you. A few alluring ladies leaned against him, clutching phones adorned with Ash as their screensaver and figurines of Ralts perched on his shoulder. Ash's face flushed with warmth as he experienced their soft touch. Let's chat, but please, don't crowd me. My passion lies in discovering the promising coordinators and trainers. Ash, you currently hold the top spot in both rankings. One ponytailed lady joyfully presented a selection of Ash and Ralts' dazzling contest moments. I'm utterly flattered, thank you. Oh, this serene and elegant atmosphere is truly captivating. Nevertheless, she jested, but please, no collisions. If this continues, I might lose my composure. May I have your autograph? Ash swiftly produced a pen and signed the back before making his escape. Your taste is unique, and yet you cannot fathom the joy within, he thought. Now experiencing it himself, albeit with some difficulty. Everyone look. Shun and Haruka have arrived. A short-haired beauty called out, instantly drawing attention. It's Shun. He looks so cool. It's irresistible. And there's Haruka, the daughter of Mr. Cheery from the Orange League gym. Although I am an admirer of Ash, I also support Mr. Cheery. Indeed, our collaboration with Ralts for research had delayed things. Ash began, but the short-haired lady interrupted, bubbling with excitement. This is fantastic. I can participate in the conference alongside Ash. Haruka and Shun. This is truly remarkable. Yuzuki, this event might be etched in history. Go for it, Yuzuki. We will cheer you on with all our might. As she spoke, the group of striking ladies began chanting slogans, their fervor overwhelming. Well then, I shall take my leave, Mr. Ash. Seizing the opportunity, Shun bid farewell and departed. What an impressive cheer squad. Ash marveled, noting that their display surpassed even that of his rival, Gary. But what is this? He inquired of Yuzuki. She explained, it stands for the Pokémon Moms Enthusiasts. Haruka and the others remained somewhat perplexed, while the other ladies eagerly chimed in. It's composed of mothers who adore Pokémon and the grand contests. Ash's eyelids twitched. Indeed, they were all stunning wives. Master, I have gained insight. Initially, we were mere spectators, but gradually everyone dared to participate in the grand contests. A blush crept onto Yuzuki's elegant face as she replied, oh no, that's too much. She wore a ribbon around her neck, indicating its significance. As Xiaoji cast a glance, he gently remarked, no, becoming a better person than yesterday is the finest gift one can give oneself. The fervor of Miss Uezi and her companions towards their dreams is truly admirable. The language flowed like warm sunshine, and the elegant ladies present seemed to have discovered kindred spirits, their eyes sparkling with a rosy glow. Xiaoji suddenly felt akin to prey under the gaze of a pack of wolves. Indeed, an exceptional young man like him is distinctly different from others. Uezi's fair complexion was tinged with a delicate blush, garnering the agreement of those around her. I've made up my mind, from now on. I shall be a devoted fan of Xiaoji alone. Let us establish a fan club exclusively for him. That sounds splendid. Let us hold a celebration today and also welcome Xiaoji and the others. What a marvelous idea. Xiaoji stood nearby, blinking in surprise, having inexplicably gained a fervent following of young married women. The Chancellor remarked, you have already surpassed your predecessors. Chapter 91, The Popular Xiaoji. Just the thought of attending the event alongside Xiaoji and Xiaoyao fills me with immense honor. In the restaurant, the largest round table was surrounded by mature ladies of diverse postures, forming a striking tableau. Xiaoji spoke until his throat was dry, only pausing to sip milk and relax. In the face of the enthusiasm from Miss Uezi and her friends, Xiaoyao struggled to maintain Xiaoji's composure. Look how humble you are. Your performance at the Green Shade Conference was truly remarkable. We have witnessed nearly all the events and possess a keen eye for talent. Your nurturing of that Meowth was quite impressive. Such outstanding breeding skills must be inherited from your esteemed father. You might very well be a genius. These mature ladies spoke sweetly, and Xiaoyao, immersed in their praise, felt herself lose all sense of reality. She covered her cheeks with both hands, shyly exclaiming, I'm a genius. How could that be? How could I possibly be a genius? Despite her protests, her flushed face betrayed her joy. Flattery can easily lead one astray. Xiaoji thought it might be better for Xiaoyao to experience some setbacks. Mr. Xiaoji, Miss Xiaoyao, which Pokémon do you plan to enter into the competition this time? A lady with green hair approached Xiaoji. He maintained a calm demeanor, intending to showcase Ralts and Milotic. Milotic, is that Xiaoji's secret weapon? Exclaimed the lady. Goodness. It's renowned as the most beautiful Pokémon. This event promises to be a visual feast. I can hardly wait. And what about you, Miss Xiaoyao? Lost in her reverie, Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback by the question. Well, I haven't really thought about it yet. Has Miss Yuezi already decided which Pokémon she will use? Xiaoji tactfully shifted the focus. By the way, Yuezi, why not let Xiaoji take a look at your Pokémon? It would be a wonderful opportunity for guidance, suggested the green-haired lady, whom Xiaoji remembered as Mayu. She was also the one who proposed the establishment of the fan club. Xiaoji took a sip of his coffee, saying, while it may not be a formal consultation, we can certainly exchange ideas. You are too modest, Xiaoji. The ladies regarded him with growing affection. Who could possibly refuse the charm of a delightful young lad? However, the leisurely moments are always fleeting. After bidding farewell to the members, Ash and his companions followed Miss Yoko to the park, where they showcased their Pokémon. An adorable and dashing fire-type Pokémon, alongside a powerful and aesthetically pleasing Kingler post-evolution, captivated the audience. Ash, taking note of their unique traits, offered some simple suggestions. He then made a copy of his notes on the Grand Festival for her reference. Miss Yoko, overjoyed, embraced Ash on the spot, declaring her intent to share this treasure with her friends for collective learning. Ash felt a twinge of embarrassment at the display of affection but chose to remain silent. Recognizing the endearing nature of the group, which was not solely due to their beauty but also their admiration for him. As for the future, when many season coordinators would come to Ever Grande Town only to return defeated by a group of young mothers, that was a tale for another time. For now, at Miss Yoko's invitation, they ventured to the market to procure ingredients for dinner. Mommy, called a little girl with short purple hair, carrying a small bag. Hashika, Miss Yoko exclaimed, and the mother-daughter duo was indeed charming. Unlike her dreamy mother, Hashika appeared quite composed, having gathered a substantial amount of ingredients in her small bag. After a round of introductions, the little girl's gaze towards Ash shifted dramatically. Are you the renowned Dr. Ash, the strongest rookie trainer? From her tone, it was evident that she was yet another of Ash's fans, well informed about him. Maintaining his gentle demeanor, Ash smiled and greeted her. Hello, Hashika. Pika. Oh, it's Pikachu. Ash smiled and gestured, prompting Pikachu to jump into her arms affectionately. Wow, so cute. Hashika exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling as she snuggled with Pikachu. I want to become an outstanding trainer like you, Ash. I look forward to the day when we can battle once you become a trainer. Ash replied with a warm smile, instinctively ruffling her hair. The little girl's cheeks flushed a bright red, her earlier composure melting away. Even Miss Yoko, as a mother, looked on with envy. It seems Ash is quite popular, Xiaoyao murmured with a hint of jealousy, only to receive a teasing retort from her brother. Isn't it natural for an older brother to be popular? He is handsome, skilled, and considerate. There is still much for you to learn, sister. Bang. Ouch, that hurts. Sister. Xiaoxin cried out, clutching his head, while Xiaoyao turned away with a huff. Sighing, Brock felt rather fatigued today. The following day, as they made final adjustments for the Grand Festival, Ash invited Miss Yoko and her friends to watch as a token of gratitude. This elicited excited screams from the older girls, who eagerly presented their Pokémon for Ash's guidance. He suddenly began to regret his decision. On Xiaoyao's side, having continuously achieved excellence and received numerous accolades, she was now experiencing unprecedented arrogance. She insisted on allowing the newly trained Qingmian bird to compete, oblivious to the palpable anxiety that little cotton candy could no longer conceal. After failing to dissuade her, Xiaoji resigned himself to her choice. The ability to endure setbacks is a fundamental lesson for every strong individual. Thus, amidst the lively preparations of everyone, the grand event of the Longevity Conference was set to commence.